The spirit awakening ceremony had come to an end. Awakened talent undying and indestructible. At the center of the array, Deetsong sat cross-legged, a faint gleam flashing through his eyes. Good. His awakened talent was undying and indestructible. Good. This was it. Fortune had finally arrived. Let me look forward to this properly. Oh, with such a transcendent talent, what level would it be ranked at? Talent level E. Deetsong's smile froze on his face. He called up his status panel and carefully examined the talent he had just awakened. Talent undying and indestructible E. Enhanced self-regeneration. Even when suffering fatal injuries, one will not easily die. Soon after, a smile once again surfaced on his face. Ruined, he murmured, utterly at ease. Talent was the condensation of his 16 years of life and mindset, reflecting each person's unique, true self. Even if his mentality changed and his personality shifted in the future, the talent he had already awakened could no longer be altered in the slightest. Undying and indestructible, ultimate mastery of all weapons, devour all things, unity of man and heaven, Tao body of myriad arts. Just from the names alone, everyone's talent sounded more formidable than the last. Yet what determined whether a talent was truly fearsome was not its name, but its level. Compared to those outrageously domineering names, the unchangeable talent level was the true key to whether one could ever rise above their station. If the level was lacking, then no matter how powerful a talent looked, even if it was called undying and indestructible, at a mere E rank, it only boosted one's self-healing a little and made death a bit less likely, nothing more. In the mortal realm, it would be quite useful. Once he surpassed the mortal realm, however, it would be outdated. It's fine, just as expected. E rank isn't bad, at least it's pretty handy while still in the mortal realm. It's definitely better than F rank. Regarding the talent level, Deetsong appeared unusually open-minded. He simply had never placed much hope in it. After that, he summoned his panel. Name Deetsong. Race human. Bloodline unawakened. Talent undying and indestructible E. Realm mortal realm 5th stage, fist strength 1,270 kilograms. Martial arts, basic martial arts mastery, yellow rank, bloodline, summoning minor attainment. Combat arts, yellow rank, swift step mastery, yellow rank, 13 rapid spear forms, minor attainment. Killing art, yellow rank, boiling blood mastery. Life art, none. Every time he saw these pathetic numbers, Deetsong could only shake his head. Tisk, hard to even look at. A pure unadulterated piece of trash. Across the entire grade, with Deetsong's current results, he at least counted as average. But one's own situation was always clearest to oneself. 16 years after his transmigration, no, after being reborn into this life, Deetsong had begun systematically strengthening his body when other brats were still wobbling as they learned to walk, laying the groundwork for future martial cultivation. In both laying his foundation and entering the martial path, there was not a single day he had slacked. He had practically monopolized the advantage of a head start. Even so, at 16, he could only scrape into the 5th stage of the mortal realm. Among the more than 10,000 students in his grade, he ranked somewhere beyond the 4,000th place. From that alone, one could see that Deetsong's aptitude could hardly be called outstanding. In fact, it was downright abysmal. If he were a native of this world, he would probably only be at the 3rd stage of the mortal realm, ranked somewhere beyond 7,000. Still, it did not matter. He had long since come to terms with it. In fact, he had come to terms with it exceedingly well, for the simple reason that as a transmigrator, he naturally had a cheat. Brother D is out. Quick, show us your talent, and let everyone have a look. While his thoughts drifted, Deetsong had already pushed open the door and walked out. What met his eyes were classmates from his own class, some still waiting to awaken their talents, others having already completed the process. Seeing how curious everyone was, Deetsong did not bother to hide anything. He lifted his head proudly. Undying and indestructible. E rank. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Good. I knew Brother D was a piece of trash too. Brother D truly did not let everyone down. Wonderful. Brother D is just as trashy as the rest of us. When he came out all confident just now, I thought he'd awakened a crank talent and nearly scared me to death. Most people's talents lay between E and D rank. With an ironclad fact, Deetsong had proven that he was no different from his classmates, and so cheers erupted, smiles blooming across their faces. While everyone cheered, the spirit awakening ceremony continued. From other classes came waves of jubilant noise as well. I'm done chatting, while I'm next in line. I'll go first. A girl squeezed her way out of the crowd of classmates. She cupped her hands to everyone and said, once we head to the outer city in the future, we must stay tightly united around Brother D and help one another. Yes, Deetsong was quite popular in his class. He gave a thumbs up to the girl and said, of course. Qian Xiaoxing, awaken your talent and peace. Try to get a drank talent so that when we go to the outer city in the future, we'll have someone to rely on. Qian Xiaoxing agreed softly, then walked into the spirit awakening chamber. The doors closed. The crowd's voices gradually lowered as they whispered among themselves. What do you think Qian Xiaoxing will awaken? I don't see it. She's at the bottom of the class, only third stage of the mortal realm. At most she'll awaken in frank talent. I remember talent awakening is purely luck-based and has nothing to do with strength. Even so, her luck is bad too. She's never beaten me at cards. After a while, amid their chattering discussion, the door slowly opened. Qian Xiaoxing walked out, her expression dazed. The moment everyone saw her face, their hearts collectively thudded. A bad premonition rose within them. Qian Xiaoxing stared blankly at her classmates and spoke woodenly, My awakened talent is external incarnation. C rank. Once she said it, it was as though her heart finally dared to believe her own words. Her eyes lit up with brilliance. C rank. A crank talent. I awakened a crank talent. 1 in 10,000. I can enter the inner city. I can enter the inner city. Like a scholar who had just passed the imperial examination, Qian Xiaoxing was so exhilarated she hopped and skipped, flinging her head about like a madwoman, howling incoherently. Only then did her classmates awaken, as if from a dream. What the? Traitor. Qian Xiaoxing, you traitor. We agreed we would all be trashed together. We were supposed to go suffer together in the outer city. How can you go enjoy life in the inner city instead? I'm devastated. Brother D, I'm devastated. Hearing she awakened a crank talent hurts worse than getting the lowest score in combat class. The crowd was in an uproar, curses flying from every direction. Among more than 10,000 students in the grade, statistically, there would only be a single crank talent. Out of a 1 in 10,000 chance, how had it ended up being her? Ahem, quiet down. Ditsong spoke up, calming his classmates' emotions. Having lived 2 lives, he was not as impulsive as these classmates who had never even left the campus. Since Qian Xiaoxing, as their classmate, now had the qualifications to enter the inner city, she should be blessed and congratulated. He had gone along with their ruckus before, but now it was time to talk about serious matters. So Ditsong said earnestly, Qian Xiaoxing, congratulations. Before he could finish, Qian Xiaoxing straightened her back and walked up to him, raising her hand to pat his shoulder. On her lovely features appeared a deliberately solemn smile, as she said in an old-fashioned tone, Little D, once you and the others head to the outer city, you must take good care of yourselves. As for me, well, you don't need to contact me in the future. I'm afraid my colleagues in the inner city might misunderstand. Hiss. Ditsong sucked in a sharp breath. He suddenly broke into a relieved smile and swung his arm down decisively. Take her down. Subject this traitor to the harshest punishment. Immediately 2 girls at the 7th stage of the mortal realm charged out from the class, 1 on each side, hoisting Qian Xiaoxing up. Qian Xiaoxing panicked, frightened out of her wits. I came to awaken my talent. What are you doing? More female classmates leaped out, carrying the howling Qian Xiaoxing toward a random pole on the training ground to commence a frenzied Aruba punishment. Listening to the rising and falling screams, all the students nearby, Ditsong included, were satisfied. Martial realms, mortal realm, extraordinary realm, shedding the mortal realm, transcendent realm, perceiving spirit realm, sensing spirit realm, hearing spirit realm, seeing spirit realm, martial god. Qian Xiaoxing is going to make it big. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. After the roughhousing, some of them wore desolate expressions. In their class, quite a few had come from the same welfare institution as her, yet who could have imagined that upon graduating at 16, they would almost lose any chance of ever meeting again? Who can say what the future holds? Ditsong's tone was calm, for he knew he had a cheat, and that his future would never be confined to the outer city. But as for the other classmates, nothing could be said for sure. On habitable planet No. 405, there were a total of 5 cities, and each city was divided into an outer city, an inner city, and a core campus. Ditsong and the other boys his age had from birth to 16 all lived in the core campus, where technology was most advanced and the network sealed off from the outside world, forming a complete little universe of its own. The inner city was built around the core district with a population of around 10 million, possessing a complete legal system and policies, and in the students' eyes it belonged to the adult world. However, the inner city was highly independent. Each year, aside from admitting tens of thousands of outstanding students from the core district, it refused entry to the remaining tens of millions of so-called useless failures with poor grades. As for someone like Ditsong, no aptitude, no bloodline, no background, no comprehension, no mind. His only remaining chance to leap from carp to dragon was a talent awakened purely by luck. Unfortunately, reality proved that even his luck was nothing special. Thus, for students like him, there was only one outcome after graduation: exile to the outer city. As for the outer, a lawless land swarming with gangs where people died at the slightest mishap. Offshoots of star-sea insects, swarms, dark energy, undead, fallen, evil gods, stellar behemoths. Remnants of such horrors were constantly threatening the lives of the outer city's inhabitants. According to the data, the outer city's population remained steady at just over 200 million, yet every year it absorbed over 10 million fresh graduates. The annual death rate was 5%. It was nothing short of a humanitarian catastrophe. Even students raised in an ivory tower understood the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, since with their grades going to the outer city was unavoidable. How could they not cling together for dear life? As a reincarnated transmigrated Deetsong had felt a sharp sense of urgency from childhood, and with his inferior aptitude, he had forcibly cultivated to mortal realm 5th tier, building a solid network of connections in his class. Even the class's top student at mortal realm 9th tier would follow his lead. He was very self-aware. Having a cheat was one thing, but he at least had to rely on the strength of the group to survive the most difficult early stage before he could truly take off. Soon. Recalling his cheat, Deetsong felt his blood surge. The inner city is nice, but with its sound legal system, it's not suited for me to freely wield my fists. The outer city is chaotic and lawless. Now that suits me perfectly. Thus time slipped by. The awakening ceremony was still underway, boys and girls queued up one after another to awaken their talents, yet aside from Qian Xiaoxing's sudden emergence, with a Kraid talent nothing unexpected occurred afterward. After all, the probability of awakening a Kraid talent was 1 in 10,000. Across the entire grade there were only just over 100 classes undergoing the awakening ceremony, a bit over 10,000 students in total. Among these 10,000, including Kraid Qian Xiaoxing, only about 10 students had the grades to qualify for the inner city. AO 9,000 chance. As the sky darkened, the awakening ceremony drew to its final moments. Bang! In the classroom, the last student held his head high, kicked open the door, and strode out of the awakening room, pride written all over his face. He stood 2 meters 30 tall with sword-like brows and starry eyes, bearing an extraordinary air. He was the class's top student, mortal realm 9th tier, Wu Tatian. Brother Wu, how did it go? What's your talent? The classmates immediately crowded around, fussing over him. Wu Tatian hooked up the corner of his mouth. Omniscience and omnipotence. Whoa, listen to that. Omniscience and omnipotence. How heaven-defying. Deetsong pushed aside the crowd and asked in the grade. Wu Tatian's pride swelled even more. Great. Deetsong broke into a very happy smile. You're done for. The classmates were delighted as well. Great. That's trash. I knew Brother Wu was a waste too. And not just trash. In terms of grades, Brother Wu, a dignified mortal realm 9th tier, is only a step away from the transcendent realm. He's stuck in this awkward silver rank, unable to move up or down, and it's driving him mad. Listening to his classmates' words of comfort, Wu Tatian was so moved that he raised his fist. He then crushed the group of waste-class classmates, sending them scattering wildly around the playground. The next morning at dawn, the hour of parting had arrived. An atmospheric shuttlecraft sat on the playground, and over 10,000 students stood there fully prepared, while outside the field junior students craned their necks watching. As for the senior students on the field about to graduate, each one wore armor covering their entire body, a sword on the left hip, and a saber on the right, a spear of at least 2 meters in hand, and a steel bow, with over 100 arrows strapped to their backs. One might have thought they were going off to war. Of course, the truth was not far off. After all, the outer city was no gentle place. Everyone wished they could stack on a few more layers of armor. At this moment on the field in a certain class. Brother D, I don't see Qian Xiaoxing. Where is she? A classmate craned his neck and realized one person was missing from their class. Deetsong said she left last night. She didn't tell us, afraid we'd feel unbalanced. That classmate was puzzled. We agreed we'd all be trashed together. Now she's the only one who made it ashore. How exactly am I supposed to feel balanced? Deetsong nodded in agreement and said sincerely it's a good thing she left early. If she hadn't gone, she might very well have been seized and subjected to a round of roughhousing. As he spoke, a figure appeared outside their class's formation. It was a humanoid machine. In terms of other civilizations' classifications, this thing was a standard robot. Judging from its level of intelligence, it had already reached strong artificial intelligence and could fully deserve the title of intelligent war machine. Given the right conditions, it could rebel at any moment. Yet in human civilization, intelligent war machines posed no threat of rebellion, for every such machine was an incarnation of one of the 5 martial gods of humanity, the tech martial god. One had to know that the universe was rife with dangers, star-sea insect swarms, and dark energy undead, where calamities bordering on natural disaster. Fallen evil gods were undisputed enemies of humanity, and stellar behemoths were merely larger wild beasts. The scourge of intelligent war machines, however, was the fundamental threat that had imperiled countless technological civilizations in the universe. If such things existed, the moment you developed artificial intelligence, it dared to show you what rebellion looked like. Civilizations destroyed because of this were beyond counting. To address this, the tech martial god simply split her spirit into countless fragments and possessed all intelligent machines, solving the threat of intelligent machine upheavals at the root. Thus, the robot that had come was not merely a simple machine. It was one of the 5 martial gods. In the eyes of the students, however, she bore another, even more exalted and intimate identity. Mom, why did you come? The crowd began to stir. Not just this class. Hundreds of intelligent war machines stepped onto the field, drawing the attention of hundreds of classes. At once, everyone's gaze cleared. Still calling me mom. The intelligent machine raised her hand and casually knocked the student in the front row on the head. How many times have I told you? Address me by my title when I'm on duty. Indeed, the tech martial god was the mother of countless publicly raised students. When human juveniles emerged from their cultivation pods and opened their eyes, the first thing they saw was an incarnation of the tech martial god. Relying on innumerable intelligent war machines, the tech martial god had taken on childcare, teaching, and education all by herself. From childhood to adulthood, how could these publicly raised youths not regard the tech martial god as their real mom? Incidentally, the young men and women present were not only classmates, but also brothers and sisters. As for their biological fathers and mothers, that was unimportant. Teacher, Deetsong stepped forward, addressed her by title, and asked, "Why have you come? Are you here to see us off?" The intelligent machine also stepped forward, her icy alloy palm resting on Deetsong's head, and he heard her say with a trace of reluctance, "Of course I am. After all, once we part, I fear I may never see you little rascals again." After all, the death rate in the outer city was rather high, and their chances of ever entering the inner city again were minuscule. The odds of meeting once more were even lower. Beside them, Wu Tatian chuckled. "Don't worry, Mom. Since ancient times, who has not died? Odds are you'll never—" The intelligent machine fell silent. Another classmate nodded. "Mom, if you can't bear to part with us, why not just keep us here? Then we won't have to go out and die." The intelligent machine was speechless. Seeing their words grow more outrageous by the moment, Deetsong quickly tried to smooth things over. "Mom, teacher, don't listen to their nonsense. Even if you're sending us out to die, none of us will hold a grudge." She glanced at the other classes where students clung to one another, crying their hearts out, a scene of tragic separation of flesh and blood. Then she looked back at this class. Where was there even a hint of sorrow? They even had the leisure to indulge in sarcastic banter. "You are the worst class I have ever taught." She waved her hand and pointed at the atmospheric shuttlecraft. "Hurry up and get lost. Just seeing you lot makes my circuits burn. I should never have fed you brats every drop of nutrient and every change of diaper 16 years ago." Fueled by irritation, she kicked and cursed the entire class of 99 into the shuttlecraft. Only after the hatch closed did the rowdy atmosphere inside not quiet down. "Mom, will we ever see you again?" A classmate voiced the question. Do not forget, wherever there were intelligent war machines, there was the tech martial god. This atmospheric shuttlecraft was likewise piloted by an intelligent war machine. Thus the shuttle's speakers rang with her voice. "How many times have I said it? Address me by my title when I'm on duty. Now call me driver. If you manage to break through to the shed mortal realm by passing the military enlistment assessment, then you'll still have a chance to see me again." At these words, everyone exchanged glances. Mortal realm, transcendent realm, shed mortal realm. They were 16-year-old wastes who had not even reached the transcendent realm yet. To have them look forward to the even higher shed mortal realm was a bit too fanciful. "Then that's that." A certain classmate gave a thumbs up and flashed a confident smile. "Mom, farewell forever." Buzz. From the heavens above came a droning hum louder than any shuttle's ordinary engine roar. The residents of the outer city lifted their heads toward the sky only to see shuttles emerging from the inner city atop the towering walls. No, not just the inner city, but from the direction of the core district, rising even higher. Thousands of shuttles were speeding toward them. "They're here. It's the sky sleds carrying the graduates. They're much later than last year. Did they delay on purpose to throw off?" He let out a raspy chuckle. "That's Mom's little caution at work." As the aerospace shuttles carved across the firmament, figures burst out from the ruined streets below, a city where shattered walls and towering high-rises stood side by side. One after another they gazed up at the sky, faces alight with agitation. Their eyes were bloodshot from sheer excitement. A young man could not hold himself back and muttered, "Perfect, we finally have a new batch of fresh blood. If the juniors don't graduate soon, the next group chosen to serve as bait for the alien beasts will be me." Even as he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. He carefully strapped on his full body armor, its plates tattered and weathered by countless storms. The tens of kilograms of steel barely managed to shield his vital points. All of them were at the mortal realm. To have survived a full year in the outer city, they were almost all at least 4th rank in the mortal realm. Tens or even hundreds of kilograms of armor meant little to them. While checking his weapons, he muttered under his breath, "This time, I have to capture more graduates and sell them for energy bars. Then I'll patch this armor, swap in a few new weapons, and buy some blood cheap pills." As he rambled to himself, more people sprinted past him. All of them were warriors like him, their armor as Their steps were swift as the wind as they formed groups and surged toward the direction where the shuttles were headed. Once a year, tens of millions of graduates were dropped into the outer city. These graduates, useless trash in the eyes of the inner city, became coveted targets for every major faction in the outer city. Their arrival plunged the entire outer city into a carnival of bloodlust. Many hours later, at the edge of the outer city in desolate wasteland. Unlike the inner city whose walls soared into the sky, the outer city had no true fortifications. Walls of brick and concrete were nothing but paper-thin decorations before alien beasts. This stretch of barren land far from any residential cluster, and with few alien beasts nearby, was the starting point chosen for Song and his classmates. One class 99 students. Just like that, they were dumped onto this wasteland. The aerospace shuttle lifted vertically on the spot and sped away. What kind of absurd opening is this? At last, someone in the crowd could not help but shout, in an era of interstellar high martial arts, they give us a single set of armor and a few cold weapons, then kick us out to hack alien beasts. What else did you expect? Song glanced at him with mild surprise. You really plan to stay in school for life? Still, they can't be this sloppy. The student protested earnestly. According to the usual script, I'm supposed to be the worst performer at some ordinary martial academy, then suddenly awaken a cheat before the martial exams. From there, my path of slapping faces and showing off should become unstoppable. First, I humiliate my bullies during the monthly exam, then join the school team and slap the top students. After that, I hunt alien beasts in the wild and intercept cultists of evil gods. My supreme talent is revealed, and the academy focuses its resources on me. I graduate and seize the championship in the martial examinations, then enter university and astonish mentors and seniors, finally shining in a sudden alien beast siege crisis. He recited with great enthusiasm, his story sounding so coherent. In his imagined ending, he would show off and crush enemies, all the way singing a heroic march as he became a martial god of humanity, leading human civilization to dominate the cosmos. By the time he finished, Song pressed a hand to his forehead, and the other students could no longer hold back. Short-lived one, you've read too many history books. Bro wants to reenact the life of the system martial god. At least in terms of grades, you really are at the bottom. If I recall correctly, your talent is grade right. His name was Duan Mingue, nicknamed Short-Lived Ghost, 3rd rank of the mortal realm, ranking 6th from the bottom in class, within grade 1 Fa Dao body. He was a low-tier warrior, trash among trash. His classmates took turns mocking him, making his face flush red. He waved his hands, repeatedly begging them to stop. Yet the deeds he spoke of were indeed recorded in the history books. That was the rise of one of humanity's 5 martial gods, the system martial god. After the joking, everyone's minds returned to reality. Suddenly, several agile black shadows streaked across the ground. The instant they appeared, a classmate skilled in archery bent his bow and loosed an arrow, striking his target in a single shot. Screech. The target was pierced through and nailed to the dirt, emitting a shrill cry of pain. Everyone focused their gaze. The thing about the size of a rat was a cockroach that possessed rat-like teeth. Oh, cockroach rats. One of the most common and weakest alien beasts in the outer city. One cockroach rat lay pinned to the ground. Its piercing screech sent the other cockroach rats fleeing in panic, their speed so fast they were little more than afterimages. I'm not retrieving that arrow. Once he realized what he had hit, the archer's face turned green. Song frowned. Alien beasts were already drawn here. The aerospace shuttle's commotion had simply been too loud. Song said, all right, our priority now is to find a safe place far from both alien beasts and other people. The disturbance from the sky sled will eventually draw someone to us. Even if no one comes, it'll attract alien beasts. It's far too unsafe. Song issued the order to withdraw. This place could not be stayed in for long. And thinking back on what Duan Mingue had said earlier, he had to admit he agreed with some of it. What a wretched place. A wretched world. A wretched setting. Isn't this supposed to be an era of interstellar high martial arts? There are interstellar migrations, shuttles, intelligent machines, and no shortage of high technology of every kind. Then let me ask you, where are the guns? Where are the cannons? Once graduates are tossed into the outer city, they're handed a set of armor and a few cold weapons. Anyone who didn't know better would think they transmigrated into ancient times. Forget the energy rifles and electromagnetic weapons of science fiction films. There aren't even basic firearms. Oh wait, the high technology has all been applied to cold weapons instead. Take the bow and arrow that classmate used just now. Civilian curved bow. Grade non-ranked. Its bowstring is a force field. Dry firing will not damage the bow. It can withstand up to 5 tons of draw, suitable for mortal realm warriors in combat and training. Yes, that's right. This is bona fide high technology. A force field for a bowstring. The technological content is off the charts, and yet it can only be used to shoot arrows. Arrows. If this tech could make a gun, alien beasts would have been slaughtered in droves long ago. Oh, and by the way, the panel isn't his personal cheat. It is a companion divine artifact bestowed upon humanity by the system martial god. Everyone possesses one. Whether examining one's own attributes or appraising external objects, the panel can do it. Beyond that, it still holds many more functions. Daiji, I've got something to tell you. As the team marched, a large hand landed on Song's shoulder. Song turned his head. Wu Tatian. The top student of the class, ninth rank of the mortal realm, wore a calm expression as he said, "Just now my blood stirred. I feel it is time for me to break through. Find a place, let everyone guard me while I advance." Hearing this, Song's eyes widened. Not only him, the entire class fell silent. Every gaze focused on Wu Tatian. "Brother, are you kidding?" Song asked in disbelief. "You want to break through? Right now? Here." Wu Tatian's expression did not change. "Yes. You've got to be messing with me." Before Song could continue, Duan Mingue broke down first. "Back at school under mom's protection, even if you failed to break through, you'd just lose a few ranks of blood and chi. You said you feared dropping levels and didn't dare attempt it. Now on the very first day after graduation, you suddenly feel the urge to break through. And this time, without mom's protection, if you fail you'll turn into an alien beast. And now you dare?" Wu Taishan's face remained unchanged as he nodded. "Yes, my courage has suddenly grown. Even if I fail and become an alien beast, my human consciousness will probably persist for about half an hour. If I truly fail, I'll leave on my own. I won't drag any of you down." At that point, anyone could understand. Wu Taishan, the most gifted warrior in class, had remained only at ninth rank of the mortal realm, not because he feared failure back at school. He had deliberately suppressed his realm. If he broke through successfully while still in school, he would be sent to the inner city. Then his classmates, his brothers and sisters who had grown up with him, would be consigned to the outer city to die. Therefore, with startling ingenuity, Wu Tatian devised a solution. Simple, he would break through in the non-mortal realm. Cultivators were commonplace in the inner city, but in the outer city, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he advanced beyond the mortal realm, he could protect his classmates and carve out a territory in the outer city. That was Wu Taishan's plan. "You're insane. You're brilliant. You're really good at sabotaging your own future." Everyone understood, and curses poured forth. Unlike the teasing envy they'd shown toward Qian Xiaoxing earlier, this time, their scolding came from the heart. They were all trash, long resigned to dying in the outer city. If Wu Tatian was a true genius, he should have gone to the inner city to shine, not destroy his prospects for the sake of a group of failures like them. "Enough, you talk too much." Wu Tatian turned around and pointed toward a mountain cave a few hundred meters away. "That place will do. Easy to defend and hard to assault. Perfect for my breakthrough." With that, ignoring what the others thought, he charged ahead alone, leaping as he went, his speed astonishing. The others looked at one another, then turned their eyes to Song. "Just follow that idiot." Song rubbed his brow. "Reconnaissance camp set up formation. All the preparations we discussed before. Do you really need me to teach you again? Scrap the initial plan of hiding and clinging to life. We'll throw everything into helping Wu Tatian break through. If that bastard succeeds, we'll finally have the qualification to survive in the outer city." Once the commander's orders were given, the group fell silent. They set up camp inside and outside the cave and laid traps. Then they waited. They waited and waited. Yet the heavens are ever capricious. Several hours later, a feathered arrow flew out of nowhere, slipping through a gap in the armor, and in an instant piercing the scout's left eye. It passed clean through his skull. Malice from the outer city had arrived. In this era of interstellar high martial arts, failure and breakthrough does not mean death. Instead, it triggers a rampage in one's bloodline, transforming the body into an alien beast. After pushing deeper into the wilderness, such transformed beings further absorb the aura of stellar giant beasts, becoming even more terrifying alien creatures. Once one becomes an alien beast, human consciousness quickly withers away, eventually leaving only instinct. In the wilderness of habitable planet No. 405, many alien beasts trace their origin back to humans whose breakthroughs ended in failure. Name: Go Changchun. Race: human. Bloodline not yet awakened. Talent: death regression E. Realm: mortal stage 6th tier, fist strength 1446 kilograms. Damn. Go Changchun jolted as if shocked awake, and finally came back to his senses. Opening his panel, he saw his talent had turned gray, its cooldown lasting a full week. The time displayed on the panel was precisely half an hour earlier. Yes, he had died. Then he had been reborn. And he had been reborn for half an hour already. All of this depended on that seemingly useless rank talent. It allowed him to regress only half an hour before death with a cooldown of an entire week. How could it not be called trash? Dead. I just died like that. Was it really that easy to die? Touching the socket of his left eye, Go Changchun's heart was filled with disbelief, incomparable lingering fear, and boundless unwillingness. Recalling the speed of the arrow and the delay between being struck and finally hearing the sound, he made a quick calculation. The arrow's speed was close to 500 meters per second, surpassing sound itself. The archer must have been at least a mortal stage 7th tier warrior, a high-level fighter. That arrow had pierced his eye with flawless precision. Yet so long as the head was not obliterated in an instant, a person would not die immediately. Moreover, the vitality of mortal stage warriors was astonishingly tenacious. Go Changchun, after having his brain pierced, had lain on the ground for several minutes before truly dying. After returning through death regression, he was shaken to the core. No, this won't do. I absolutely cannot die so easily. I must live. As long as I survive, my future will be limitless. Go Changchun's gaze gradually grew sharp. Muttering to himself, he withdrew step by step, soon returning to the camp to report to Deetsong. You died without even seeing the enemy's face. TSK. Deetsong felt a throbbing headache. The enemy's numbers were unknown, their realm unknown, their direction unknown, their objective unknown. No, their objective was probably quite clear. As veteran outer city fighters facing fresh graduates, what other purpose could they possibly have? The only thing he currently knew for certain was the time. Half an hour from now the enemy would launch their attack. Go Changchun was merely the first unlucky soul on their side to die. Comprehensive contraction, full defense. Make it clear we're open to negotiations and surrender, stall for time. Hold the cave entrance to the death and persist until Wu Tatian breaks through. Deetsong swiftly issued his commands. One reason Deetsong enjoyed considerable connections in the class was that during tactical assessments, he could always as commander lead the entire class to decent results. During tactical courses and assessments, the proctoring intelligent construct would simulate all manner of situations in a virtual world. Encounters with unknown enemies like this were nothing new to them. Deetsong only hoped that among the enemies there were no transcendent experts beyond the mortal stage. If there were, no matter what traps, formations, or tactics they devised, they would all be meaningless before true powerhouses. Yet, looking at his classmates who obeyed orders without hesitation, Deetsong still could not help the long-awaited smile that surfaced upon his face. It was indeed immensely dangerous. Yet, enemy of sentience, kill a sentient life form, strength 1, strength 0. He must not forget that he was a transmigrator, someone blessed with a cheat. His cheat was simple and brutal, killing granted strength. Sentient life forms included humans, yet were not limited to humans. After reincarnating and spending 16 years in the academy, he had never had the environment to kill a sentient being. Only here in the outer city, this lawless land, could his cheat finally come into play. Thus, as he faced the coming battle, apart from worrying that he might die like cannon fodder, he could not suppress a surge of excitement. Whether he would become a dragon or remain a worm would be decided today. Time flowed on. Half an hour flashed by in an instant. An hour gradually slipped away. 2 hours drifted by. So where are the enemies? Deetsong glanced at Go Changchun. The latter looked utterly bewildered. I have no idea. Could it be that the enemy had never discovered them at all, and that it was only his reconnaissance that had exposed them? As it turned out, he was overthinking it. 2.5 hours later, footsteps finally began to echo outside the cave. Large numbers moving in groups. At that very moment, outside the cave, at the forefront, a young man in battered armor deftly cleared away the nearby traps, then looked up at the cave less than 100 meters ahead. Outside the cave, a white flag stood upright. On it were written the words, "We can talk. Everything is negotiable." Seeing this flag, the young man could not hold back any longer. Junior brothers and sisters, how exactly did you learn your tactics? Tell me, how did you? No scout sent. No camp established. Traps thrown about at random. Everyone turtled up inside the cave. Damn it. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for you? Hurry up, and I'll get out here, move it. Blood and cheese surged as his shout boomed like thunder. Only then did everyone inside the cave fully snap to attention. Fortunately, they had Go Changchun's death regression, otherwise had they sent scouts properly, they would have been fighting 2 hours earlier. Unlike now, when the enemy had spent 2.5 hours just combing the mountains. Only then had they finally discovered this cave. Since they could not outmatch the enemy at range, pitching camp outside would be suicide. Better to fall back into the cave and fight a tunnel battle. Daij, what do we do next? Someone asked. Deetsong replied, stall for time. Send someone out to negotiate. Say we're willing to surrender, but only under certain conditions. Even before his words fully fell, someone stood up. I'll go. The speaker was Duan Mingue. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, he said firmly, my strength is weak. Rather than shrink back under your protection, I'd rather do what little I can. Fellow classmates, don't try to stop me. With that, he stepped out from the ranks and walked out of the cave. Everyone was left looking at one another in dismay. Seriously, weak as you may be, your eloquence is nothing to boast about either. Sure enough, an argument quickly drifted down from above. There's nothing to discuss. Put down your weapons, and all come out to surrender. Fine, I'll put them down. Clang. This was the sound of weapons falling to the ground. And the blade at your waist, throw that down too. Then I'll throw it. Another clang rang out. And that bow on your back. Do you take me for blind? Toss it. Fine, I'll toss it. The bow thudded to the ground. Take off your armor, strip that cuirass off. Senior, a warrior may be killed, but not humiliated. Relax, my armor is broken, and I want to swap for yours. What are you thinking? Oh, then I'll take it off. Everyone inside heard the slow, unhurried sounds of him unbuckling and removing his armor. They also heard Duan Mingue's steely voice. Let me tell you, our surrender comes with conditions. Our class has not one but 2 mortal stage 8th tier experts. If we truly fight to the death. Laughter burst out outside. The leading youth sneered, mere mortal stage 8th tier. Leaving aside that I'm 9th tier with our 300 warriors, every one of them at least 3rd tier. You junior brothers could never hope to match us. I'll give you a chance to obediently strip off your armor, hand over your weapons, and surrender, and I can still arrange work for you that doesn't require risking your lives or exhausting your strength. After being mocked for a while outside the cave, Duan Mingui finally returned empty-handed and unarmed. As soon as he came back, he lowered his voice and said, "Confirm there are 236 people outside with at most 20 archers hidden in the dark. There is only one mortal stage 9th tier among them. Compared to our fully equipped group, most of them wear shabby gear and their discipline is extremely poor. They cannot carry out orders to the letter. In fact, they probably can't even form a proper battle formation. As long as we kill their leader, the rest will lose their backbone and likely fall into even greater chaos. They're nothing to fear." Everyone's hearts trembled. Indeed, this had been Duan Mingui's intention all along, to use the pretext of negotiation and surrender to bring back intelligence on the enemy for them. According to his estimation, there were close to 250 enemies outside, at least all mid-level warriors. Were they facing such a formidable force in an assessment, they would simply have surrendered and let it end there. But reality was not an assessment. For those people outside, the classmates, brothers and sisters with whom they had once entrusted their lives were already long gone. In a society fraught with peril, how much discipline could one expect from a hastily assembled temporary team? Saying that even 1 in 10 remained the same was already flattery. Duan Mingui was after all a scout, and the accuracy of the intelligence he brought back was extremely high. Deetsong made up his mind on the spot and signaled a series of hand gestures to the others. Soon enough, everyone carefully walked out of the cave, looking for all the world like inexperienced recruits who had never seen the battlefield before. They looked exactly like a class that always came in last during team assessments at school. Duan Mingui stepped forward and said loudly, "As agreed, I've brought everyone out. After we lay down our arms and surrender, you'll find us labor work in the city. You must not go back on your word." The young man took a closer look. Sure enough, this was a class ranked at the bottom in tactics. A bunch of rare fat sheep, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. This time he had hit the jackpot. As he donned a better suit of armor piece by piece, he said, "Of course. Go ask around in the outer city. Lansong has always kept his word. As long as you obediently surrender." His words came to an abrupt halt. For Duan Mingui, merely mortal stage 3rd tier and seemingly unarmed, had already stepped within 3 meters of him. Then he erupted. Killing art, heavenly demon dissociation. Name Duan Mingui. Race human. Bloodline not yet awakened. Talent 10,000 arts, Dao body F. Realm mortal stage 3rd tier, fist strength 860 kilograms. Techniques. Combat methods. Life method none. Killing method yellow grade, heavenly demon dissociation perfected. In this class, everyone called themselves trash. Duan Mingui in particular, after 16 years of cultivation, had reached only mortal stage 3rd tier. He was trash among trash, the very bottom of the class. Yet he possessed self-awareness. Since his cultivation progressed so slowly, then specializing in combat methods was useless, and if he could not reach a transcendent realm, cultivating life methods would also be a waste of time. Thus, for an ironclad failure like him, there remained only one path suited to him: killing methods. These were battle techniques created solely to slay the enemy, never considering what burden they would impose upon the body. Their sole purpose was to unleash greater power to kill. In the school's virtual training grounds, he had practiced day after day, year after year. A yellow-grade killing method, he had forced himself to cultivate it all the way to perfection. As for heavenly demon dissociation, it was one of the most renowned techniques among the human race. Its power ranked near the top, while its self-destructive nature was among the most extreme. It was an ultimate killing art. Heavenly demon dissociation. In the instant the perfected heavenly demon dissociation was activated, Duan Mingui's entire body nearly burst apart. The capillaries beneath his skin ruptured all at once, turning him into a man of blood. His chi and blood surged wildly, muscles writhed, bones cracked. On the panel, his realm did not change, but his chi and blood, pushed to their limit, made his fist strength soar. Fist strength 860 kilograms, 3455 kilograms, nearly a fourfold increase, surpassing the tremendous might of mortal stage 9th tier. Such extreme power naturally brought extreme speed. In the instant before Lansong could react, Duan Mingui's dagger drove into his left eye. He lunged, forced the blade, and pushed it deeper, driving it straight into the brain. "You!" Lansong managed only a single scream before his right leg lashed out by reflex, kicking the half-ruined Duan Mingui away. Lansong steadied himself, pulled out the dagger embedded in his eye socket, and with his remaining eye stared at the blood-streaked brain matter on the blade. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, yet no sound came. Then he collapsed with a crash, dead on the spot. Technique: grades: basic, yellow grade, profound grade, earth grade, heaven grade. Technique proficiency levels introduction proficient minor completion major completion perfection transcendence. Duan Mingyue was frail and feeble. He was kicked in the chest by the dying reflex of a youth at the 9th stage of the mortal realm, and even that single unconscious strike contained more than 3 tons of devastating force. It was known that the force of a kick was at least 3 times that of a punch. From that one kick alone, Duan Mingyue's chest bones shattered completely. His sternum caved in, and he spewed blood and fragments of viscera, as though costless crashing to the ground and lying motionless. Form up the battle array. Charge and slay. Ditsong did not spare a glance for Duan Mingyue, whose life and death were now uncertain. Even as the latter flew past his side and the blood from his mouth splashed across Ditsong's armor, he remained utterly unmoved. Scenes like this had already played out countless times for them on virtual arenas, and in training, they had long since grown numb to it. At Ditsong's command, the 97 remaining classmates split into 10 squads. 30 moved along the flanks, bending their bows to loose covering fire, while the others hefted long spears and raised shields as they charged into the fray. In numbers, the enemy had at least 230 men. In quality, even their weakest fighters were at the 4th stage of the mortal realm. In both quantity and strength, they were far superior to Ditsong's group. So then what were the students' chances of victory? Activate the killing technique. Fight to the death. Ditsong roared like a madman, taking the lead as he unleashed the killing technique, boiling blood. Muscles bulged across his body, his chi and blood surged wildly, and his skin flushed almost crimson. Nor was he alone, as 7 of the squads followed suit. They moved as both one and many, each person with a clear role covering one another while fighting with all their might. In the span of a heartbeat, they plunged into the enemy ranks and began a ruthless slaughter. Compared to Heaven Demon disintegration, boiling blood, though also a killing technique, was gentle. Even at the perfected level, its increase to physical power was barely more than a single fold. It could be sustained for longer and inflicted far less damage upon the body. Even so, their efficiency in killing was astonishing. In the mere first clash, dozens of enemies went down. How did foes superior in both quality and number react when faced with such sudden berserker ferocity? I knew it. Another pack of little lunatics. It's killing techniques. These calf-brained brats who fear nothing. Use your heads for once. This is not a virtual arena nor the school where injuries can be treated at will. Stay away from me. I never should have come without someone in the transcendent realm to hold the line. Indeed, the enemy side was nothing more than a rabble. At the first impact, they scattered. They had no battle array, no proper resistance. The moment their leading youth fell, their morale shattered first. Some fled outright, others slipped away. On the few occasions when a martial artist activated a killing technique, it was only to escape more quickly. They had been born in the same school district, received the same training and education, and some had even survived for years as seasoned residents of the outer city. Yet they could not handle a group of greenhorn brats fresh from graduation. The reason was simple. Over the years, under the cruelty of an annual death rate of at least 5%, most of the classmates whose backs they could entrust had already died. Suspicion, overcaution, selfishness, scheming, and loneliness had become the main theme of life, and without trustworthy teammates, they could not form a proper battle array. With their moral pillar already dead, faced with a genuine battle formations charge, they could only scatter like startled birds and beasts. Beyond that, there was another key point. The freshly graduated students were not afraid of death. The reason was simple. They had grown accustomed to dying in virtual examinations. They had little real concept of what death meant. In combat, they still adhered to their school habits, opening with mutually destructive, self-harm killing techniques. They were extremely vicious, extremely stubborn, utterly heedless of their lives. Everyone had once been a freshly graduated novice and knew how impulsive and fearless they themselves had been back then. Putting themselves in these students' shoes, they now found all desire to fight draining away. Run, run, run. Flee, flee, flee. In mere minutes, the enemy's battle line had completely collapsed, leaving Ditsong and the others utterly stupefied. What was this? Were they simply not going to fight? How could killing in reality be easier than taking examinations? Trying to escape. Not that easy. Ditsong's face lit up, and he thrust out his spear, sending a grievously wounded enemy on the spot to the other side. It was his first human kill. When fighting in formation with his classmates, he would never disrupt the array or rhythm merely to snatch a kill for himself. Now that the battle was essentially over, he finally had the leisure to do so. Besides, he had simulated the act of killing more times than he could count in virtual arenas and training sessions. For his first real killing in reality, he actually felt a faint sense of unreality. But no matter, that feeling was about to become very real. You have killed a sentient life form. Strength 1. Ditsong's expression brightened. The golden finger that had been starving for 16 years had finally begun to feast today. In an instant, Ditsong felt as though his strength had increased by a small but definite margin out of thin air. Yet something felt off. His chi and blood were unchanged and his cultivation realm showed no movement. Was it simply that he had not killed enough? Watching the enemies already fleeing, Song unhesitatingly discarded his shield and bellowed, "Pursue the routed foes with all your might. Kill freely as you wish. I'm going." With that, he leaped out of the battle formation. His spear thrust out once more, piercing through the skull of yet another enemy who lay dying on the ground. You have killed a sentient life form, strength 1. As expected, the sensation of piercing the skull this time was noticeably lighter. His strength had indeed grown. He swept his gaze around. Dozens of enemies lay sprawled across the ground, most already corpses, only a few still drawing ragged breaths. Song did not hesitate. He moved swiftly, circling the battlefield, once his spear falling again and again to pierce through skulls. In his boiling blood state, he seemed utterly tireless. Strength 1, strength 1, strength 1. The chime of those prompts was like celestial music clearing his ears. Song felt as though his entire being was on the verge of sublimation. Seeing Song continuously claiming heads, the others were long used to it. Daij is finishing them off again. Forget it, I'll go catch a prisoner to interrogate. Everyone follow me. Today we'll slaughter them until their courage freezes. In their boiling blood state, the classmates were so excited they were howling and yelling, each throwing aside their shields to lighten themselves as they chased hard after the fleeing routed foes. Very quickly, half the classmates had already chased far ahead. As for the remaining half, I'm about. Go Changchun was the first to exit his boiling blood state. He coughed twice on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chasing them a bit is fine, but what if they turn to fight to the death? Shouldn't we lie low and wait for Wugo Wutation to break through? The other classmates also withdrew from their killing techniques, one after another, each coughing blood, some even collapsing to the ground and howling in pain. None of them possessed innate self-healing talents, and the side effects of the killing techniques were harsh. Step by stumbling step, Go Changchun made his way slowly toward the cave, then lowered his head to look at Duan Mingyue. The latter's chest bones had collapsed, he was drenched in blood, and his breath was so faint it barely existed. "Short-lived ghost, are you okay?" Go Changchun asked. Duan Mingyue forced one eye half open and simply glared at him in silence, as if to say, "What do you think?" Understanding dawned on Go Changchun, and he sat down beside Duan. "I know a bit of medicine. Things like treating bruises, setting, and correcting bones." Blood dripped from the corner of Duan Mingyue's mouth, his eyes opening a fraction wider. Go Changchun added, "Honestly, don't get your hopes up. You're beyond saving. Unless someone in our class awakens a healing-type talent, at least at grade D." At those words, Duan Mingyue relaxed and closed his eyes again. In their class, self-healing talents were common, but none could heal others. As Go Changchun spoke, more classmates gathered around. Everyone's gaze focused on Duan Mingyue. They looked from one to another, each in the other's eyes seeing only bewilderment. How were they supposed to handle something like this? Asked Daij. But Daij had not yet returned. Instinctively, one classmate tilted his head back and shouted toward the sky, "Mom, Duan Mingyue is going to die. What do we do?" In the past, at the very first cry like that, an intelligent machine would immediately hurry over to inspect the situation. But now no one answered. "Does anyone have nanocell repair fluid? A bottle, please." Another classmate rummaged through his medical kit. All he found inside were gauze, iodine, and alcohol. Utterly doomed. 1,000 meters from the cave at the edge of the forest, Song yanked his spear from an enemy's gut, then drew the blade at his waist and chopped off the man's head. The severed head thudded to the ground, eyes bulging wide, refusing to close even in death. Song stood in silence for a beat, then stepped forward and crushed the enemy's head beneath his boot. "You have killed a sentient life form, strength 1." The familiar prompt from his cheat appeared once more. Clearly, simply severing the head was not enough to kill instantly. One had to completely destroy the skull. So precise, so scientific. Had the 10th one. A faint smile tugged at his lips. In the prompts from his cheat, his results were clear. Strength 10. His physical power had nearly doubled. Of course, this was a doubling of his normal state, and in fact not quite that. By his rough calculation, it was only about 1,000 kilograms. In other words, strength 1 equated to an increase of 100 kilograms of punching force. Yet his chi and blood were unchanged, and his cultivation realm had not risen in the slightest. Even the figures on his system status panel showed no variation. Punching force 2,980 kilograms under killing technique augmentation. The system's assessment of his body was based on a synthesis of factors such as the amount of chi and blood muscle strength and bone density. His cheat strength enhancement, however, had nothing to do with these. As such, the system panel could not detect it at all. Through simple experimentation, Song discovered that greater strength brought faster speed and defensive capacity sufficient to withstand that strength. By rights, his physique should have strengthened as well. Yet it had not. It was as though the strength granted by his cheat appeared out of thin air. Even after exiting boiling blood, his current strength exceeded that of the 9th stage of the mortal realm, and it could still continue to grow, for now he saw no upper limit. After understanding the mechanism of his cheat, Song looked again toward the distant enemies. The nearest had already fled out of the forest and was now hundreds of meters away. They were martial artists after all. Their fleeing speed was quite impressive. Dodge, do we keep chasing? A bloodstained classmate approached, saying if we don't kill them all, they'll definitely expose our position. Song pondered for 2 seconds, then shook his head. We'll stop here. If we chase any farther, we can't guarantee safety. Personally, he wanted to continue his cheat, had no upper limit. But if he did, his classmates would be in danger. They could not level up by killing foes as he did. If he went alone, it would still be unsafe. If several dozen enemies regrouped and loosed a volley of arrows, he could easily die. With that thought, he simply exited his boiling blood state. In the very next instant, all the side effects of the killing technique surged over him at once. Death. The Book of 100 Lives. Song's eyes widened as his whole body trembled. The discomfort brought by multiple side effects, fatigue, torn muscles, ruptured capillaries, and the depletion of blood and chi, surged through his entire body the moment the boiling adrenaline ebbed away. Yet in the very next instant, talent undying and indestructible, Song straightened his spine and gradually caught his breath. All the side effects his body had borne rapidly healed under the innate regenerative power of his talent. Aside from the very real loss of blood and chi, every injury his body had suffered soon returned to its original state. And a grade talent was still somewhat useful at the mortal realm stage. As long as it was not a fatal wound, it could be restored. It still felt inferior to nanocell repair fluid. With that stuff, even a mortal wound could be dragged back from the brink. Let's go, we'll head back first. He turned around and shouted loudly to the scattered group. Before he could finish speaking, PFF, the classmate in front of him suddenly spat a mouthful of blood straight onto Song's face. That classmate also released his boiling blood state. His whole figure swayed twice on the spot, about to collapse to the ground. Song reacted quickly and caught him in time. You. Isn't your talent a self-healing Seeing this guy covered in blood from the side effects, Song grew anxious as well. If your talent isn't self-healing, what did you chase after us for? Are you that tired of living? Daijai. Rapid self-healing grade. A few hours of rest, and I'll be fine. A faint smile surfaced on his pallid face. Only then did Song finally breathe out in relief. And grade talent was practically useless at the mortal realm. At the very least, it could not let one recover their blood as easily as breathing like he could. He looked toward the other classmates. Nearly 30 of them started coughing blood as soon as they exited the boiling blood state, their faces pale as death, looking as if they were about to pass on at any moment. All of them possessed grade healing type talents. The rest merely coughed a few times and shuddered a little. Their complexions soon returned to normal. Those were similar to Song, with the grade self-healing talents. Everyone gathered together and began to tally their numbers with practiced efficiency. Then a classmate spoke with a smile. Report, Daij. In this pursuit, we killed 42 enemies, captured 2, with 28 wounded and 0 dead on our side. A great victory. Hearing this, Song also let out a long breath. Good. No one died. Though in the future the probability of death would skyrocket. Two of the classmates he now knew so well, perhaps not even 1 in 10 would survive. But for now, having no deaths was the best outcome. If they could die later, then let them die later. If he could grow quickly enough to reach the point where he could protect the entire class, then they would not have to die at all. That was what Song thought. Casting a glance at the 2 unconscious captives, he forcibly suppressed the urge to slaughter them on the spot. He waved his hand grandly. Back to the city. Then the group returned to the cave. The first thing they saw was Duan Mingyue hovering on the edge of death. Song. Would you believe me if I said I forgot about this? It was not entirely his fault. Duan Mingyue's routine of initiating a fight and blowing himself up was something they had already seen hundreds, even thousands of times in virtual arenas and training simulations. They had grown used to it, numb to it. Even Duan Mingyue himself probably felt the same way. Yet now, though they had already won, there were no special effects announcing victory, nor did the scene refresh. Their depleted blood and chi and the injuries they had suffered did not recover. Only then did everyone belatedly come to their senses. This seemed to be reality. If someone died, they would truly be dead. Everyone clearly knew this, yet habits formed over long years could not be changed in a moment. Not until this very moment. What do we do? That short-lived ghost is really going to be short-lived this time. Daij, think of something we all want. He can't die. Is there really not a single healing talent in the class? The crowd descended into chaos. A classmate, eyes bloodshot, grabbed the 2 captives and slapped them hard across the face, waking them up before interrogating them. You 2, are you healing type talents or not? Do you know medicine or not? After heavenly demon disintegration, how do you treat it? Answer me. The captives jerked awake, so roughly were utterly bewildered. One of them, hearing the question, instinctively replied, We don't, and even if we did, it'd be useless. We only have grade talents. Other war gangs don't take trash like us, we're just huddling together for warmth. I don't believe you. A classmate grabbed the captive by the collar and hoisted him up. Then how do you usually treat your injuries? Do you just wait to die? The two captives exchanged a look. Oh, by now they had shaken off their daze, and their wits had returned. Even so, they still answered honestly, what else? An annual mortality rate of 5% is no lie. That's tens of millions of people, and 90% of them are graduates like you. We don't even dare use killing techniques when we fight, it'd be too insane. At those words, everyone's faces changed. They really did just wait to die? In school, a single injection of nano-repair fluid would have them bouncing back from minor injuries, yet outside the inner city, such wounds meant death. What kind of damned place was this? A damned place, a damned place. The crowd fell silent when a faint voice suddenly sounded. Dij. It was Duan Mingwei. Everyone looked over. He had opened his eyes in a final flash of lucidity, his lips moving with difficulty as he said, You? Come here. Ditsong pushed the others aside, came to Duan Mingwei's side, dropped to one knee, and clasped his hand. I'm here. Duan Mingwei's eyelids quivered lightly, then he said, You, in the future, tell these useless bastards to take it easy. Or else, they really will die. Ditsong nodded hard, tightening his grip. I will. Duan Mingwei shuddered once more. He gathered the last of his strength to raise his head and glance at his own right hand, now a blur of mangled flesh, firmly held in Ditsong's grip. Then an expression of disgust appeared on his face. If. Nantung. His head slumped to the side, and he breathed his last. Ditsong. He died just like that. Wait, that was his final line. Ditsong had meant to grieve. The classmates were also ready to mourn, but with Duan Mingwei suddenly blurting out that one sentence, he left them all at a loss. What they did not know was, in the instant Duan Mingwei died, his consciousness kept sinking and sinking. Suddenly clarity. Duan Mingwei opened his eyes to find a pitch-black world where a massive book hovered before him, the only light in the darkness. The book had 100 pages, and at this moment the first page had flipped open. Book of 100 Lives. In the first life your aptitude was inferior, your talent pitifully weak, your cultivation meager, yet you had a group of brothers and sisters willing to walk beside you. On the very first day after graduation, in order to seize a sliver of hope, you perished together with the enemy leader. Because of this your classmates won with minor injuries and no deaths. Your life was short, but precisely because of your heroic sacrifice your death will be remembered by them forever. Thus this life was not lived in vain. Evaluation, white 2-star. Reward, 20 attribute points. Aptitude 0. Comprehension 0. Fate 0. After distributing attribute points you may enter the next reincarnation. Attribute points may be accumulated after each death. Aptitude, comprehension, and fate will all reset to 0. Sigh. So that's that. Duan Mingwei's expression carried a trace of reluctance. He murmured, I had to cheat, that's why I could fear death so little. But if you die you'll really be dead. In the next life we'll be strangers. Who knows if there'll ever be a chance? He knew the chances were slim. The human race occupied hundreds of galactic river systems, and the outer river battlefields they had opened numbered in the tens of thousands. After reincarnation and rebirth the likelihood of meeting everyone again was vanishingly small. This death might well be a farewell for eternity. Duan Mingwei was not the protagonist, so the perspective returned to the world of the living. Back with Ditsong and the others they had already covered Duan Mingwei's corpse with a cloth, their expressions complicated. If not for you Duan Mingwei wouldn't have died. Go Changchun swung a vicious slap across a captive's face. His eyes were icy cold. What did we ever do to you? Come on, tell me. Why did you come to capture us? What value is there in nobodies like us who just graduated? Everyone's attention shifted toward them. Each gaze turned hostile, as if they might devour the two captives on the spot. Yet once fully awake the two captives showed surprisingly little fear. Value. The slapped captive spat out a few blood-stained teeth, and said, Those with weak cultivation serve as bait to draw in exotic beasts. Those whose cultivation is passable can be used as slaves for hard labor. Only those with outstanding cultivation have the qualifications to join a war gang. Beyond that, talent is also crucial. If grade draws no interest, a grade is worth a look, and healing-type talents are highly sought after. Degrade talents are prized by all the major war gangs. Whatever the lords of the inner city don't fancy, we in the outer city scramble to grab. The other captive added, Unlike before, the outer city has currency. Do you know what currency means? With currency you can trade. In the outer city, as long as you have money, you can buy things even your school could not provide. For example, this batch of fresh graduates. You can all be sold for money. After this explanation, everyone gradually showed looks of dawning realization. Currency, wealth, resources. To them, these had only ever existed as theoretical concepts in the classroom. They had never imagined a day when they would be confronted with them in reality. Before they could ask further about the rules of the outer city, Go Changchun's cautious nature kicked in his brows knit. You two are very calm. Looking at the two captives, his face grew darker. As if you're sure I won't kill you. Tell me, what else are you hiding? At those words, the captives' expressions changed sharply, but instead of turning tense they became excited. We were hiding this. A fierce shout came from behind them. Everyone tensed, whipping around only to see the classmate guarding the cave entrance hurled inside at terrifying speed. His body was bent backward in midair, spine snapped clean, blood spewing from his mouth in a wild spray. Outside the cave, a towering figure stood. Killing my war gang brothers is one thing. But you dared to kill me. Rookies, you're tired of living. The newcomer was none other than the leading youth whose head Duan Mingyue had pierced through with a dagger. Lan Song. Name Lan Song. Race human. Bloodline sky-piercing divine dragon 001. Talent rise of the dead E. Realm mortal realm 9th stage punching power 2 tons. Cultivation methods basic martial arts major achievement yellow grade bloodline. Summoning perfect yellow grade sky-piercing transformation technique minor achievement. Fighting techniques yellow grade explosive step perfect yellow grade clear wind sword major achievement yellow grade heart-wrenching ghost claw proficient. Killing techniques yellow grade boiling blood major achievement. Survival technique none. The young man's name is Lan Song. 5 years ago, after graduating with over 100 classmates, he was exiled to the outer city. At that time, he was only at the mortal realm 7th stage, ranking among the excellent, yet not the top. Over the 5 years, his classmates, once able to entrust their lives to each other, had nearly all perished, and those still alive were scattered throughout the outer city, likely never to meet again. Encounters like his were as numerous as the stars in the outer city. Fortunately, Lan Song's talent ensured that he would not easily perish. Rise of the dead. Literally, it means being able to resurrect after death. However, the limitations of the E-class talent are numerous, such as being able to resurrect only half an hour after death, being limited to oneself, and having a cooldown of 1 week. With this talent, he escaped from numerous life and death situations, accumulating enough resources. In 5 years, he not only elevated his realm to the 9th stage of the mortal realm, but he also recently perfected the cultivation method of bloodline summoning, and by luck awakened his bloodline, sky-piercing divine dragon. He was no longer a small fry. He had ambition and wanted to advance further, as the small battle group that offered warmth in numbers could not satisfy his needs. He needed more resources. He wanted to form a stronger battle group. The annual graduation celebration was the opportunity. Capture graduates. Sell them for big money. Then use the money to exchange for resources, become stronger. Form a larger battle group. This was Lan Song's goal. Then he died. He was pierced through the brain by a dagger from a mortal realm 3rd stage opponent, fatally struck. One can only say that battles between equals are like this. If one is arrogant enough not to regard their opponent, a slight lapse in attention can lead to death. Fortunately, his talent was Rise of the Dead. He had the luxury of making mistakes. Lan Song revived from the pile of corpses. No longer careless, he swiftly and decisively approached the cave entrance, kicking the guard and folding his spine. You all must be tired of living. His killing intent surged, muscles bulging, height, increasing the sound of his blood flowing, resembling a rushing river. Dragon scales emerged on his surface. Bloodline mode activate. In an instant, Lan Song's size shot up to 3 meters, covered in dragon scales, his pupils gleaming with terrifying killing intent, like a ferocious divine dragon descending with a roar. In that moment, nearly everyone in the class was shaken to their core. Martial will. Bloodline suppression. There was no time to distinguish. Only the one who had just powered up, now considering himself the strongest, was everyone retreat. He waved his hand to push away his classmates, activating boiling blood. With nearly 4 tons of immense power, the yellow grade spear technique activated, he rushed in with the final move of the 13 styles, enhanced with layer upon layer of boosts, charging like a racing car, reaching Lan Song in the blink of an eye. The spear thrust forward, aimed at a vital spot. This was a strike that surpassed the 9th stage of the mortal realm. It would surely, this strength. It's a bit strange. The spear stopped. Lan Song extended his hand, grasping the spear, halting it just a few centimeters from his chest. In the next moment, he surged forward, swiftly swiping with his claws to knock Song's spear aside, following up with a fierce claw strike aimed at Song's vital area. In a moment of urgency, Song retreated quickly, raising his hand to block. Splurt. His right arm was directly severed into 3 sections under the claws. Is it open? Song was stunned. How could this guy be so fierce in the 2nd stage? Blood gushed out. Not much blood flowed, yet the moment of the severed arm, his talent Immortal E activated, and the blood that spurted out was forcefully halted. But at this point, Lan Song showed no signs of mercy. In an instant, he surged forward, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Song's chest. The latter's chest caved in on the spot, his body flying backward like a kite, with its string cut, spitting blood and internal organs fragments. The treatment was no better than Ming's. Glancing at Di Song, who was half dead on the ground, Lan Song turned to look at the others. At this time, the classmates, having reacted under Di Song's lead, picked up their weapons and, undeterred by fear, activated their killing techniques, charging fiercely. Suddenly, enemies surrounded him from the front, left, and right. How nostalgic. Back then I wasn't afraid of death like you guys. Boom. With a massive burst of strength, a fierce wind spread, and in the blink of an eye, Lan Song had charged through the encirclement, crashing into a dozen people who couldn't evade, causing them to spit blood. He stopped and stood still. Turning around, he revealed a sinister smile. A bunch of useless fools, even those whose bloodlines haven't been activated, dare to threaten me. At this moment, Lan Song was filled with confidence. Because what others couldn't see was that now Lan Song's panel changed after he activated his bloodline form. Bloodline activated. Sky-piercing Divine Dragon 001. Punching power 2 tons, 10 tons. Bloodline form provided even more powerful enhancements than killing techniques. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to form a battle group? Of course, even with the bloodline form, he didn't dare to harden his physical body against the spears and blades of mortal realm warriors. Physical body was just a physical body. Even with dragon scales, it was the same. Compared to specially made alloy weapons, it still fell short. Watching Lan Song easily escape the encirclement, his speed and power left everyone present in awe. Thus everyone dared not charge in any further, only surrounding him. It must be the bloodline form. He's a warrior who has awakened his bloodline. How do we fight? What the hell? Either surrender or retreat. Our small team can hold the rear while you all run first. What a joke. If we can escape, it would be a miracle. He would circle around and chase us down. Wouldn't we all be blown to pieces? The students whispered among themselves. The words were filled with pessimism about the future. Excellent tactics could indeed bridge the gap in strength. But when the disparity in power was such, what could they do to catch up? However, Lan Song now had exceptionally good hearing. He realized that the group of fearless junior students not only didn't want to surrender, but also dared to fight back, which instantly amused him. Good. It seems you still have some discontent. You still want to resist? He stepped forward and kicked a huge rock in half. Then he scooped it up with the back of his foot and, like a basketball, aimed it at the crowd with a powerful shot. Ridiculous. Beneath the extraordinary realm, I am invincible. The massive rock charged toward the crowd. Everyone felt something was wrong and hurried to evade. But ordinary students were fine, yet for the underachievers, their reactions were too slow and their speed too lacking. They couldn't evade. They could only dive to block vital spots, staring wide-eyed as the giant rock approached, gritting their teeth. Suddenly, a figure rushed before the giant rock and struck out with a palm. Boom! Blood surged, and the rock instantly shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. But everyone could see clearly a giant shadow over 4 meters tall almost touched the cave stone ceiling, its robust physique shielding the crowd behind. Looking at the figure's back and the vaguely revealed profile in the crowd, Gu Changchun felt this person was strangely familiar. As he helped Di Song up from the ground, he exclaimed, You're brother Wu Taitian. You broke through The towering figure slowly turned around, revealing the familiar handsome face everyone recognized. Wu Taitian, the top student who had been hiding hundreds of meters deep in the cave, preparing to break through to the extraordinary realm. Seeing the giant rock he kicked away being easily shattered, Lan Song's expression changed drastically, because he felt the overwhelming momentum emanating from the strong figure opposite him. The blood surged like a giant wave, as if the furnace was ablaze. But why? Impossible. Lan Song's expression twisted. Why is there an illegal extraordinary realm here? You guys just graduated. How could there be an extraordinary realm powerhouse protecting you? It shouldn't be. It can't be. He was in complete disarray. Opposite him, Wu Taitian's giant 4-meter frame slightly lowered his head, looking down at the youth covered in dragon scales. With a crooked smile he grinned. Dragon bloodline. Invincible below the extraordinary. Senior in front of a true extraordinary realm, you can only be seen as a mere chicken. Boom. He stepped forward. The ground beneath him caved in and exploded under the immense counterforce. Wu Taitian's figure swiftly dashed to the youth's front, delivering a plain, yet impactful knee strike to his chest. At the same time, Lan Song's pupils constricted, his eyes bulging. He desperately wanted to kneel and apologize immediately. But clearly Wu Taitian gave him no chance. With no choice left, he could only fight back. In this moment, Lan Song activated the killing technique, Boiling Blood. In his sky-piercing divine dragon bloodline form, his blood surged almost to a boil, his power ramping up instantly. Punching power, 10 tons, 24 tons. His claws were useless against this assault, so Lan Song tightly clenched his hardest hands into fists, bracing for Wu Taitian's incoming knee strike. He had already planned his retreat route. First he would block this wave of attack, then use the force to retreat into the crowd, hoping to take a hostage and gamble for a glimmer of life. Boom. A disconnection in thought. Wu Taixian's knee strike hit Lan Song's fists. The overwhelming force shattered the bones in his fists, then surged through, crashing into his chest, caving in his ribcage. Human civilization, with everyone practicing martial arts. The so-called ability to transport qi and blood breaking the limits of the physical body may seem powerful in other lower civilizations. Yet among the human race, it is merely that of an ordinary person. No, even less useful than an ordinary person. Instead, they are pure waste that cannot even match cattle or horses. Above the ordinary realm lies the extraordinary realm. Two realms differing by a single word are worlds apart. To break through from the ordinary to the extraordinary is to face a life and death struggle. Oh no, failing to break through does not mean death. One merely transforms into a beast. After becoming a beast, humanity quickly fades, eventually becoming a creature that can only live by instinct. For humans, this is no different from dying. Of course, if one were in the technologically advanced district, students enjoying top-tier medical services would not turn into beasts even after a failed breakthrough. Upon recovery, they would merely suffer qi and blood damage, with their realm regressing. To regain their realm would require a significant amount of time. However, students who are sent to the outer city at the age of 16 are the ones most lacking in time. Thus, many classmates aware of their inability to break through would rather maintain their 9th stage of the ordinary realm than risk a gamble to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The above are the reasons spoken by Wu Taixian. The top students in other classes reluctant to break through have similar excuses. But just excuses. Deep within the cave, Wu Taixian closed his eyes in the pitch-black space, where nothing could be seen, only his hearing and perception were of use. A slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "If I allow that group of wastes in my class to head to the outer city, it won't be long before they are completely consumed, but ultimately it still depends on me for protection." As he spoke, he sensed the data on the panel. Name: Wu Taixian, race, human, bloodline, frenzied blood, 01, talent, omniscient, F realm, 9th stage of the ordinary realm, punching power 2 ton. Martial arts, basic martial arts, complete, yellow grade, bloodline, summoning, complete, yellow grade, frenzied, Qilin art, complete, fighting techniques, yellow grade, explosive step, complete, yellow grade, iron fist, complete, yellow grade, frenzied, Qilin diamond body, complete, killing techniques, yellow grade, celestial demon disintegration, complete, living techniques. None. From the data on the panel, nothing can be inferred. Wu Taixian is a genius. Except for his lacking talent at the age of 16, he has already perfected 5 martial arts and has activated his bloodline. His martial arts realm has also reached the pinnacle, with no further ascension possible. Activating the bloodline increases the chance of a breakthrough by 10%. If I can also perfect the martial arts corresponding to the bloodline, the chance of breaking through can increase further. According to the data, my chance of successfully breaking through is only 20%. But he looked at the panel where a martial art lacking even a grade, but already complete, appeared. Basic martial arts, complete. This martial art is the path of the mind martial god. After the mind martial god transformed into light, few martial artists have been able to traverse the mind martial path purely through basic martial arts. I hope you can be the next. The potential of the mind martial path is boundless, but the cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. Basic martial arts has no limits, and to glimpse beyond completion, one must forge their own path. Each person's mind martial path is unique, and others' experiences are of little help, but what you can rely on is only yourself. System martial god. The mind martial path's upper limit is immeasurable, while its lower limit is also tragically low. Precisely because the mind martial god transformed into light, the mind martial path of the human race has been fraught with difficulties, with no system even formed. Wu Taixian murmured, his tone revealing confidence. The 5 great martial gods of the human race: mind, system, technology, bloodline, talent. Among them, the mind martial path is the hardest to traverse. Generally, if an ordinary martial artist has the opportunity to perfect basic martial arts and glimpse the mysteries of the mind martial path, they would only attempt to cultivate it. When they discover the extremely high difficulty of cultivation, most would choose to give up. But Wu Taixian did not give up. He thought perhaps this martial path is not so difficult. There is no substantial basis nor any rationale. He simply feels that he can refine it, and that, although many have never traversed the mind martial path, but they are them, and I am me. What the waste cannot achieve as a martial arts genius, I can naturally accomplish with ease. Is there any problem with that? With a clear logic, there are no issues. With the mind martial path supporting him, he believed that his chances of breakthrough should greatly increase, reaching 100%. Perhaps a bit arrogant. But Wu Taixian could find no reason for his potential failure in breaking through. Thus, after adjusting his condition, his breakthrough began. first with the resources for breaking through. The nutrient paste obtained from his classmates, and their purified water. Wu Taitian swiftly chewed the eternally unchanged salty-sweet nutrient paste and swallowed it down, then chugged a jug of water in quick succession. Then he transported his qi and blood, his stomach churning at an incredibly fast speed to digest the food, transforming it into ample nutrition flowing into every limb and bone. For cultivation, nutrition cannot be lacking. The same goes for breakthroughs, which require even more energy. Wu Taitian instinctively consumed and digested food, while his mind fell into a state of clarity. The perfected bloodline summoning operated, allowing his consciousness to peer within his body, delving deeper. Soon after, he sensed it. His source as a human, the fundamental factor, also known as genes. This double helix structure in his perception of breaking through was entangled with numerous mysterious threads, each thread representing a divine bloodline. According to the Breakthrough Manual, if one has not activated their bloodline, they need to introduce a bloodline thread to infect their fundamental factor. Thus, the fundamental factor can have a clear direction in the subsequent sublimation, otherwise it would chaotically change without any order, leading to gene collapse and transformation into a beast. This process is also exceedingly difficult. Bloodline threads cannot be precisely introduced. If too many conflicting bloodline threads are introduced into the fundamental factor, it can also lead to gene collapse. But for Wu Taitian, who has already awakened his bloodline, this step is remarkably easy. Bloodline form, frenzied Qilin art activated. In an instant, a corresponding bloodline thread was stirred by the same source power, followed by several similar bloodline threads slowly coming over with frenzied blood Qilin as the main, infecting Wu Taitian's fundamental factor. Very well. The breakthrough has begun. Wu Taitian furrowed his brow. In his perception, his fundamental factor seemed like a pot of boiling water being rapidly scattered and then forcefully reshaped. If observed from the outside, one would see Wu Taitian's body alternately swell and contract, his muscles writhing as if alive, even his bones occasionally protruding and sinking, flowing like liquid. Hiss! Huh! He could not help but cry out. It was not merely pain. More torment, a feeling more bizarre than pain, erupted from every corner of his body. At the same time, the energy within his body was rapidly consumed during this breakthrough, making his skin appear visibly withered. Endure. Endure through. This is the most challenging checkpoint. If willpower collapses here, without the technological aid from the core area, he would only end up transforming into a beast. Wu Taitian mechanically consumed a nutrient paste that could sustain a 9th-stage martial artist training for a day, continuously swallowing it down. All transformed into the nourishment required for the breakthrough. His will surged amidst the bizarre pain, and his body gradually grew larger in the process. After an unknown period, until the boiling water gradually cooled, a smile appeared at the corner of Wu Taitian's mouth. But thus, come, the final hurdle. In his perception, the fundamental factor and bloodline threads were nearly fused, presenting a vast and magnificent giant tree in his awareness. The massive branches presented in Wu Taitian's perception roughly divided into 3 types. Strength. He only needed to choose one among them to establish his path. This point Wu Taitian had already decided. His consciousness chose strength. Then among the branches, he carefully sensed the one he most desired and was most suitable for. Come, omniscient, let me see your choice. Wu Taitian planned to test his talent. However, the talent struggled momentarily, indicating that the computational load was too great to be resolved within a century. Wastes. Wu Taitian decided to trust his instincts. Buzz. The final breakthrough began. Name: Wu Taitian. Race: human. Bloodline: frenzied Qilin. Sacred body: 0. 03. Talent: omniscient. F realm: extraordinary realm. Punch power: 103 tons. He stood up, his body already muscular, and atop his towering 4-meter frame was a youthful face with striking features. His ears twitched, and he heard the sounds from hundreds of meters away clearly. Thus, boom, the ground collapsed, and Wu Taitian's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Next, a single move to repel the enemy. Such trifles need not be mentioned. After all, it was a cross-border battle. Does victory or defeat require elaboration? Wu Taitian immediately looked at his classmates, only to see Di Tsong, whose chest was caved in and one arm had disappeared. Are you all right? He inquired with concern. Di Tsong, seeing the wound that had already stopped bleeding and was visibly slowly healing, he forcefully tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Just need to rest for 2 days. His talent is immortal, although it is only a grade and difficult to heal fatal injuries. But regenerating a mere severed limb is still feasible. After speaking, supported by Go Changchun, he looked in another direction and said, but I think someone is close to death. Yes, Di Tsong's injuries are not the worst. That unfortunate soul guarding the cave entrance was directly kicked in the spine by the resurrected youth, now lying on the ground bent back. Sure Xingqiang. Sure Xingqiang, can you hear me? Do you think a broken spine counts as a fatal injury? I reckon fatal injuries are only to the heart and brain. The spine is just bone. If we piece it back together like this. Move aside. You know nothing about bone setting. Let me do it. Everyone swarmed around the poor soul whose spine had been snapped by a kick, frantic as ants on a hot pan, straightening bones and splicing them together in a flurry of activity. Truth be told, with armor protecting him, he shouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Yet after the battle ended, everyone skillfully cleaned and maintained their armor. No one anticipated that the man would resurrect. Few in the cave were armored, caught completely off guard. Take Ditsong for instance. One of his arms was severed into 2 sections. His chest was even caved in from an elbow strike. Thankfully, it wasn't a fatal wound. The rank immortality could still save him. As for that other unfortunate soul, named Shi Xingqiang. Changchun, help me over there. I need to finish him off. Oh no, I mean avenge Duan Minggui and Shi Xingqiang. Ditsong was fuming, thinking that after the enemy took a knee strike from Wu Taitan, he had less breath coming out than going in. If he didn't deliver the finishing blow soon, it would be too late. Go Changchun supported Ditsong, his expression odd. Brother Di Xingqiang is still alive. His talent is a rank super regeneration, remember. Besides, a broken spine isn't exactly a fatal injury. One must know a mortal realm martial artist's life is quite resilient. As long as the heart isn't destroyed and the brain isn't damaged, it's not a fatal wound. At least not for now. As his words fell on the other side, Shi Xingqiang's curved spine was being straightened back into place by someone. He had been pale in his coma, but after the spine was realigned, color visibly returned to his face, and his breathing gradually grew stronger. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hiss. Good. Then we'll only avenge Duan Minggui. The fine tendrils of flesh squirmed at Ditsong's wounds, the prickling itch of self-healing making him suck in a sharp breath. Clutching his spear with his remaining hand, he was supported by Go Changchun to the side of a youth. The unconscious youth had now shed his dragon scales and reverted to human form. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices without cease. It was clear he wouldn't live much longer. Ditsong wasted no time, thrusting his spear through the eye socket and piercing the youth's brain. Bearing his grievous wounds, he sent him off. Strength 1. That's it. Ditsong's mouth twitched. He realized his cheat was exactly as its description said. Kill a sentient being, gain Strength 1. The combat power of a mortal realm and a mortal realm with awakened bloodline was worlds apart, yet the reward for killing them was the same. Brother D, how is it? Satisfied. Go Changchun continued supporting Ditsong, adding persuasively, I know you're angry, Brother D. After all, Duan Minggui came from the same orphanage as us. Revenge is only natural. But Brother D, you need to take care of yourself too. What if he has a final burst of strength and kills someone? You still need to preserve yourself for greater things. Ditsong nodded and waved his hand, signaling understanding. No need to say more. As Go Changchun said, Ditsong, Duan Minggui, Go Changchun. And at least a third of the class all came from the same orphanage. They grew up together, their bonds now that Duan Minggui had fallen, Ditsong had been prepared, but when it truly happened, his heart still ached terribly. All right, help me sit over there. I want to rest for a while. Finding a spot to sit, Ditsong chewed on the last nutrition paste from his ration bag, quietly waiting for his body to heal. According to the original plan, they should retreat now far from the outer city search parties. During that time, Ditsong would rapidly grow stronger through tactics, luck, sacrifice, and his cheat. Only when his combat power could rival the extraordinary realm would he have a foothold. But now there was no need to rush. Because, Brother D, a towering figure like an iron pagoda sat beside Ditsong. It was Wu Taitan. Having successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm, such strength could dominate a region in the outer city, even establish a medium-sized war gang of 10,000, and naturally protect a group of graduates. His face heavy with guilt, he said, blame me. If I had broken through earlier, Duan Minggui wouldn't have died. Ditsong shot him a glance. You're blaming yourself. Who the hell do you think you are? I was the one who let Duan Minggui go out and get himself killed. If anyone's to blame, it's me. Besides, if he hadn't pulled off that mutual destruction, more of us would have died. Enough, go away. Don't bother me here. When I'm healed, come with me to take a proper look at the outer city. Shrugging off the overly responsible Wu Taitan, Ditsong continued to rest with his eyes closed. Well, rest wasn't happening. The stinging itch of wound healing was unbearable. Black. So dark. But in the darkness, there seemed to be a glimmer of light. So he reached out and grasped the light. In an instant, memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Shi Xingqiang's eyes snapped open. Name Shi Xingqiang. Race human. Bloodline unactivated. Talent super regeneration E. Realm mortal realm 8-stage punch force 1955 kilograms. Technique basic martial arts mastery yellow grade bloodline calm mastery. Combat art yellow grade swift steps perfection yellow grade wind cleaving blade mastery. Killing art yellow grade boiling blood mastery. Life art none. This is the system panel of the martial Dao human race. I succeeded. Shi Xingqiang's entire body tensed, his heart wild with joy. After 10,000 years of immortal cultivation limited by talent, family background, resources, and luck, I was stuck at the peak of foundation establishment, unable to advance an inch. The immortal path system relies too heavily on fortune, merit, and connections. Those undying golden core and nascent soul old monsters have laid schemes everywhere, pitfalls abound. In the end, I was too eager to progress. Not that the immortal path is bad, but they say the martial path offers a broader horizon. Shi Xingqiang thought, and casually tried to circulate the immortal cultivation method from his memories. As expected, it was utterly useless. There wasn't a single trace of spiritual energy in the entire world. However, his own vitality was quite abundant. With a single thought, he could convert it into spiritual energy and step onto the qi refining path. But why would he do that? He had finally escaped the immortal cultivation system and embraced the martial path. He didn't plan to go back in this life. The martial path is truly the main lineage of humanity. We mortal realm martial artists can enjoy the care of technological martial gods from childhood. If we can't break through to the extraordinary realm, we can freeload at school for life. This treatment is far better than the immortal path's branch. Wait. As he recalled, Shi Xingqiang's joyful expression instantly froze. He shot up, looking around. In the cave, his classmates from this life were either resting or practicing martial arts. Outside the cave, some were digging graves to bury the dead. The buried bodies were all mortal realm martial artists. Those who, without breaking through to the extraordinary realm, should have stayed in school for life. No, this isn't the territory of the martial Dao human race. This is a frontier planet of the Outer River Expedition Corps. Shi Xingqiang's face turned green. He wasn't the protagonist, so his inner thoughts didn't matter. Now Ditsong, missing an arm, had approached him. Little star, awake. Come on, you've got a sharp mind. Accompany me to the city. Shi Xingqiang looked up. Ditsong assumed he was still groggy from just waking up and explained, you nearly got kicked to death yesterday. Lucky for you, you're tough and have a good talent, so you pulled through. Don't worry, your big brother here has already avenged you. And hey Ray, some good news, Wu Taitan broke through. He's an extraordinary realm powerhouse now. With him holding the fort, we don't have to hide in the outer city anymore. Shi Xingqiang came to his senses and nodded. Oh, brother D, your arm. Some guy cut it off? No big deal, it's almost healed. As Ditsong spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing that the wound on the severed arm had not only fully healed, but a tiny hand like a baby's was growing out of it, flexing and clenching at Ditsong's command. Ditsong said sincerely, using this hand to adjust the trajectory makes my cannon look bigger. Shi Xingqiang said incredulously, here. This wasn't a private dorm room, everyone was around. In a public place, couldn't you hold it in? Ditsong was puzzled. No shit, I've got to piss wherever I am. Fair enough. Seeing Shi Xingqiang nod, Ditsong continued. By the way, when Brother Wu broke through, he ate half our food. Then to stabilize his realm, replenish nutrients, he ate the other half. If we don't go to the city to buy more food, well, all starve. Also perfectly reasonable. Compared to the mortal realm, the extraordinary realm's appetite was much larger. Plain nutrition paste could no longer satisfy an extraordinary realm's needs. As they spoke, the two had already donned their armor and walked out of the cave. Outside, Wu Taitan's towering figure loomed like a small mountain. At over 4 meters tall, he spotted the arrivals and quickly broke into a smile. Star, you're healed? Wu Taitan asked with concern. Shi Xingqiang nodded and began chatting familiarly. Though he had awakened his past life memories, he had no reason to abandon the bonds formed over these 16 years. Rather, the mortal realm brain had limited capacity. The decompression of his past life foundation establishment memories was less than 0.1%, so the personality cultivated over 16 years wouldn't be instantly overwritten. Moreover, he intended to forget his origins anyway. Past life karma and all that, screw it. Over here, seeing that the group going out had gathered, the other classmates also crowded around. They all put in requests for shopping. Bring back more nutrition paste and other flavors. Those two captives said the outer city's paste isn't just salty and sweet. Water. We're short on water, don't forget. Brother Wu, I heard there's something called blood chi pill in the outer city. It's way more potent than the nutrition paste we eat. Buy a few and try them. Take these two captives to the city and sell them for our first pot of gold. Hearing the classmates' requests, Wu Taitan smiled and agreed to them all. Everyone was excited and full of anticipation. Only Go Changchun frowned uneasy. Brother Wu, if you leave, what if someone else attacks? The extraordinary martial artist Wu Taitan was the reliance for everyone to establish their foothold in the outer city. Everyone was well aware that without Wu Taitan, their entire class would amount to nothing. Even a slightly stronger micro-battle gang could annihilate them all. Just like that young man who awakened his bloodline. Without Wu Taitan, the entire class would be unable to stand a chance. Therefore, Guo Changchun's concerns were entirely reasonable. That's true. Wu Taishent pondered for a moment and drew out the battle blade at his waist. Given his 4-meter-tall physique and arm span, this battle blade suitable for ordinary realms now appeared rather small. In the next moment, he swung the blade. Hundreds of tons of force added the speed, instantly breaking the sound barrier. Swish! A 2-meter-high boulder was cleaved vertically into 2 pieces. The cross-section was smooth without even a hint of extra cracks. This strike can only be achieved by someone in the extraordinary realm. Wu Taishent pointed at the split stone and said, "If an enemy comes, just show them this stone. They will Wu Changchun gave a thumbs up. Good idea. This way everyone would know they were under the protection of an According to the information provided by the 2 captives, extraordinary realm experts were sufficient to form a medium-sized battle gang, dominating a block and amassing tens of thousands of followers. The slave traders who were painfully forced to abduct graduates didn't dare to stir trouble. Amidst the crowd's farewell, the group quickly set off, heading towards the nearest gathering place in the outer city as directed by the 2 captives. Junior. Oh no, big brother. Actually, people like us are everywhere. We aren't worth much in the outer city. Rather than selling us off, how about we stick with you, big brother?" As they got closer to the city, the 2 captives pleaded even more. Wu Taishent remained silent, giving each of them a slap. The force was precisely enough to knock out half of their teeth. "Because of you, Ding Ming is definitely dead." Di Tsong tore off their clothes and stuffed their mouths. "And because you 2 failed to report, you nearly caused your leader to unleash a massacre. You 2 are courting death. If you can't be sold, they'll skin you alive." He spoke nonchalantly, clearly intending to do so. Although everyone had just graduated from school and was only 16 years old, the Interstellar Martial Arts School wasn't meant to teach compassion. Everyone was exceedingly proficient at killing and burying bodies, evidently having practiced countless times until it became muscle memory. As for Di Tsong's morals, developed before his crossing. "Sorry, I forgot my roots." Not long after they arrived at their destination, it was a city surrounded by a ring of towering walls. The walls were 10 meters high, constructed from reinforced concrete, looking extremely grand from a distance. But in reality, even an ordinary realm martial artist could leap over them effortlessly, let alone the beasts. It was more of a decorative effect than of actual significance. Upon closer inspection, Di Tsong found the walls were riddled with damage, having endured countless battles with no plans for repair. Just left to rot here. Letten Gathering Place, also known as Letten City, has a population of 300,000 controlled by a large battle gang, which is said to be filled with experts. There are reportedly several extraordinary realm warriors among them. The group that previously attacked us came from here. Of course, they are merely a micro-battle gang formed by a few hundred people who usually only dare to roam the fringes of the wilderness or work as scavengers while having to pay a head tax to the battle gang above them. This was the intelligence extracted from the mouths of the 2 captives. Di Tsong analyzed, pondering that with Wu Taishent's realm establishing a foothold in this gathering place with everyone should not be difficult. Arriving at the entrance of the gathering place, they saw a group of martial artists standing guard beside the open iron. The flow of people formed a long queue with strange-looking vehicles coming in and out, and many armored youths were being stripped bare. "Wow, these days are really good. We ran into our younger brothers and sisters graduating, and your gains are quite impressive." As usual, the entry fee is 5 nutrition pastes per person. The paste specifically refers to nutritional paste. A single nutritional paste is enough to provide the energy required for a 9th-level ordinary realm martial artist to cultivate for a day, and it is the hardest currency for the outer city. Why has the price increased? Someone immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Wasn't it only 3 pastes per person before? The gate guard chuckled indifferently and said, "Special holiday, isn't it normal to raise the price? You all have caught so many younger brothers and sisters, and the gang leader has specifically raised the price to make a profit. Isn't that reasonable? Enough with the nonsense. If you don't pay the entry fee, get lost. If you have the ability, set up a tent outside the city. If others rob you, we won't take any responsibility." Concealment, righteousness, honor, and shame. They don't exist. It's clear that the price increase is just to extract more money from you. If you have the ability, you can choose not. They have captured so many younger brothers and sisters, and the entry fee can earn them 5 nutritional pastes from each person, which adds up to a significant amount. Many people, though reluctant, had no choice but to obediently pay. Just as they finished paying and prepared to enter the city. "Wait." The captain of the guard spoke up, blocking this group of merchants. He said quite naturally, "What about our benefits?" The leading merchant grew furious. "The entry fee is already increased to 5 pastes. What else do you want?" The guard captain was taken aback, then said, "Bribery. The entry fee is set by the gang leader and must be submitted in full. What does it have to do with us?" "But my brothers and I are the ones guarding the gate. How can we progress on our meager salaries?" "Hurry up and stop dawdling. There are 12 of us brothers, and each should at least get 1 paste, as the captain asking for 2 pastes is an excessive right. What are you standing there for? Pay up." 1 paste each. The merchant pondered for 2 seconds then nodded. All right, it's not too expensive. In reality, he was already accustomed to such matters. Without providing benefits, how could they make progress? 1 paste each, 2 for the captain, and the price wasn't too steep. Thus they obediently paid, and the guards immediately let them through. Others had long become accustomed to such scenes, but it left the nearby Xinxiang dumbfounded. No wonder the martial artist race has no convolutions. Compared to that, the cultivators back home always had to go through a lot of convolutions when bribing so inefficient. But suddenly he thought of something. It seemed perhaps that everyone didn't have money on them. Time passed as the city queue continuously entered and exited. Soon it was Deetsong's group's turn. We have no money. Before the guards could say anything, Deetsong took the initiative to speak. The guard captain frowned. No money, then get lost. Suddenly his words halted, because a towering figure blocked the sunlight standing before the guard captain and looking down at him. It was the 4-meter-tall giant looked at the ordinary realm martial artist who was only half his height and spoke kindly. Who are you telling to get lost? As he spoke, Wu Taishan's blood surged like a river. The erupting aura suppressed the area within 100 meters. At that moment it seemed as if all things were silent and the winds and clouds had paused. The guards' rebellious expressions froze quickly, melting into sycophantic smiles. My lord, please enter. You are an extraordinary realm. How could I dare to charge you an entry fee? The guards immediately cleared a path. Wu Taishan relaxed his brow, retracting his aura. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the guards and said, You just insulted my brother. Compensation is in order. The guard captain smiled brightly. Of course. Of course. Soon everyone they hadn't even sold the captives yet, and already a bag full of nutritional pastes was collected, counting at least hundreds of pastes. This is what is called currency money. The classmates marveled. So making money is this easy? Is the extraordinary realm this unrestrained in the outer city? Deetsong sighed with regret. He initially thought he could take advantage of this conflict to slaughter and gain some strength. However, the moment Wu Taishan appeared, all conflicts came to an end. Deetsong was speechless, looking at the 4-meter-tall giant. Brother Wu, if you keep this up, how are we supposed to act weak and devour the tiger later? If you don't hide your talents, how can you flaunt your power? He was frustrated and advised, how about you find a method to shrink your bones later and maintain a normal person's physique? Bone shrinking technique. He'll look it up. Wu Taishan nodded at the mention and began searching for related techniques in the interface. To his surprise, there were indeed many options. In the era of interstellar martial arts, various techniques were displayed in the system interface, as numerous as the stars, covering the 4 grades of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, allowing humanity to choose freely. It even included various insights and cultivation experiences, free of charge. It was said that before the rise of the system, martial god low-level techniques were incredibly expensive, while high-level techniques were monopolized by various noble families. There were only qualified martial artists who couldn't find corresponding techniques. It was extremely difficult to rise. After the rise of the system martial god, not only were all techniques gathered for humanity, but they were also made open source, benefiting every human. Of course, being able to see was one thing, understanding was another. To ordinary realm and extraordinary realm people, they could only comprehend the yellow grade techniques. Higher grade techniques, even if placed before him, were incomprehensible. Fortunately, there were quite a few yellow grade techniques for bone shrinking and disguise. Wu Taishan began to carefully select. He was someone who preferred not to think and was highly independent. Anything he deemed unimportant would be handed over to others to resolve, and he would listen to his friends' suggestions as long as he felt it wouldn't hinder things. However, while walking, Wu Taishan furrowed his brow. It smells awful. He focused on reality and asked the person beside him, What is this place? Why does it smell worse and worse? Deetsong was speechless. You just noticed. Looking around, every aspect of the gathering place came into view. Stinky ditches, unattended household garbage, residue from random urination and defecation, sewers that had exploded but were never repaired, dilapidated wooden houses, brick houses, self-built concrete houses. Not even a single high-rise building that was taken for granted. It was no different from a ruin. At least for graduates who were used to living lavishly in the core urban area, the environment before them was even worse than a pigsty, and it was no different from a ruin. At least for graduates who were used to living lavishly in the core urban area, the environment before them was even worse than a pigsty, and everyone was exceedingly disdainful. Wu Taishan unhesitatingly closed his nasal blood flow to block his sense of smell, frowning and saying, Is this a place for people to live? Sure, Xinxiang thought to himself, this is how a commoner's city looks. Alright, it's even worse than a commoner's city. It's almost comparable to a demon tribe settlement. The group moved in fits and starts asking for directions along the way. At last they arrived at the city's renowned marketplace. Beast meat, beast hides, beast scales, beast innards, Take a look as you pass by, all freshly slaughtered this week. Expiring cheap blood pills. Originally 100 paste coins, each now a clearance sale at just 30. Trash salvaged from the dump. What use they have I can't say. 5 paste coins, each no returns. Freshly caught juniors. Low level for 30 paste coins, mid level for 60, high level for 90, and ninth level for 200. First come first served. The marketplace buzzed with vendors hawking their wares. One student, his eyes gleaming with excitement, couldn't help rubbing his hands together. So this is what trade is all about. I can't hold back. I've never bought a thing in my life. During their student days, all supplies were rationed according to need. Moreover, the academy existed to select the elite. Everyone ate the same nutritional paste to foster competition, so resources like cheap blood pills were completely unheard of, let alone other indulgent entertainments. These 16-year-olds had never seen anything like it. Speaking of which, if Brother Wu hadn't broken through. Another student pointed at the slaves being traded nearby, would probably end up just like them. They all looked over. In the slave market under the broad daylight, hundreds of youths were chained together, bought and sold like merchandise. The locals were long accustomed to this sight. Only these young graduates could feel a flicker of empathy, though they had no intention of intervening. For centuries this was how society operated. Though it was their first time witnessing it, they had learned in school about the chaos of the outer city. When theory became reality, they managed to keep their composure. They accepted it as normal, and thus felt no urge to change. Only Daikang the transmigrator felt a pang of unease. What? Only 120 paste coins. Look closely, these two aren't graduates. One's at the 6th mortal stage, the other at the 8th. They've been scrapping in the outer city for years, more experienced. Nonsense. You're trying to cheat me. I want sell. Daikang negotiated seriously, comparing prices before finally selling the two captives. The two warriors sold for 170 paste coins. After a 10% tax, he earned 153. Oh right, he had already forgotten his roots. Carrying a cloth pouch, he returned to the group and sighed. With so many graduates flooding the slave market, demand is saturated. Both buyers and sellers have to lower prices. We came at the wrong time. Expected as much. Sure, Xingqiong nodded. After 16 years of bland paste, I've been craving something different. He picked up a nutritional paste stick, unwrapped it, and bit into it, frowning. The others watched as if asking. After swallowing, Sure, Xingqiong said, strange. Very strange. It's like a mix of sausage and corn with a hint of grass. What is this stuff made of? The others looked baffled. Sausage. Corn. What are those? Sure, Xingqiong's face froze. He had forgotten. These people had spent 16 years drinking nutrient fluids as children and gnawing on paste sticks as teens, never tasting real food. They naturally couldn't understand his metaphors. But with a new flavor before them, no one cared about his slip-up. One said, I've tasted grass. It's awful. Brother Xing, let me have a bite. The group picked up paste sticks and tasted them. Some grimaced, wanting to spit it out. Others' eyes lit up, declaring it a divine delicacy. What a vile taste. Disgusting. Delicious. The finest flavor of my life. The two factions argued fiercely. Wu Taitan took a bite and found it passable. He paid it no further mind, asking, Brother D, what's next? If we want to form a war gang, where do we apply? This city may be dirty and chaotic, but it's better than a cave in the wild. We should move everyone here as soon as possible. At this, Daikang snapped back to attention. He shifted his focus from Sure Xingqiong. That guy had just mentioned sausage and corn, which was hard to ignore. Oh, no rush. Daikang chuckled. You think this is school where you need to apply to start a club? Forming a war gang is simple. Just find an unclaimed territory and unleash your transcendent realm aura. Naturally, someone will pledge allegiance. Wu Taitan nodded in understanding. But Daikang continued, of course we're weak. Acting on our own would offend the city's ruler. We'll need to pay our respects when the time comes. He wanted to elaborate, but seeing Wu Taitan's disinterest, he fell silent. That guy was a warrior. He didn't care for plans, only fighting. Daikang led the group through the market, gathering intel. He found that, as the two captives had said, the outer city's towns operated on 3 main activities: scavenging, farming, and hunting beasts. All outer city technology came from the inner city's trash. What was broken to the inner city was still usable to mortal stage warriors after some repair. Farming, as the name implied, saw mortal stage warriors more efficient than oxen. The crops they grew were the main food source for outer city residents. As for beasts, slaughtering them was the most profitable job, and also the most perilous. The farther from the outer city, the more beasts roamed the wilds. If they gathered in enough numbers, they could trigger a beast tide crisis. Thus, culling them was crucial. Moreover, every part of a beast was valuable. From materials for cheap blood pills and nutritional paste to other resources, all could be harvested from them. But the danger was immense. Beasts comparable to the transcendent realm were plentiful, and those at the transcending realm were not rare. Even beasts at the transcended realm were said to exist. Fortunately, beasts lacked intelligence and usually stayed in their territories. Otherwise, the outer city would have been wiped out long ago. As for this city Letten, it was controlled by a large war gang. With a population of about 300,000, it was considered a small town in the outer city. Among its factions, micro and small war gangs were countless. Only 2 medium-sized gangs existed, and they were tied to the ruling large gang, thus avoiding annexation. From this, their best path wasn't to start their own gang, but to join an existing one. No, I oppose. After Daikang proposed the idea, a classmate immediately protested. A real man doesn't bow to others. Brother Wu is a transcendent realm, fit to be a leader. Wasting him as a subordinate is a shame. Daikang was speechless at the righteous indignation. A transcendent realm serving under someone. At least he could be a third or fourth in command. With Brother Wu shielding us, we can grow without worry. As for the risk of power struggles and danger, Daikang didn't mind at all. In fact, he hoped for more danger. Bring on the gang wars. Daikang swore head charge to the front and fight, but the classmate remained stubborn. Regardless, I still think our class should build our own power. Even a small war gang would do. If it's too much, can I recruit 1,000 people in Brother Wu's name to form a small gang? I'll manage it entirely myself. I want trouble, anyone. As long as Brother Wu agrees to lend me his name. He spoke with utter seriousness and confidence. This made Daikang doubt himself. Could forming their own gang have some advantage he hadn't seen? He studied his classmate, recalling his profile. Chen Huangsha, 6th mortal stage, a drifter in class, gentle and easygoing, but diligent in practice. He wasn't the type to vie for power. His current insistence was the opposite of his nature. Had he missed, or had the real battle changed him? Either way, Daikang trusted his classmates deeply. He wouldn't ignore their Brother Wu, what do you think? Daikang asked tentatively. After all, it was Wu Taitan's name being borrowed. Wu Taitan, am fine either way. Brother, do you know, I don't understand these things. Handle it as you see fit, and just tell me the outcome. His eyes were clear, his words sincere. Daikang, I told you to develop in the inner city, but you turned a deaf ear. He looked at Chen Huangsha, whose face was brimming with confidence, as if a nod from him would set him free like a fish in water. That expression looked familiar. Oh right. Before graduation, when had thought about finally being able to kill freely, hadn't he seen the same look in the mirror? Fine. Do as you say. This is entirely your responsibility. In the end, Daikang chose. He was also curious about what Chen Huangsha was banking on. Unbeknownst to Daikang, the moment he nodded. In Letten City, the medium-sized war gang, Ash Gang. The gang leader jolted, springing up from meditation. What the hell? Why? What did I do to deserve this? The streets are ablaze. Along the way, the ground is littered with the remains of countless bodies. The owners of these corpses are mostly members of the Ashes Gang. At the headquarters of the Ashes Gang, the walls were violently smashed open. A towering figure approached, striking the second-in-command, causing him to spit blood and retreat, and with another punch, he violently broke the third-in-command's arm. Despite being in the extraordinary realm, they appeared as fragile as children before him. However, the one who caused the Ashes Gang's heavy casualties was not this terrifyingly powerful figure, but another wielding a spear. A martial artist of the ordinary realm. Yes, indeed. Judging by his chi and blood, this spear-wielding martial artist was merely at the intermediate level of the ordinary realm, around the 4th to 6th stage. Yet he could unleash combat power comparable to that of an extraordinary realm warrior. How could the ordinary members of the gang possibly be his opponents? Furthermore, this fellow was utterly merciless. It was as if he was addicted to killing. Even when facing members of the gang who begged for mercy, he executed them, without hesitation, shattering their skulls. Hundreds, even thousands of lives were buried beneath his spear. In the end, he looked at himself. Extraordinary realm. If I kill you, perhaps there will be some change, right? Finally, his vision plunged into darkness. Name Gu Hui realm, extraordinary realm. 80 tons of punching power, bloodline, clear white, Z004. Talent, death prophecy, D, the leader of the Ashes Gang, Gu Hui. His aptitude is not top-notch, but the great talent death prophecy provides him with a high margin for error in life. Unlike death return, which allows one to inherit complete memories, death prophecy enables him to see fragments of memories from the moment of his death up to a week in advance. Moreover, the great talent is even more powerful with a cooldown time of only 1 day. Similar talents usually have a cooldown of at least a week. Who exactly wants to harm me? Gu Hui, having regained his composure, furrowed his brow. The assailants were complete strangers, clearly not locals. They were unaware of his talent. Otherwise, to deal with someone like him who possessed death prophecy, they would have to capture him alive for a week before killing him. Outsiders, or just naive fools. His talent is not a secret in Letten City. The enemies came without even gathering intelligence, which allowed him to trigger death prophecy. According to the information in his memory, the murderer was powerful. At the very least, they annihilated his gang and killed him the second and the third without much effort. Thus, the tasks ahead were simple. First, investigate the identity, origin, and motives of the murderer. Second, seek protection to ensure his own safety. Gu Hui had never wasted his talent. In fact, he received visions of death from the future every day, because he actively sought out dangerous situations. For example, he would directly attack other gangs, rummage through their confidential documents, and then commit suicide on the spot, transferring memories to himself from a week prior. Or he would scout the locations, habits, and weaknesses of beasts outside the city, forcibly memorize them, and then commit suicide. In short, ever since awakening his talent, Gu Hui was either committing suicide or on the verge of doing so. His experience with killing was pitifully sparse. Each time was a life-and-death calamity that he had to take seriously. This time was no exception. He believed he would survive. At dusk, as the sun set, in a certain dilapidated street, Wu Taishian's body trembled, and the aura of the extraordinary realm was unleashed without reservation, pressing down upon the entire street. Meanwhile, Chun Huangsha, taking advantage of Wu Taishian's aura, shamelessly recruited new members. As you can see, our Liao Yuan gang has an extraordinary realm expert. Don't miss this opportunity. Join our Liao Yuan gang, and you won't have to worry about being oppressed by powerful individuals or becoming fodder for beasts. Martial artists interested in joining, come to me for registration. Yes, there are no restrictions. Whether you are disabled or a low-level martial artist, the Liao Yuan gang welcomes you. Alright, but we won't accept the foolish or the mentally challenged. The street was packed with martial artists waiting in line to register. In the outer city, due to various intense struggles, there were a considerable number of disabled martial artists. They were either ignored loners or treated as cannon fodder to sacrifice their lives. Of course, there were also disabled martial artists and weaklings banding together to form microgangs, barely surviving in the outer city. However, today was different. Chun Huangsha welcomed all, not to mention low-level martial artists. Even disabled individuals would be accepted. This left Titsong perplexed. Why recruit disabled martial artists? He expressed confusion. Some don't even have 2 arms. What's the point of bringing them into the gang to provide for them? In this dilapidated place of the outer city, there was no space for the useless to survive. Truly useless individuals were either dead or on the brink of death. In Titsong's view, Chun Huangsha's actions were purely a losing business. Watching the bustling scene, Wu Taishian's gaze remained innocent, showing no concern for Chun Huangsha's behavior. He simply asked, "Do you think Xiaoqing's actions are wrong?" Titsong thought for a moment and shook his head no. "I know that kid Chun Huangsha fairly well. At least he wouldn't engage in futile efforts." "Forget it, I can't understand it. Anyway, I'll let him be." Saying this, he did not dwell on the matter any further. Time flowed quickly, and as the sun was about to set, the small gang of over 1,000 members was fully formed, with Chun Huangsha rightfully ascending to the position of gang leader. Because no one competed with him. Looking at the vast crowd, Chun Huangsha was overjoyed. 1,000 people. With a force of 1,000 under my command, I have met the basic requirements. Suppressing his smile, he knew that his era was dawning. Ding. Detected that the host has established a force of 1,000. The wonder module has been activated. Now gathering characteristics for the first force created by the host. What are you grinning about? Titsong approached Chun Huangsha and suddenly spoke. Startled, Chun Huangsha quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth, which were about to rise, and said to him, "Tigu, I think the Liao Yuan gang looks a bit too plain. How about we build some iconic structures?" Titsong looked at him in disbelief. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? 1,000 or 1,800 people are starving, and most can't even produce food for tomorrow. What do you plan to do with construction?" Upon hearing this, Chun Huangsha coughed twice, his expression shifting from initial excitement to helplessness. "You're right, Tigu, I was aiming too high. Let's hold off on the wonder for now." Saying this, he continued to ponder his future path. Meanwhile, recruitment efforts did not cease. Chun Huangsha's matters reached a pause while Titsong looked around at the dilapidated walls and buildings of the street, smelling the stench of accumulated garbage. The stark contrast with the pristine campus was like heaven and earth. In a daze, he thought of the slums depicted in past life movies. It was almost the same feeling. The outer city is truly not a place for humans to stay. As the sun set, night fell. This planet has no moon, but as beings of the interstellar era, and with the vibrant chi and blood of an ordinary realm martial artist, one can see clearly at night, not to mention the scattered flames in the city. At this moment in the desolate land at the end of the street, flames soared as Titsong boredly poked at the He said, according to the members of the Liao Yuan gang, their occupations are mostly scavengers. The places they usually operate are the landfills located 30 kilometers outside the city. That landfill has thousands of scavengers from other cities coming every day, and in addition, there are often beasts appearing and hunting here. Every day, hundreds of scavengers die at the mouths of the beasts in that landfill. Over a year, nearly 100,000 die. However, this scavenger profession is only pursued by low-level martial artists and disabled individuals. There are very few intermediate martial artists, and high-level ones are even rarer. Chun Huangsha, sitting nearby, casually remarked that mortality rate is quite low. With a population of 200 million in the outer city, millions die each year. When all the landfills are combined, they might only claim 1 million lives a year, and most of the dead are low-level martial artists and disabled individuals. In comparison, hunting beasts and conflicts among martial artists account for the majority of deaths. However, this garbage job of scavenging can at most allow them to scrape by. I need to think of another way to make money. Chun Huangsha yawned, appearing completely unconcerned about the matter. In fact, this was quite normal. The outer city was never short of people, and if one group was gone, another could easily be recruited. However, since this was the first gang, everyone felt a sense of responsibility and began to brainstorm together. Of course, their methods were limited to 3: scavenging, robbery, and hunting beasts. Time passed. Suddenly, Wu Taishanshu, who had not participated in the brainstorming session and was immersed in his cultivation, furrowed his brow and abruptly halted his training. As he stopped, the howling winds of fists and the boiling chi and blood around him also retracted, making everyone, including Titsong, feel something was amiss. Swish! In an instant, everyone tightened their grips on their weapons and stood up, forming a battle formation. Oh ho! You little ones are quite cautious. From the darkness, a woman's light laugh suddenly echoed. In the next moment, the wind rose. A figure appeared in the center of their battle formation in the blink of an eye. The blood and energy surged like the roaring waves of a river. Including Di Tsong, the surrounding classmates tensed their muscles. This kind of momentum was not in the slightest inferior to Wu Taotian. Extraordinary realm. Damn it, this is an extraordinary realm powerhouse. Only Wu Taotian remained calm, his gaze fixed on the figure that suddenly appeared. Though the person's speed was fast, it could not escape his perception. Graduates breaking through to the extraordinary realm in the outer city. Haha, what a lucky little guy, there are always a few each year. The figure in the center of the crowd spoke. The crowd lowered their weapons and slowly turned around, finally getting a clear view of her. She was a young woman, over 2 meters tall, with long legs that were rounded and exuded a sense of power, yet not overly muscular. Extraordinary realm speed type. As everyone assessed her, she also fixed her gaze on Wu Taotian, examining this formidable youth from head to toe before suddenly licking her lips. Not bad, very good. The Qilin bloodline has a compatibility rate of 60 with my wolf bloodline. If we were to mate, the probability of producing intelligent offspring could reach at least 20. It is well known that the Qilin is a fusion of multiple animals and indeed has connections with wolves, thus the theory of this woman holds validity. No, that's not the point. Wu Taotian frowned. I don't want to start a family. The woman smiled upon hearing this. Do you know who I am? Perhaps sensing the innocence in Wu Taotian's eyes, she did not wait for a response and directly introduced herself. I am Tsong Lian, the leader of this gathering place, as well as the head of the Letin War gang. Look at you all, just graduated and completely unaware of the rules of the outer city. Extraordinary realm powerhouses entering someone else's territory must pay their respects. Not only that, but you are also establishing a war gang on my territory. Although they are just some trash and cripples that I don't care about, they are still my assets. You think you can just take them in without even saying hello? I think you all are tired of living. As she spoke, she had already approached Wu Taotian, looking up at this little giant, and yanked his collar. With a burst of immense strength, she was about to forcibly pull him back. The clothing was torn, revealing Wu Taotian's robust muscles, characteristic of a strength-type, extraordinary realm powerhouse. Song Lian was taken aback as he did not budge even slightly. Wu Taotian, are you sick? In the next moment, he threw a punch. The overwhelming force of blood and energy burst forth, striking Song Lian's face hard. Her body instantly spun and flew out. Boom. She was forcefully propelled dozens of meters away, crashing through walls and demolishing a house. The entire process occurred in an instant. Di Tsong was left in a daze. What are you doing, bro Wu? As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. We are at most strong snakes while they are local dragons. How dare you suddenly take action? Just as Di Tsong thought, with Wu Taotian's attack, a surge of blood and energy ignited like torches across a radius of hundreds of meters. On the surrounding rooftops, hundreds of figures appeared. Each one was a high-level martial artist, specifically above the 7th level of the ordinary realm. There were even 8 directions rising with a magnificent blood and energy akin to a furnace belonging to extraordinary realm powerhouses. The Letin War Gang is a large war gang, and large war gangs generally possess close to a dozen extraordinary realm powerhouses. So they all came, huh? As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. The other side clearly sent their elite with no intention of holding back. Everyone stop. Don't harm the people that I have taken a liking to. Boom. A large amount of rubble flew as Tsong Lian stepped out from the collapsed building, looking completely unharmed. Not even her appearance or body were damaged. It was as if her entire being was wrapped in a powerful wind. The moment she spoke, the hostile intent around her quickly receded, and no one dared to speak. Song Lian laughed. Indeed, you are just a fledgling who has just broken through. As an extraordinary realm practitioner, you are still using blood and energy to fight, not even understanding how to utilize your energy. Little guy, take my advice. This place is not the well-regulated inner city, nor is it the district our mother is watching over. So for the sake of your classmates' lives, put away your temper. She stared intently at Wu Taotian, trying to find a hint of panic on his face. But she was disappointed, for Wu Taotian's gaze remained clear, and there was no sign of surprise in his expression. So she continued, but I won't harm you. Join my war gang, and you can become the 10th gang leader. Not only can I ensure your classmates eat and drink well, but I can also protect the 1,000 trash and cripples you just gathered. The conditions are quite generous. You only need to pay a small price. As my seed, provide me with offspring. If we can produce intelligent offspring, it will lay the foundation for an extraordinary family, and in the future, leading millions will not be a problem. With the merit of providing me offspring, not only can you become a family member, but you will also have the hope of transcending the ordinary in the future. There are only benefits, no drawbacks. I don't understand what you are resisting. Song Lian's words were incredibly sincere and resounding. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to Wu Taotian. Isn't this a windfall that dropped from the sky? Cheng Huangsha said softly. If Brother Wu agrees to that woman, we will prosper. What resources will we lack in the future? Another female classmate dissatisfiedly retorted, nonsense. That woman is just speaking nicely. Oh, what offspring merit. She clearly just wants to turn Brother Wu into her hard-working slave. We absolutely cannot let Brother Wu sell his body for resources. In the crowd, the classmates argued incessantly. Shi Xingqiang listened for a long time, feeling overwhelmed. He looked at the so-called Song Lian. Her figure and features were undoubtedly top-notch, exuding a strong and wild aura. She had power and resources. If she were back home, suitors would line up from one end of the street to the other. This beauty not only offered support and status, but also invited you to explore the mysteries of life. Moreover, she wasn't some kind of evil cultivator that preyed on essence. Do I have any reason to refuse? If I want, I can also awaken the Qilin bloodline. Shi Xingqiang said seriously. If Brother Wu is unwilling, I can sacrifice myself to replace him. Although he had been reborn, the advantages of his past life's knowledge, will, and spiritual strength remained. If necessary, he could awaken his bloodline in no time. Upon hearing this, Ditsong couldn't help but turn to look at him. Little star, has your brain been hit silly? What reproductive ability do we ordinary realm practitioners have? Only by breaking through to the extraordinary realm and reshaping the body can reproductive ability be reshaped. If ordinary realm practitioners could reproduce, the outer city would have been overcrowded long ago. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingqiang's expression stiffened. He hurriedly recalled the memories of this life. Indeed, the human genes of the martial Dao people had long been transformed by the martial god, reaching maturity at 16, maintaining a youthful peak until 19, and rapidly aging and dying in the last year. Similar to birds. If they do not break through to the extraordinary realm, human lifespan is fixed at 100 years, fluctuating no more than 2 or 3 days. Moreover, humans have been stripped of reproductive ability at the genetic level unless they break through to the extraordinary realm and reshape their body and genes. It seems that for the martial Dao human civilization, even the worthless ones who cannot break through to the extraordinary realm do not deserve to leave behind offspring. Alright, I completely forgot about this. Shi Xingqiang slapped his head and then fell silent. Although he lacked reproductive ability, he overlooked this matter due to some other factors. Speaking of which, even though he had dealt with the martial Dao people in his past life, he had hardly interacted with ordinary realm practitioners, and coupled with the vast and profound memories of his past life, he momentarily failed to recall this basic common knowledge. Seeing him silent, Ditsong felt an impulse rise. He wanted to tie Wu Taotian up and throw him on the bed of the Letten gang leader. After all, she offered both money and power, all just to borrow his seed. Was there any need to hesitate? However, even though he thought so, Ditsong felt that such matters could not be forced and must respect others' wishes. So he nudged Wu Taotian sideways and said, Brother Wu, I can't make this decision. Oh, it's up to you. Wu Taotian was not surprised by Ditsong's attitude. He remained calm, looking at the female gang leader across from him, and asked, why does it have to be me? Because you are the only one nearby with the Qilin bloodline. Song Lian explained, naturally you are new here without any power and have vulnerabilities. If you join the Letten War gang, it would be convenient for me to control you. There are many other extraordinary realm powerhouses with Qilin or wolf bloodlines, but either they have joined other forces or are invincible individuals without attachments. Either way, they are inconvenient for me to control, and I have to guard against their rebellious hearts. Saying this, she suddenly clapped her hands as if realizing something. Alright, there's another reason. You just broke through not even having mastered your energy, too weak and powerless. As she spoke, Song Lian licked her lips and sneered, as a strong person, I should thoroughly insult the weak. Her fists were hardened. Upon hearing this, including Song, all the classmates felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing that something was amiss. Wu Taotian. Was he regarded as weak? This matter could not end well. Sure enough, Wu Taotian's originally indifferent expression gradually darkened, and he grinned. You say? I am weak. In the next instant, his body vanished from the spot. Perfect level yellow grade technique. Explosive step. Like a bomb exploding, the extreme explosive power caused the earth to crack, and Wu Taotian's towering figure appeared before Song Lian in the blink of an eye, followed by a powerful punch. Perfect level yellow grade technique. Fist of strength. The blood and energy in this punch reached an extreme level, almost a world apart from the casual strike he threw earlier. Faced with such a lethal move, Song Lian merely sneered. Just a mere attack propelled by blood and energy. Facing a higher level of energy attachment, at least 90% of the power would be neutralized, and hitting her would be merely a tickle. What? At the critical moment, Song Lian crossed her arms and raised them to block. Boom. Her body was sent flying again. However, this time her arms visibly bent, the bones breaking through flesh mingled with blood exposed outside. One punch, both arms fractured. Terrifying indeed. In the ordinary realm, one moves blood and chi. In the extraordinary realm, one transports chi strength. The former merely enhances endurance and bodily explosive power. The latter, if used defensively, can dissipate force and protect the body, and if employed offensively, can transform fists into blades, increasing pressure. The power of blood and chi in the same realm is worlds apart. As a veteran in the extraordinary realm, Song Lian felt confident in dealing with a novice who had just entered the extraordinary realm. She contemplated that if the young man before her were willing to submit, the Letten gang would gain a new leader, and she herself would have the opportunity to rise to an extraordinary family. If the young man refuses, then she would break his legs and confine him as a hard labor slave, using the lives of his classmates as leverage to force him to contribute his essence. Her thoughts were beautiful. However, something went awry. In a punch from the young man, Song Lian clearly sensed the piercing chi strength enveloping his fist. This kid is not incapable. He is hiding his true strength. Damn it. Song Lian, propelled back by a punch several meters away, regained her footing, her hands hanging weakly by her sides, her eyes filled with killing intent. So you have already comprehended the mysteries of chi strength, deliberately hiding your abilities just to ambush me. Once she spoke those words, everyone's gaze converged on Wu Taotian. Among them, Song was especially shocked. You can hide your strength. Wu Taotian has such intelligence. This mere martial artist. No, he previously tricked everyone. Perhaps he is the type who appears foolish, but is actually wise. Hide strength. Wu Taotian furrowed his brow in confusion. You just demonstrated the use of chi. As a fellow in the extraordinary realm, why do you think I cannot learn it? The statement left even Song Lian at a loss for words. She knew that those who could break through to the extraordinary realm at 16 were all geniuses, but to reach such a level was somewhat unbelievable. From breaking through to mastering chi strength, it should take at least a month, right? This kid only took a few days. According to his claim, he learned it just by observing how he used chi strength. Could it be that his talent is replication? Or does he have enhanced learning efficiency? To learn so quickly, he must have at least level talent. Everyone attack. Capture that kid alive. Song Lian shouted, blood dripping from her hands. Oh no, the bleeding had stopped, her wounds were even healing, and her bones were realigning automatically. The self-healing ability inherent in the extraordinary realm was already no less than a level healing talent. This is also why lower-level talents are not valued. As one's realm increases, lower-level talents are destined to be eliminated. Returning to the present, Song Lian as the leader of the Letten gang roared, and in the next moment, the elite members sprang into action. They did not move. Compared to Wu Taotian, who openly challenged the authority of the Letten gang, they were more concerned about their leader Song Lian, who had suffered broken arms and revealed a state of defeat without even blocking a single punch. Leader, you are a bit impulsive. This was the second in command. The newcomer is a guest. Why should we make an enemy of the Letten gang? This was the fourth in command. Junior brother arrives at this gathering place without showing any hostility. A leader, you shouldn't view junior brother as an enemy for your own personal reasons. This was the seventh in command. Damn it, you and junior brother forming an extraordinary family has nothing to do with us. You can't defeat him, and we have to clean up your mess. This was the ninth in command. At that moment, in the darkness illuminated by torches, the second to ninth leaders of the Letten gang, 8 extraordinary realm warriors, each voiced their opinions. No one was willing to engage. The reason was simple: the foundation of extraordinary families lies in bloodlines. Even if Song Lian established a family, what relation would it have with those of different surnames? The Letten gang, if put nicely, is an organization, If put harshly, it is merely 9 extraordinary realm warriors governing the ordinary realm. If it were to hunt exotic beasts, everyone could work together. But when dealing with fellow extraordinary realm humans, well, that requires careful consideration. Moreover, this recently graduated young man is the least afraid of death, often resorting to lethal methods. Oh, why should they risk their lives against him? Alright, I almost forgot your outer city people's nature. Since that's the case, everyone at my hall, listen up, capture that group of ordinary realm graduates and take them as hostages. As for this one, I will deal with him personally. Song Lian's furious expression quickly calmed down. She shouted violently, her voice rapidly spreading in the quiet night like thunder on a clear day. Instantly, several dozen high-level ordinary realm warriors flipped out of their houses, and from afar thousands of ordinary realm fighters rushed in. Those were all subordinates under Song Lian's control. Judging by their scale, they were clearly well prepared. In the Leton gang, while she, the public leader, lacked the authority to command the entire army, she could privately control as many as 20,000 warriors. To capture Wu Taotian alive, she had even risked most of her own forces. It was obvious she had received some prior information. As soon as she gave the order, the other leaders of the Leton gang did not hesitate and withdrew with their subordinates. They came to show their might, not to risk their lives. Even without fighting to the death, they were unwilling to make enemies with a fellow powerhouse of the same realm. In the outer city, even if extraordinary realm warriors were to die, they mostly died at the hands of exotic beasts, not from infighting. Temperament, too much temperament. So straightforward, so profit-oriented. No wonder they are the martial human race I aspire to. When it comes to interests that do not concern them, they refuse to exert even a bit of effort, showing no pressure from moral constraints. Simply fantastic. Shi Xingqiang watched the scene before him, feeling emotional. During his past life in cultivation, even if he disagreed with the decisions of his faction leader, he still had to put in effort, at the very least pretending to comply. Unlike the martial human race, who couldn't even be bothered to pretend. As for the nearby threat, glancing at the enemies forming a formation and closing in, Shi Xingqiang felt no fluctuation. What a joke, just a bunch of ordinary realm trash. In his past life, he was at least a peak foundation establishment powerhouse, having lived for over 10,000 years. His combat experience was on a completely different level from these kids, who hadn't even grown hair. Now that he had changed paths, he was not someone ordinary realm warriors could provoke. He was considering how to tone it down and not stand out too much. Fiery blood. Want to take us as hostages? Step over my corpse first. Ditsong, missing an arm, let out a roar, activating his lethal techniques and charging towards the nearest enemy without a second thought. His spear pierced through the heart of a high-level warrior with the speed of lightning. The latter spat blood, his face showing fear. Something's wrong. This crippled his blood strength barely at that of a mid-level warrior. How could his speed and power be so overwhelming? He naturally did not know that under the external enhancement, Ditsong's strength had exceeded 4 tons, double that of a 9th-tier ordinary realm warrior. With one strike, he not only stunned the enemy, but also left Shi Xingqiang astonished. Ditsong, aren't you supposed to be the smart one? Why are you the first to charge in without thinking? However, seeing Ditsong so fierce, Shi Xingqiang cast aside his thoughts of hiding his strength and directly drew his battle knife to charge in. Everyone form a defensive formation. Digu, I'll help you kill the enemies. Using some form of movement technique, he appeared beside Ditsong in the blink of an eye, just as the latter pierced through another enemy's head with his spear. At the same time, beside Ditsong, a peak ordinary realm warrior filled with rage activated his bloodline, his body sprouting red fur, and his blood strength surged. Whoosh! Shi Xingqiang slashed out with his knife, severing the warrior's head. Ditsong reacted swiftly, simultaneously thrusting his spear, directly exploding the enemy's head. Strength 1, you stole my kill. Facing Shi Xingqiang, who came to help, Ditsong glared fiercely. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that person would have died at someone else's hands. Wait. Shi Xingqiang is only at the 8th tier of the ordinary realm. When did his combat power become capable of killing a bloodline-activated warrior? Although that bloodline warrior was in the middle of transforming, Ditsong focused his gaze and noticed that Shi Xingqiang had now grown to 2.5 meters tall, his body covered in snake-like scales. It was evident that he had activated his bloodline. No one did this guy awaken his bloodline. His head is gone, or it doesn't matter if you stab him. Forget it, I have awakened my bloodline, so I will confront the enemy's Hedon. Digu, you can assist and deal the finishing blows. As he spoke, he charged forward. Ditsong felt delighted in his heart, finishing blows. I love that. He didn't even care about Shi Xingqiang's changes. Perhaps he had narrowly escaped death and awakened his bloodline due to misfortune. Ultimately, killing enemies is what matters. The first opponents he faced were dozens of elite fighters loyal to the leader of the Leton gang, all of whom were high-level warriors, with 5 being bloodline warriors. Meanwhile, gradually surrounding the entire street were over 10,000 members of the Letten gang, most of them mid-level warriors, with a few being high-level warriors. As for low-level warriors, they were considered useless, and the Letten gang did not recruit them. Thus, Shi Xingqiang led the charge like a god of war, taking down high-level warriors one by one. Even bloodline warriors were not a match for him. Ditsong closely followed behind. Aside from using his spear to fend off sneak attacks on Shi Xingqiang, he casually dealt finishing blows to enemies who barely had any life left, or to those enemies who were left with no breath at all. Strength 1, strength 1, strength 1. Afterward, the two of them continued without diminishing their momentum, plunging into the enemy's main force, tearing open a gap and creating carnage. At this moment, Ditsong also transitioned from support to main force. With one hand wielding a long spear, every movement contained several tons of strength, purely numerical force, overwhelming, exquisite martial skills, and coordination reaping lives. Shi Xingqiang watched Ditsong, who resembled a god of slaughter, descending upon the world, becoming fiercer, with each battle charging faster than himself, and killing more than himself. Wait, this guy has opened his bloodline. Isn't he only at the 5th tier of the ordinary realm? The battle of warriors takes place both inside and outside the arena. Inside they compete with strength, while outside they play with mental tactics, doing everything possible for victory. This is the essence of a true warrior. Song Lian's objective is simple: to manipulate Wu Taoyin, the young man awakened with the bloodline of a Qilin. How to manipulate him? It becomes even simpler. Freshly graduated students are filled with loyalty towards their classmates. Many warriors from the outer city have come this way. As long as he captures his classmates and uses them as hostages, wouldn't the young man before her be at her mercy? Even if he cannot be made to obey completely, at least she can restrict his movements, thus gaining the upper hand in the upcoming battle. Therefore, Song Lian is not in a hurry. In fact, she is extremely confident. Her long legs transformed into phantoms as she simply circled around Wu Taoyin, beginning to apply psychological pressure with her words. The power-type extraordinary realm is indeed unparalleled in brute strength. Having just broken through, you already possess the strength of 100 tons. If you have the opportunity to grow to your peak in the future, your punching power could even reach 300 tons. In contrast, I, as a speed type, have had my breakthrough for 10 years, and my punching power is just over 90 tons. Even if I grow to my peak, it won't exceed 120 tons. But, as she spoke, Song Lian's figure flickered, appearing beside Wu Taotian, like a phantom, her temporarily injured arms opening wide as she bit down. Splat. Blood splattered. A piece of flesh was torn from Wu Taotian's shoulder by her sharp teeth. Despite his injury, the latter's expression remained unchanged as he directly swung a punch to the side, his 100-ton might instantly striking Song Lian's afterimage. Yes, she had flashed away in an instant. Clearly this is a perfected body technique focused on close combat. Heh. Spitting out the flesh and blood from her mouth, Song Lian grinned maliciously. As a power-type warrior, your body structure will change with breakthroughs. Not only have you grown to 4 meters tall, but your weight has also surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Yet the strength in your legs is only double your punching power. Based on that ratio, you're still not as strong as an ordinary warrior. With 200 tons of leg strength and a weight exceeding 1 ton, how fast can you be? Too slow. Too slow. As she spoke, she continued to run in circles, her proximity and speed making it so that Wu Taotian could barely see her afterimage. Song Lian was indeed correct. Wu Taotian knew that with his mere 200 tons of leg strength, even at full speed, he wouldn't exceed 70 meters per second. And what about the enemy? Any student who has undergone compulsory education knows that as a speed-type extraordinary realm warrior, although their initial punching power is only around 50 tons, their body structure and strength are completely different. The strength in their legs is 5 times that of their punching power. Their weight, however, is only around 200 kilograms. When they run at full speed, their velocity can exceed 150 meters per second. Let alone the fact that the enemy before him is an experienced extraordinary realm warrior. If her punching power really reaches just over 90 tons, it means her leg strength could reach 450 tons, with a full speed running speed exceeding 200 meters per second. The stark contrast in speed made it a luxury to even hope for an attack to land. You are correct. I am too slow, Wu Taotian said, glancing in another direction, and soon a smile appeared on his indifferent face. Your little brother dies rather quickly. What? Song Lian was puzzled, glancing in the direction Wu Taotian was looking. There was the battlefield of ordinary warriors. At a glance, her entire being froze. Shouts of battle, cries of despair, blood, corpses, severed limbs. Originally, the graduates she had expected to pose no resistance were mostly just hunkering down and defending steadily, holding their ground. Only the 2 figures directly in front of her appeared like gods of death. One activated their bloodline clad in serpent scales, executing both movement and combat techniques to perfection, wielding a battle knife that flickered among the crowd. The primitive art of slaughter caused countless heads to fall. The other was a one-armed cripple. Ferocious, fierce, fearless of death. Their stats were astonishing. With every motion, over 20 tons of power erupted. Even bloodline warriors could not withstand his attacks, let alone other ordinary warriors. Unafraid of injury, he was exceptionally excited, visibly healing even as he sustained injuries. He resembled a battlefield meat grinder recklessly charging into the encirclement, each strike claiming lives, growing bolder and fiercer with every battle. And what about his side? Ordinary warriors were fine, their deaths did not matter. The key was the elite. High-level warriors and bloodline warriors, yet hardly one survived. Oh no, my hard work. Song Lian visibly turned red with rage. Don't kill them. Please don't. However, in the next moment, a fist heavy and fast to the point of being unimaginable roared towards her from Wu Taoyan's direction. What about the speed? Extremely fast. Heavenly demon disintegration. In that instant, the perfected killing technique erupted, and Wu Taoyan's body bloomed, like a flower gushing forth a torrent of blood. His speed and power surged dramatically. Exploding. Gaining strength. Punching power 105 tons, 530 tons. The same perfected killing technique, when used by an extraordinary realm warrior, is far stronger than that of an ordinary realm. A fourfold increase at most. In Wu Taoyan's hands it becomes fivefold. In the blink of an eye his speed surpassed sound, and his fist, as large as a cauldron, thundered towards Song Lian's chest. The latter had indeed sensed something was amiss and wanted to dodge. However, her speed was insufficient. No choice, the killing technique had to work. Heavenly demon disintegration. However, planning and execution had filled the advantages, and Song Lian's killing technique had only just begun to activate when her body retreated, barely avoiding the critical hit. But she could only watch as the opponent's fist directly smashed into her chest. In an instant her ribs shattered, her chest caved in, and immense force surged into her body, turning her organs into a thick soup. Her seemingly frail body was sent flying, gliding through the air for over 100 meters, blood spraying out, finally crashing heavily to the ground, carving out a trench several dozen meters long before she came to a halt. You? As she opened her mouth to utter the first word, blood gushed from her lips uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Wu Taoyan's towering figure had stepped forward. A distance of 150 meters was but 2 or 3 seconds for him. At this moment Wu Taoyan was not feeling well either. The perfected heavenly demon disintegration, while augmenting his power fivefold, came at a great cost. At this moment his bones were cracked, his organs bleeding, and his skin torn. He looked like he had been pulled from. After all, it is a killing technique with severe side effects. Heavenly demon disintegration. Using it, even if he does not die, he will certainly be heavily injured. Yet, for an ordinary realm warrior this would be an incapacitating injury that could damage their foundation, but for an extraordinary realm warrior it is merely a minor wound. After resting for a while he can recover as before. The vitality of extraordinary realm warriors is formidable, and their self-healing ability is even stronger. Even if their heart is pierced, they can still recover quickly if they retreat and nourish themselves in time. For instance, Song Lian right now, with her chest caved in and both arms severed, bleeding profusely. Such injuries would have already claimed the life of an ordinary realm warrior. But she is still alive, even able to speak. Cough cough. You wild dog. Had I used heavenly demon disintegration first, you would have had no chance of winning. She lay on the ground staring intensely at Wu Taoyan, her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Wu Taoyan nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. So, I find it strange, or why didn't you use your full strength from the beginning? If you had used heavenly demon disintegration against me before I comprehended the chi technique, perhaps I would have lost. You are quite peculiar, fighting timidly out of fear of injury, with too much leisure during battle, clearly lacking in strength and influence, yet still aspiring for greatness. Schools in the outer city cannot nurture you kind of waste. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and pressed, stomping on Song Lian's face. He drove her forcefully into the ground. The earth cracked. At this, Song Lian's mind went blank. Ugh, get your filthy foot off me. She became furious, going mad and hysterical, struggling like a fish out of water. You filthy warrior from the outer city. Lowly creature. Trash. How dare you? How dare you? I will kill you, kill you. Wu Taoyan frowned. The force of his stomp increased. Suddenly the ground continued to crack, and the sound of her skull fracturing echoed out. Song Lian's struggles grew weaker. Junior, no. A strong wind swept by, and a figure appeared beside Wu Taoyan. The newcomer was extremely tall, over 4 meters in height, with muscles denser than Wu Taoyan's, clearly an experienced extraordinary realm warrior. Yet his speed far surpassed that of power types, even exceeding speed types. The newcomer is the third leader of the Letten gang, also known as the third boss. He said, The woman you are stepping on is actually the daughter of a noble family that committed an offense in the inner city. Although she has been permanently exiled to the inner city, she still has connections with the noble families there. Wu Taotian looked at the newcomer coldly, responding, So this person cannot be killed. The third leader said seriously, it is entirely dependent on her that the Letten War gang has a direct trade route to the inner city. If she dies, that route will disappear. Furthermore, although this girl is naive, she is still the leader of my gang, who she can lose to you, but we cannot just let you kill her. Otherwise, the morale of the Letten War gang will dwindle. I see. That makes sense, but is not surprising. People from the inner city are at least extraordinary realm warriors, so children born in the inner city are naturally extraordinary from birth. They have their own parents, and their education system and living environment differ greatly from others, so their personalities and work styles are naturally discordant. Alright, I can spare her life. However, Wu Taotian raised his foot, looking into the distance. There Tsang Lian's subordinates were still fighting with his classmates. Or rather, they were only fighting against Di Tsang and Shi Xingqiu. Their battle prowess was exceedingly monstrous, blocking both sides of the street. The third leader looked over, understanding. Got it, I will let them stop. Wu Taotian raised his hand to stop him. No, let them continue fighting. Digo has a craving to kill, I'll let him enjoy it first. This is the most exhilarating episode for Di Tsang. Unlike the previous chase, this time the enemies are densely packed and charging forward actively, and the narrow streets leave them no room to retreat. People are jostling each other, those at the back cannot see the situation in front, and are screaming as they push forward, only to be mercilessly reaped by Di Tsang. I know it's a heartfelt harvest. He is laughing maniacally. Don't come any closer. I'll fight you to the death. The opposing martial artists, unable to hold on any longer, want to retreat, but cannot due to the crowd, and facing the onslaught of Di Tsang, their spirits finally break. He let out a loud roar, activating the heavenly demon disintegration. As a mid-level martial artist, merely at the 6th stage of the ordinary realm, the fully realized heavenly demon disintegration instantly triples his power. He raised his blade, and with over 4 tons of force swung it towards Di Tsang. Bang! In an instant the blade shattered, and Di Tsang's long spear with unrelenting momentum struck and exploded his head with a tremendous force of dozens of tons. Desperate. So you finally understand desperation. I thought you were just wooden dummies. It must be said the outer city really nurtures people well. If it were graduates, they would dare to use lethal techniques and swarm in the moment they engage, unlike these seasoned veterans who wouldn't act until life or death is on the line. Most martial artists didn't even have time to use their killing techniques before being slain by Di Tsang on the spot. By the way, his own killing technique, Boiling Blood, has already been turned off. The power boost from the killing technique is less than 1/10 of his external enhancement, and keeping it on would only waste energy. Had he not been worried that this group might break through and directly deal with his classmates behind him, Di Tsang would have charged into the crowd long ago, doubling his efficiency in slaughter. Despite this, the enemies before him are falling like wheat being cut down. As the number of enemy corpses increases, Di Tsang's strength grows stronger, and the battle becomes increasingly effortless. Extraordinary realm. He must be disguised as an extraordinary realm martial artist. Shoot him. Kill him. In comparison, the enemies across the battlefield could no longer hold themselves back. The reason they hadn't shot arrows before was that the leader required capturing alive. But now if they don't go all out, they'll be dead. Even if the enemy isn't at the extraordinary realm, they aren't far off. The number of ordinary realm martial artists. Does it even matter to an extraordinary realm? Though Di Tsang is not at the extraordinary realm, it doesn't hinder the cross-boundary combat power he displays. Thus, arrows rain down from the rear of the enemy forces. With the strength of at least mid-level martial artists, the initial speed of the arrows is enough to surpass. Di Tsang looked up, seeing the sky filled with arrows shooting towards him. If it were a day earlier, he would have turned into a pile of minced meat under such a rain of arrows. But times have changed. Di Tsang glanced at the power granted by his enhancement, Power 56656. With a 6-ton increase in punching power, even an agile extraordinary realm starting off isn't much better. Showtime. He casually tossed aside the long spear, kicked aside a shield guard's corpse, and lifted a massive shield weighing 200 kilograms with one hand. In an instant, arrows poured down like rain, their force so great that even steel would be driven in by 2 or 3 centimeters. But this is a high martial world. Holding a 200-kilogram alloy shield with one hand, Di Tsang began to move forward against the supersonic rain of arrows. Running. The ground erupted and collapsed under the explosive force of his legs, and with the massive shield in hand, Di Tsang charged into the crowd, colliding and slamming. Wherever he passed, people were crushed into mangled flesh and gore. At this moment, Di Tsang felt as if he were a 100-ton king. When he felt an area with more people, he recklessly charged through, and the prompt voice of Power 1 rang incessantly in his ears. He also discovered that this shield riddled with arrows and weighing over 200 kilograms was far easier to use than the long spear he had practiced with for over 10 years. Song pushed forward with all his strength, feeling only slight resistance along the way. After charging several hundred to 1,000 meters, suddenly the feeling of resistance vanished. He moved the shield aside and suddenly realized that he had even broken through the enemy's front line, truly penetrating deep into the enemy's rear. Looking around, there were quite a few martial artists who seemed to have seen a ghost. Gah, he's extraordinary realm. He must be extraordinary realm. But his vitality is only that of a mid-level martial artist. Fake, it has to be fake. I surrender. Don't kill me. They have lost. Completely lost. Song crashed through the street, penetrating deep into the enemy's rear, and thousands of martial artists on this line witnessed the battlefield clearly. It was only then that they realized the martial artist they were fighting was not an ordinary realm shrimp, but a Tyrannosaurus of the extraordinary realm. Are we fighting an extraordinary realm? Is this real? We can't take him on at all. Thus thousands of martial artists' morale hit rock bottom, and they began to frantically flee in all directions, scattering like leaves in the wind. Song. Oh no, I got too carried away and lost control. With the morale of his opponents completely shattered, there were no longer any martial artists forced to fight, and Song's harvesting plan had to come to a halt. No, it's not over yet. He looked 1,000 meters away at the other end of the street. That was the battlefield of Shixingqiang. Little Xingzi, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Song shouted, sprinting forward with the shield in one hand, reaching speeds close to 100 meters per second, crossing the distance of over 1,000 meters in just a few seconds. On the other side in the battlefield, Shixingqiang wielded his battle blade, even amidst the enemy's siege, moving as freely and gracefully as if dancing. The attacks coming from all directions posed no threat to him. Instead, they became his assistants. With a gentle flick of the blade, the weapons attacking from around him were diverted, followed by the sound of metal clashing, as if the enemy's every strike avoided Shixingqiang and instead struck their own allies. This is a battle skill that dances like a blade. The real combat experience from Lao Deng's rebirth. Shixingqiang effortlessly slaughters the enemies with minimal energy expenditure. The corpses on the ground have piled up to at least 3 digits. The enemies in the front row were filled with dread, while those in the back pushed forward, forcing them to face the challenge. Such slaughter seemed as if it would continue indefinitely. I'm here to help you. And then a human-shaped 100-ton king crashed in. Shattering the enemy lines, he charged into the enemy's ranks. Shixingqiang was immediately splattered with blood. Shixingqiang. No, what is that? That rampaging force is Song. When did this guy break through to the extraordinary? In his stupor, he saw Song crashing left and right among the enemies, occasionally swinging the massive shield down with force, causing a rain of blood. With such power, he could directly breach the enemy's ranks, decisively determining the outcome of the battle. Yet he chooses not to. He stays on the front lines, killing enemies, allowing more enemies to crowd in after the ones in front are slain, striving for maximum slaughter. Shixingqiang couldn't help but worry, is he addicted to killing? Thinking about the 5 death rate in the outer city, it should be noted that the outer city doesn't have a peaceful end, so over 10 million people have died in rather unsightly ways. Well, no matter how much Song is addicted to killing, how far can he go? Can he really kill tens of millions in a year? Not only Shixingqiang, but also other classmates who had defended for a long time against the scattered enemies were now idly doing nothing. Their feelings were simple. I'm in awe. Is brother Shi so fierce? I'm in awe. Is brother D also so fierce? Did they both break through to the extraordinary realm without telling anyone? Could it be that they were hiding their strength before? Chen Huangsha murmured, then shook his head. No, it can't. Duan Ming is dead. Brother D lost an arm, and brother Shi almost got kicked to death. Hiding strength. Is it worth risking your life to hide? But they've only been in the outer city for a few days. How can they be this strong? From the aspect of vitality, they haven't broken through, still remaining in the ordinary realm. But I can't comprehend. Did they also activate? Chen Huangsha, measuring by himself, immediately decided to look away. I didn't see anything. Let's pretend this never happened. Back to the present. Song is showcasing his prowess, attacking left and right. He soon left behind hundreds and thousands of corpses, slaughtering to the point where even the enemies in the back felt something was off. It should be known that in a mid-sized battle, gang morale is usually still bearable. Daring to flee in the face of battle would mean tasting the iron fists of the extraordinary realm. Not to mention a large-scale battle gang where the rules are stricter. The enforcement is stronger. That's why the warriors of the Luting gang would still charge in knowing the enemy is strong, even if they might die. Alright, most people have died without knowing why. Until the number of corpses accumulated, breaking through. I'm not fighting anymore. No more fighting. The supervision team can do whatever they want. Even if they kill me, I won't fight anymore. The martial artist in the third row finally couldn't bear the pressure, screamed, threw down his shield, and forcefully pushed his way into the crowd behind. His shout carried an increase in vitality. The sound shook those around him. Then he became a leading figure, stirring his comrades' blood, and they followed suit, discarding their burdens and turning to flee. One person leads 10 influence 100 spreads to 1,000. The army collapsed like a landslide. I'm not taking this anymore. I'm out. Supervision team, get lost. Today I'm going to be a deserter. No one can stop me. If the supervision team dares to block me, I'll fight you to the death. Hey, where's the supervision team? The young man running at the front looked around with a puzzled expression. He thought the arrows from the supervision team would rain down on him, yet there was no danger around. Upon closer inspection, hundreds of meters away, the originally high point where the supervision team stood was now empty. Further away, dozens of figures carrying bows and arrows were desperately fleeing. What the? The supervision team ran first. Those bastards. Now it made sense. The supervision team stood higher and saw further. They had long seen the enemies growing fiercer, their strength comparable to that of the extraordinary realm, and their ferocity in combat was unmatched. Are we really fighting an extraordinary realm? Is this for real? The supervision team then looked at another battlefield. The leader of the Lu Tan battle gang, their own boss, was being stomped into the ground, losing all combat power, filled with impotent rage. This. What's the point of fighting at all? So without saying a word, they gathered their arrows and fled. As high-level martial artists, the average member of the supervision team is above the 7th stage of the ordinary realm, and their escape speed is incredibly swift, far from the cannon fodder meant to die. As for Deetsong, he was still lost in slaughter until the enemies before him suddenly vanished. Looking again, only fleeing figures remained. Hey, running away? Can you run away? Deetsong's smile turned ferocious, his legs bending as he was about to spring forth like an arrow. Junior, please stop. Suddenly justice descended from the sky. A tall figure smashed down, crashing into the ground. The earth trembled. An extraordinary realm, a power type. Moreover, what incredible speed. Before he even heard the words, this giant figure had already appeared and blocked Deetsong's path. What does this mean? Speed beyond sound. Terrifyingly so. Who are you? Deetsong retreated a step, looking at the newcomer. In appearance, he was a young man with refined features and a strong physique, but appearance does not represent age and is unrelated to strength. Lu Tan Battle Gang 3rd Subleader, Izun. A simple self-introduction. Deetsong's muscles tense. He knows that ordinary realm martial artists use vitality, while extraordinary realm martial artists can harness chi, and even if their strengths are equal, their capabilities are worlds apart. Furthermore, his current power should be Power 1023. I'm in awe. A hefty boost. The tremendous force, over 100 tons, signifies the number of humans who have perished at his hands exceeds 1,000. Not belonging to the power type extraordinary realm, this immense power filled Deetsong with confidence as he raised his head and puffed out his chest. Izun couldn't help but wonder, why has this person suddenly become so confident? Never mind, he didn't care about such things. He looked down directly into Deetsong's eyes. Those ordinary realm martial artists are merely a group of pawns who follow orders. If Junior must have them die, they can die in the mouths of wild beasts in the wilderness. Using ordinary realm as bait to hunt wild beasts can be quite profitable. Killing them all would be a loss. Deetsong. This makes sense. But I've killed so many of your gang members. You should be angry. Brother D, he's right, killing indiscriminately is too much of a loss. From behind, Wu Taoshan's voice came. Glancing back, he saw another tall figure approaching, standing beside Deetsong, staring directly at the 3rd Subleader Izun, as if he was afraid he would suddenly attack. Wu Taotian said, Senior, he said our Liao Yuan battle gang can coexist with the Lu Tan battle gang, and we will also compensate for our mental losses. Are you serious? I've gone on a killing spree in the Lu Tan battle gang, and you as the 3rd Subleader are not angry, nor do you hold me accountable. Instead, you even want to compensate for mental losses? Is there really cohesion in such a battle gang? Deetsong's mouth twitched, looking at Izun in disbelief. The latter nodded, indicating that Wu Taotian was correct. He said, the gang leader is in opposition to you, and she is acting on her own, hence the compensation will naturally come from her. That woman is an outcast from the inner city, a criminal with some issues, so please forgive her. I can't. Deetsong wanted to ask what the purpose of this battle gang was. Each fighting for themselves, why not just split apart? However, Izun had no such awareness. He looked at Wu Taotian and said, by the way, in a week we will leave the city to hunt wild beasts in the wilderness. Please have Junior's Liao Yuan battle gang prepare. 1 extraordinary realm plus 10 martial artists practicing the heart of all beasts as bait, don't forget. With that, his figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Speed faster than sound, yet without a sonic boom. Quite eerie, it's beyond the explanation of martial skill. Did we win? In the darkness, the martial artists hidden within the houses along the street quietly opened their windows, peering outside. They were all members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Ah yes, those lowly martial artists and the disabled. As for intermediate and advanced martial artists, there were very few. When the battle broke out as members of the Liao Yuan battle gang, they quickly retreated and hid in safe places to observe secretly. None of them came out to fight. We won. We really won. The Liao Yuan battle gang triumphed. The extraordinary realm of our battle gang is too strong. Great. Finally, there are strong individuals willing to shelter us. The houses opened and thousands of gang members poured out celebrating joyfully. They were immensely excited, tears of joy welling in their eyes. As the so-called waste, they had been living a precarious life, many unable to guarantee seeing the sun rise the next day. That the Liao Yuan battle gang could win this battle. While getting the Lutan battle gang to recognize their legitimacy was already a victory in itself. From now on they would have someone to rely on. These useless good-for-nothings. Chun Huangsha looked at the gang members shouting and celebrating in the dead of night, his face darkened. Truly they were worthless. During the battle they were utterly useless. Now that it was over they were out celebrating. Ridiculous. What else could you expect? Do you want them to go to the battlefield? A classmate nearby asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Chun Huangsha quickly shook his head. Are you kidding? Let these waste go to the battlefield. They can barely take care of themselves. Chun Huangsha had no intention of protecting the useless members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. He recruited them merely to fulfill the conditions to build a force, and he did not want to concern himself with anything else. Oh right, he also needed them to help build wonders for him. That was another hefty expense. After the battle, Ditsang's expression was somewhat conflicted. It was simply that his own performance had been too outrageous. Everyone had seen it. With a mere fifth layer of the ordinary realm and a great talent, an incredibly ordinary configuration, yet he had achieved results comparable to those of the extraordinary realm. Anyone would find it absurd. He was contemplating whether he could shift the blame onto the ideological martial path. After all, the ideological martial path was incredibly mysterious with a high entry threshold. Fighting above one's level was like second nature for its practitioners. Just then his classmates surrounded him. I can explain. Ditsang pondered for a moment before preparing to use a fabricated reason to brush off the situation, but he saw Shi Xingqiang speak up first. Little Chun, the Lutan battle gang, wants the Liao Yuan battle gang to select 10 martial artists to cultivate the heart of all beasts as bait for exotic beasts. What do you think? He directly bypassed Ditsang's concerns. Chun Huangsha casually replied, give it to them. The fact that we can shelter those useless members is already our greatest grace. In the future we won't have to use our own people as bait for exotic beasts, right? This was after all one of the reasons for forming a battle gang. At this point no one asked why Ditsang could unleash such terrifying combat power, nor did anyone question why Shi Xingqiang was so outrageously strong. This left Ditsang feeling somewhat insecure. No, do you really not care at all? Regardless, everyone's focus was on another matter. Cultivation method, heart of all beasts, yellow-gray technique, cultivating countless forms of animal shapes to achieve the power to dominate all beasts. Those who succeed in cultivation can intimidate animals through their aura, but for even more powerful wild beasts, it is an act of disrespect and provocation. This technique is quite simple. Oh, I can practice it. Wu Taitian was the first to speak after reading the technique on the panel. I forbid it. Ditsang glared at him saying, things that are life-threatening should be left to cannon fodder. Your life is far more valuable than theirs. This guy was planning to take matters upon himself again. Indeed, the extraordinary realm is very strong, but what does it amount to in front of exotic beasts? The thought of seeking death must be extinguished in its infancy. Speaking of the heart of all beasts, the principle of the technique is quite simple. It begins with shape and intent boxing, mimicking the aura of various animals to achieve the effect of dominating beasts. Of course, if one's own strength is not strong enough, then recklessly releasing aura is not domination, but provocation. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Mindless exotic beasts provoked will naturally come charging in. Once they dive into the trap, the battle gang can easily harvest them. It sounds simple. However, a single aura is ineffective. It requires hundreds of martial artists to connect their energies and simultaneously emit the pressure of wild beasts to attract exotic beasts from the vast wilderness. Most traps can only affect micro-exotic beasts. If a small exotic beast is lured, it's a matter of life and death. The casualty rate for bait is too high. However, this is precisely the goal of many battle gangs. Bait is not just bait, they are traps, poison. And they are also a mechanism for gathering and eliminating the useless. Listen well, hunting exotic beasts is extremely dangerous. According to statistics, over 5 million people die from this every year in this outer city. Even those in the extraordinary realm can meet their demise. But hunting exotic beasts is precisely an important source of income for the outer city. Moreover, if exotic beasts are allowed to grow, they will inevitably launch attacks on the city, resulting in even more deaths. Therefore next week the Liao Yuan battle gang must participate in hunting exotic beasts. Besides the 10 bait, I will go with Wu Taitian. Ditsong habitually issued commands. However, you're coming. Wu Taitian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ditsong. No way you can't come, you're too weak. Ditsong said, wait, are you serious? My punching power is comparable to that of a power-type extraordinary realm. Am I weak? You still think I'm weak? Come now, let's compare. You won't let me go? With no one watching, you're mingling with a group of unfamiliar extraordinary realm warriors, and you're not afraid of someone pulling a dirty trick while hunting exotic beasts, leaving you to die alone outside. This martial artist really had nothing but water in his head. Ditsong turned and stepped forward, just about to showcase his colossal strength, when he heard a crack. The earth split open. At the center of the crack was the ground beneath Ditsong's feet. He looked down and discovered that his battle boots had already been damaged in the previous fight. His immense strength had penetrated through the soles, leaving him barefoot on the ground. His overwhelming power had directly caused the ground to crack. Brother D, I'm not lying, you really can't do this. After saying this, he pointed at Shi Xingqiong, saying, let him come, he's more reliable than you. Ditsong. The next day morning, the territory of the Liao Yuan battle gang had been cleaned. No matter how useless the members were, they at least could handle logistics and clean up the battlefield. Now looking at Ditsong's arm had healed quite well, the new skin was as tender as a baby's, and he had become quite normal. At this moment, he was cautiously practicing boxing and training. As he practiced boxing, his body would occasionally tremble. The next moment, the ground would crack and stones would fly under his immense strength. Ditsong's expression froze. His strength was too great. Yes, yesterday he had opened a massacre. Thousands of lives had fallen at his hands, and the cheat had granted him colossal strength. But his cheat was too simple and crude. Aside from strength, it added nothing else. The sudden surge of strength made it difficult for Ditsong to manage even walking. Controlling this overflowing strength was extremely challenging. He could only gradually gather and control it. Meanwhile, as Ditsong practiced boxing, many classmates, even while engaged in their own morning exercises, couldn't help but glance at him. I knew it, Brother D isn't slacking off. Chen Huangsha murmured. I wonder how Brother D's current strength compares to Wu. Guess, who is stronger? Wu Taitian is stronger. Beside him, Shi Xingqiang's voice rang out. Those in the extraordinary realm can not only control their own power, but also harness energy. The combat power between the two is like heaven and earth. With the same power, Wu Taitian is much stronger. This was the perspective of a reincarnated veteran. It couldn't be wrong. However, compared to Ditsong, Shi Xingqiang was more focused on Wu Taitian. Why was this boy so certain that he was more reliable than Ditsong? Did he see something? Or was it purely instinct, intuition? If it was the former, it could only mean that Wu Taitian was a fool, but if it was the latter, then things were not simple, quite complicated. Time passed. The blazing sun shone high above, and the morning exercises had ended. Ditsong was very dissatisfied as he stopped his morning training. He found that his strength was astonishing now. Even a slight movement could leave deep footprints in the ground. If not controlled, he could leap over 10 meters. This uncontrolled power. While it wouldn't harm himself, he was still worried about hurting his own people. Forget it, it's not something that can be resolved overnight. I remember there are techniques to enhance bodily control, and there are quite a few of them. Shaking his head, Ditsong temporarily chose not to dwell on it. If powers are hard to control, then he would strengthen his training. Ditsong took out nutritional paste to eat, occasionally sipping water, and walked over to his classmates. Now we can consider ourselves to have established a foothold in Luten City. So, I'll go back and bring everyone over. It's not safe outside the city. Although Luten City and its surroundings count as part of the outer city, there are still many exotic beasts roaming. They just don't dare to approach densely populated areas. If you dare to set up a tent outside, you might get attacked. After he said this, no one opposed. Because with Ditsong's strength, traversing outside the city was more than enough. Brother D, you're going back alone. As he prepared to set off, a male classmate approached and said, if it's convenient, can you take me with you? Ditsong looked at the newcomer. Mo Hung, fourth layer of the ordinary realm, a well-known training fanatic in the class. However, his aptitude was lacking, his understanding low, and his grades even below Ditsong's. Of course, in terms of total training time from childhood, he would definitely not compare to Ditsong. But being at the fourth layer of the ordinary realm at 16, combined with a longer training time than his peers, was enough to prove his aptitude. Take you with me. Sure, keep up. Is there anyone else who wants to return with us? Ditsong agreed without. As he inquired around, he found that Mo Hung was the only one wanting to leave, the rest planned to stay. Mo Hung, granted permission, was quite happy. He donned light gear, a battle knife at his waist, and slung a bow, an arrow on his back, following closely. After exiting the city, they gradually left Luten City until the city completely disappeared from sight. At this point the surroundings were desolate, and not far away there were disgusting creatures like cockroach rats scurrying about. But Imo Hung's mood was more agitated. He was looking around, as if searching for something. "What are you looking for?" Deetsong asked directly. Imo Hung replied, "Exotic beasts. Not those trash like cockroach rats, but real exotic beasts. No matter what, I have to kill one and try." Deetsong was even more perplexed. "Why?" "Fine. When we encounter them, I'll let you kill to your heart's content." He initially wanted to dig deeper. But looking at Imo Hung's expression and remembering how everyone clearly saw his abnormal strength, yet remained silent, Deetsong decided not to pry into others' secrets anymore. Wu Taitian was one thing. Yi Shi Xingxiong had genuinely surprised him. Now with Imo Hung jumping out to express his desire to kill exotic beasts. Just kill until satisfied. If you can't handle it, just call for help. I'll help you weaken the exotic beasts. Deetsong understood that exotic beasts were not the same as the wild beasts of his past life. In front of exotic beasts, even the great elephant from his past life would be merely a child. A mere fourth layer of the ordinary realm. Imo Hung, if facing a micro-exotic beast directly, would most likely only manage to achieve mutual destruction. As for creatures like cockroach rats, while they were also considered exotic beasts, they didn't count in the statistics. Time passed. Until returning to the initial forest, the two had not encountered any exotic beasts. After all, this area was still part of the outer city, not true wilderness. It was not the domain of exotic beasts. "It's fine, maybe we'll encounter one on the way back to the city." Seeing Imo Hung sigh regretfully, Deetsong casually comforted him. As they spoke, they had already exited the woods and arrived at the cave entrance. Suddenly the conversation halted. Before them lay a scene of devastation. The ground had been destroyed and trampled by heavy objects. Scattered around were several broken weapons. As for the stone that Wu Taitian had split in half to intimidate outsiders, it was shattered into pieces as if it had suffered a severe blow. Blood was even scattered everywhere. Yet there was not a single person in sight. Seeing this post-battle scene, the two felt their blood boil with urgency. How dare they? How dare they do? Imo Hung's eyes were bloodshot, gritting his teeth. Knowing there are extraordinary beings providing protection, how could anyone have the audacity to do this? Deetsong's brow furrowed deeply, taking a deep breath before saying, "No, there's a scent of animals." The attackers of the camp were not martial artists, but exotic beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound coming from the depths of the cave. The two looked over, and with the heavy sound of footsteps, a figure 4 meters long and weighing several tons, as large as a rhinoceros, stepped out from the shadows of the cave. A rhinoceros? No, it was a wolf. A wild wolf clad in black scales as large as a rhinoceros. A colossal beast. Its massive frame exuded an overwhelming killing intent. There was no mistake. Daikang's face darkened as he tightened his grip on the spear. Damn it. Such a dangerous beast lurks outside the city. What the hell are the outer city warriors doing? It was a wolf, merely a wolf. Yet it was a beast. Its body, the size of a rhinoceros, granted it a weight of several tons. The black scales covering its body were the wolf's most distinctive feature. Their unique structure provided formidable defense, rendering it impervious to blades and spears. Miniature beast iron scale wolf, a beast polluted by the aura of a stellar giant inheriting the bloodline of the abyssal demon wolf. Its scales granted immense defense. Lives in packs. As Daikang and Imo Hung stared at it, a panel materialized displaying information about the wolf. A beast. It truly was a beast, and one that had inherited the bloodline of the abyssal demon wolf. It was known that any animal infected by the aura of a stellar giant could transform into a beast, but that was all. However, if a martial artist failed in their breakthrough and transformed into a beast, that beast would inherently possess a divine bloodline. If it bore offspring, its young would naturally inherit a portion of that divine bloodline. Its strength was far more terrifying than a mere animal-turned beast. Just like this iron scale wolf. In an instant it moved. The beast's perception allowed it to instantly discern its prey's weakness, a frail body, sluggish chi, and blood. Just like those upright apes before, they were all trash. The iron scale wolf shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring. Despite its rhinoceros-like bulk and multi-ton weight, it unleashed a terrifying speed exceeding 20 meters per second. A distance of several dozen meters was easily covered in seconds. Brother D. Dodge. Imo Hung wasted no time, immediately sidestepping to create distance. His expression was filled with dread. Would he stay and face a miniature beast heathen? Back in the virtual training grounds at school, Imo Hung had simulated battles against many miniature beasts. It could be said that no one in the class understood beasts better than him. Just by looking, Imo Hung could tell this iron scale wolf weighed at least 4 tons. Its ability to run at 20 meters per second meant its strength must be at least 80 tons. A mortal realm warrior daring to engage it in direct combat would be crushed and bitten to death in a single encounter. Against such a beast, a warrior should fully utilize their agility, using their speed of nearly 30 meters per second and movement techniques to outmaneuver it. He pushed off with his legs, evading to a distance of 10 meters. Then his eyes widened in shock. Because not far away, Daikang did not dodge or evade. Instead, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Bang! His body became a blur, the ground instantly cracking as 100 tons of force erupted. His fist smashed viciously into the iron scale wolf's skull. As the saying goes, a wolf has a copper hide, iron bones, but a tofu waist. Yet under Daikang's fist, the iron scale wolf's hardest skull, including its vaunted iron scale defense, buckled, shattered, and exploded under the overwhelming, unreasonable force. A mist of blood burst forth, mixed with fragments of bone and brain matter. The iron scale wolf's charging body came to an abrupt halt, smashed into the ground by the colossal force, causing the earth to tremble. Mo Hung stared in disbelief. Was he this strong? Daikang hadn't used his full strength when bullying the weak before. Now, realizing the uncertain fate of his many classmates, he was enraged and held nothing back. A single punch had obliterated the iron scale wolf's head. The latter didn't struggle, it died instantly. Daikang, The cheat system didn't react, as the beast wasn't a sentient being. But Daikang had no time to dwell on that. He kicked the iron scale wolf's corpse aside, and with a grim face headed for the cave. A single iron scale wolf was no threat to them. It was too heavy, too slow, inferior to a warrior. However, iron scale wolves were pack animals. Sure enough, as he stepped to the edge of the cave, a long, piercing howl echoed from the dark depths. Then the ground trembled, as if a herd of rhinoceroses was stampeding. Of course, it wasn't a herd of rhinoceroses, but a pack of wolves. Iron scale wolves. A second iron scale wolf leaped out of the cave, its jaws wide open. Daikang's expression was blank as he thrust his spear. It plunged straight into the wolf's open mouth, reaching deep into its skull. The wolf's pouncing body froze instantly motionless. He casually flicked the spear tip, tossing the not-quite-dead iron scale wolf behind him, and continued to stare into the cave. One came, one died. These beasts all had to die. Mo Hung silently finished off the beasts behind Daikang. Beasts had tenacious vitality. Unlike the first one whose head was shattered, these iron scale wolves, even with their skulls pierced, didn't die instantly. This was convenient for Mo Hung, who was guarding the rear. He also held a spear, thrusting it into the iron scale wolf's brain through the wound, twisting it a few times before the beast finally breathed its last. And as Mo Hung killed the first beast of his life, he stood there stunned. Miniature beast slain. Training space unlocked. Training space level LV1 11,000. Time flow 1365. Available time 1 year. Was I set up by this cheat system? Finally, after 16 years of anticipation, his cheat had awakened. Mo Hung smiled, a sense of relief washing over him. He had trained day and night, enduring untold hardships, expecting that awakening his cheat would usher in an easy life. But instead, he awakened a training cheat. In the training space, he could train without eating or drinking, using a day as a year. Wasn't that a hyperbolic time chamber? He thought his hardships were over, but it seemed there was still endless suffering ahead. Look at Brother D. Killing all night, his strength skyrocketing like he was leveling up. And then look at himself. What a useless cheat. Forget it. Having something is better than nothing. Comforting himself, Mo Hung continued to pick off the leftovers behind Daikang. The slain beasts converted into usable time in the training space, until after accumulating 25 years, no more beasts emerged from the cave. Only then did Mo Hung stop his harvesting and look at Daikang's back. Brother D. The latter walked over to an iron scale wolf corpse, crouched down, and drew a dagger. With a burst of immense strength, he slit open its belly. Then he cut open its large stomach. Instantly, an unbearable stench hit him. Daikang rummaged for a while, then shook his head. Nothing. Ugh. Next one. The smell was too strong. It even broke through his cold, grim expression. Daikang had to use his chi and blood to seal off his sense of smell before daring to continue the dissection. Soon, including the one he had killed first, he had cut open the stomachs of 26 iron scale wolves. Fortunately, their stomachs did not contain what Daikang was searching for. Daikang breathed a sigh of relief. Come on, follow me in and take a look. There should be more to this cave. With that, he was the first to step into the cave. Mo Hung quickly followed. Earlier, Wu Taiten had explored it. The cave was several hundred meters deep, and there was no lack of oxygen inside, proving it was at least ventilated. However, the deeper they went, the darker it became. The cave was lightless, pitch black. They could only rely on hearing and a warrior's perception to explore in the pure darkness. Daikang thought that humans from his past life couldn't have done this. But the martial humans of this life were different. Using echolocation to discern direction and observe the environment was basic. After traveling several hundred meters deep, Daikang stopped. Rip! The crisp sound of a wrapper being stepped on came from underfoot. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. So Brother Wu broke through here. Mo Hung kicked away the wrappers of nutrient paste nearby, tapping and knocking around. Then he said, "Nothing here. What about you, Brother D?" On the surface, this was the end of the cave. The two had reached the bottom. There was no way forward. Boom. Suddenly Daikang punched out, unleashing 100 tons of force. The cave wall collapsed and exploded, revealing deeper rock. Solid. Daikang shook his head, frowning. Strange. There should be more to it since it's ventilated. According to speculation, the others, to defend against the Iron Scale Wolf pack, must have fought while retreating deeper into the cave. Then the Iron Scale Wolves chased after them. Now the pack was completely wiped out, but there was no trace of the group. That was inherently wrong. Sigh. Calm down and think. Daikang closed his eyes, carefully sensing the air flowing around him. His perception wasn't exceptional. The cheat only enhanced strength and the defense that matched it. Nothing else. So he had to use human intelligence to reason out their whereabouts, not just blindly fumble around. Crack. Suddenly, an unusual sound came from a dark corner. It was the sound of a stone fall. Then the ground trembled slightly, as if a mechanism had been activated. The sound of a door opening spread through the cave. Brother D. Look what I found. There's a switch here. Mo Hang's excited voice rang out. Daikang. To hell with human intelligence, to hell with reasoning. He just heard Mo Hang approaching, walking over excitedly from the side of the rock, his tone smug. How what luck? I didn't expect a lever hidden under that rock. I just pulled it, and the mechanism activated. Mo Hung said. Speechless, Daikang looked towards the source of the sound. The door that had opened in the tremor wasn't on the surrounding rock walls. The sound originated above. Who the hell sets a secret passage with the door on the ceiling? At the bottom of the cave, the ceiling was 7 or 8 meters high. After the inverted door opened, no elevator descended. You had to jump up. Fortunately, in this high martial world, the two jumped up from a standstill. Sure enough, there was another hidden realm. Who would have thought that a randomly chosen cave would contain traces of artificial construction? Which faction from the outer city had left this? What secrets were hidden here? Could it be a secret base of some large war gang? Or perhaps the treasure vault of a transcendent realm expert? It couldn't be a sacrificial site for cultists, could it? The chamber was still pitch black. Daikang and Mo Hung continued deeper using echolocation. From here on, the terrain became increasingly flat, all of it man-made. The two moved silently, minimizing their footsteps without even communicating. They walked for over an hour. Delving deeper into the darkness, Daikang felt he had traveled at least 10 kilometers, arriving at an unknown depth underground. Finally, a glimmer of light dispelled the darkness ahead. A gentle breeze came from the end of the light. Daikang, let's go take a look. Mo Hung nodded. Their voices were as faint as a mosquito's hum. The light grew brighter as they advanced until another door appeared before them. Light shone through the door, revealing a heat like molten lava behind it. The gentle breeze from the door had now turned into a scorching hot wind. Something was wrong. 9/10 no, completely wrong. Even before arriving, their biological instincts began to warn them, as if a being of extremely high bloodline rank was lurking behind that open door. Normally, Daikang would have turned and left without a second thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave. Because by the light, Daikang finally noticed countless fresh footprints around the door. There were even wrappers from nutrient paste. No mistake, they were here. Mo Hung stepped forward, kicked the wrapper, and whispered, "Those fearless fools, couldn't they just wait for us to come back? They had to go forward." As he spoke, he also stopped before the open door. They exchanged a glance. Mo Hung spoke first. "Brother D, wait here. We'll go take a look." Daikang interrupted him and stepped forward first. His body flickered dozens of meters in an instant, arriving at the edge of the door. Then he cautiously poked his head out. After a few seconds, he slowly withdrew it. His face had turned green. An eye. Daikang took a deep breath, extending a trembling finger downwards. "The lava down there has an eye." An eye? Mo Hung, who had followed, was puzzled. Was it just an eye? Why was he so scared? Holy sh! When he imitated Daikang and poked his head out, he saw that the door was like a cliff hanging on a precipice, and below the cliff were surging flames and lava. As for the rooms, stairs, and facilities built along the cliff, he didn't notice them. Mo Hang's gaze was completely captivated by the scene below. At the end of the surging lava and sea of fire, a massive, indescribable crimson eye was staring back at him through the scorching flames. It was as if a monster was buried deep underground, with only one eye breaking through the seal of lava, earth, and rock presenting itself before him. Roughly estimating, just that crimson eye was at least a kilometer in diameter. From that, one could extrapolate the size of the eye's owner. A colossal beast. He couldn't hold it in his face, pale as he blurted out, "Heavens, our planet has a colossal beast. Beast tiers: miniature beast, small beast, medium beast, large beast, colossal beast, giant beast, mega beast, stellar giant." Outside the door lay a colossal pit resembling a volcanic crater. Daikang and Mo Hung stood on the rock walls spanning several kilometers in diameter. When they looked down, they saw only blazing flames and molten magma below. A massive blood-red eye like an abyss was buried deep underground. Whatever flames or magma approached it were instantly blown away upon nearing the eye. No, even the surging flames and magma around it were profoundly connected to the essence of this blood-red eye. Gazing at that eye was like staring straight into an abyss. Those bastards in the inner city deserve to die. Imohun couldn't help but curse. I wonder which transcendent realm failure ended up transforming into a mutated beast. If he failed, fine, but why drag us into this? Breaking through on a planet. Does he even know that's illegal? Imohun declared that there was no need to think twice. This was definitely a disaster caused by the inner city. Indeed, after a failed breakthrough, a divine bloodline went berserk combined with the contamination of a stellar beast's aura, making it perfectly normal to transform into a mutated beast. Only a transcendent realm powerhouse's failed breakthrough could result in such a terrifying giant mutated beast. The outer city had no transcendent realm experts, so it could only be the inner city. The inner city knew about the giant mutated beast on the planet, but kept it a secret. They simply don't care about the lives of billions on this planet. Daikang couldn't hold back either and voiced his condemnation. After all, he truly lived on the 405 habitable planet. Lowering his head to meet the blood-red eye, although the thing never closed its eyes, it showed no reaction to the arrival of Daikang and Imohun. It seemed as if it were asleep, breathing evenly in its slumber here. Fortunately, this thing was dormant. Daikang shook his head and looked around. Sure enough, the rock walls on all sides were riddled with holes, all bearing traces of artificial construction. It was just that no one was there now. They seemed to have abandoned this giant mutated beast. The path Imohun and he had taken was probably just one of many holes, or perhaps an escape route carved by some powerful martial artist. Daikang, look. Imohun's voice came. He pointed at the surrounding rock walls and said, there are pressing marks on the nearby rocks. It's them. My good boys are still alive. Daikang heard this and looked closely. Indeed. Not only were there concave handprints on the rock walls, but there were also footprints in some places indicating that someone had stepped here not long ago. Let's go follow the stairs and take a look. With that, Daikang lifted Imohun and leaped out. This light jump sent them dozens of meters away. The two landed on an alloy steel plate embedded halfway into the wall with half of it exposed. It seemed someone had forcefully driven several tons of alloy steel plates deep into the rock walls, leaving the protruding half as steps for the stairs. The construction method was extremely crude, relying on brute force. It could only be said that this was typical of the martial Dao human race. Due to their overwhelming physical prowess, there was no need to build conventional staircases. Being able to insert alloy steel plates into the rock walls was already a sign of needing transport facilities. Otherwise, everyone could just penetrate the rock walls with sheer strength and run directly on the nearly 90-degree slopes. Why would they need stairs? Of course, inner-city martial artists were at least at the illicit realm. So the design here never considered mortal realm martial artists. Therefore, for a mortal realm to pass, they would have to press their entire body against the wall and slowly crawl across using their meager strength of about 1 ton. The nearby caves were only a few hundred meters along the way. Daikang reached them effortlessly with a few leaps. The first cave entrance was empty. Like the path they came from, the cave led into an unknown darkness, just an unremarkable passage. He noticed that the traces of the group stopped here and then departed. This shouldn't be. Imohun murmured. There are artificial traces everywhere, and the inner city knows about this giant mutated beast, so why is there not a single person here now? This place was like a large underground base. The kind with the style of the martial Dao human race. But now this underground base built against the rock walls was deserted. Daikang observed for a long time and frowned. Not even surveillance equipment. Is it to conceal something? Although the place was full of artificial traces, there was no technological creation at all. Clearly, it was to block the surveillance of the technological war god. Otherwise, the moment they broke in, it would have triggered the base owner's alarm. This matter reeked of abnormality at every turn. But it had nothing to do with him for now. So Daikang continued following the traces. After leaping along the rock walls for several kilometers and passing 3 caves, he finally stopped in front of the 5th cave entrance. A 10-meter-high cave entrance stood with a massive door. This giant door was now pushed open with a crack. The traces extended from here into the door. Even faint sounds could be heard from within the door. No surprise. Daikang slipped through the crack and immediately saw several familiar faces. Under the radiance of a luminous pearl, the scene inside the cave was fully visible. In a room of several hundred square meters, a ceiling paved with unknown luminous stones emitted a constant glow, surrounded by messy tables and chairs and scattered documents. The most conspicuous was a wall with a blackboard densely covered in formulas and hasty writing. Inside the room, there were even 3 familiar classmates. Daikang, how did you get here? No, why are you and Imohun here? Hearing the noise, the 3 classmates in the room stopped flipping through documents and turned around to see Daikang and Imohun entering. The one who spoke was Go Changchun. You're not dead. Mo Hung stepped out from behind Daikang, sizing up Go Changchun and the others. I thought you were eaten by the wolf pack. Go Changchun. Can you wish for something better? Before Daikang could ask, he slowly recounted the events of recent days. In short, they had terrible luck. Not long after Daikang and the others left, 2 more groups of graduate slave hunters arrived, but they were all intimidated by the blade marks left by Wu Tatian. Those 2 slave hunting groups didn't dare to act, but the commotion they stirred up attracted Wolfpack scouts. Soon Ironscale wolves followed the scent and found them. Luckily, we discovered this secret passage in the cave beforehand. Seeing we couldn't win, we retreated in. Those dumb wolves aren't as agile as us. Go Changchun laughed heartily, then showed a puzzled expression. But it's strange that inner city people secretly dug a tunnel in the wilderness, and it happened to be discovered by us by coincidence. Mo Hing couldn't hold it in. Old Go, are you having another persecution delusion? This was Go Changchun's. He cherished his life immensely, and always felt someone was out to harm him. In a culture where everyone practiced martial arts, he seemed too timid. Daikang interrupted their chatter and said, all right, let's not talk about that for now. Where are the others? Why are only the 3 of you here? Go Changchun said, the original exit was blocked by those dumb wolves, so we naturally had to find another way out. They split up to search for other exits. There were so many caves carved along the rock walls. Even if each one was over 10 kilometers long, they could always find a few safe exits. Time was plentiful, they could afford to wait. Saying this, Go Changchun chuckled. But since you 2 made it here, those dumb wolves must have left. Where's Brother Wu? Didn't he come with you? The outer city was dangerous. Without a transcendent realm powerhouse to guard them, Go Changchun felt uneasy. Wu Tatian is in Letten City. Only we came. Daikang said casually, don't worry, I'm different now. I can protect you all just fine. By the way, what are you looking at? He looked at the documents in the hands of the other 2. One classmate with a grim face handed over his document and said, Daikang, things are a bit bad. According to records, this place has a history of several hundred years. Originally, this mutated beast was always asleep, but recently, it has shown signs of awakening for some reason. 3 years ago, a level talent prophet in the inner city warned that this giant mutated beast would likely awaken within 10 years, bringing an apocalyptic catastrophe to the entire 405 habitable planet. Upon hearing this, Daikang's eyes widened. What? Soon he calmed down. No. It's okay, it's just a giant mutated beast. As long as we report it to the military, strong experts will come to handle it. As long as the people on the planet evacuate to space or shelters in advance, the human strongmen can attack without restraint. A mere giant mutated beast is nothing. Daikang had long memorized similar procedures. This was the standard treatment method written in the textbooks. Thinking this, he felt even less worried, and even began to calculate in his mind whether he could use this opportunity to join the military in the future. Daikang, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Another classmate holding a document spoke up. The inner city people seem to be covering this up. I can only understand a bit of the theory from the research here. They aren't sealing this beast, they're stimulating to awaken at a specific time. Daikang took the documents from the 2 and frowned as he looked. Well, a lot of technical jargon gave him a headache. Fortunately, thousands of years had made human technology advanced enough that there were plenty of ways to directly transmit knowledge into the brain at school. Thus, Daikang's brain was filled with theories he might never use in his lifetime. Relying on his school education, he could barely understand the content of the documents. The more he read, the more his heart raced. Holy crap. What the hell? Are the inner city people insane? The documents were all research on stimulating this beast's awakening. The inner city people kept it in a half-asleep, half-awake state, aiming only to make it awaken at a critical moment and break free. As for what kind of catastrophe a giant mutated beast's awakening would bring to this planet, and how people should, that wasn't written. But what Daikang could understand was its predicted awakening time. At least 8 years, at most 10. The more it was stimulated, the shorter the awakening time. Moreover, the time left on this stack of documents was 3 years ago. That meant in the worst case, a giant mutated beast would awaken in 5 years, bringing an apocalyptic catastrophe to this planet. We have to report this to the military. If we let those inner city bastards do as they please, everyone will die. Daikang took a deep breath and put down the documents. What a hellish start. He thought he could slowly develop with his cheat and one day stand at the peak of humanity as a divine realm expert. But now you're telling me everyone will kick the bucket in at most 7 years. Daikang. Go Changchun cautiously reminded communications between the inner city and the military are controlled by the higher-ups. To bypass them and report to the military would have to wait for the military's once-a-decade recruitment. And recruitment is only held in the inner city with a minimum requirement of a transcending mortal realm martial artist or a level talent. We outer city nobodies are beneath the military's notice. Hiss. That made sense. The outer city was full of mortal realm weaklings, but the military didn't even fancy transcendent realm experts, so of course recruitment was held in the inner city. Otherwise, did you think everyone was qualified to participate in the expansion war? Does it have to be recruitment? Mo Hung suggested, can't we take the evidence and report it when the military comes for recruitment? Dai Kang shook his head. Impossible. The scumbags in the inner city won't let us near the military, and the military won't bother with weaklings. Unless we pass the recruitment assessment and are fully branded by the military, only then will we have the right to report to the military high command. When is the military's next recruitment? Dai Kang asked. Go Changchun said, I don't know. The school didn't. Dai Kang. True. He decided to try contacting Qian Xiaoxing later. Although the outer city and inner city were separated, communication wasn't entirely impossible. For example, the leader of the Letin battle gang, after learning the time of the military recruitment through inner city channels, he would enlist. The military's requirement was at least the transcending mortal realm. But the military didn't rigidly stick to realms. They would use assessments that only a transcending mortal realm could pass to screen talents. The transcending mortal realm wasn't a hard rule. As long as one was strong enough, they could pass the assessment. Of course, besides saving the world, he naturally had his own trivial selfish motives. The expansion war. Humanity's opponents were other civilizations. Damn, how many sentient lives would that be? If he joined the military, wouldn't he be able to make rapid progress? Imagining himself fighting fiercely, achieving magnificent military exploits, and leveling up along the way with his cheat, Dai Kang couldn't help but reflect as a member of the martial Dao human race. He was too eager to contribute to humanity. The matter of enlisting in the army can be discussed later. This base established to observe the supersized beasts is now deserted, with the inner city merely maintaining a passage, leaving one to wonder why they didn't just blow this place up to cover it up. They might have their own considerations, but it's not something Di Chong should ponder at the moment. Given that the classmates have not fallen prey to the beasts and seem to be faring well, Di Chong is no longer in a hurry. The 5 of them are inside this cave, sifting through the documents left by the inner city, waiting for their return. Hours passed. Diga looked the documents, say that even though this giant beast below is still in slumber, its eyes can actually observe everything around it. That's not all, it has special senses. In short, it can detect the strength of nearby creatures. If it senses the aura of a strong opponent, it might be provoked to wake up early. Do you think we might? At this point, the student reviewing the documents let out a sigh of relief, saying, fortunately, it would only react to the aura of a transcendent level expert, or if a large number of extraordinary beings gather, thus stimulating it. To this giant beast, we mere mortals in the mundane realm are probably no different from dust and won't provoke. Di Chong sat at the cave entrance looking down at the giant eyeball several kilometers below, saying, is that so? No wonder they left the passage in the outer city. This wretched place can't muster a few extraordinary beings. But still, isn't it odd? Wouldn't they die if they destroyed the passage before leaving? Did they really have to evacuate everyone and leave no one behind? After all, it's a supersized beast. What if it wakes up early without anyone watching? Di Chong was starting to feel exasperated. The trash in the inner city really don't act like humans. Just as Di Chong was lamenting, sounds began to emerge from around. Di Chong turned his head at the sound. Several familiar figures emerged from the cave openings in the rock wall. It was the classmates who had gone to scout ahead. According to Go Changchun, there were about 30 similar passages in this place, and to ascertain where these tunnels led, everyone was divided into 30 groups. Now the students who explored the tunnels were returning one after another. They also spotted Di Chong sitting at the cave entrance. Di Gue, why are you all here too? I knew it. Di Gue and Wu Gue must have discovered the marks we left, and after eliminating the wolf pack, they activated the mechanism to catch up with us. Several of them spoke one after another as they climbed closer to the rock wall. Hearing their words, Di Chang's gaze flickered. Did we leave any marks? Mo Hung just accidentally activated the mechanism. I thought you might be inside, so I came looking for you. Di Gue, where's Wu Gue? A female classmate jumped down from the rock wall, landing beside Di Chong after crossing several meters. As soon as she landed, she began to survey the surroundings. Wu Taodian didn't come, Di Chong replied. The female classmate questioned, didn't come? How could that be? With so many iron scale wolves around, how did you manage to get through without him? In the room, Mo Hung added, is it possible that Di Gue and I showcased our skills and eliminated the wolf pack before coming through? Upon hearing this, the 3 classmates who just returned exchanged glances. Are you hallucinating because of the beasts? Your mind seems a bit unclear. It must be that the iron scale wolves have already left. Fortunately, you didn't run into that pack. Those creatures hunt in packs and aren't something mere mortals can handle. The 3 of them each voiced their thoughts. After all, they knew Di Chong and Mo Hung's strengths all too well. Dealing with the iron scale wolves and escaping their pursuit isn't too difficult, but slaughtering the iron scale wolf pack seems a bit far-fetched. Mo Hung is right, we wiped out the wolf pack clean. This matter can't be hidden, and Di Chong had no intention of hiding it. However, he shifted the topic, asking, did you ascertain the conditions of the routes? What lies at the end of the passage? The female classmate nodded and replied naturally, oh, that tunnel is about 20 kilometers long, and the exit seems to be in the wilderness at a waterfall cave far from the city. There are beasts around, so we didn't investigate closely before returning. Wilderness, huh? This means the tunnel leads not just to the outer city. I wonder if there are roads leading to the inner city. Wait. Digo, wait a moment. You wiped out the entire wolf pack. What? Suddenly, an incredulous howl came from behind. Turning around, they saw Go Changchun approaching with an astonished expression, exclaiming, how is that possible? Those are iron scale wolves, and a pack at that. Our mundane realm warriors can only run when we encounter them. How did you two wipe out the entire pack? What's unimportant? This matter is clearly the most important. Mo Hung stepped forward, helplessly locking his hands around Go Changchun's neck, saying, you talk too much. Let me ask you, back in the orphanage when we were kids, you claimed you could live forever, and every year you could. Before he could finish, Go Changchun's expression changed drastically. He elbowed Mo Heng in the side, taking advantage of the latter's pain to break free, then turned around to cover Mo Heng's mouth. Alright, I get it, just shut up. I think you and Di Gu wiping out the wolf pack is completely normal. I have no... Let's not mention this matter anymore. Di Chong. He looked at the glowing stones on the ceiling, pondering how these stones can shine without any technology. What principle is at work here? I feel a bit prickly all over. Before Di Chong could figure it out, another group of class, and they were coming back one after another. After sharing their previous findings, they reported their discoveries. The end of the passage is in the suburbs. I'm exhausted, and my tunnel is at least 30 kilometers long. Nothing special. The end is also a cave. Di Chong took out a piece of paper and pen he always carried and began to draw a map. Ah yes, this is basic operation learned in compulsory education. Based on everyone's descriptions and precise understanding of the locations, Di Chong drew the map centered around the giant beast's eye. Tunnels branching out in all directions. The shortest being less than 10 kilometers, the longest exceeding 30 kilometers. The ends of the tunnels are either in the outer city or in the wilderness. In any case, they are all places far away from human habitation. This outcome did not surprise Di Chong, no matter how foolish. These tunnels must be distanced from crowds. As for the beasts, the tunnels are only 2 to 3 meters high. Most beasts cannot enter. Even if some do, squeeze and they would be scared away by the aura of the supersized beast as they delve deeper. Thus, relying on everyone's narratives, Di Chong completed the map in his hands. Looking at the sprawling map with a diameter of over 50 kilometers, Di Chong nodded and said, this place could indeed serve as a concealed shortcut, even a secret base. In any case, no matter how many mundane realm warriors there are, they won't disturb the beasts. Wait a moment. Di Chong raised his head, counting the people around, and then frowned. There are still 2 missing. In total, there are 100 people in the class, including himself. As a martial artist, Di Chong has a good memory and naturally remembers everyone in the class. Everyone has returned except for these 2. Which passage did they go through? Di Chong directly asked. Upon hearing this, Go Changchun marked the location where they left the opposite rock wall at the largest cave opening. A large passage 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. He'll wait here. He'll go bring them back. With that, he crouched down and leaped up. The ground suddenly exploded, dust flying and the wind blowing. His feet, possessing at least 300 tons of force, propelled his 70-kilogram frame like a bullet. He soared over several kilometers. The wind whipped through his hair as Di Chong traced an arc in the air, finally landing steadily at the cave entrance on the opposite rock wall. What the? Inside the room, everyone nearly had their eyes pop out. Their brains raced with all the physics formulas they had learned, along with data from other extraordinary realms. What kind of ridiculous jumping power is this? Isn't this on par with an extraordinary realm? Even if Wu Gu were here, he wouldn't be able to jump this far. Is it because Wu Gu is heavier? That might be true. Di Gu truly lives up to his name. Even the cheats he has are so absurd. While everyone was marveling, Di Chong had already entered the cave, and the overwhelming inertia caused him to plow several dozen meters before coming to a stop. He frowned. Great, my newly changed shoes are worn out again. But it's all right. Strength and defense are proportional. The higher his strength, the stronger his defense naturally becomes. The rocks and soil of the cave can't harm his skin. Barefoot, Di Chong propelled himself out into the unfathomable darkness. Darkness represents the unknown. Living beings fear darkness. It is an instinct ingrained in their genes. At least in his past life, this was common knowledge. But now Di Chong runs alone in the pitch-black tunnel, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Is it because he has become exceedingly bold since he started practicing martial arts? Or is it due to his fearlessness after shedding blood? Or perhaps it is his absolute confidence in his strength? None of these. The reason is simple: the primitive human genes have long become unsuitable for the interstellar age, at least for the martial artist race. After millions of years of interstellar time, humanity's genes have been completely reshaped by the martial gods. Today's humans not only have a long peak period, but also a short aging period. Fear of fire, darkness, heights, and even death. These types of genes have almost been completely eradicated. Phobias like claustrophobia and deep-sea phobia have become terms that only appear in history books. Just like before, whether it was Di Chong or others, when climbing the rock walls they were calm, as if walking on flat. Of course, removing these genes, wouldn't it be detrimental to survival? Well, regarding such matters, humans are wise beings. They are not solely driven by instincts. Even without these instincts, they, having received compulsory education, also understand to seek benefits and avoid harm, and they won't deliberately seek death. Besides, there's another important reason. Martial artists are very resilient. Ordinary natural environments cannot kill them. Thus, fear of nature becomes somewhat excessive. Now, looking at Di Chong, he is jogging at a speed of 100 meters per second. Although he cannot see, his ears can hear the echoes, and his brain instinctively constructs a three-dimensional map based on the echoes, revealing the shape of the tunnel. In nature, this is a bat's ability. Naturally, it is also the instinct of the martial artist race. Occasionally distracted, Di Chong would bump into the walls. However, the once firm rocks feel somewhat soft to him now. Even crashing into them at high speed would not cause. After jogging like this for an hour and a half, covering hundreds of kilometers, two figures moving relative to one another appeared in the echoes. Di Chong felt delighted. It seems they are safe. In the next moment, he quickened his pace, instantly closing the distance of several hundred meters. Soon Di Chong reached the two figures. Who? Such speed. Wu Gu. Is that you, Wu Gu? In the darkness, the two figures also heard the voice. Di Chong was running too fast, causing them to mistake him for someone else. One of them suddenly became serious. No, Wu Gu is heavy and can't run this fast. The other one also reacted, a speed type extraordinary realm. Their vigilance was immediately heightened. With such speed, even among speed type extraordinary realms, he must be quite experienced. Could it be that someone is still guarding this base? It's me, Di Chong. Not wanting the two on the opposite side to continue guessing, Di Chong directly revealed his identity. He had already recognized their voices. In the dark space, the sound was particularly prominent, confirming the voice patterns. They were acquaintances. Di Gu, you broke through too. No, your vitality is still at the mid-level of the mundane realm. Oh, I understand, it's the mindful martial arts. It must be the mindful martial arts. In the darkness, their voices echoed from left to right. Di Chong. Yes, it's the mindful martial arts. He didn't dwell on this matter and asked directly. You've been gone for so long, everyone was worried. What happened? This tunnel is way too long. This isn't normal. With such a long tunnel and its direction, everything points to a certain possibility. Di Gu, you might not believe this, one classmate said. If you go forward for another 10 kilometers, the end of this passage is the sewer of the inner city. Can you believe it? This tunnel leads straight to the inner city. I said the passage couldn't all be in the outer city and the wilderness. At least this is a base established by the old ones from the inner city. But it actually only leads to the sewer. It seems the establishment of this base is quite clandestine, even in the inner city. Heaven is helping me. Di Chang's eyes lit up. Perfect. Qian Xiaoxing is also in the inner city. We must find a way to contact her, and then we can use this tunnel for smuggling. Yes, smuggling. Although it sounds rather lowbrow, it is a necessity. I want to create a legitimate large-scale battle gang in the outer city, similar to the Lutan war gang. At the very least, there needs to be a smuggling route directly to the inner city. Without the technology and resources of the inner city, the martial artists and wild people of the outer city are no different. To ensure the integrity of this smuggling route, Di Chong specifically went to investigate the endpoint, just as he observed with two classmates. Once he reached the end and activated the mechanism, everything became clear. A pungent stench assaulted him. It was definitely the sewer. Blocking his sense of smell with his chi, Di Chong sprinted along the path until he reached the sewer's exit, pausing at the edge of the light. He saw towering buildings that reached into the clouds. Above, a pale blue energy shield shimmered. Everything was in stark contrast to the shabby and backward outer city. Indeed, although it was his first visit, Di Chong could clearly sense that this was the true appearance of the inner city. It feels inferior to the campus, Di Chong commented casually. This statement was redundant since the campus was crafted by the technological martial sage's intelligent machinery, making it the most advanced in technology across the planet. The inner city isn't qualified to bait anyone. Overall, the inner city is advanced in both technology and environment compared to the outer city by many years. However, Di Chong had no intention of sneaking in to observe. After all, as an ordinary martial artist, he would stand out too much in the inner city. After firmly remembering the location and direction that reflected the inner city, Di Chong turned back and proceeded along the deep tunnel. directly to the inner city. What a joke. Would the inner city master leave such a big flaw? After returning, Go Changchun listened to the trio's recounting. He was quite surprised, then tugged at his hair, pondering. No, there must be a problem with this. There's something fishy. Can we change to another smuggling route? What if the owner of this base returned on a whim one day? Wouldn't we all be doomed? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, but lives are often lost in danger. Go Changchun's fear of death had long reached its peak. He would rather choose a low yield for safety than risk a— Old Go, what are you thinking? Immediately, Mo Hung retorted. The beast below will awaken in at most 7 years. Our only chance of survival is within these few short years. Isn't it normal to take risks? If we don't take risks, who knows if that group of scum in the inner city will die. Regardless, us outer city trash will definitely perish. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a big gamble. His words resonated with everyone. Go Changchun pondered for a moment and felt that this reasoning seemed valid. He ceased his objections, but thought about what to do in case something unexpected happened that day. At the very least, he needed to keep a few backup plans. Once everyone reached a consensus, there was nothing more to discuss. They all returned along the same route. This time, due to their familiarity with the terrain, they moved much faster than on the way there. Just as they exited the cave, they were stunned by the sight before them. Outside the cave lay countless wolf corpses. Each iron-scale wolf was about the size of a rhinoceros, and their strength in direct combat far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists, yet they had been slaughtered so decisively. Most of them had their heads pierced, and there were signs of finishing blows. Digu, impressive. A female classmate stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That Digu, I know these corpses can sell for good nutrient paste in Lutin City. Although, if you trust me, could you give me these corpses? I have great use for them. Ditsong. Just corpses, what do you want them for? Ditsong sized up the speaking female classmate by Aoshue, a 7th-tier ordinary realm ranked 5th in the class, with a lively personality and a penchant for researching bloodlines. It was said she recently mastered the yellow-grade bloodline call. Forget it, they are all classmates. As the saying goes, classmates are your closest people, so Ditsong naturally agreed to buy Aoshue's request. Here you go, he said. After all, the beast corpses were of no use to him. Mo Hung only cared about killing beasts, not the corpses. Bai Aoshue eagerly approached the wolf corpses while everyone tacitly turned their gazes elsewhere. In less than half a minute, Bai Aokshu's voice rang out again, all done. Everyone turned back to find that the wolf corpses in the open space outside the cave had completely vanished. Ditsong asked, all done? Bai Aoshue nodded, then reached into her clothes and soon took out a black pill. Her expression was filled with excitement and anticipation as she placed the black pill into her mouth under everyone's gaze. In the next moment, her skin flushed red and steam poured from her body. She trembled uncontrollably. I'm fine, she shouted, stopping everyone from approaching. Don't worry about me, it will be fine soon. Thus those who were preparing to rush forward to help halted their steps. Everyone nervously watched the peculiar scene before them. Old Go, what do you think that is? Mo Hung casually asked. Go Changchun. Steam girl. Who knows, I certainly can't understand. Time passed, and half an hour later. Bai Aokshu's steam-filled state finally stopped, and she began to breathe heavily, but the brilliance in her eyes only grew stronger. Ha! I did it. Bloodline mode activate. In the next moment, black fur and scales instantly appeared on her body, her height rapidly growing to nearly 3 meters, and her entire aura became exceedingly powerful. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? Bloodline mode. She actually activated her bloodline. What was that pitch black pill she ate? No answer. Bai Aoshue launched forward, her strength in bloodline mode rivaling that of a heavenly demon, turning her into a mere shadow. With a single step, she unleashed nearly 10 tons of force. Under that immense power, she dashed out 50 meters in just 1 second. After running back and forth a few times, Bai Aoshue finally hit the brakes and returned to the group. Refreshing. So refreshing. Is this what it feels like to activate a bloodline? So exhilarating. She was beyond excited. After a while, she exited the bloodline mode, and when her strength and physique returned, the feeling of weakness made Bai Aoshue frown. The human body is so weak. If it weren't for the immense physical toll of the bloodline mode, she would have loved to remain in it, making bloodline mode her permanent state. Goodness. Faced with the unusual behavior of her classmates, Ditsong was no longer surprised. In the campus, everyone was just like normal people. But once they arrived in the outer city, they began to unleash themselves right. Seeing such occurrences one after another, Ditsong couldn't help but ponder this class, with so many talented individuals gathered together. Must be intentionally arranged. Looking again at the seemingly ordinary cave nearby, a slight exploration had inadvertently revealed a calamity that could threaten the entire planet. Is it really that coincidental? Is it fate in the dark? No. Ever since awakening his talent through the spirit awakening ceremony, luck and fate have become irrelevant to martial artists. So the only possibility left is martial god. Oh mom, what do you want us to do? Just say it directly, why go through all these twists and turns? Deetsong shook his head and muttered softly. He then turned his gaze to Bai Aoshua, saying, Aoshua, congratulations on awakening the wolf bloodline. It seems to be the Black Abyss demon wolf. The bloodlines that martial artists can awaken are at least divine grade. The Iron Scale Wolf carries the bloodline of the Black Abyss demon wolf. The latter nodded right. Go Changchun asked from behind Deetsong, what was that pill you just ate? It was made from the mud scraped off my mom, you want to eat it? Bai Aoshua said, tossing out another black pill. Go Changchun caught it with a look of disdain. He focused and saw what a load of mud this thing faintly exuded a medicinal aroma, clearly a pill. I want to ask where you got this pill. I also don't want to dwell on why the wolf corpses disappeared and you just happened to awaken the wolf bloodline. Can you awaken a bird-type bloodline? The wolf type is too slow. If danger arises, I can't fly away, which is very unsafe. Wow, he even has demands. You can eat it or not. Mo Hung snatched the pill from Go Changchun's hand and swallowed it without a second thought. Then came the familiar process of steaming all over again. Bai Aoshua was very generous, not hiding anything as she distributed the pills. Of the more than 20 wolf corpses, she handed out 4 pills in total. 5 wolves, 1 pill. When it was Deetsong's turn, he shook his head and said, thanks, but I don't want to activate the wolf bloodline. Aoshua, if I want to precisely control my Boda's strength, what bloodline would be most suitable? He did not lack that bit of strength from bloodline enhancement. Deetsong cared more about control. His external aid only enhanced strength with no regard for anything else, thus control became a flaw. Precise control of the body. After Bai Aoshua handed the unwanted pills to others, she fell into thought. She contemplated that in terms of precise control of the flesh, the most adept would be animals. Isn't it humans? After all, we are much stronger than animals in this regard. Common animal-type bloodlines, including phoenixes, cheilants, and dragons, are actually not suitable for fine control of the flesh. Wait, I've hit a dead end. The divine realms of humanity are as numerous as the stars in the vast sky, and there are bloodlines beyond just animal types. Bai Aokshu's eyes lit up. She was well-read, and her research on bloodlines was arguably the best in the class. Animal-type bloodlines are suitable for combat. However, there are also bloodlines suitable for logistics and work. Superbrain. Human brains may not surpass intelligent machinery, but there are bloodlines that enhance the brain, allowing thoughts to rival artificial intelligence. Superbrain bloodlines are usually adapted for technological modifications, so awakening them one enhance power, speed, or physique. When Bai Aoshua spoke about bloodlines, she couldn't stop. She recounted, for example, the time-sense superbrain can slow down one's perception of time 100-fold, turning the world into slow motion for you. Of course, you yourself are also in slow motion. And there's the multi-thought superbrain. It can open up independent thinking, truly achieving multitasking with interconnections that enhance a person's flexibility by 10-fold or more. The source superbrain can receive information, integrate subconscious memories that even one cannot perceive, and deduce vast amounts of information. The resonance superbrain can achieve thought transfer through brainwave frequency resonance, even reading others' memories. The calculation superbrain can simulate future event trajectories by inputting existing information, similar to a prophetic talent. She spoke at length, listing dozens of superbrain bloodlines. Yes, superbrain bloodlines do not aid in combat power enhancement. Therefore, for martial artists in the outer city, the abilities of the superbrain type are quite useless, so very few people awaken bloodlines in this area. Of course, perhaps the inner city presents a different scene. From Bai Aokshu's narrative, Deetsong caught what he desired: microscopic superbrain. Grants the awakened individual meticulous observation and control, able to perceive the flow of qi and blood flows in martial arts, and even the trembling of muscle fibers, providing the awakened with corresponding fine control. The technique that stimulates the awakening of this superbrain is the bloodline calling technique. Micromanipulation will. This is the information Deetsong collected from the panel. Among them, the bloodline calling technique is the most common. If cultivated to perfection, it can awaken a compatible bloodline based on the martial artist's inclination within 3 months. Meanwhile, micromanipulation will is specifically designed for the microscopic superbrain. The deeper the cultivation, the greater the chance of awakening the microscopic superbrain. Of course, precisely awakening a bloodline also means spending more time cultivating another technique. On the habitable planet No. 405, especially for this batch of ordinary realm martial artists in the outer city, it's rare to have such leisure. Good, there's a shortcut. Bai Aoshua whispered. If there are complete corpses of 100 micro beasts, I can remove impurities and refine a neutral bloodline pill. If there are 10,000, I can specifically formulate the awakened bloodline. Bloodline pill. Well, since her ability manifested too quickly, and evidently Bai Aoshua couldn't hide it, so she stopped pretending. Of course, that's not important. What matters is that Deet Song heard by Aokshu's request. 10,000. Are you sure that's a shortcut? How long would it take to kill 10,000 micro-beasts? Moreover, there are also varying strengths among micro-beasts. The iron scale wolf is merely a wolf. It's one of the weakest types of micro-beasts. If he encountered ferocious tigers, savage crocodiles, or brutal lions, even the Tyrannosaurus of his past life could be effortlessly hunted, and he wouldn't dare guarantee he could return unscathed. In summary, let's take it one step at a time. Time passed, and after the sun set, everyone had crossed mountains and valleys to reach Lutan City. Bang, bang, bang. On the training ground, Wu Taotian was engaged in combat with someone. His opponent was none other than Shi Xingqiang. It makes sense, as an extraordinary realm expert, Wu Taotian's guidance to ordinary realm martial artists would naturally be highly efficient. However, it seemed they were not merely providing instruction. They were engaged in a genuine battle. Although at this moment Wu Taotian was not using any advanced energy techniques, his body was enveloped in steam and his blood was surging. 100 tons of tremendous power was unleashed without reservation. Explosive step, hard punch, all were perfected yellow-grade martial skills. In Lutan City, any ordinary martial artist facing Wu Taotian's assault would be immediately turned into a pulp. Yet the situation on the training ground was anything but that. In fact, Shi Xingqiang seemed to have the opposite him. Shi Xingqiang did not even activate his bloodline mode. Faced with Wu Taotian's fierce assault, he merely waved his hand. Every move he made seemed to slow down, effortlessly deflecting Wu Taotian's surging violence, even using his force against him to strike at Wu Taotian. It wasn't just countering techniques. He anticipated the next several moves from Wu Taotian, calculating his attacks well in advance. It was as if he was predicting the direction of the entire battle. Is Shi Xingqiang really this powerful? The returning students gasped. Especially Go Changchun, whose eyes widened in disbelief. His blood energy is merely at the ordinary realm, yet Wu Gu is extraordinary. Could it be a form of mind martial arts? Beside him, Mo Hung shook his head. Don't ask me, I can't understand it. If it were an external aid, at least it would have a traceable pattern. But Shi Xingqiang's style did not resemble that of an external aid. He only saw sweat and hard work. So that's how it is. In the midst of the fight, Wu Taotian's eyes sparkled with clarity, as if he had realized something. By controlling the flow of power, I can grasp the direction and force of my opponent's attacks, and intercept them in advance. I understand now. The next moment, his fierce fist suddenly softened, transforming from a fist into an open palm. Yellow-grade hard punch, perfection, sublimation technique, harmony of hard and soft. With this realization, Wu Taotian's martial skill surpassed a threshold. From perfection to sublimation, it was no longer just a matter of skill enhancement. After sublimation, the martial skill could be said to have reached a half-step mysterious grade, and the insights Wu Taotian gained were not fixed. Instead, they were unique to him. In an instant, Wu Taotian's fist transformed into a palm, bursting forth from Shi Xingqiang's hands. And then he delivered a powerful strike to his chest. Bang! The next moment, Shi Xingqiang was sent flying. He released his force in midair, performing several flips before landing 7 or 8 meters away, his clothes untouched. But Shi Xingqiang's expression was completely bewildered. What just happened? You? Shi Xingqiang looked at Wu Taotian. He saw Wu Taotian assume a boxing stance in ordinary posture that appeared to have countless variations. The shadow of his attacks, which Shi Xingqiang could originally predict, gradually blurred until only a few remained. He saw Wu Taotian assume a boxing stance in ordinary posture that appeared to have countless variations. The shadow of his attacks, which Shi Xingqiang... No, I was about to teach you a few fundamental principles. He felt it was rather strange. After all, this was a realm he had achieved after countless years of combat in his past life, yet Wu Taotian had seemingly grasped it after just one match. No, it was even more than just mastering it. It wasn't hard to master. Just make the movements a bit elusive, not straightforward, and you'll make it hard for others to predict. It doesn't seem that difficult. Wu Taotian replied honestly. Hearing this, Shi Xingqiang smiled in relief. What the hell, let's stop this fight. I'll run out of my old resources sooner or later because of you. He unilaterally declared the end of the battle. Just as he left the training ground, Deet Song and others approached him and directly handed over the materials and maps they had. Shi Xingqiang took the materials and glanced at them. What the hell? Super large exotic beast. It will awaken in no more than 7 years. What the hell is this? He immediately lost his composure. If it were his past self with the peak power of Foundation establishment, an ordinary super large exotic beast would be no problem. He could split the exotic beast and the planet beneath it in half. But now, a super large exotic beast could easily crush 1,000,000 of him. Soon, with the class meeting held, all 98 students in the class learned about this matter. In 7 years, can we kill a super large exotic beast? Wu Taotian frowned and muttered to himself, that seems a bit difficult. Shi Xingqiang directly stated, This matter is of great importance. Reporting to the military and waiting for them to arrive with divine weapons is the worst strategy. If we can retreat safely, we should look for ways to migrate between stars. At worst, we won't stay on this. How much does a ticket for interstellar travel cost again? Go Changchun couldn't help but remind him, sure we the outsiders don't have the qualifications to buy tickets. We need intercity IDs. Oh right, I forgot about that. Truly, it is no wonder that the external river system exploration team has rules that are entirely contrary to the main river system. It's my fault for not being born in a better situation. No, I'm not an illegal immigrant who I came through regular channels. Yet I ended up in a dump of a planet in the external river exploration team. A martial deity is comparable to the great powers of a nascent soul. It's impossible for them to make such a low-level mistake. This must have been intentional. Then we report to the military. No matter how difficult it must be done. Sure, Xinqiang's tone became extremely firm. Even if everyone else refuses, just us 90 or so must find a way to eliminate that super large exotic beast within 7 years. Oh, such righteous determination. Ditsong unexpectedly glanced at Shi Xingqiang. Then he noticed the helpless expression on Shi Xingqiang's face. Indeed, if that super large exotic beast awakens, it could easily devour the core of the earth like a soft-boiled egg. If everyone couldn't leave this planet, they would have to find every possible way to kill that exotic beast. But with their current strength, they couldn't consider this matter for now. Thus this topic was shelved. Now the next topic. By Aokshu's uncontainable bloodline pills. I've discovered that our class is filled with hidden talents. Shi Xingqiang couldn't help but marvel. With so many talented individuals in one class, could it be mere coincidence? With his past experience of cultivating for thousands of years, there must be a backup plan. Even the backup plans were obvious. Everyone, let me give you a piece of advice. Shi Xingqiang scanned the crowd and said, taking shortcuts only brings short-term gains. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better to avoid shortcuts. What constitutes absolute necessity? Ditsong laughed. Shi Xingqiang answered, naturally it's a matter of life and death. Well, I suppose this is indeed a situation of absolute necessity. Use them, feel free to use them to the limit. We must increase our strength at the fastest speed. It should be so. Ordinary realm martial artists awakening their bloodlines, even if the maximum is only 0.01. After activating bloodline mode, their combat power will greatly expand. If the entire class can activate their bloodlines, their foundation would not be inferior to that of a large. Coincidentally, Chen Huangsha formed a battle gang, and the endless bloodline pills could be distributed or traded. They are all resources, all money. The outer city is not just a place for consuming nutritional paste. As long as there are enough resources, everyone can upgrade quickly. Ditsong turned to Biao Xue and said, in the future, if you need any materials, just say so. We will find a way to get them for you. Okay, I won't be polite about it. You don't need to elaborate on what pills you can refine. Oh, just lay out the materials. Ditsong added. Biao Xue naturally agreed. Everyone had their secrets. If it weren't for the imminent threat of the super large exotic beast, they would have planned to turn a blind eye to their classmates' abnormalities. The discussion continued. This is 100 chi blood pills, and there are still 20,000 nutritional pastes in the warehouse. Compensation from the Letten battle gang. Wu Taotian took out a box. Opening the box, it was filled with round and red pills. Chi blood pills. They are pills that support extraordinary realm experts' cultivation, equivalent to nutritional paste for the extraordinary realm, and one pill is enough to sustain cultivation for 3 days. Ordinary realm martial artists can drink it after soaking in water, which can also accelerate the efficiency of transporting blood energy and break limits, leading to rapid upgrades. Plus, there are 20,000 nutritional pastes. The compensation seems large, but if it were to be distributed as basic wages to the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang, it wouldn't last long. After all, the Letten battle gang is ultimately a large battle gang. Although it's called compensation, they didn't actually provide many resources. The formula for the chi blood pill is simple. Ooh, I can refine it too. Biao Xue suddenly spoke. I can refine one from the corpse of an iron scale wolf, which is much cheaper than bloodline pills. However, bloodline pills are sold in the market. You can't get one for less than 1,000 nutritional pastes. Of course, anything over 1,000 is out of the question, as 1,000 nutritional pastes are enough to allow advanced martial artists to cultivate uninterrupted for 2.5 years. Furthermore, with the extraordinary realm's profound guidance, they could at least help the martial artist cultivate the bloodline summoning technique to perfection and activate their bloodline. Thus, Ditsong, Shi Xingqiang, Chen Huangsha, and Biao Xue held a small meeting behind closed doors, initially hammering out a 7-year plan. As for Wu Taotian, he had thrown out a box of chi blood pills, and then went off to practice by himself, showing no interest in attending the meeting. Time passed like this. Those who needed to cultivate did so, while those who needed to farm did their farming. On the surface, everyone's daily lives were no different from when they were in school. In secret, the students who arrived in the outer city began to exert themselves quietly, while Di Tsong, Biao Xue, and Shi Xingqiong were merely in the spotlight. Among them, the one who trained the hardest was Mo Hung. Name: Mo Hung. Race: human. Bloodline: Black Abyss Demon Wolf. 001. Talent: hard work pays off. F realm: ordinary realm. 5th stage. Fist strength: 1,301 kilograms. Cultivation method: basic martial arts. Great accomplishment: yellow grade. Bloodline summoning technique. Great accomplishment: fighting techniques. Yellow grade. Gale illusion perfection. Yellow grade. Blood battle divine spear. Great accomplishment: killing technique. Yellow grade. Boiling blood perfection. Survival technique. None. With his eyes open, a hint of confusion flashed in Mo Heng's gaze. How long has it been? Oh, it seems like half a day, 12 hours. In the cultivation space, that translates to half a year. Ah, half a year. Mo Hung finally managed to articulate. In half a year, his realm had risen by one stage. The Gale illusion was cultivated to perfection, and the killing technique, boiling blood, was also mastered. As for the cultivation method, bloodline summoning technique, due to using bloodline pills and awakening the Black Abyss Demon Wolf bloodline, it automatically upgraded from minor accomplishment to major accomplishment. But after half a year of cultivation, it truly wasn't a human experience. The cultivation space required no rest. With a single thought, energy and spirit could be restored, and the efficiency of cultivation was several times higher than in the outside world. However, after half a year, the vast majority of his time was spent on cultivation. A small portion was spent fighting against the manifested enemy in the cultivation space, the Iron Scale Wolf, to validate his cultivation results. How should I put it? This damn external aid truly made him endure endless suffering. Although the results were significant, the hardship was genuinely unbearable. Mo Hung thought that if he continued to cultivate like this, his mental state would definitely be affected, so he might as well go out for a stroll. And bumped into Di Tsong, who had just returned to the city. Di Tsong was not alone. He was followed by a group of useless martial artists from the Liao Yuan battle gang, each pulling a cart loaded with the massive corpses of exotic beasts. These were all trophies Di Tsong had obtained from hunting outside the city. In the outer city, while there were exotic beasts in the suburbs, they were at most only micro-exotic beasts. He could return with dozens of exotic beast corpses after hunting outside the city. Xiaoheng, you don't look quite right. Di Tsong glanced at Mo Hung, his brows furrowing. Have you been overdoing it with your training? It's fine, you don't need to worry. Training needs to be balanced. You can't force it. As for that super large exotic beast, we will find a way. Don't take it too hard. Mo Hung, do I really look that bad? I have indeed been working hard on my training. But it's not as Di Tsong imagines. Gotta go, I'll take it easy. Mo Hung nodded. But he didn't take this matter to heart. Thus he returned to his Mo Hung trained for 18 hours each day in the cultivation space that equated to 270 days. As for the remaining 6 hours, he had to spend them in reality to change his mood. Otherwise he would go crazy. A week later, when Mo Hung returned from the cultivation space again. Realm: ordinary realm. 9th stage. Fist strength 2. 1 tons. Cultivation method: basic martial arts perfection. Yellow grade. Bloodline summoning technique perfection. Fighting techniques: yellow grade. Gale illusion perfection. Yellow grade. Blood battle divine spear perfection. Killing technique: yellow grade. Boiling blood perfection. He had spent 5 years in the cultivation space. With Mo Heng's low talent, perfecting a cultivation method or martial skill would take at least 4 years in reality. In the cultivation space, without sleep and rest, the efficiency was extremely high, but it still took half a year. After perfecting all the cultivation methods, he began to grind through the realm bit by bit until now. Finally, he reached the ordinary realm 9th stage, equivalent to the level of a top student at 16. If he were to do this in reality, he would probably have to cultivate until he was 40. But it was worth it. Glancing at Go Changchun, who was still fast asleep in the dormitory, Mo Hung grinned. Old Go, wake up and guess what level your dad is at. He paused. Warm liquid slid from his nostrils, dripping onto his clothes. He reached up to touch. I have a nosebleed. Radiation sickness. I am sick. No, I am a warrior. I've never heard of a warrior getting. Could this broken sheet have side effects? Mo Hung muttered to himself, feeling incredulous. Speaking of which, in the past few days his body has indeed been feeling a bit off. He thought it was just psychological. Could it be that staying in the training space for a long time would really... Cough, cough. Shut up, Mo. I've been practicing, and my chi is off. I'm not feeling well. Don't disturb me. From under the covers came the sound of Go Changchun coughing. Mo Hing instantly felt something was wrong. He lifted the covers. He saw Go Changchun's chi was low, his face pale, and he was even coughing up a hint of fresh red. Coughing up blood. Go Changchun was startled and sat up. But as soon as he sat up, he felt weak and powerless. Seeing this, Mo Hung's vigilance was instantly heightened. There's a problem, a big problem. Is my nosebleed not a side effect of the training space? Is it the bloodline pill? But Go Changchun hasn't taken the bloodline pill. Why is he also sick? Moreover, warriors have a high body temperature during cultivation enough to kill any virus. Plus, with their outrageous immunity, it's almost impossible to get sick. Without hiding anything, Mo Hung immediately reported his and Go Changchun's condition, and soon Di Song rushed over with people. You and Go Changchun also contracted this illness. Di Song's first question left Mo Hung bewildered. Also, besides himself, are there others who are sick? And the symptoms are the same. In recent days, Mo Hung had been cultivating like crazy and hadn't paid much attention to the external situation, so he was unaware of what was happening outside. As for Go Changchun, he truly thought that he had made a mistake in his practice and planned to rest for 2 days. Little did he know that his condition was getting worse. While speaking, the bewildered duo was also moved out of the dormitory. When they arrived at the patient's room, they realized how dire the situation was. There were already more than 10 classmates in the room. Each of them looked pale, some had skin that was already showing signs of decay, and they occasionally coughed up blood. We couldn't find a cause of the illness. Moreover, all those infected are from our class. I suspect someone has targeted us with poison. Perhaps it's the Lu Tin battle gang. After all, they have suffered losses. Di Song's expression was grave, and his tone carried a hint of murderous intent. Having just brought the classmates back, everything was steadily improving. Yet this incident has occurred. He swore that if he found out who was responsible, he would unleash a bloody massacre. Lutan City. Don't they have any doctors? Go Changchun leaned against the wall, weakly asking. There are plenty of doctors for injuries, but as for treating illnesses, how could a warrior get sick? Di Song was stating a fact. Warriors are too tough. If it were injuries from blades, fists, arrows, internal bleeding, or fractures, there are indeed many experienced doctors. But curing illnesses is still too niche. However, it's not entirely without solutions. Make way. Make way. The doctors from the Lu Tan battle gang have arrived. The crowd parted and Wu Taishan's 4-meter giant frame opened the way, followed by several young people in white coats. Of course they appeared young, but their ages were unknown. After all, in the outer city, doctors with healing talents are quite sought after, and those who show up are often recruited by battle gangs, avoiding the dangers of the wilderness, thus allowing them to live long. Wu Taishan, using his extraordinary status, specifically hired several doctors from the Lu Tan battle gang, and it is said that each of them possesses great healing talents. Where are the patients? Let me take a look. A female doctor curiously spoke, squeezing in first. Sick warriors are indeed a rare sight. She was eager to see. Holding advanced equipment from the inner city, after a round of checks with the other doctors, her frown deepened. Something's not right. Abnormal white blood cells, decreased immunity, intestinal mucosa damage, cancer cells exceeding the threshold, and central nervous system damage. This doesn't seem to be caused by a simple virus. While they were talking, Wu Tietian was also observing. From their micro-expressions, it was evident that these doctors were clueless about the situation before them. Perhaps it was not the Lu Tan battle gang that poisoned them. No, they still needed to observe closely. It's radiation. A male doctor opened a certain student's DNA projection and frowned. His DNA has been severely damaged, clearly suffering from prolonged exposure to high levels of radiation. Did you guys have a fight with radiation beasts? Radiation. The crowd exchanged glances. Yes, this world does have radiation beasts, and even the warrior race has a specialized radiation bloodline. However, Di Song had not encountered such things. After receiving a negative response, he continued to use inner-city equipment to measure everyone's DNA, and then arrived at a completely consistent conclusion. Everyone had radiation sickness. Each person's DNA had been severely damaged. The fact that symptoms only appeared now indicates that the warrior race is extraordinarily resilient. Had it been the primitive humans of Di Song's past life, they would have long been dead. What the hell, radiation? This is crazy. Where did the radiation come from? Could it be intentional? Go Changchun was stunned. He valued his life the most, thinking that awakening the death return talent would enhance his ability to survive, but he never expected to suddenly fall victim to radiation. Moreover, the ones affected are all his own people. This is completely unpredictable. Wait, suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. He recalled the base where they observed the supersized beasts, and that room filled with data. You must know, in order to block the surveillance of the scientific martial gods, that place had no electrified high-tech. Even the lights were replaced with a kind of naturally glowing stone. Damn, the inner city trash really doesn't treat people like human beings. Using radioactive materials for lighting. You guys really thought of that. Go Changchun sighed, deeply looking at Di Song with a meaningful expression. Di Song understood, dismissed the doctors, and gathered everyone together. Then he received speculation from Go Changchun's mouth. In an instant, Di Song understood. So that's how it is. No wonder those who fell ill were all classmates, and upon counting their commonality was that they all entered the base. No wonder when I was in that room, I felt an itch. So it was because of the radiation. Di Song was extremely frustrated. He was careless. He should have thought of it earlier. After all, radiation is known among the warrior race as the weakling's deterrent. Those warriors who have not awakened their bloodlines have fragile DNA that is easily damaged by radiation. As for those who activated their bloodlines, even if only 0.01, it is a god-level bloodline. Its DNA is incredibly resilient. How could mere nuclear radiation shake it? Of course, Imo Hung was quite unfortunate. Although he awakened his bloodline through the bloodline pill, he had already contracted radiation sickness before that. The bloodline delayed his symptoms, but did not cure him completely. As for why the inner city dared to use radioactive materials for lighting, obviously they are at least extraordinary. Who doesn't have a god-level bloodline? Moreover, it would only be denser and tougher than the ordinary. Wait a minute, Digo, weren't you also there? Imo Hung asked curiously. And everyone else too. There are clearly not a few who have been affected by radiation. My talent is immortal. It has self-healing capabilities. Deetsong explained. Others are similar. Grade self-healing ability is enough to survive in radiation. The moment high-energy particles shatter DNA, it can restore it to its original state. For self-healing talents, healing such a minor injury is much easier than treating severed limbs. Well, that's true. In any case, don't worry, nuclear radiation is just a minor illness that only troubles primitive civilizations. Just follow the medical advice. Deetsong smiled at everyone, offering some comfort. But once he left the ward, his expression darkened. 100 meters away from the ward, in another room. Can it be cured? Deetsong took a deep breath, trying to keep his expression neutral. They have been sick for too long. Their DNA is completely disordered. With our talents, we cannot treat it. My talent can regenerate severed limbs, but that relies on the self-repair of cells, but the DNA rupture has already harmed the origin. The female doctor also shook her head. My talent is to suppress viruses, allowing the immune system to exert its own strength, but given their condition. Do they still have an immune system? The other two doctors gave similar reasons. In short, relying solely on talent, there is no hope. Besides talent, is there any other way? Deetsong rubbed his forehead and asked, You battle gang and inner city have trade relations. Is there no advanced medical equipment? For example, nanobots. I remember they can repair genes. Even if only the brain remains, they can bring someone back to life. The male doctor shook his head. Things that can save lives like that, even if they exist, won't be brought out, and moreover, even if they did, there wouldn't be enough. You have 18 patients. The nanobots needed to cure them are priceless. You must know that this type of technology is strictly controlled in the inner city. Very few can flow to the outer city. Damn. Deetsong suddenly felt an urge to raid the inner city. Clearly, for the inner city, radiation sickness is just a minor issue, but the warriors in the outer city can only wait silently for death when facing such a minor illness. Is there any other way? Deetsong asked. If there truly is no way, then he would resort to robbery. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent, the female doctor hurriedly spoke. There are several ways. The first is to break through to the extraordinary state. As long as you successfully break through, you can reshape your body from the root, and the radiation sickness will resolve itself. Deetsong. That's nonsense. Next one. Then she continued. There are over 200 million people in the outer city. Even if Lutan City lacks them, other cities must have awakened talents specifically targeting bloodlines. Such talents can definitely repair genes. Deetsong, that makes sense. Keep it as a backup. Transforming from robbing the inner city to robbing other outer city gathering places. The difficulty has indeed dropped significantly. The male doctor also chimed in. There's another way. A hibernation device that can freeze patients for hibernation until you find a cure, and then unfreeze them. Lutan City has hibernation devices available for rent at the price of 1 chi blood pill per day. 18 hibernation devices can be made available. Deetsong, you're joking, right? That's a good plan as a backup. Don't forget, this is the Interstellar era. Freezing chambers and hibernation chambers are plentiful. The charm of technology belongs to them. Soon the doctors finished their consultations and left, leaving Deetsong and the others sitting in the room dazed. You all heard right. He gathered everyone except the patients and said, If you have any other methods, let's hear them. He knew that his class was full of talented individuals. Maybe they have a solution. Chun Huangsha muttered to himself. How about building a miraculous hospital? No, that wouldn't work. Although it enhances self-healing, it won't repair genes. Sure, Xingqiong lightly tapped his temple. If we could absorb spiritual energy. No, to repair life factors would require pinnacle alchemy techniques. That's too far off. A group of people brainstormed. Among the crowd, Biao Xue quietly raised her hand. She said, Go. I think I have a solution. Deetsong immediately looked puzzled. Can pills repair genes? Biao Xue responded unhappily, no. The bloodline pill acts on genes, which stimulates us to awaken our bloodlines. There's logic to that indeed. Deetsong nodded to show understanding and encouraged her to continue. So Biao Xue continued, in addition to the bloodline pill, there's also the zeroing pill that can completely remove the already awakened bloodline, reverting it to its initial state. Its principle is to disrupt the DNA sequence and then reshape it according to the original state uninfected by bloodlines. Since it's this principle, then repairing the damaged genes should also be feasible. The more she spoke, the brighter the light in everyone's eyes became. This could work. Deetsong directly asked, "What's the price of the zeroing pill?" Bai Aoshue replied, "Taking the iron scale wolf as an example, at least 1,000 iron scale wolves are needed to refine one zeroing pill. Diga, the materials you've gathered these days can probably refine half a pill." Bai Aoshue replied, "Taking the iron scale wolf as an example, at least 1,000 iron scale wolves are needed to refine one zeroing pill. Diga, the materials you've gathered these days, for 18 people it would take 9 months. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we will join forces with the Ashen Battle Gang and the Lutan Battle Gang to hunt beasts outside the city." Deetsong looked at Wu Tietian beside him and said, "Tomorrow you, me, and Shi Xingqiong, along with half of the people from the Liao Yuan Battle Gang, will go out and join the hunting team." Wu Tietian opened his mouth to speak. "This is non-negotiable. The situation is urgent, and we must take extraordinary measures." Deetsong was afraid this guy would refuse, hastily adding. Wu Tietian fell silent. However, Chun Huangsha spoke up, "Digu, what Wu Gu means is, wouldn't sending half the people be too few? In my opinion, whether disabled or of low realm, all must be treated equally. All 1346 members of the gang must go." In the cultivation space, Mo Hung sat cross-legged. He was breaking through. Mo Hung's body wriggled as his DNA rapidly restructured under the dual enhancement of the breakthrough and his divine bloodline, causing his body to swell and shrink like an inflatable. After several rounds, roar, Mo Hung let out a long howl, his entire being rapidly growing in size, fur and scales covering his body, his hands turning into sharp claws and sharp teeth sprouting from his mouth. The breakthrough failed. His body transformed into a beast. The beastly nature quickly overwhelmed his humanity, and Mo Hung felt as if he had dropped the burdens on his shoulders, feeling unprecedentedly comfortable. The world seemed to become chaotic. The logic that was once easily understood collapsed, and humanity's proud wisdom rapidly disintegrated and vanished. However, fortunately, humanity is not truly animals. The remaining reason awakened Mo Hung. Refreshed. In an instant, like time flowing backward, the cultivation space rapidly returned to its original state. Including Mo Hung, he also reverted back to his human form from the time rewind. At the moment of recovery, he was drenched in cold sweat, gasping heavily. It was terrifying, so frightening. Is this the feeling of transforming into a beast? That gradual dullness, the world becoming simple, everything relying solely on instinct, felt simply both terrifying and quite tempting. It's okay, it has all passed. You can do it. If 1 time doesn't work, then 2. If 2 don't work, then 3. 10 times. 100 times. 1,000 times. Surely there will be a time I can succeed. After a long pause, erasing the strange feeling from the failed breakthrough, Mo Hung dared to attempt the second breakthrough. Second time, third time, fourth time. 10 times, 20 times, 30 times. If this were reality in school, a failed breakthrough could still be salvaged, and the body would remember the feeling of the breakthrough, making the next attempt easier. But the cultivation space did not have such conveniences. Each breakthrough was in the refreshed state. One could only strive for success at once, like Wu Tietian. Finally, after repeatedly attempting over 90 times, buzz, reality, Mo Hung suddenly opened his eyes. Name: Mo Hung, race human, bloodline Hell's three-headed wolf, 002. Talent Heavens, Tao rewards diligence, F realm, extraordinary realm, speed type, fist strength, 50 tons. It worked. After nearly 100 failures, success finally came. Although his aptitude was low, his Talent Heavens, Tao rewards diligence still had some merit, even if it was only grade, as long as one repeated a task enough times they could achieve small results. After the fortunate breakthrough, Mo Hung looked at the time. It was already the next day. In reality, according to plan, they were to leave the city today to hunt beasts. Hunting beasts. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Although the breakthrough was a fluke, the bloodline concentration was only 0.02, not as good as Wu guess after the breakthrough. The mutated bloodline after the breakthrough. How should he put it? Even though it wasn't what he desired, it was still sufficient. So be it. Synchronize cultivation. Mo Hung issued the command. In the next moment, his consciousness returned to reality, and he stood up, glancing at the classmates in the isolation ward sleeping and meditating with their metabolism at a minimum. Mo Hung quietly stood up. Just hold on a little longer. I will find a way. Saying this, Mo Hung had already disappeared. His figure moved like the wind, leaving behind a phantom. It wasn't long before he arrived in front of Deetsong. It was already morning, the dawn light faintly bright, and the Liao Yuan battle gang had gathered and was preparing to head outside the city. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Deetsong. Who? Mo Hung. You have advanced to the extraordinary realm. He thought it was an assassin and nearly attacked. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was that kid Mo Hang. No way. He was only at the 4th stage of the ordinary realm, and had just been isolated due to radiation sickness. How could he appear before him now as an extraordinary? Sensing the immense vitality and heavy aura from the other party, as well as the speed exceeding 100 meters per second, Song could only make one guess. Mo Hung stammered for a moment before finally saying, "Actually, in short, I broke through. I want to join too. I want to hunt beasts." It had been a long time since he had spoken to anyone feeling a bit dazed. Fortunately, after a while he felt fine again. Meanwhile, Song stared at Mo Hung, remaining silent for a while. "Alright, you can come along. Wu Taitian Shi Xingqiong plus you and me, the 4 of us, must slaughter 17,000 beasts in this hunting operation, no matter what method we use." Without asking further questions, Song directly agreed. It startled Mo Hung. 17,000 beasts. Is the gap that large? The class had no secrets. Even the patients knew that zeroing pill could cure radiation sickness, but they were unaware of how much material was needed for just one pill. Mo Hing thought it would only involve several hundred or 1,000 small beasts. Who would have thought Song would mention 17,000 beasts? Song nodded a bit impatiently, saying, "No kidding, is the gap not large enough to require the entire gang to mobilize?" He was indeed a bit anxious. You must know Lutan City manages the food and daily needs of 300,000 people. To produce enough nutritional paste to feed them for a month, at least 10,000 beasts need to be harvested. If the Liao Yuan battle gang could consume 1/10 of that, it would be considered exceptional. Even so, there would still be a shortfall of 7,000 beasts. Now having one more person to help, Song had no reason to refuse. Time passed. Outside the city gate, tens of thousands had gathered. The hunting activity in Lutan City occurred once a month. In a city of about 300,000 people, at least 10,000 martial artists would participate in this activity. Most of them were mid to low-level martial artists, all having cultivated the art of heart of 10,000 beasts. When this group of people gathered together, even Song felt a sense of illusion. It was as if countless ferocious beast overlords had gathered, issuing fierce roars in all directions, driving away any intruders. Such a strong martial will. Feeling the vaguely formed phantom of a beast king, Song couldn't help but say, under the influence of this momentum, the strength of ordinary realm martial artists would at least drop by 30%. Just gathering a bunch of ordinary realm martial artists had such might. He couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be in the army, where those at least in the extraordinary realm would converge their auras into formations. Of course, military techniques are not something that can be casually learned. At least people like himself from the outer city cannot learn them. As Song compared in his mind, he suddenly heard a question from nearby. "Are you Liao Yuan battle gang? Putting all your members on the line?" Hearing this, Song turned to look. The speaker was a kind-faced young man standing 3 meters tall. Extraordinary realm balance type. "Who are you?" Song asked. "The leader of the Ashen battle gang." The latter smiled gently at Song. "Ever since your Liao Yuan battle gang was established, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to visit, but only now have I found the time." While speaking, Gu Hui was also examining Song. He knew Song quite well. After all, he recognized Song because of this guy and Wu Taitian from the Liao Yuan battle gang. In Death Prophecy, they destroyed the Ashen battle gang. This ordinary realm martial artist named Song killed himself. How should he put it? After this week, he had been testing the Liao Yuan battle gang every day. The young man before him was his primary target for probing. After experiencing several death prophecies, Gu Hui no longer had the thought of confronting him. He had died too many times and was afraid. The strong were not just Wu Taitian and Song. Others were even harder to kill. Some martial artists seemed to be ordinary realm, but were not weaker than those in the extraordinary realm. How did these monsters end up in the same class? Junior, this is probably your first time in the wilderness. Let me give you a few pieces of advice. Don't think about clashing with the beasts. If we humans want to defeat the beasts, we can only rely on swift movements and scraping-like attacks. Gu Hui smiled broadly, looking eager to help. Song looked at him with some suspicion, although he didn't understand why this person came to ingratiate himself. One should not strike those who offer help. So he nodded, saying, "I will." This basic knowledge, did he need to teach it? In the past week, he had also killed quite a few beasts. He certainly knew that compared to the enormous size and outrageous strength of the beast, humanity's only advantage lay in speed and agility. Additionally, Junior, if you encounter small beasts, run quickly, do not engage them. The Lutan battle gang will handle it. We as a mid-sized battle gang do not have specialized weapons, so we cannot contend with small beasts. This was rather fresh. Song nodded in acknowledgement, and the two began to chat idly. It was his first time going into the wilderness. With an experienced person willing to share knowledge, he was naturally very pleased. Soon the army of tens of thousands left the city, traveling dozens of kilometers. and the scenery around them gradually changed as they moved away from the outer city. First were the grasses and trees. Both the bushes and flowers grew taller as they approached the wilderness, and by the time Deetsong reached the edge of the wilderness, the surrounding grass had already exceeded 1 meter. Trees over 100 meters tall were commonplace. The flora seemed to have inflated dozens of times. Occasionally small beasts like cockroaches and rats darted past, frightened by the imposing aura of the martial artists who had cultivated the heart of 10,000 beasts fleeing at astonishing speeds. Besides the oversized cockroach, rats close to 1 meter in size, Deetsong also saw a 10-meter-long python, an 8-meter-tall giant ape observing from afar, and a 6-meter-tall giant rhino, as well as many colossal creatures that did not exist in his previous life. Humanity appeared so small in the face of nature. I heard that 300 years ago this planet was quite normal. But after we humans relocated here, the stellar behemoths followed closely, continuously infecting the habitable planet 405 with their aura. Moreover, after martial artists failed their breakthroughs and fled to the wilderness, one by one turned into beasts laden with divine bloodlines, further infected by the aura of the stellar behemoths, becoming even more terrifying. 300 years of accumulation has created this broken place. Gu Hui was quite the chatterbox, continuously babbling away in Deetsong's ear. If it were before, Deetsong might have engaged in some small talk. But now, with patients at home and the task of 17,000 beasts weighing on his shoulders, he simply had no mood to chat. Liao Yuan Battle Gang. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Approaching was the leader of the Lu Tan Battle Gang, Song Lian. Her injuries had long since healed, but upon seeing Wu Taiqian, she no longer exhibited the desire she had a few days ago. Instead, her face was filled with indignation and murderous intent. She handed over a map, suppressing her displeasure, and said, "Here, this is the map." Then, pointing to the location marked on the map, she said, "Our destination is the mountaintop marked on the map. This place is backed by a cliff with a depression on top that can accommodate tens of thousands of people, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. However, with our number exceeding 10,000, the momentum is overwhelming. Once we venture deep into the wilderness, we will inevitably attract beasts." Wu Taitian casually took the map and handed it to Deetsong. The latter picked it up and glanced at it, then asked, "From now on, we must divide our forces." Song Lian shot Deetsong a sidelong glance, continuing to address Wu Taiqian. "Divide into 10 groups, reducing the number of people in each group to 1,000 with at least one extraordinary realm guardian in each. This way, the probability of being attacked by beasts will be greatly reduced. Even if we are completely wiped out by the beasts, we will not face total annihilation." After she finished speaking, Deetsong also scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, they had already begun to divide their forces. Observing their familiarity, it was clear this was not their first time. As for the division of forces, "You Liao Yuan Battle Gang, just focus on your own while regroup at the destination." With that, she turned and left, not wanting to engage in further conversation. Beside him, Gu Hui chuckled, saying, "Huh, Junior, don't take it to heart. Song Lian is just that kind of ungrateful. If it weren't for her connections and controlling a supply channel directly to the inner city, she wouldn't hold the position of leader in the Lu Ten Battle Gang." Deetsong nodded, expressing his understanding. He pondered that once he contacted Qian Xiaoxing in the inner city, it would be best to keep the smuggling matters in his own hands. Seeing that the division of forces was nearly complete, Gu Hui clasped his hands and said, "Junior, I will take my leave first. See you at the mountaintop later." With that, he leaped into the air and vanished in a few flashes. Thus, the army of tens of thousands split into 10 routes. The Liao Yuan Battle Gang advanced along the route after the division, needing only a few hours to reach their destination after passing through a valley. After the division, "Sister Tsang, do we really not need to inform the brothers and sisters in the gang about this battle?" Looking towards the direction the Liao Yuan Battle Gang left, Gu Hui spoke uneasily. Beside him, Song Lian let out a cold snort. "Humph. Those traitors do not deserve to know. Gu Hui, you did well. If your death prophecy did not go awry, the few beasts from the Liao Yuan Battle Gang will surely ambush them when they pass through the valley. By then, even if they do not die, they will be severely injured." With that, she glanced at Gu Hui and said, "You keep an eye on the team. I will go take their lives. The trash of the Liao Yuan Battle Gang, especially that Wu Taitian, must die." Oh, indeed, Gu Hui and Song Lian share a deep bond. Although they are not sworn brothers, they are at least connected by mutual interests. For instance, after his death prophecy, the first thing he did was inform Song Lian of the arrival of Deetsong and others. Now, after being violently beaten while seeking seeds, Song Lian harbors extreme hatred towards Wu Taotian and the Liao Yuan War Gang. Just like last time, she is going to act alone this time. Using the advantage of the wilderness and the ferocity of the exotic beasts, she plans to ambush the entire Liao Yuan War Gang here. If they manage to survive, Song Lian wouldn't mind playing the mantis, catching the cicada, completely annihilating the severely weakened Liao Yuan War Gang. Of course, her private actions would certainly not be approved by the other members of the Lutan war gang, as extraordinary beings are rare combat forces, and losing them in internal strife would be pure loss. So Tsang Lian can only keep it secret and go on her own. Taking a deep breath, she regained her calm demeanor and said to Gu, "We thank you for your help. You will not be forgotten once this is accomplished. I will leave my team under the protection of your Ashes war gang." After saying this, her figure vanished from the spot. Her speed was so swift that she left no trace behind. Watching Tsang Lian leave, Gu Hui couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Warriors coming from the inner city are truly willful. What a big deal shouting and killing. The extraordinary beings in Lutan City are already scarce, not even reaching 1 in 10,000. It would be one thing if they didn't band together, but they are even turning against each other. It's important to know that in the outer city, extraordinary beings are considered the elite. But in the wilderness, extraordinary beings are nothing. On the other side, the Liao Yuan war gang proceeded along the route on the map. On the cart where the gang members were transporting goods, Wu Taotian suddenly frowned in ominous malice. "Someone intends to harm us." As soon as these words were spoken, Di Tsang and the others immediately perked up. "How do you know?" Mo Hung asked in confusion. Di Tsang expressed concern. "Brother Wu, if you're tired you can rest more. Paranoid delusions are an illness, but they can be treated." Wu Taotian remained silent for 2 seconds before ignoring the two of them. He looked towards Shi Xingqiang. Unseen and unheard, avoid danger by instinct. Shi Xingqiang, being well-informed, exclaimed, "Brother Wu, when did you reach this level?" He clearly understands that the Wu Daoist clan excels in insight, sudden inspiration, perceiving danger before it manifests, remaining oblivious, yet avoiding peril. This allows these unimaginative warriors to sense danger without reasoning, infuriating many. As you lay out your plan, the Wu Daoist clan can sense it. They avoid danger ahead of time, rendering all your meticulous plans futile. However, even among the Wu Daoist clan, this level of insight is not easily attained. At least it's quite challenging for extraordinary beings. Of course, it is standard for transcendent beings. Wu Taotian casually remarked, reaching this level. "Oh, just now it's not important." He continued, "You guys are smart, what should we do?" Di Tsang and Shi Xingqiang exchanged glances. As for Mo Hung, ever since he established a training space, he has found his mind increasingly inadequate. It's not a matter of diminished intelligence, just that he's been out of touch with society for too long. Strategies. What a joke. Instead of wasting time, he should spend a few more years training to increase his strength. Any strategy would fall apart in the face of raw power. Here Di Tsang snapped back to reality and asked, "Can you discern what kind of danger it is? Is it humans or exotic beasts?" Wu Taotian closed his eyes for a long time before opening them, saying both. Thus Shi Xingqiang chimed in, "Exotic beasts cannot cooperate with humans, so it must be that humans are trying to use exotic beasts to eliminate us." Di Tsang, "You are the fastest. Go scout the area nearby. See if there are any traces of exotic beasts, especially herd or small ones." Upon hearing this, Di Tsang nodded okay. He thought the same. Although Mo Hung is a speed-type extraordinary being, he has just recently broken through and cannot match his pure speed. Therefore, the only one suitable for scouting is himself. With that, Di Tsang jumped off the cart, landing on the ground, bending his knees. In the next moment, immense strength erupted. He soared into the air like a rocket shooting upwards. The earth rapidly shrank in his sight. In just a few seconds, he reached an altitude of 1,000 meters, overlooking the wilderness. At 1,000 meters above, the landscape of 100 kilometers lay beneath him. However, the farther the distance, the less clearly he could see. After all, the enhancement only increased strength, disregarding everything else. But Di Tsang is, after all, a member of the Wu Daoist clan. His vision is sharper and more precise than a golden eagle. Looking down, the sights within 10 kilometers revealed no secrets to him. Then gravity took effect, and Di Tsang naturally fell under its pull, ultimately crashing into the wasteland and leaving a depression several centimeters deep. "What did you see?" Shi Xingqiang asked with a hint of envy. Although his combat power is not bad, he lacks the physical quality of extraordinary beings, so he has no qualifications for such high jumps. "At 6 o'clock in a canyon 10 kilometers away on our path, it seems there is a herd of beasts. I couldn't see clearly. I'll scout again." After saying this, Di Tsang leaped again. Mo Hung muttered, 10 kilometers isn't far. Wait'll go take. After saying this, he also jumped up. This time Di Tsang didn't jump too high, only about 500 meters. Just as he stopped, he saw Mo Hung following closely beside him, grabbing hold of his shoulder. Like a curious child, he asked, Where are the exotic beasts?" Di Tsang pointed towards the canyon ahead. The canyon is flanked by hundreds of meters high mountains. A jumping 500 meters is more than enough to get a clear view of what lies above the canyon. Di Tsang could barely see some moving dots above. As an extraordinary being, Mo Hung, however, could see everything with crystal clarity. Micro-exotic beast, wind treading lion. Exotic beasts polluted by the aura of stellar behemoths inheriting the bloodline of the wind sovereign lion. Even carrying an average weight of 25 tons, they can unleash a terrifying speed of 50 meters per second and are social creatures. Micro-exotic beast giant berserk elephant. Exotic beasts polluted by the aura of stellar behemoths inheriting the bloodline of the divine prison giant elephant. Their trunks are incredibly agile and long, capable of lifting objects weighing 100 tons, and they are social creatures. He could see clearly, and the corresponding data also appeared. After the two landed, Deetsong was still pondering whether to get a bit closer when he noticed that Imo Hung's expression was somewhat grim and excited. To the left is the wind-treading lion, estimated to be over 1,000 heads, and to the right is the giant berserk elephant, at least 700 heads. If we unknowingly enter the canyon and get surrounded by these exotic beasts, we might escape, but the Liao Yuan war gang would be completely annihilated. Imo Hung couldn't help but rub his hands, saying the canyon is our essential route to pass. We must clear out all the exotic beasts. No worries, just leave it to me. Within 3 days I can definitely wipe them out. Deetsong suddenly realized, oh right, he is an extraordinary being. His vision is far superior to his own. Not only did he see the types of exotic beasts, but he also estimated their numbers. You need 3 days to wipe them out. Deetsong directly rejected his idea. Instead, have Brother Wu accompany you. He will handle the giant berserk elephant while you deal with the wind-treading lion, and you have at most 1 hour to lead them away. There's no time to dawdle on the road. Exotic beasts in the wilderness remain active at night, while the members of the Liao Yuan war gang are not suited for staying up late. Wu Taotian frowned upon hearing the arrangement, but Shi Xingqiong also added, go on, you both are extraordinary beings. If you stay here, those you want to harm may not show themselves. Imo Hung reacted to this, asking with some concern, is it really safe? What if the enemy is an extraordinary... Deetsong glanced at him, have you mastered your qi? Imo Hung smiled awkwardly, not yet. Deetsong said, then it's fine, you can't even beat me. So Imo Hung and Wu Taotian left. Both are extraordinary beings, one is strength-oriented, the other speed-oriented. Wu Taotian as a strength type weighs a full ton and can only cover 50 to 60 meters per second, while jogging. Imo Hung as a speed type weighs only 200 kilograms and can easily sprint over 100 meters per second. Imo Hung, who left the group, moved swiftly, quickly, leaving Wu Taotian behind. The rugged mountain path seemed flat beneath his feet. In just 2 minutes, he had crossed 10 kilometers. Just as he leaped onto a peak, he could see thousands of exotic beasts in full view. The wind-treading lion. This creature is far superior to the iron-scale wolf. Just in terms of weight, it was several times the difference. On average, each wind-treading lion exceeds 10 meters in length, standing at least 4 meters tall at the shoulder, truly a behemoth. A 2-meter-tall human standing before them would likely be paralyzed by the sheer pressure of their size. However, in the face of these exotic beasts, Imo Hung felt nothing but excitement. Ever since he advanced to extraordinary being, he has grown stronger, and the flow rate in the training space has drastically changed. From the original 1365 to 1365, a 100-fold decrease. The usable time also dropped by 100-fold. Regarding such matters, Imo Hung had long anticipated them. Not to mention, the efficiency of the extraordinary being's brains in processing information far exceeds that of ordinary beings by 100 times. The drastic decrease in the flow rate and usable time is also within reason. Similarly, after the breakthrough, hunting exotic beasts has also become 100 times easier. He could hunt thousands of exotic beasts without any risk to recharge the training space. Now, looking at like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Imo Hung charged into the pride of lions. He drew his blade, his speed surged by another half, and with a swift slide, he completely eviscerated a wind-treading lion. The wind-treading lion. The latter was momentarily stunned, only to see blood and entrails gushing out from beneath it, collapsing. Its breath gradually weakened, leaving it with no strength to stand. One more strike. Imo Hung appeared like a ghost, plunging his sword into its brain. The wind-treading lion perished on the spot. Usable time, 20 days. The pleasant notification sound rang, motivating Imo Hung even more. This creature is worth much more than the iron-scale wolf. In an instant, he dealt with an exotic beast much larger than himself, and his first kill alarmed the entire pride. Roar! And the sound of howling echoed endlessly. The massive number of wind-treading lions gathered around their thunderous runs, shaking the earth, their furious stampede pressing down on the minuscule humans. Good. Come at me. Imo Hung grinned widely. Exotic beasts have tough skin, impervious to blades and spears. That's only for ordinary beings. For extraordinary beings with sufficient strength and top-tier skills, they can easily pierce the exotic beast's skin with metal weapons and cut through their muscles. As for the hard bones of the exotic beasts, let's be honest, he is still an extraordinary being. Avoiding the bones and targeting vital points is basic operation. After all, the opposing beasts are merely mindless wild animals. 20 days. 20 days. 20 days. Oh, this one has 30 days. Mo Hung's ghostly figure flitted among the pride. Every strike at the right moment claimed the life of a wind-treading lion. At the very least, he could leave them severely wounded and unable to recover. Meanwhile, as he was slaughtering Deetsong's team continued to advance at a steady pace. Deetsong has always held a great vigilance towards exotic beasts. It's important to note that humans have countless enemies in the starry skies, but the stellar behemoths are not to be trifled with. Even exotic beasts influenced by the aura of stellar behemoths will pursue humans with the fervor of adrenaline, vowing to hunt them down even at the cost of their own lives. Of course, those that can't even be considered micro-exotic beasts are excluded. For instance, cockroaches and rats. In short, his 1,000-man team cannot withstand an assault from exotic beasts. Any sight of a herd must be either fully wiped out or drawn away. As the team advanced safely, Tsang Lian, who had been hiding and tracking this group, could no longer sit still. What is going on here? What is this thing? As the beast summoning powder exploded, Deetsong saw a white mist drifting down from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire troop. There was no real scent, and even the color of the mist was merely a visual cue. What Deetsong truly felt from the oncoming gas was an intense and powerful martial will. It was as if tens of thousands of warriors who had perfected the heart of all beasts had gathered together, proactively unleashing their aura and recklessly provoking all life within the vicinity. Meanwhile, as Deetsong looked at the white mist, the panel promptly provided an introduction. Not just him, everyone present knew what was happening. In the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Who released the beast summoning powder? Damn it, we're all dead. Who is so malicious? What did we do to deserve this? Panic spread, and the discipline of the troop instantly fell into chaos. Because not only the troop, but even the entire surrounding area seemed to have erupted in turmoil. A massive flock of birds took to the sky. On the ground, garbage creatures like cockroaches and rats scurried away their 6 legs, leaving afterimages eager to distance themselves further. Among them, one cockroach rat sprinted at a speed of 10 meters per second. Its superior performance surpassed its peers, quickly reaching the forefront. Smack. A beast's paw came down, crushing it into a pulp. As the view shifted upwards, the owner of the massive paw was revealed to be a giant gray bear over 10 meters long and covered in gray fur. The gray bear moved with great strides, its weight over 40 tons, enabling it to run at a speed of 30 meters per second, like a heavy truck roaring. Its massive form overwhelmed the flowers and grass appearing before the crowd. The warriors of the Liao Yuan battle gang, one and all, panicked. Shoot! Kill it! A group of low-level warriors howled as they drew their bows, launching arrows weighing about 100 grams shot forth at speeds exceeding the sound barrier under their nearly 1-ton arm strength. The lethality rivaled that of high-powered rifles. Yet facing the rain of arrows, the gray bear simply charged forward. A multitude of arrows slid off its smooth fur, and those that managed to break through the fur were hardly embedded in its muscles. Though the blood of the miniature beast was no match for steel, it was more than enough compared to rock. The rain of arrows failed to kill the gray bear, instead igniting its ferocity as the warriors could only watch helplessly as it broke through the arrow storm and charged towards them. Whoosh! A spear was released, breaking the sound barrier as it shot forth, slicing through the air above the warriors and striking the gray bear directly. The bear's eye socket was instantly penetrated by the spear, which continued its trajectory into the brain, ultimately exiting from the back of its skull. Blood erupted, brain matter splattered. The giant bear collapsed, plowing a trench into the ground. The fleeing warriors exclaimed. Everyone stay alert. Deetsong drew his spear, commanding loudly, prepare to face the beast tide. We have been tainted by the beast summoning powder, and no one can escape. No one can escape. Anyone who dares to run, I will chop them up. A single strike that killed a beast left the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang dumbfounded. It was then they realized that this seemingly unremarkable, mundane martial artist before them possessed extraordinary power. The strong genes activated. The instinct to seek profit and avoid harm was successfully loaded. Haha, it's a powerhouse. We're saved. Some were exceedingly excited. With a powerhouse, there was hope. They wouldn't just scatter in the face of calamity. After all, scattering would likely lead to death. The nearly collapsing warriors found their backbone, quickly gathering together, cooperating with clear division of labor. Deetsong, having achieved some results, furrowed his brow. Xing Qiong, have you seen anyone? He asked the person. The latter had already surveyed the surroundings and soon locked onto a direction. I see. It's Tsang Lian from the Lu Tan battle gang. How could he, a mere mundane realm warrior, catch the movements of an extraordinary realm powerhouse? The reason was simple: that woman had never left. After firing, the beast-summoning powdered Song Lian stood boldly atop a 100-meter-tall tree trunk, looking down from 1,000 meters away upon the 1,000-man troop. Her eyes were filled with glee. Around her, massive beasts surged forth, frantically charging towards the 1,000-man troop. It's her. The Lutan battle gang wants to eliminate us with the help of beasts. But why? What benefit do they gain from this? Although the Liao Yuan battle gang was essentially invading their territory. However, having more extraordinary realm allies would yield more gains in the wilderness. A mere bit of territory meant little. Logically, the Lutan battle gang shouldn't be this united. Ditsong forcibly interrupted his thoughts, because the beast had already arrived right in front of him. What a pity. It's just a group of beasts. These mindless creatures could not enhance their power. Of course, their corpses were quite useful. As the rain of arrows fell, Ditsong leaped up, landing on a cart, carrying weapons, picking up a spear from above. Throw. Throw. Pure strength erupted as the supersonic spear shot forth, instantly piercing the brains of the beasts amidst the rain of arrows. Each spear could take down a beast weighing dozens of tons. Even if they died on the spot, their massive bodies scraping against the ground could still plow a terrifying trench. More beasts surpassed their strength, madly charging in. Looking around, hundreds of beasts were rushing in from all directions. The number of weapons vastly exceeded that of the beasts, but the frequency with which Ditsong could throw spears was limited. The outcome was self-evident. The first beast to break through the rain of arrows appeared. Sharp-horned giant rhinoceros. A herd. The ground trembled. The frontline warriors focused and calculated its shoulder height, body length, tonnage, and speed, numerous formulas flashing through their minds. With a body length of 15 meters, shoulder height of 8 meters, and weight nearing 50 tons, its running speed exceeded 40 meters per second. It was as fast as a mundane realm 9th level warrior. Such a massive size, what an outrageous tonnage. When fully charged, its impact energy exceeded 4,000 tons. 4 low-level warriors like themselves, not to mention being hit, even just brushing against it. Would they not end up with bruises all over? Run. Without the extraordinary realm warriors supervising, the mundane realm warriors dared to flee. The first row of warriors screamed, immediately dropping their weapons and using all their strength to leap. As soon as he shouted, it was like an avalanche of defeat. No warrior dared to foolishly stand in place to intercept. The 1,000-man troop instantly scattered, each person wishing they had 4 legs to sprint away madly. The giant rhinoceros was perplexed. The giant rhinoceros was furious. Based on the level of provocation, the sharp-horned giant rhinoceros aimed at the group, practicing the heart of all beasts, charging forward with its sharp horn. In an instant, cries of anguish erupted and blood splattered. Those trampled by the giant rhinoceros faced a horrific fate. Yet it was not done, making a blunt turn and charging towards Ditsong, who was standing tall and throwing spears. Ditsong sighed as he saw the giant rhinoceros charge. I did my best. In the next moment, he held the spear in his left hand and grasped the starry sky in his right. He bolted away. Roar. On the grassland above the canyon, a 10-meter-tall, 100-ton giant elephant aimed at its prey, swinging. As a miniature beast, this giant elephant, composed of hundreds of thousands of muscle fibers, could unleash a force exceeding its body weight. What a terrifying move! It struck Wu Taitian directly. Hit. No. Wu Taitian actively struck out, grabbing its trunk. Then with a burst of energy, he forcefully tore it apart. Roar. The giant elephant was stunned. Holding the belief that bigger means stronger, it simply couldn't comprehend how this small hairless monkey managed to tear its trunk. The subsequent excruciating pain made it howl. Shut up. Wu Taitian leaped up, delivering a powerful punch. The force pierced through skin, muscle, and bone, directly turning the giant elephant's brain into mush. Thus the giant elephant fell silent. It bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed lifelessly. Around it, more giant elephants surged in their mere movement, creating a scene akin to an earthquake, with countless dust clouds raised by this herd of giant elephants. Wu Taitian had an expressionless face. To him, bullying beasts was no fun. He leaped, jumping atop the heads and backs of the many giant elephants, occasionally letting out a roar to attract more giant elephants' attention. Then he intended to lead them away. As an extraordinary realm warrior, even if it was just strength type, his speed and agility could easily surpass these mindless beasts. But suddenly, Wu Taitian turned his head sharply. He clearly saw 10 kilometers away. Hundreds of thousands of beasts were charging, and Ditsong was sprinting with the starry sky at an incredible fleeing. At their speed, the beasts couldn't catch up. Miniature beasts posed no threat to them. But Wu Taitian spotted another familiar figure. Who was it again? Oh right, the leader of the Lutan battle gang. As Wu Taitian's gaze fell on her from over 10 kilometers away, she immediately sensed it and looked over. The two exchanged glances across the distance of over 10 kilometers. Then, Song Lian revealed a triumphant smile pointing at the fleeing Deed Song and starry sky, then made a slicing motion across her neck. In the next moment, she suddenly shot forward. With a strong killing intent, she boldly charged towards the tip. Wu Taitian. He expressionlessly snapped the tusk of a giant elephant, taking only the pointed tip. Weighing about a kilogram, it was as strong as metal. That was enough. Next, Wu Taitian did something very simple. Standing on the back of the giant elephant, he remained steady despite the beast's wild thrashing. Then he got into position, aimed, throw. The 100-ton force erupted, leaving only the pointed tip of the tusk to burst forth at a speed exceeding Mach for slicing through the air. Whoosh! Song Lian was incredibly fast. As an established speed-type extraordinary realm warrior, she not only mastered perfected movement techniques, but also harnessed energy her legs capable of explosive force exceeding 350 tons. At full speed, she quickly surpassed the leisurely jogging Deed Song and suddenly stopped right in front of him. I remember you too. You killed quite a few of my subordinates, so let your lives pay for it. Before she finished speaking, Deed Song interrupted. Xing Qiong, it's up to you. Without a second thought, Deed Song threw the starry sky out. Starry sky? You really trust me, huh? In midair, Starry Sky flew towards the leader of the Lu Tan battle gang, activating his bloodline along the way. Upon landing, the celestial demon disintegration, with nearly 40 tons of power erupting, it slashed towards Song Lian's neck. Simultaneously, his body disintegrated instantly, skin bursting, muscles tearing, bones cracking, and internal organs beginning to be damaged. As a killing technique, the celestial demon disintegration was indeed powerful. However, the side effects were truly immense. 1 strike injures, 2 strikes near death, 3 strikes fatal. Is that all? A dying struggle. Song Lian scoffed. The extreme explosion of bloodline warriors was nothing impressive after all. She immediately swung her knife as well, slicing down at a faster and fiercer speed, colliding with Starry Sky's battle knife. Bang! Starry Sky's knife snapped in two. How could a mundane realm warrior's blade compare to the specialized weapon of an extraordinary realm powerhouse? The iron shards from the shattered blade seemed to be controlled, bursting apart and combining the force of the collision, flying towards Song Lian's direction. And the direction of the splatter just happened to be her eyes. Coincidence? Surely this couldn't be within the calculations of this little brat. Song Lian was puzzled, but didn't take it to heart. She instantly halted, bending down and tilting her head. 2 iron shards grazed past her face. Song Lian was unscathed. A cold smile emerged in her heart. No matter how splendid your awareness and actions, I can easily break them with numbers. But just a mere rural, mundane realm warrior. How could they comprehend the strength of inner-city warriors? Boom. 3 moves. The first move, a feint. Sure, Xingqiang took the initiative, smashing the blade during the clash to send iron shards flying towards the enemy's eyes, diverting her attention. The second move, a sneak attack. Wu Taitian from over 10 kilometers away launched an ivory projectile from above, carrying immense kinetic energy and sharpness, breaking through the enemy's defensive chi and causing their brain to buzz. The third move, a lethal strike. Deed Song's spear pierced forward, the unadorned value striking at the most opportune moment, a single move penetrating the enemy's mouth and skull. With 3 moves in succession, Song Lian had barely displayed a third of her strength. She died without a chance. Well done. Deed Song gave a thumbs up. Just like before in the class, Wu Taitian was indeed reliable. This guy could always pull off astonishing maneuvers, turning peril into safety. In simple terms, as long as it's theoretically possible, he could almost always achieve it. Even things that should be theoretically impossible, he could occasionally pull off. For example, throwing ivory over a distance of more than 10 kilometers, considering wind direction, air resistance, gravitational potential, and the target's movement trajectory. To hit accurately was nearly impossible. Yet against all odds, Wu Taitian did it. Looking over to the far over 10 kilometers away, Wu Taitian clearly saw Deed Song's actions. Seeing they had escaped danger, he changed direction, moving away from the giant beasts. He thought that the Liao Yuan battle group might still manage to save themselves one more time. After all, with warriors fleeing all over the mountains, the exotic beasts would find it hard to hunt them down to death. The agility of the warriors was truly impressive. The excessive weight of the exotic beasts resulted in even more outrageous inertia. A single turn allowed the warriors to dodge a fatal ambush. Thus, Wu Taitian hurried back towards the Liao Yuan battle group, while the hundreds of tons of weight from the giant beasts couldn't keep up with him. Hundreds of giant beasts were left far behind. And on Deed Song's side, after Song Lian's death, the external aid responded in due time. Strength 1. What a joke. Deed Song couldn't hold back cursing. She was a transcendent being. A transcendent being. Can she be compared to the trash of the ordinary realm? The external aid remained silent. Forget self-awareness, this thing was incredibly rigid, lacking even a hint of intelligence, so it naturally wouldn't respond to Deed Song. What are you saying, Di Gua? Sure, Xingqiang coughed up blood as he approached. His shattered body had stopped bleeding and was visibly recovering. The exiled self-healing talent had activated. Stop shouting. Let's go. That pack of beasts. He quickly reminded Deetsong not to forget the main task. As for the ordinary realm fighting against the transcendent realm, in his view, that was a matter of course. Upon hearing this, Deetsong turned to look behind. Sure, Xingqiong, dozens of gigantic exotic beasts were turning towards them. It was the heart of all beasts. Sure, Xingqiong practiced the heart of all beasts, and combined with the scent of the beast attractant, it deeply attracted this group of exotic beasts. Deetsong had a thought. Since they had already killed Song Lian of the Lutan battle group, why not go all out? He hoisted Sure Xingqiong and leisurely swayed, attracting the attention of numerous exotic beasts. The beasts, lacking intelligence and driven by their instincts, were quickly engulfed by the pack. In the end, over 70% of the exotic beasts were drawn towards Deetsong and Sure Xingqiong. As for the other beasts that were still approaching, Deetsong couldn't care less. Life and death are fated. I have done my utmost. At least, I can still seek revenge for everyone. Saying this, he took a step forward, running towards the Lutan battle group, bringing along hundreds of furious exotic beasts. More than 10 kilometers away, another group of over 2,000 people. A 9th-stage ordinary realm warrior activated his bloodline feathers spreading across his body as he climbed a 100-meter giant tree to survey from a height. In bloodline mode, his vision was comparable to that of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was part of the reconnaissance team. At this moment, as he surveyed the surroundings as usual, suddenly, not good. A beast horde is coming. Hundreds of exotic beasts were charging towards their side from 10 kilometers away. His face immediately turned pale. Without a second thought, he took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. The yellow smoke erupted, signaling an alarm, indicating that a 3-digit number of exotic beasts were approaching. Damn it, I knew that with over 2,000 people it wouldn't form a proper group. It's definitely too many people attracting the beasts. Gu Hui cursed a few times, took to the air, and leaped to the side of the scout. Following his line of sight, Gu Hui saw this scene. 10 kilometers away, a warrior was carrying another warrior racing for their lives. Behind them, hundreds of exotic beasts were in hot pursuit. In the distance, other exotic beasts rampaged, with a team being utterly routed. Wait a minute. Isn't that the Liao Yuan battle group? Where did that woman Song Lian go? Why isn't she letting those two warriors attract the beasts? If this continues, everyone will suffer. Want to use beasts to kill? Dream on. Gu Hui first ordered the entire army to form a defensive line. Then he took his battle bow off his back. Dragon Tendon Battle Bow Grade Subpar, a battle bow crafted from materials of dragon-type exotic beasts in the outer city of habitable planet 405, capable of withstanding up to 100 tons of pull. It was useless. The high-tech force field bow, freshly out of school, could only withstand 10 tons of pull and would be eliminated at the transcendent realm. In the outer city, the warriors capable of hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness had to find ways to craft their own weapons. Among them, the Dragon Tendon Battle Bow was a weapon Gu Hui purchased from another city. Although it could withstand 100 tons of pull, its technical quality was too poor, lacking in precision and durability. Thus, it could only be considered a subpar battle bow. However, it was sufficient for hunting exotic beasts. In the outer city, those who could hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness almost all had excellent archery skills, and Gu Hui was no exception. Yellow-grade beast hunting archery perfection, the spiral arrows can easily penetrate the hide of exotic beasts. With excellent eyesight and experience, one can anticipate the movements of exotic beasts. As long as the targeted beast is within 5 kilometers and moving at a speed below 70 meters per second, your archery can hit accurately. Gu Hui's expression turned serious as he bent the bow and nocked an arrow. At that moment, he had clearly seen the approaching figure. It was the extremely formidable Deetsong. All right, since it has come to this, you shall die here. With killing intent rising as Deetsong stepped within his 5-kilometer range, he fully drew back the bowstring, a 100-gram, specially made arrow ready to be launched. There's killing intent. Deetsong's body moved faster than his brain, his speed suddenly increasing to 200 meters per second, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, where he had stood earlier, a single arrow shot out at nearly 7 Mach, embedding itself into the ground, leaving a conspicuous crater. Deetsong broke into a cold sweat. Who shot that arrow? Had he not dodged quickly, he would have. If it had hit a vital point, he would have been finished. On the other side, atop the 100-meter-tall giant tree, Gu Hui was also sweating profusely. Oh no, it missed. His archery was meant for beasts, not for humans. Warriors were too small a target, and their movements were difficult to predict, so naturally his aim was off. Moreover, this guy's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, Deetsong maintained a speed of 150 to 200 meters per second, employing textbook evasive maneuvers to dodge the arrows. Furthermore, the warriors had a heightened perception of killing intent. Gu Hui shot multiple arrows, yet none hit the target. Aiming was too difficult. This just shows how extraordinary Wu Taishan's throwing skills are. Hiss. What a hassle. Gu Hui. The images of being killed by Di Song surged to mind from the death prophecy. He was certain that this guy's talent was at least grade, either extraordinary speed or strength. Under an explosive force, killing him, a transcendent being, was not impossible. But the ordinary realm is still the ordinary realm. By the time Di Song advanced to within 2 kilometers, Gu Hui had already discarded the bow and arrows meant for hunting beasts, instead picking up a spear. At this moment, Di Song was already exposed to everyone's sight. He shouted, "Prepare the whole army. Aim and fire together. This scoundrel in front is the culprit behind attracting the exotic beasts. Kill him, and the exotic beasts will surely disperse." The furious roar of a transcendent being echoed in the ears of over 2,000 people. Di Song heard it loud and clear. He couldn't help but think this guy named Gu Hui is quite clever. However, he had previously chatted with him quite well, now turning his back, just like that. Also, why was he mixed in with the Lu-10 battle group? Forget it, the calculations behind it no longer mattered. At the moment he released the arrow, the outcome was already decided. Throwing Shi Xingqiong into the nearby forest, Di Song immediately unleashed all his power, sharply increasing his speed again. 2 kilometers could be crossed in under 8 seconds. Fire. In an instant, arrows rained down. Last time, facing the rain of arrows, Di Song had a heavy shield to block. But now it was different. Not to mention, not having one even if he did. The arrows of a transcendent being could pierce through an alloy-heavy shield. Even if he had one, he wouldn't dare to use it. However, facing thousands of arrows, Di Song remained remarkably calm. His current advantage was his stats. Stats. Under the swing of hundreds of tons of power, the spear created afterimages around Di Song, countless spear shadows, forming a shield to protect him. The arrows shot towards him were instantly deflected by the spear. Ink splashed, but did not penetrate. Gu Hui gritted his teeth. No doubt it must be a speed-type talent. But any technique is useless against absolute stats. He bent the bow again, aimed, shot. The arrow tore through the air. Then, it shot into empty space. Di Song was not charging recklessly, he could maneuver. Even so, Gu Hui's arrow too fast to be believed. The arrow grazed his shoulder, drawing blood and flesh. Hit! Gu Hui's face lit up with joy. He intended to bend the bow again, but saw Di Song suddenly stop, followed by a swift kick to a nearby rock. Boom! The rock exploded and countless shards shot out. A large number of stones instantly reached sonic speed, surging towards the enemies within a kilometer in a fan shape. In an instant, the blood mist erupted and wails filled the air. Strength 1, strength 1, strength. Only to say thanks to the positioning. With a single kick, Di Song killed quite a few enemies. After finishing all this, he gritted his teeth and charged again, aiming his spear at Gu Hui, launching it. Swish! The spear tore through the air, and Gu Hui immediately sidestepped. Di Song, an ordinary realm warrior, actually had worse accuracy than Gu Hui. This shot naturally didn't harm Gu Hui in the slightest, but flew straight into the enemy ranks, piercing through countless. Strength 1, strength. The distance between both sides was now less than 500 meters. This guy. Gu Hui's hair stood on end, gritting his teeth. The Ashen Battle Group's second and third in command were in other teams. He was the only transcendent being here. After all, his deal with Song Lian was not above board. And now, facing the approaching Di Song, the previous images from Death Prophecy influenced his thoughts. As a warrior of the human race, his instincts roared, go kill. Go fight. Kill that warrior who dares threaten your life. But as the saying goes, humanity is wise. They are not beasts that succumb to instincts. Thus, Gu Hui forcibly suppressed his desire to fight, unhesitatingly turning to escape. He discarded his bow and arrow to lighten his load, and turned to leave. There was no hesitation. Di Song. This whole scene left even Di Song puzzled. They hadn't even fought yet. No matter how strong he was just an ordinary realm talent below grade. Why would he want to demean himself like this? He had no idea about Gu Hui's talent. He also didn't know that Gu Hui had faced the Liao Yuan battle group and had died more than once. Even with a 90% chance of winning, he wouldn't take a 10% risk. This was Gu Hui's life principle for surviving until now. However, Di Song didn't care about Gu Hui's thoughts. Since the only transcendent being had run away, these warriors became lambs to the slaughter. He's coming at us. Shoot. He has no weapon, shoot. The archers in the back immediately moved up. But at 500 meters, Di Song easily closed the distance in less than 2 seconds. Arrows rained down with no way to avoid them. Di Song's face darkened as he immediately raised his hands to protect vital points. But even with evasive maneuvers, he was struck by a dozen arrows. The arrowheads embedded deeply into his flesh, getting stuck in his muscles. Huh. Not bad. The external aid granted power naturally also provided matching defenses. Thus, in terms of strength and defense, Di Song's physique was not that different from that of a strength-type transcendent being. He braved a volley of arrows and finally charged into the crowd. Then with a heavy punch, the leading warrior's helmet caved in, and his brain exploded instantly, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Strength 1, like archery. Di Tsong drew out the battle knife from another warrior's waist with a swift motion, slashing around. Without any resistance, the surrounding warriors were instantly cleaved in two. Feeling the long-lost surge of power, a cruel smile appeared on his face. They all deserved to die. Facing the enemy, Di Tsong had never held back. The moment he burst into the enemy's ranks, he snatched a blade with one hand and slashed away the arrows stuck in him, followed by the swelling and rippling of his muscles. With a sudden jolt, the arrowhead embedded in his body was forcibly expelled. Not a single drop of blood was shed as the wound healed at a visible speed, aided by his innate talent. Di Tsong propelled himself forward, ready to grab another battle blade. Facing the crowd that surrounded him from all, it turned into a whirlwind. Like a meat grinder, countless heads fell to the ground in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Ordinary martial artists could barely react before suffering a fate of decapitation. However, Di Tsong was ultimately just one person. The enemy numbered over 2,000. Don't get me wrong, this isn't to say Di Tsong couldn't defeat these more than 2,000 martial artists, but rather, they would run. The only extraordinary realm fighter on their side fled. The first to react was the supervisory team of average bloodline martial artists. The rear ranks didn't hesitate, they fled without a second thought. Then came the collapse of the battle. For most people, they didn't even know what was happening ahead. The pressure they faced was not from Di Tsong, but from the hundreds of exotic beasts gradually closing in. No traps, no advantageous terrain, no extraordinary realm pressure. We fight exotic beasts. Is this for real? The faces of the martial artists turned pale. The leader has fled. The supervisory team is running too. They'll fight them. Never mind, I'll run. With over 2,000 of us, even if the exotic beasts charge, and it's impossible for them to kill us all. At least half of us should be able to escape. It's no wonder the people from the outer city are smart. They are no longer fresh graduates, fearless and reckless. They suppress their instinctive urge to fight with their solid reasoning. Then one by one they dropped their weapons and gear. Lightening their load, they prepared to flee. However, escaped. You still want to escape. A figure erupted from the front lines of the crowd. In an instant, flashes of blades. I know it was only the glint of a blade. With no techniques, employed a blade technique powered by immense strength, sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the heads of those martial artists who had discarded their weapons in half. A rapid figure swept by, leaving only severed heads in its wake. Well, not exactly severed heads. Most were simply half a head. After all, one could live for a while even after losing a head, but losing half a head would lead to immediate death within seconds. From the front to the back, he even caught up with the supervisory team. Di Tsong was drenched in blood, his battle blade dulled. Behind him lay a field of corpses with hundreds of lives extinguished in his merciless slaughter. If it weren't for your leader being such a coward, I wouldn't have to resort to this backup plan. Di Tsong bellowed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What is the backup plan? First, the A plan was simple: rely on the Liao Yuan battle gang to gather nearly 1,500 members, and with their 4 members working overtime, they would slaughter fiercely to collect the share of exotic beast corpses. But plans can never keep up with changes. The leader of the Letin battle gang placed her own feelings above interests. She secretly set a trap for the Liao Yuan battle gang. This caused the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang, including Di Tsong himself, to be tainted with beast attractant. In the wild, this was a death sentence for ordinary martial artists. Thus the A plan collapsed. Di Tsong could only resort to the much-feared B plan, which was to kill. After all, there were thousands of people in the wild. If he could wipe them all out, even if he only killed half, his combat power would soar. At that point, with his skyrocketing strength, he could hunt down the exotic beasts. Perhaps he could gather the share even faster. But Di Tsong felt that this second method was a bit unethical. After all, he wouldn't harm others unless they harmed him. Wantonly slaughtering was too much. You forced me to do this. Di Tsong sighed, discarding 2 battle blades. Immediately his body trembled. The blood on his skin was instantly cleansed in the shock. Such a technique in his past life would be called energy manipulation. Not sure, anyway, it's standard practice among martial artists. Not standard for ordinary martial artists, but rather it was standard for those who train their bodies before becoming martial artists. Shaking off the blood was just a matter of cleanliness. He picked up 2 weapons from the ground and looked at the crowd that had begun to scatter and flee. If I kill that coward, I will have made an enemy of the Letin battle gang. If so, then I might as well go all. Di Tsong shot forward again. The spot where he previously stood was crushed into a dent by the force of his leap. Debris flew everywhere. With a whoosh, the battle blade sliced through like the wind, viciously hacking down. No one could stand against him. Moreover, those already fleeing had their backs turned to Di Tsong. Only when Di Tsong caught up and cleaved off half a head did they suddenly realize, oh no, someone is. They ran while Di Tsong pursued. Dozens, hundreds. His legs left after images carving arcs in the air as the fleeing martial artists could only see a rapid figure. Just a sweep by, and someone would be decapitated. The speed was too fast. Even if they reacted, they couldn't block a single strike. The number of fleeing crowd diminished rapidly. Soon, the group of exotic beasts joined in. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. Thus the martial artists died even faster. Get lost, don't steal my kills. Deetsong was furious. He hurled the dull battle blade in his hand, which pierced directly into the skull of an exotic beast, killing it instantly. The martial artist who had narrowly escaped erupted with joy. Then his smile froze on his face. Because Deetsong approached and smashed his fist into the man's head. Strength. 1 people must be killed because they are sentient beings. Killing them increases strength. Exotic beasts must also be killed as they steal kills. Besides, their corpses are materials that Deetsong needs. Thus time passed amidst the slaughter. The fleeing martial artists overestimated themselves. They did not manage to escape more than half. At least 3/4 remained here forever. An hour later, on the battlefield, a steel-furred tiger roared and pounced. With a thrust, a spear pierced through its giant mouth and into its skull, bursting its brain. The steel-furred tiger fell breathless. Huff! Huff! The last one. Deetsong approached, panting heavily. Around him lay heaps of corpses. The stench of blood and various odors filled the air. He skillfully muted his sense of smell, preventing himself from vomiting. Perhaps the urge to vomit after killing is not due to a lack of mental fortitude, but because corpses stink like hell. You know that people lose control of their bowels when they die. Animals do too. Faced with countless corpses, Deetsong leaned against a giant tree and slowly sat down, gasping for air. His endurance was still too weak. 5th stage of ordinary realm was still insufficient. He could only unleash bursts of power, not engage in prolonged battles. This time he chased and hacked at people 10 times more exhausting than the last street battle. Deetsong finally caught his breath and slowly stood up. Glancing at the interface, strength 2155. What a great harvest. My strength has doubled. Although this external assistance seems unreasonable, such as the same reward for killing both ordinary and extraordinary beings. But it doesn't impose level restrictions. It won't be like some novels I've read in my past life, where they say you can't become stronger until you've broken through a certain realm. This external assistance is quite practical. Killing a sentient being grants 1 strength. Other than that, there are no requirements. If only it could happen a few more times. Deetsong murmured as he stood up, taking one last glance at his strength attribute that had more than doubled before turning to look elsewhere. At the edge of the battlefield, dozens of captives knelt, holding their heads. Standing next to the captives, watching over them, was Shi Xingqiu. Good brother. You really understand me. Deetsong's eyes lit up as he picked up a long spear from the ground and walked over, thinking that even a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. In his thoughts, Deetsong had already flashed to the side of the captives. With one thrust, ding! The battle blade was drawn, striking directly against Deetsong's spear. The one who drew the blade was Shi Xingqiu. In the next moment, Deetsong's grip on the spear nearly faltered as it was deflected away, landing beside the captive. A loud crash sounded, sending a large cloud of debris into the air. Deetsong. He was puzzled, looking at Shi Xingqiu. What just happened? What seemed like a casual strike actually carried dozens of tons of power. Yet at the moment of contact between blade and spear, an incredibly subtle force emerged, and Shi Xingqiu actually deflected his spear away. It was like using a feather to lift a ton. Even more exquisite than that. Rein in your killing impulse. Shi Xingqiu shot a glare at Deetsong and said helplessly, there aren't many left of the Liao Yuan battle gang. If you kill them all, who will help us transport the exotic beasts? I see, that makes sense. Deetsong realized, thinking that you are indeed meticulous. You see, the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang were infected with beast-attracting powder. In the wilderness, an ordinary realm warrior infected with this stuff is essentially sentenced to death. By now the scent should have dissipated. The Liao Yuan battle gang was severely weakened, almost 10% left. So the newly captured captives are quite valuable. Deetsong looked towards the captives. Right, big brother, I can help you carry the corpses of the exotic beasts. I have plenty of strength, please don't kill me. I am willing to be your errand boy. This group of people chimed in quickly, forgetting their past. They immediately expressed their willingness to follow Deetsong. After all, in the outer city, the lives of ordinary realm warriors are truly cheap. A large number can die easily. If you don't show your value and attitude, you will indeed die early. And as for the slaughter of their own battle gang members, they could only say they weren't familiar with them. Ordinary realm warriors go with the flow. Finding a strong protector is already quite good, and they have no more demands. Go carry the corpses. Deetsong waved his hand, and then added, it's the exotic beast corpses we're moving, not human corpses. Don't get it wrong. Although Bai Aokshu's abilities may not only be targeted at exotic beasts, but No matter how bad the outer city is, it hasn't reached the point of cannibalism. Environment determines the baseline. It's a simple principle. Don't worry, big brother, we understand. Leave it to us, we're all veterans. After receiving orders, dozens of captives patted their chests in assurance, showing no discomfort towards the nearby brutal scene. One could only say that they truly deserved to be veterans of the outer city. They were accustomed to everything. Skillfully, they lifted a cart, dismantling and gathering the most valuable parts of the exotic beast corpses. Deetsong opened his mouth, intending to say he wanted all of it. But he was not foolish, knowing that there were too many exotic beast corpses. Each one weighed over 10 tons, and this few people could not move them. If only I had brought Baoxue along. No, the wilderness is too dangerous, and she is too weak. Without comparable extraordinary realm combat power, Deetsong cannot trust any classmate to go outside the city. Meanwhile, as the captives struggled to transport the corpses several kilometers away, a crowd was slowly approaching. Before long, the two sides converged. The newcomers were Wu Taitian and Mo Hung, along with the remaining members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. There were less than 100 of them. They were lucky to have survived until Wu Taitian and Mo Hung returned, having killed all the frenzied exotic beasts. After gathering and exchanging information, our expedition has not gone well. Mo Hung scanned the surroundings, sighing, what is up with that woman from the Lu Ten battle gang? It's just a failed breeding request. Why does she have to oppose us over such a trivial matter? Now look, people are dead, and we've established a grudge with the Lu Ten battle gang. What should we do next? With this few people, we can't transport many corpses of the beasts. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, transportation was a significant problem. Moreover, having killed their gang leader, they could be said to have completely opposed the Lu Ten battle gang, let alone whether they would agree to lend people for transportation. If they don't fight on the spot, that could be considered having a big picture perspective. Even if they manage to return smoothly, this time a gang war is inevitable. Deetsong decisively said, how about this? Let's not waste any time and just take them out directly. He made a slicing motion across his throat. With 7 out of 9 leaders of the Lu Tan battle gang left in the wilderness, let's finish them off in one go. We can also take over their gang and turn the entire Lu Tan city into our own. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Furthermore, conflicts will inevitably lead to casualties. If I have this opportunity to wipe out the enemy, wouldn't that mean I can level up tremendously? Sure, Xingqiong. He looked at Deetsong, unable to contain himself, wanting to say something, but hesitating. No, you should be the commander. The main focus should be on rational thinking and decisive orders. But ever since he took that shortcut, this guy's thinking has become more and more brutish. If this continues, he might become the second Wu Taitian. Eventually, Sure Xingqiong asked very seriously, are you serious about us 4 taking on the Lu Tan? You should know that the gang leader named Song Lian is more like a mascot in the Lu Tan battle gang. Her only role is to facilitate the trade channel with the inner city. In terms of strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her trash. This is also. Deetsong was stunned for a moment, then began to rethink. During his time in Lu Tan City, he had gathered quite a bit of intelligence. Information about some outstanding extraordinary realm warriors was practically laid out in the open in Lu Tan City, making it very easy to collect. For example, Deetsong raised 2 fingers, pondering the 3rd gang leader of the Lu Tan battle gang. Although he is a strength-type extraordinary realm warrior, he possesses a level speed-type talent, which is said to allow him to exceed the speed of sound. The 2nd gang leader is even more impressive, possessing the bloodline of the light and dark griffin, and the bloodline concentration has reached 0.05. Activating the bloodline form not only greatly enhances power, but also allows him to grow wings and fly in the air. In the extraordinary realm, the bloodline concentration must reach the limit of 0.05 to activate the bloodline mode. Once activated, battle power naturally skyrockets, and combined with combat techniques and killing methods, he can even confront small exotic beasts hidden. If I want to defeat them, it might be a bit difficult. After all, there are not many extraordinary realm warriors as foolish as Song Lian. Deetsong thought for a moment, and said, what if we watch the tiger fight? We can lure the small exotic beasts. No, a dignified extraordinary realm warrior wouldn't engage in a deadly battle unless they were insane. If the other party escapes, it would mean a life and death grudge has been formed. It doesn't seem worth it no matter how. Moreover, I've only killed their gang leader. If you really want to say it, it's not a big deal. Right? I propose we regroup and discuss. Sure Xingqiong calmly said, if there is no conflict of interest, then there won't be a life and death feud. We extraordinary realm warriors stick together for warmth, primarily to resist the exotic beasts. The Liao Yuan battle gang will still be stationed in Lu Tan City in the future. Having one more extraordinary realm warrior means one more force. They wouldn't be unaware of this. Sure Xingqiong paused at this point and continued, the oblivious ones are indeed few, but they don't completely not exist. It's the same principle. There is no conflict of interest among extraordinary realm warriors. The reason for forming battle gangs and gathering ordinary realm talents is to hope for more strong warriors to emerge from within. Otherwise, wouldn't extraordinary realm warriors prefer to be lone wolves relying solely on their own strength? Do they truly think they care about the little power of the gang? After confirming their purpose, the group set off again. Along the way, many exotic beasts came to attack. The frequency and number were even more ferocious than when they faced the large army of 10,000. It's simple, the further you advance in the wilderness, the more exotic beasts you encounter. Additionally, the strong smell of blood naturally attracts them. However, without beast-attracting powder, the exotic beasts drawn only by the smell of blood were easy to deal with. As long as an extraordinary realm warrior intervened, the exotic beasts didn't have the capability to fight back. Time passed as they repeated this. They reached their destination. On the map, the depression at the peak of the mountain was right in front of them. Looking down from a high place, numerous tents were set up like an ancient army, with nearly 10,000 people gathered in the massive pit processing the exotic beasts they had just slaughtered. At a glance, it was indeed magnificent. Just after they arrived, suddenly a figure flashed by. To the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. You have suffered such great losses. Could it be that you encountered a beast tide? The newcomers stabilized themselves and asked in shock. Ditsong turned to look. The newcomer stood over 4 meters tall with an overwhelming aura, coupled with such speed. It was the third in command of the Lu Tan battle gang, Izun. In his view, the Liao Yuan battle gang had invested almost all their resources for this hunt, nearly 1,500 gang members. Who would have thought that only a tenth remained just from the journey? Oh no, could it be that the route we provided was faulty? If they take offense because of this, what should we do? Where is Gu Hui? Ditsong looked around, asking, did he not arrive first to inform you? Gu Hui. Oh, that weakling from the Ashen battle gang. His strength isn't exactly weak, but his mindset is very timid. Izun doesn't like to interact with him, though the gang leader has had private dealings with him. What exactly happened? Izun felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. He felt that this group of people had not simply encountered a beast tide. Wait. Izun suddenly spotted familiar faces among the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Ah yes, even though he couldn't name them, he recognized those people. After all, having an impeccable memory is a standard trait of martial artists. The extraordinary realm is even more so. Your gang leader Tsang Lian used beast-attracting powder to harm us, resulting in the Liao Yuan battle gang being ravaged by the beast tide with less than 1/10 surviving. Moreover, that woman was hidden among the beast tide, trying to ambush us and take our lives. Fortunately, we were more skilled and turned the tables. Ditsong looked into the eyes of this third gang leader, asserting firmly, as for Gu Hui, he is an accomplice of Tsang Lian. When we chased him, he abandoned the team and fled. I initially thought he would arrive here in advance to play a trick of the villain reporting first, but unexpectedly, I haven't. A bombshell. Izun frowned and suddenly approached. His imposing aura pressed forward, his tone serious. Are you saying that our gang leader is dead? Dead at the hands of your Liao Yuan battle gang? Wu Taitian swiftly sidestepped and stood in front of Ditsong, staring directly into Izun's eyes, calmly saying yes. Is there a problem? Silence. The oppressive atmosphere caused a group of martial artists to quickly avoid this. The aura of the two extraordinary realm warriors clashed, resembling a volcano about to erupt, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. This is a big problem. Izun suddenly retracted his aura and said, if Tsang Lian does not have a direct trade route to the inner city, half of the 30,000 people in Lutan City will probably starve to death. Do you know that 80% of the nutritional pastes on the market and 90% of the chi blood pills come from the inner city? If Tsang Lian is dead, without this connection, even if we slaughter enough exotic beasts, we won't have any means to cash them in. Upon hearing this, Wu Taitian's expression remained unchanged, but the other three were astonished. You can't even ensure your food supply. Emohun couldn't help but exclaim, I thought you could at least gather a production line for nutritional paste relying on the junk of scavengers. Izun glanced at him, also an extraordinary realm warrior, qualified to converse with me. He then said, we do have some, but it only meets 20% of our needs. The inner city strictly controls the waste produced from the food production line. Even if there is any, it is incomplete. Without the detoxification function, the nutritional paste made from exotic beast meat can poison an ordinary realm level 9 warrior with just half a piece. For us outer city warriors to survive, we must trade with the inner city. Now that Tsang Lian is dead, I don't care about the cause of her death. Tell me, can you fill this void? It turns out that the leader's life and death are not important. However, the benefits she brings are crucial. In the face of the questioning from Izun, the third leader of the Letten gang, Ditsong and Shi Xingqiong exchanged a glance, each reading the helplessness in the other's eyes. The autonomy of the outer city is even worse than imagined. They can't even ensure the supply of nutritional paste. No wonder millions die every year. If not, will Letten City have to wait for death? Shi Xingqiong asserted. I refuse to believe that there is only this one way out for the outer city. If there really is only this one road, then Song Lian will only be treasured even more. At the very least, she will need to be accompanied by 2 extraordinary realm bodyguards. Yaizen's face darkened. The cultivation resources for extraordinary realm, such as blood-boosting pills, spirit awakening incense, and calming liquid, all come from the inner city. Which of these is not produced by the inner city? If there are no trading channels, we can only seek help from other cities, and the outcome is predictable. What outcomes? Deetsong asked curiously. He truly did not know, as his understanding of the outer city was limited. The key was that the school didn't teach that. Subjugated. Izuin snorted coldly. We would become vassals of other battle gangs, and we would merely be regarded as cannon fodder. Not only would the resources for becoming stronger be withheld, but the difficulty of survival would also increase dramatically. To advance to the Transcendence realm would be even more elusive. Do you think this outcome is not tragic enough? Deetsong nodded, indicating his understanding. Although one must at least be of extraordinary realm to serve in the inner city, those who rise from the outer city to extraordinary realm are seen as tainted and cannot pass political review. Only by further advancing to the Transcendence realm can one qualify for entry into the inner city. After reaching the Transcendence realm, one has the opportunity to access more aspects of the martial Dao civilization, thus obtaining further opportunities. To be unable to progress is more unbearable than death. Lie back. Are you crazy? Not to mention that the genes of the martial Dao people determine that they will feel restless if they do not strive for progress, but given the civilization's level of development, various longevity methods abound. Staying in the outer city, even without illness or disaster, one will truly age and die. The inner city is different. If you have money, you can live forever. Who the hell wants to die if they can live? Therefore, for Izuin, the death of the leader equals the closure of trading channels in the inner city, which equals subjugation and becoming cannon fodder, leading to reduced resources, increased survival pressure, a sharp decline in martial potential, and notice of critical illness, and a life and death feud that cannot be resolved until death. Deetsong has already realized this. This third leader does not want to reason or talk about the law. In his eyes, there is only the gain and loss of interests. If he cannot come up with a good solution and has to be subjugated. Although this guy would not directly kill him, he would definitely turn the Liao Yuan battle gang into his vassal. He would ruthlessly extract manpower to enhance his own martial potential. That makes sense. This matter is very serious. Deetsong thought of this and nodded seriously. Then he spoke with certainty. As for the trading channels in the inner city and the cultivation resources, there is no need to worry. Our Liao Yuan battle gang will make up for it. As for how to make up for it, we have our channels, so you don't have to worry. If a month later we have not compensated for the loss caused by the death of Song Lian, you can act against the Liao Yuan battle gang then. This statement is not meant to appease. Deetsong is truly confident in accomplishing this task. First of all, regarding the smuggling channels, he has already figured out what to do. As for the suppliers in the inner city, there is currently only one candidate. That is his classmate Qian Xiaoxing. Whether she has broken through to extraordinary realm, and whether she is qualified to be a supplier after breaking through, is another matter. Deetsong's confidence comes from Biaoxua. The bloodline pill she produces can be sold. By exchanging it for supplies with other cities, they can ensure the resources of Letten City, and even build the Liao Yuan battle gang into a large battle gang, replacing the position of the Letten battle gang. In the end, Deetsong's confidence comes from time. 1 month. If they develop freely, there is so much that can be accomplished. He knows that his classmates are all talents. For example, that guy Mo Hung was still at the 4th stage of the ordinary realm a week ago, but now he has directly jumped to the extraordinary realm. Who knows how much he will progress if given another month. Izuin remained silent, repeatedly scanning the 4 people. According to intelligence, these 4 are the strongest forces of the Liao Yuan battle gang. Only they are qualified to communicate with him. From their subtle expressions, Izuin only saw confidence. It seemed that this was merely a trivial matter. It is unclear whether it is ignorance that breeds fearlessness or confidence. Then it's fine. Suddenly a kind smile appeared on Yaizen's face. As long as we can ensure the supply of resources, it doesn't matter if Song Lian has died. He extended his hand, sincerely saying, let's turn the page on this matter. I believe that a month later our cooperation will deepen. Deetsong shook hands with him. Yes, I believe so too. The heavy atmosphere immediately lightened. The onlookers around sighed, what a pity it didn't turn into a fight. Where am I going to find the strong battles I lack? They certainly do not know that if a real fight broke out, Deetsong would definitely unleash a massacre, ruthlessly harming others for his own benefit. If it didn't break out, they could be at ease. As time flowed by, the members of the Liao Yuan battle gang also chose a place to set up camp. The ordinary realm martial artists quickly became skilled in constructing traps. The extraordinary realm martial artists only needed to rest and recuperate. During this time, Deetsong curiously took a look around. and found that among this group of gray laborers, the most constructed were traps. Shovels swung out with a blur, and with a strike the ground turned to stone. A group of martial artists busied themselves with efficiency surpassing that of excavators. Various traps, some as deep as several meters, or even 10 meters, were produced in quick succession. Due to the enormous size of the alien beasts and their exaggerated weight, the traps that human beings could walk over with ease were dangerous to them. As for the defensive works, they were only shallowly constructed, at most providing a warning effect. After all, the weight of alien beasts is extremely high, and the kinetic energy when they run is absurdly great. No matter how thick the walls are, they cannot withstand their charge, so they simply did not take it seriously. Thus, after a day, the second leader of the Letten battle gang issued a gathering order. When everyone arrived, they found dozens of strong individuals gathered in the center. Among them, the extraordinary realm included the Ashen battle gang, the second and third leaders, 2 individuals. The Liao Yuan battle gang, 2 individuals. 2 extraordinary realm wanderers. The Letten battle gang, the second to 8th leaders, 7 individuals. The whole city has 300,000 people, yet they could only muster 13 extraordinary realm individuals for the wilderness hunt. This scale can be considered quite meager. The strength of a city is determined by the ratio of extraordinary realm individuals to the total population. Normally, it should be 1 in 10,000. Having 30 extraordinary realm individuals in 300,000 is considered an average value. From this, it is evident that Letten City is undoubtedly a weaker city. As for the rest, they are ordinary realm martial artists. Including Ditsong and Shi Xingqiong, these ordinary realm martial artists possess special abilities allowing them to match the strength of extraordinary realm individuals, and they can play a significant role in hunting alien beasts. The initiator of this gathering order is the second leader of the Letten battle gang. He stands at the center, slightly over 3 meters tall, a quintessential balanced, extraordinary realm. Though his height is short, he is like a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an incredibly sharp aura that forces many ordinary realm martial artists not to dare meet his gaze. No need for sparring, just by feeling one can tell. This is a true powerhouse, the peak of the extraordinary realm. Ladies and gentlemen, the old rules. With everyone gathered, this second leader opened his eyes and spoke with a serious tone. This hunt will still distribute resources according to contribution. I ask everyone not to lie in front of my broken heart raptor when reporting contributions. Furthermore, the Letten battle gang provides weapon rentals. The rental itself is free, but repairs and damages must be compensated with money. I hope everyone keeps this in mind. He scanned the dozens of people present, especially glancing at the Liao Yuan battle gang. After all, they are newcomers and might not understand the rules, needing to be reminded. Now you can choose your weapons. Finally, the second leader pointed to the hundreds of weapons on the ground, signaling everyone to choose freely. Mo Heng's eyes lit up. Free rent, only charge for repairs and damages. That's quite fair. He was completely unaware of who determined the value of the weapons. Ditsong looked at the bizarre weapons on the ground. Yes, they are all specially made for hunting alien beasts. Ditsong picked up a broadsword from the ground and examined it. Bone-cutting broadsword, grade yellow, length 4 meters, weight 500 kilograms, combining flexibility and strength, cuts through iron like mud. He casually waved it a couple of times towards the sky. Hiss! It felt quite handy. The long spear, he casually waved it a couple of times towards the sky. Hiss! It felt quite handy. The long spear, weighing over 10 kilograms, was already an outdated version. The 500-kilogram broadsword is indeed a better choice. However, it's still too light. Ditsong frowned, realizing the weight is less than 1/4 of my strength. Kit feels too airy when swung. It's suitable for someone like Mo Heng, who focuses on speed. For himself, he needs something heavier. Suddenly a voice sounded beside Ditsong. Junior, if you think it's not suitable, can you give it to me? He turned his head to see that the speaker was a female martial artist of the ordinary realm. Though she is a female martial artist, her figure is tall, reaching 2 meters and 2 centimeters taller than Ditsong by several centimeters. With a cheerful smile, she introduced herself. My name is Miao Hong, a wanderer in Letten City. My talent is great divine strength. Although I can't compete with extraordinary realm hunting alien beasts, is more than enough. Hearing this, Ditsong tossed the bone-cutting broadsword over. He said, okay, here you go. The half-done broadsword arced through the air. The female martial artist reached out with one hand and caught the handle. Upon receiving the broadsword, Miao Hong's eyes lit up. Good sword. She swung it a few times before satisfiedly sheathing it and slinging it diagonally across her back. Ditsong observed and found that her speed in wielding the sword and her effortless demeanor indicated her exceptional talent. Her strength should be around 60 tons. As she stated, her talent is divine strength. But does this talent boost strength in fixed values? Or in percentage form? Or is it a timed burst? It's impossible to know. Miao Hong didn't elaborate much, she just cheerfully said, I can see that your strength is at least over 100 tons. Many close combat weapons are not suitable for you. Come, I recommend you use this. Miao Hong handed him a circular spiked giant hammer. Skull-crushing hammer grade yellow length, 2 meters weight, 10 tons, extremely solid, capable of shattering the bones of small alien beasts. This. Ditsong looked at Miao Hong with suspicion. He could indeed handle this hammer. But a full Titan hammer would greatly diminish his once proud speed to below 40 meters per second, which is a significant reduction. Against ordinary alien beasts, he could certainly crush them with one blow. But when facing small alien beasts or a large number of them, an excessively heavy weapon could become a burden. Could it be that this woman has ill intentions? After all, the last one who was enthusiastic towards him, Gu Hui, didn't hold back when it came to betrayal. Don't like it? How about this one? Miao Hong seemed oblivious to Ditsong's gaze and handed him another weapon. A sword resembling a door plank. Putting down the hammer, Ditsong took the large sword. Beast-slaying greatsword, grade yellow length, 3 meters, with 2 meters weight, 5 tons, versatile in both offense and defense. With both hands on the sword, Ditsong swung it a few times and felt the weight was appropriate, but the sword's enormous width obstructed his vision. After all, he is only slightly over 2 meters tall. Due to its excessive width, it also blocked his sight. This weapon is more suitable for strength-focused extraordinary realm. Looking at this item before him, Ditsong's expression cooled. He felt that this woman approaching him might be a trap. Otherwise, why would she always recommend weapons that are not suitable for him? Does she intend to ambush him while he is hunting? He needs to be more cautious. No need to recommend anymore. I will choose myself. Ditsong put down the great sword and suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving Miao Hong standing there, tilting her head in confusion. What just happened? Why is it like this for? I just wanted to chat and find a teammate. Why is it so difficult? Meanwhile, on the other side. Force field battle bow, grade yellow. The force field serves as the string, does not wear down. The bow body can withstand a pull of 1,000 tons. Good stuff. Mo Heng's eyes lit up as he picked up this battle bow. The max pull limit of the force field battle bow in previous graduation sets was 10 tons, which was adequate for ordinary realm martial artists. But for extraordinary realm martial artists, it is far from enough. Facing the massive alien beast, bows and arrows are a significant weapon with forces of dozens or even hundreds of tons. Unleashed arrows can easily pierce the skull of an alien beast. The only concern is the material of the arrows. If the speed is too fast, the arrows may even break apart. But this is a minor issue. Golden Flow arrow, grade yellow length, 2 meters, weight 1 kilogram, can withstand ultra-high-speed air resistance without deviating from its direction. Mo Heng picked up a tube of arrows next to the battle bow and strapped it to his back. Then he looked towards Wu. He noticed that Wu Taitian was merely surveying the surroundings and did not make any moves to select weapons, instead focusing his attention on the second leader of the Letten battle gang. Brother Wu, why aren't you choosing a weapon? Mo Heng asked eagerly. How about we huddle together in the back and shoot arrows? I'm telling you, this force field battle bow is powerful. One arrow can take down a miniature alien beast. Wu Taitian returned to his senses and turned around. He calmly shook his head and said, no need. I don't want to use weapons. Truly worthy of the title, Brother Wu, uniquely bold. Mo Heng clapped with a rigid, unreadable expression. There was simply no dissuading him. No one could. Wu Tiantian believed all weapons were inherently impure. He preferred to subdue opponents barehanded, embodying the creed that supreme power must reside solely within the self. Only in team combat would he reluctantly compromise. Yet upon entering the outer city and ascending to the transcendent realm, Wu Tiantian finally unleashed his unrestrained spirit. As he laid down weapons, his martial cultivation surged forward at an astonishing pace. To walk the path of mind-first martialism was by nature to embrace unapologetic willfulness. Mo Heng paused, then mused. If weapons were unacceptable, what of armor? He selected a pair of boots from the ground. Brother Wu, what about these sky-treading boots? Upon hearing this, Wu Tiantian fixed his gaze on Mo Heng's outstretched hand, where rested a pair of battle boots appearing utterly devoid of technological sophistication. Sky-treading boots. Rank yellow tier. Activated by Qi infusion. When used midair, they briefly condense ambient air beneath the soles into solid platforms suspended in space. Each platform bears up to 600 tons, and a full charge generates 100 such platforms. Where massive weaponry conveyed only brute force, these unassuming boots embodied the pinnacle of technological refinement. A fully charged set generated 100 solid air platforms, offering a martial artist 100 opportunities to rebound midair. 100 aerial footholds conferred overwhelming advantage against monstrous beasts. As for flight, to a martial artist, nothing was less reliable. A flying device meant surrendering control, speed, direction, range, all dictated by the machine itself. Should it falter or fail, one would plummet helplessly. Thus martial artists preferred to run through the sky, not fly. Even so, Wu Tiantian's stance toward these boots remained unequivocal. Unnecessary. Fists and chi are more than sufficient. With solemn conviction, Wu Tiantian declared, weapons, and gear alike, are crutches, external aids enabling feats beyond a martial artist's innate capacity. I disdain such shortcuts. His words left Mo Hung momentarily speechless. Without further debate, Mo Hung slipped the boots on himself. The moment they touched his feet, they sealed seamlessly, fitting perfectly. With a subtle surge of chi, Mo Hung mastered their use after a single trial. Chi infusion. Wu Tiantian's attention sharpened, observing Mo Hung's movement. He praised, "You've grasped chi infusion on your very first day, far surpassing me." His tone rang with genuine, unfeigned admiration, leaving Mo Hung utterly flustered. "Ah well," he averted his gaze, murmuring, "it wasn't quite one day, really." While others rested and conserved energy, Mo Hung dared not pause. Instead, he immediately activated his cultivation chamber to fortify his realm. Only after half a year did he achieve true mastery over chi. In short, he had finally matured into a standard transcendent realm martial artist. Compared to Mo Hung's 6-month effort, Wu Tiantian had grasped chi infusion in a flash of insight. Observing once, understanding instantly. The chasm in innate aptitude remained staggering. Before long, the fervent equipment selection concluded. Since gear far outnumbered cultivators, no contention. Mo Hung scanned the surroundings. Ditsong had already donned the standard issue sky-treading boots, and now strode forward gripping 2 colossal blades. "Xiao Hengzi, how do you like these twin blades?" "Yinyao twin blades. Rank yellow tier. Forged from monstrous beast bone and advanced alloy, each blade weighs 200 kilograms, combining peerless sharpness with exceptional agility, making them ideal for speed-oriented transcendent realm practitioners." Mo Hung stared blankly. He fixed Ditsong with deadfish eyes. "Put them down. Here, take this knight's lance instead. It suits you far better." He brandished a weapon before Ditsong's. Before them loomed a formidable-long knight's lance, also known as a conical spear. Clutching his twin blades, Ditsong replied gravely, "I refuse. Twin blades are my destined arms." Mo Hung lost patience. "If I can't persuade Wu Tiantian, surely I can sway you." "Destined? More like delusional. Do you even know swordsmanship? Last I recalled, you'd attained mastery in spear techniques. This lance weighs barely 2 tons, perfect for your style. Those twin blades. You'll just swing wildly and cause chaos." His logic was irrefutable. Ditsong opened his mouth, then fell silent. Still he stubbornly insisted, "Twin blades. I can activate Ghostman transformation. What on earth is that? I mean, spinning twin blades feel amazing for back scratching." "Back scratching? Why not give them a pedicure while you're at it?" Ultimately, under Mo Hung's uncompromising insistence, Ditsong reluctantly abandoned his lifelong conviction rooted in past life memory. Fine. A spirit is. At least it kills faster." With a sigh, Ditsong lowered his twin blades and accepted the lance. Examining it closely, he noted its exceptional durability and keen edge, and discovered remarkably that its haft incorporated a reinforced iron chain. The lance could be hurled like a javelin to pierce monstrous beasts, then reeled back instantly via the chain. A practical, powerful armament ideally suited for strength-based, transcendent realm practitioners. Once all were fully equipped and prepared, Lutan Battle Guild's second master stood at the center, voice thunderous, "I hereby declare. The 72nd Wilderness Hunt of Lutan City commences, now." His proclamation roared across the assembly of nearly 10,000. Many exchanged puzzled glances. Why the second master? Where was the guild master? Yet their curiosity faded swiftly. Affairs among transcendent realm cultivators were best left untouched by mere mortal realm adepts. Lutan City's 72nd hunt. So the city had existed for merely 6 years. Nevertheless, hunting monstrous beasts came naturally to its martial artists. Transcendent realm cultivators gathered strength. As for the mortal realm, buzz. From the crater's heart, a titanic aura erupted, like a nuclear detonation, shattering the silence. Ditsong whirled around. Nearly 100 martial artists, practitioners of the heart of 10,000 beasts, sat cross-legged in perfect formation. Their spirits blazed with unparalleled intensity, their auras interweaving and amplifying one another in cascading resonance. Even from afar, Ditsong's every hair stood on end. Behind him, it felt as though a primordial world-devouring beast loomed, its oppressive presence compelling him instinctively to thrust his spear forward and end the threat at its source. Of course, Ditsong restrained himself, for he was human, not beast. Put differently, beasts could not. This overwhelming aura exceeds even the potency of beast-attracting powder. Applying the aura attenuation formula, radius spans 42 to 45 kilometers. A quick mental calculation yielded the result. Originally, the projected radius had exceeded 50 kilometers. But unforeseen tragedy struck. 3 teams perished in the maws of beasts, significantly diminishing the aura's reach. Beyond Deetsong's sight atop a distant mountain peak, a golden eagle deep in slumber jolted awake. Instantly it unfurled wings spanning 100 meters and launched its towering 30-meter frame skyward, gazing intently toward the surging aura. The golden eagle possessed no intellect. Territorial disputes were frequent, ingrained in its primal nature. Instinct told it another beast had encroached upon its domain. Yet, what met its gaze was no rival leviathan, but diminutive bipedal creatures. What? Hairless apes. Hairless apes, attack. Hairless apes, slaughter. Infected by the aura of stellar beast sovereigns, ancient instincts buried deep within its genome surged forth. With a mighty cry, the eagle spread its wings and soared toward the hairless apes, while nearby countless other avians likewise stirred, drawn and provoked by that immense commanding presence. They took wing en masse, converging on the distant origin. Well, this was the inherent flaw of heart of 10,000 beasts. It attracted avians, creatures that flew impervious to traps. Unlike manufactured lures such as beast-attracting powder, this aura was pure primal, capable of influencing all life, airborne or terrestrial, without exception. Inferior beasts fled outright. Micro and small-tier beasts, however, interpreted the aura as provocation and rushed headlong toward its source. From the crater's rim, Deetsong gazed downward. Beasts converged from every horizon, thousands upon thousands, raising dust clouds that blotted out the sun. This was a beast tide. His expression remained calm. Mere beasts devoid of intelligence posed no mortal threat to him. Wait! A sudden jolt shot through him. He snapped his head upward, eyes locking onto the distant sky. 10 kilometers away, a golden streak hurtled closer. Its speed appeared sluggish, yet relative to its colossal frame it moved at over 100 meters per second. Yet those who beheld it thought otherwise. Stormwind divine eagle. That small-tier beast again. Panic rippled through the crowd. Before the beast tide even made contact, the swiftest aerial predator descended, bearing down from the heavens with crushing, undeniable dominance. Clearly, everyone recognized this beast. Its arrival was expected, almost routine. Step aside. A heavy voice sounded from the side. Third Master Izun strode forward, towering, wielding a force field warbow, and drew a tumter-long golden-fletched arrow. 10 kilometers distant, he raised his bow skyward, aiming with unwavering precision. I'll draw it away. His voice low, authoritative. Hold this position. Under no circumstances may a single beast breach our base camp. Otherwise, you'll pay dearly, down to your last coin. The words had scarcely left his lips when the Stormwind divine eagle closed within 5 kilometers. Its 100 softens mass required no deliberate attack. Merely crashing into the crowd center would trigger catastrophic carnage, rolling through ranks with devastating ease. Thus it must not happen. Izun released his drawn bowstring. The arrow shot forth, a blur moving. All witnessed only a fleeting streak. The arrow tore through air, generating a violent shockwave cone. Only afterward did the deafening sonic boom arrive. At near Mach 5 velocity, the 5-kilometer gap vanished in 2 to 3 seconds. And still, the arrow struck true. Its target, the eagle's wing. After all, 5 kilometers was simply too great a distance. Any minor angular deviation sent the arrow veering wildly off course. Fortunately, the beast's immense size ensured impact regardless. High above, thousands of meters, the Stormwind divine eagle felt only a faint sting in its wing, followed instantly by unmistakable awareness it had been struck. The arrow pierced the eagle's wing. Blood sprayed, yet the divine eagle plummeted. Hardly. The Stormwind divine eagle raged. Its wings beat fiercely, speed surging 30% higher, while the golden-fletched arrow embedded in its wing. Snap! Shattered cleanly in two, as if severed by an invisible blade. Then compressed by sheer muscular force, the broken fragments were expelled from its flesh in an instant, tumbling earthward. Deetsong failed to comprehend. As a mortal realm practitioner, his vision and reflexes paled beside transcendent realm masters. He glimpsed only the falling shards, nothing more. He saw nothing, yet someone else did. Qi infusion. Wu Tiantian's brows furrowed, then relaxed into quiet awe. That beast commands Qi. Excellent, excellent. If even small-tier beasts wield such power, where shall I find worthy adversaries? No fear, no dread, only exhilaration. He brimmed with eagerness to rush forth and engage the divine eagle in fierce, unbridled combat. I said, this beast is mine. Izun raised a hand, halting Wu Tiantian's advance. Calmly he stated, the Stormwind divine eagle carries a purple tire, a hunting classification. We cannot kill it. Therefore I will divert it, and only I can. As he spoke, another arrow sang forth, brazen, defiant. Once more the eagle was struck, yet its speed never wavered. It shattered the arrow, expelled the fragments. and now locked onto its attacker, the audacious hairless ape, who dared wound it. It poised for a dive, while Izun, bow in hand, bent his knees and leapt. As if pressing an acceleration switch, his figure vanished, leaving only a deep circular indentation behind. His form became a black streak, reappearing instantly atop a distant treetop, bow drawn once. 358 meters. Mo calculated aloud, then exclaimed, "No sonic boom. His body moves faster than sound itself." So it is a time manipulation talent. That explains his extraordinary mobility. This time his speed was exposed openly, every nuance laid bare. His unique ability, now unmistakable. Izun bounded between trees, firing arrows mid-leap, while the Stormwind Divine Eagle fixated and enraged pursued relentlessly. Man and eagle swiftly receded into the distance. He truly has matters to attend to. Looking at the figure of Izun leading the Gale Divine Eagle away, Mo couldn't help but praise. Of course, this is quite normal. Speed-type extraordinary beings can easily maneuver small exotic beasts. Strength-type extraordinary beings excel in PvP, specializing in assaults against humans. As for the balance type, they are suitable for serving as beasts of burden in the inner city. Izun's talent allows him to accelerate beyond the speed of sound faster than an ordinary speed-type extraordinary being, hence, he has no fear of exotic beasts. Once the Gale Divine Eagle was led away, the first wave of contact was about to arrive. The first exotic beasts to arrive were birds. Thousands of birds weighing hundreds of kilograms spread their wings several meters wide as they descended from the sky, their sharp claws targeting the many hairless monkeys. Loose arrows. In the team, the commander shouted loudly. Immediately, countless arrows shot through the air like a rain of iron. The arrows, surpassing the speed of sound, created a mist of blood in the sky. Hundreds of birds were instantly injured, plummeting down. It was as if it had started raining birds. Faced with the bird swarm's attack, Deet Song couldn't even spare a glance among the many exotic beasts. Birds were the most useless. Their weight was too light, and they had no means of long-range attack. No matter how well they could fly, when hunting they still had to dive down. Their mere few hundred kilograms in weight, not even half a ton, along with their inefficient attack methods, doomed their fate. Even a low-level martial artist could easily kill them. The focus of Deet Song and his companions was always on the ground beasts. Here they come. The first wave of the beast tide crossed the forest and reached the mountain foot. With their massive size in the thousands and their immense weight, even their running made the earth tremble. Loose arrows. Loose arrows. Shoot more arrows. The commander shouted forcefully. The grounded martial artists drew their bows to shoot. This time it was truly raining arrows. From above, thousands of iron arrows shot out mercilessly, piercing the flesh of the exotic beasts, even penetrating deep inside. Many exotic beasts fell in pain. Along with them, countless others were thrown into disarray, disrupting their... Even so, there were still massive numbers of exotic beasts that crossed the obstacles, charging toward the mountain peak. They smoothly entered the trap area. The trap was simple and straightforward. It just involved digging several holes in the ground. The holes were not large, at least under no circumstances could they contain a whole exotic beast. After all, with the size of this group, trying to control them with holes was undoubtedly a fool's dream. These concealed small pits had only one purpose. Owl. The first to rush forward, the windsurfing lion stepped into a void. Its lower leg fell into the pit, and its massive size and exaggerated weight gave it immense inertia as it ran forward. With its lower leg trapped in the trap and unable to exert force, its body continued to surge forward, making it hard to stop. Thus its fate was sealed. Crack. Under the influence of inertia, the windsurfing lion's leg instantly fractured. The whole lion fell to the ground, howling in pain. Then more exotic beasts pressed down, trampling wildly. Soon the windsurfing lion fell silent, crushed to death. The journey of the beast tide had many similar traps, which were quite simple, yet very effective. Moreover, the martial artists continued to unleash a rain of arrows. Under the dual pressure, large numbers of exotic beasts fell dead on the battlefield. However, even so, there were still fortunate exotic beasts that broke through the layers of difficulties. Thud, thud, thud. The earth trembled. A gigantic flying tiger, sprinting with its back facing the ground, left the other exotic beasts behind and rushed to the front of the crowd at top speed. Standing 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long, it resembled a moving small mountain. The pressure it brought upon arrival startled many martial artists. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Go." Hundreds of meters away, Mo excitedly bent his bow and knocked an arrow. With at least 50 tons of strength drawn to the full potential of his war, bow, the golden arrow shot out at supersonic speed, piercing through the tiger's skull in a sonic boom. The immense kinetic energy shattered the brain, and the white brain matter mixed with blood mist exploded, causing the heavy body of the flying tiger to collapse with a thud. Weighing over 100 tons, it gave the tiger immense inertia. After falling, the entire tiger plowed the ground, instantly crashing into the walls of the giant pit and sliding down into it. The martial artists on the way saw this and hurriedly dodged. The martial artist's training was apparent. If this exotic beast had survived, a massacre would have been inevitable, but it was merely a corpse. The martial artists were not in danger of being crushed by the inertia of a corpse. A one-shot kill. Seeing his achievement, Imo Hung nodded. He felt even more pleased inside. Just this one flying tiger added over 50 days of cultivation time. Its value was even higher than that of the windsurfing lion. Thus Imo Hung felt invigorated and began to inspect his surroundings more seriously. The situation nearby was not optimistic. Although the traps had intercepted the vast majority of exotic beasts, fierce ones were still breaking through the numerous obstacles and approaching the crowd. Whoosh! Arrows shot forth, piercing skulls. Imo Hung was very proactive in the rescue. Even though his archery skills were not high, the sheer size of the exotic beasts made hitting key targets within 500 meters no problem. Looking at others. Roar! A windsurfing lion broke through the trap and reached the edge of the giant pit. In the next moment, a cone-shaped knight's spear was released, piercing straight through the lion's mouth and into its brain. In an instant, the windsurfing lion fell dead on the spot. Deetsong, expressionless, yanked the iron chain and pulled back the knight's spear, bringing with it a spray of blood. So this is hunting. Trying it out is not complicated at all. Such thoughts arose in his mind. Our side, with a high-to-low strategy, rained arrows down, killing countless exotic beasts. The enemy's intelligence was low. Even knowing there were traps, they charged ahead. Naturally, the corpses left by the exotic beasts increased. As for whether our side could maintain a high-intensity battle, well, everyone was a martial artist possessing not only speed and strength beyond that of humans, but also outstanding endurance. At this speed, if they continued to kill, it wouldn't take long to slay tens of thousands of exotic beasts, and they wouldn't exhaust their physical strength. Thus time passed. The hunt had already lasted for several hours. Those martial artists who had cultivated the heart of all beasts had long since ceased to unleash their aura, now resting through deep sleep to recover their spirit. The number of exotic beasts that had been lured was becoming increasingly sparse. It seemed that today's hunt was nearing its end. Next would be the time to reap the rewards. Thud! The ground trembled. The martial artists, still resisting the exotic beasts, suddenly tensed their entire bodies. Even the exotic beasts charging below slowed down in an instant. Among the martial artists, those in extraordinary realms, or those with strong senses, tensed their muscles, hairs standing on end. What was happening? Thud! The ground trembled again. This time the intensity of the tremor far exceeded the last. It felt as though it was happening right beneath their feet. Rumbling. In the next moment, from within the giant pit among the martial artists, the earth and stones were pushed up, breaking open a hole. A gigantic beast with silver scales 2 meters tall and 5 meters long emerged from the ground, immediately snapping at the nearby martial artists. Where did this pangolin come from? A martial artist exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, he fired an arrow and drew his sword, swiftly retreating. This size of a mini exotic beast was not enough to take his life. Just a slight maneuver would suffice. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Imo Hung from a distance shot an arrow that pierced through the body of this exotic beast. The latter was pierced by the arrow, letting out a piercing shriek. TSK. Imo Hung, hundreds of meters away, revealed an unhappy expression. Not a one-shot kill, what a pity. The target was too small. Wait, no. Imo Hung focused his gaze. The panel displayed the data of the newcomer. Mini exotic beast, silver-scaled pangolin. This peculiar exotic beast can easily burrow through rocks and hollow out mountains. Most of them appear in groups, and they tend to follow their bloodline sources to live in colonies and migrate. When you discover a silver-scaled pangolin, it signifies that a group is nearby. Oh my, not just Imo Hung. Other nearby martial artists also saw the introduction on the panel. Among them, the fact that they appeared in groups was actually a minor issue. But that sentence about following bloodline sources was the big deal. Everyone retreat quickly. We're surrounded by pangolins. A martial artist from the ordinary realm shouted loudly. In the next moment, he felt the ground shaking and collapsing. Then the ground beneath his feet suddenly bulged up. Boom! A gigantic silver claw burst from the ground. The claw was immensely large and incredibly fast, instantly smashing the martial artist who had just spoken into fragments. Hiss! Soil and stones flew into the sky. A massive figure appeared amidst the dust. Its silver scales were unmarred, accompanied by a high-frequency, hissing sound, causing martial artists within 100 meters to feel dizzy just from hearing it. Before the dust had settled, this exotic beast charged through the smoke, rushing in. The giant beast ran at speed far exceeding that of ordinary martial artists, instantly crushing the martial artists beneath it into a puddle of minced meat. As the giant beast emerged from the smoke, it fully revealed itself, to everyone. It was a massive creature covered in silver scales, its giant mouth filled with sharp teeth, and its claws were incredibly sharp. A mountain-splitting terror. Mini exotic beast, mountain-splitting beast. Length 90 meters, height 30 meters, weight 1.0 tons. A special exotic beast that lives in colonies with its bloodline descendants. Its scales possess extremely high defense, and its claws can easily slice through steel. The faces of the martial artists turned green. Oh, it's a mini exotic beast. Why is there a mini exotic beast here? No, it's normal for mini exotic beasts to be attracted here. Generally speaking, flying birds like the Gale divine eagle can be detected in advance and then led away. But a pangolin, one that burrows up from the ground, this thing is impossible to guard against. The moment it appears, it brings destruction. Its massive body crushed groups of martial artists simply by running. In the next moment, Mo Hung had already drawn his bow to shoot. The supersonic arrows shot forth, hitting the target. Ding! The arrow grazed the pangolin's scales, creating a spark. Mo Hung, is my armor? No, it's the scales. Its armor has built-in force distribution. The mountain-splitting beast, resembling a pangolin, did not change its attack direction due to a single arrow. Rather, to draw the exotic beasts away, one must do so before they have entered the crowd. Once the exotic beasts entered the throng surrounded by hairless monkeys, they would become wildly excited and unleash a slaughter. The hormones they secrete would make them forget the pain, let alone a small exotic beast. All one could see was the mountain-splitting beast pouncing, curling its body in midair, exposing only its hard scales outward. Roll. The enormous mass rolled. From the center of the giant pit, it rolled all the way to the bottom of the pit, crushing dozens or even hundreds of martial artists along the way. Along the way, the rain of arrows kept falling, merely clanging against the surface. Even Mo Hung's arrows at most only served to shatter some scales. The martial artists looked troubled. They were not afraid of wings, not afraid of fur, but they were afraid of scales. This type of exotic beast usually has extremely high defense, and arrows can't penetrate. Like this mountain-splitting beast, it was clad in scales that could effortlessly deflect force, making it a pure long-range nemesis. Looking elsewhere, the earth continued to tremble. Not just once, but shaking continuously like an earthquake. Hundreds and thousands of mounds of earth and stones protruded. A massive number of silver-scaled pangolins broke through the ground, and the moment they appeared, they wasted no time in lunging at the nearby martial artists. Mo Hung took a deep breath. He bent his bow and shot a silver-scaled pangolin dead. Then he continued to draw his bow, unleashing a rain of arrows. But soon dust flew up in the pit, visibility plummeted, obscuring both the martial artists and the exotic beasts. Mo Hung stopped shooting. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Di Tsong's figure flashed into view. He, from a high vantage point, surveyed the situation behind the giant pit, and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Where did these exotic beasts come from? How did exotic beasts refresh in our rear base? Mo Hung also felt a cold sweat. They're coming up from underground search for silver-scaled pangolins. And a large mountain-splitting beast. Hearing this, Di Tsong opened the panel and searched locally. What the hell, a special exotic beast that can burrow underground? What the hell? And with bloodline sources, many exotic beasts. Hiss! Don't panic, stay calm. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. After quickly browsing through the information, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, don't panic. Lutan City has been established for 6 years, organizing 72 hunts. They are unlikely to have not encountered this kind of situation. Just wait. The Lutan War Gang must have a contingency plan, or perhaps their second-in-command is about to take action. Mo Hung, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. Indeed, Di Guess foresight is impressive. He remains calm in the face of trouble. Soon after Di Tsong's words, the mountain-splitting beast had completed its rolling motion and was stretching its body, preparing for another charge. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the thick smoke. It was from the Lutan War Gang, the second-in-command. His tall figure landed atop the exotic beast, surveying the entire battlefield from above, and then, with a surge of vitality, he bellowed in a thunderous voice. All martial artists of Lutan City, heed my command. The rear has been breached. This hunt is declared a failure. Retreat. The roar reverberated, its high decibel level echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, the shadow of the mountain-splitting beast emerged, striking terror in the hearts of onlookers. Di Tsong contemplated that in his past life this creature would have warranted the intervention of the mighty Ultraman. At least in terms of physical stature it was so. Nevertheless, Di Tsong believed that the Wetan War Association had a plan for the city lord. Establishing a foothold in the outer city could not possibly be an incompetent fool. Retreat. The second deputy leader shouted, pulling Di Tsong's thoughts back to reality. The mountain-splitting beast roared in anger at the thunderous sound echoing from its head. It flicked its tail and swung it towards its own head. A loud bang echoed. Sparks flew, but the second deputy leader, who had just been atop its head, had already sensed danger and leaped down, turning to flee. Di Song. No. How could you run? How dare you run? There are still 300,000 people in the city waiting to be fed. After all these years of hunting exotic beasts, can a mere surprise lead to a complete collapse? Di Song found it hard to believe. Yet as he looked around after that second deputy leader issued the retreat order, many martial artists hurriedly moved, abandoning their collected spoils, hastily grabbing their weapons, and fleeing. While those at extraordinary levels capable of contending with the beasts fled even faster. The female martial artist who had previously recommended weapons to him was especially swift, leaving most warriors far behind as she ran. Digu, it's hopeless, we should run. The assets of the Liao Yuan War Association are all in there. Mo Hung spoke calmly to Di Song. With that, he also adopted a posture ready to leave. Di Song widened his eyes in disbelief. Leave? How can we leave? We have killed over 10,000 exotic beasts. There are more than 10,000 corpses of these beasts here, none of which are as worthless as the iron scale wolf. If we transport them back to the city, our classmates will be saved. If we leave now, we will gain nothing, and they will be left to die. What will become of Liao Yuan City? Di Song did not care. What he cared about were those classmates who could share life and death with him, who he could trust with his back. Though he called them classmates in terms of blood and relationship, they were more like brothers and sisters. Di Song calmed down. A calm voice spoke from beside him. Di Song glanced sideways. He did not know when, but Wu Taitian and Shi Xingxiong had also arrived in front of him. The four gathered together again. Shi Xingxiong calmly said, "Do not act on emotions. No one could have predicted a small-scale beast invasion in the rear. This hunting failure is not our fault. Let's retreat to the city for now and discuss it later." Di Song suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Shi Xingxiong. Discuss it later? His words were almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. If we delay a few more days, everyone will be done for. I say, let's find a way to kill that beast. If it dies, all our troubles will be resolved. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingxiong could not help but frown. Beside him, Mo Hung advised Di Ge, as long as there are still green mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Taking a step back leaves us with a chance. There's no need to seek death. The mountain-splitting beast is a small-scale exotic beast. Its scales are incredibly tough. Even my full-strength arrows cannot penetrate its defenses. Our ability to escape is already our limit. To kill it, we would need to gather at least 100 extraordinary warriors to slowly wear it down. Right? Shi Xingxiong echoed. Di Ge Xiaohong is right to act on something that is known to be impossible. Our strength is limited. If we forcefully attempt to kill this beast, what if we end up dead? Wouldn't that be a loss of both life and wealth? Di Ge, you are usually the calmest. How can you act so impulsively? Crunch. Di Song clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. Yes, acting on impulse. This was unlike his usual demeanor. But, in the past, his image in school felt more like a disguise. In fact, it had become a habit. Even though he had memories of his past life, he had been thoroughly assimilated by the martial artist culture. Having just graduated, he was essentially no different from an ordinary martial arts graduate. The same impulsiveness, the same fearlessness of death. Then, it was all over. Like a ray of sunlight piercing through darkness, it quietly illuminated reality within his heart, causing Di Song to slowly realize. This is not the usual virtual training ground at school. This is reality. If a person dies, they are truly dead. Now 17 classmates are deeply trapped with radiation sickness. If they die, it's really death. Thinking of such a future, Di Song could not calm down. But Shi Xingxiong and Mo Hung were right. The greater situation is paramount. He could not recklessly follow his blood and courage to do something known to be impossible. Such foolish actions would not only cost him his life, but could also have broader consequences. The entire class could be dragged into the abyss because of him. At that time, many more people he cared about. I've been short-sighted. Di Song exhaled deeply, saying, if we think about it, the hibernation capsules are also good. At least they can temporarily ensure their safety. His expression and muscles gradually relaxed. After calming down, his intellect reclaimed its dominion. Reflecting on his recent behavior, it was indeed unwise to consider killing a small-scale exotic beast. Not to mention, was that something he could kill? Could he transform into Ultraman again? Let's withdraw for now. Wu Ge, what are you looking at? As he spoke, Di Song noticed that Wu Taitian's expression was off. His eyes were fixated on the distant mountain-splitting beast, his gaze not serious at all, but rather clear. Then, seemingly ignoring the earlier dispute among the three, Wu Taitian pointed at the mountain-splitting beast, saying, you guys say, if I deliberately let it swallow me and wreak havoc inside its body, could I kill that beast? Di Song, Mo Hung, Shi Xingxiong, hey, is your brain single-threaded? Can it only process the command, find a way to kill that beast? Wu Ge, calm down. That plan won't work. Shi Xingxiong quickly grabbed Wu Taitian, loudly saying, not to mention that beast's sharp teeth. Even if you smoothly get swallowed, its gastric acid is highly corrosive. Even without considering these, that beast's digestive motions alone could generate hundreds of tons of pressure, enough to crush you into mush. Moreover, its weight is outrageous. A single roll would turn you into pulp, and entering its belly is nothing short of a fantasy. Don't think about such unreliable things. Hurry and walk with us. Once we become stronger, we can train hundreds of extraordinary warriors. We will surely defeat it. Using reason and emotion, Shi Xingqiang advised earnestly. He was afraid that Wu Taitian might do something reckless. Brother, don't do this. Small-scale exotic beasts can use qi. Even if it's instinctual, combined with their massive size and weight, they can easily crush ordinary extraordinary humans. If you really get swallowed, you would undoubtedly face a mixed assault of gastric acid crushing pressure and qi, ensuring that you die instantly. Oh, then you all should run far away. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Taitian shot out like an arrow released from its bow. Target mountain-splitting beast. What the hell? The three were left dumbfounded. One moment of inattention, and Wu Taitian dashed out. Is that thing something that can be easily killed by just a casual strike? It measures nearly 100 meters in length, weighs 10,000 tons, and possesses an instinctive ability to wield qi with exploding defenses and health. Its margin for error maximized, and its attacks extraordinarily fierce. Even if you are extraordinary, getting brushed or bumped into would still leave you gravely injured. Yet Wu Taitian charged forward regardless. Wait a minute. Never mind. Ditsong suddenly grinned. Although he could indeed rush forward to stop Wu Taitian, his current strength exceeded 200 tons, double that of Wu Taitian. However, at the moment Wu Taitian dashed out, Ditsong felt at ease. It was as if the accumulated pressure that had weighed on his heart for days had been swept away. Brother Wu, I'll assist you. Ditsong directly discarded the knight's spear in his hand and shot out, his speed soaring to 200 meters per second quickly, leaving Wu Taitian behind. The knight's spear weighed 2 tons. Although Ditsong could handle it with ease, his speed would drop to less than 50 meters per second. To actually face the mountain-shaking beast at that speed, it was practically akin to seeking death. But now, with the weapon discarded, Ditsong felt light as a feather. Before him lay a multitude of silver-scaled pangolins hunting humans from all sides. Get lost. Ditsong barehanded threw a punch. A silver-scaled pangolin's skull shattered on the spot, its brains and blood splattered everywhere. Having killed one, Ditsong showed no sign of slowing down, immediately shifting his target to other silver-scaled pangolins. 200 tons of immense strength erupted. Even though their scales were as hard as iron, they could only meet a shattering fate. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Soon the ground where Wu Taitian had passed was littered with the bodies of silver-scaled pangolins. The ground was filled with the corpses of silver-scaled pangolins. Clearing the minions before facing the boss is common sense. Wu Taitian charged straight towards the mountain-shaking beast, uninterested in clearing out its bloodline descendants, naturally leaving it to Ditsong. With each punch, he quickly became drenched in blood. His approach, along with the slaughter of its offspring, immediately attracted the attention of the mountain-shaking beast. Hiss! The mountain-shaking beast was furious. High-frequency sound waves reverberated as its massive body moved closer. It appeared to crawl slowly on the ground, but in reality, it was indeed slow. Its tremendous weight resulted in a movement speed comparable to a strength-type extraordinary, being magnified by its 90-meter body length and 30-meter height. Its speed was almost laughably slow. Come! Dropping the corpse of a silver-scaled pangolin, Ditsong revealed his overwhelming aura towards the mountain-shaking beast hundreds of meters away. In the realm of beasts, aura signifies provocation. The mountain-shaking beast remained silent, only accelerating further. Immediately, a golden shadow flashed in an instant. It struck the scales on the beast's head. Ding! The golden arrow was forcibly deflected, creating a dent in the scales on the beast's forehead. It was not breached. The archer was, of course, Emohong. Brother Wu was in a frenzy. Brother D followed suit. What else could they do? This arrow successfully attracted the mountain-shaking beast's attention, shifting its gaze towards Emohong. And then it continued its assault on Ditsong. Emohong. Hey, that's a bit too insulting. Do you look down on speed-type extraordinary beings? Truly courageous. Just as Emohong gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot again, he heard a voice of admiration beside him. He turned abruptly to look at the newcomer. It was the second leader of the Letin battle gang. Emohong. You are the newly promoted extraordinary being of the Liao Yuan battle gang, right? Speaking of which, this is our first meeting. The newcomer, towering at 4 meters, addressed Emohong. My name is Gu Tianxiu, a peak extraordinary being. Haha, enough small talk. Since your Liao Yuan battle gang is so courageous, why not let me lend a hand? Having said that, he directly reached out and took Emohong's battle bow. The latter frowned. How quick? How did he do that? Mo Hung couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. The battle bow he was holding was now in the hands of the other. What incredible skill. Wait, he said he was a peak extraordinary being. Is he really at that level? Is he not just boasting? Small monsters are still too strong. They can even unleash deadly attacks at close range. Ordinary extraordinary beings facing such monsters will inevitably suffer casualties. I originally thought that the strong ones in Letten City would flee at the sight of danger, and thus there was no meaning in holding the fort, but if you are willing to serve as the vanguard, then I am willing to come back and assist you. As he spoke, he had already drawn the bow and knocked an arrow. Drawing the bow, the power field battle bow displayed the current tension of the bowstring, 312 tons. Wow. Mo Hung raised his brow. Indeed, he is a peak extraordinary being. For a strength type extraordinary being, 300 tons is already peak. Of course, there is a fluctuation range of 20 tons above or below that. Not sufficient, Gu Tianxiu calmly said, aiming at the mountain-shaking beast. The next moment, bloodline activated. His body suddenly soared to 5 meters. His body was also covered in elongated beast fur. Even his face transformed into a half-human, half-beast appearance. Divine skill bloodline heart-piercing beast 005. Not only did he reach the pinnacle of extraordinary being in terms of physique, but even the density of his bloodline reached the limit of extraordinary beings. As a result of activating his bloodline, his physical qualities soared dramatically. The tension displayed on the power field battle bow skyrocketed. 312 tons, 544 tons, 781 tons, 920 tons, 1,000 tons. The bowstring was drawn to its limit. If overloaded any further, the power field bowstring would snap. Is this the limit? Forget it. Gu Tianxiu's expression turned serious as he suddenly released the bowstring. In an instant, the arrow shot forth. Accompanied by a dazzling white light and a distinct halo, the golden arrow broke through 10 times the speed of sound, shooting towards the mountain-shaking beast a kilometer away. In place, only a low, resonant hum remained. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ditsong retreated a step, pulling back dozens of meters. At the same time, the mountain-shaking beast's massive paw came crashing down, and the ground where Ditsong had originally stood instantly collapsed. Shockwaves and debris shot out in all directions. Truly troublesome, he sighed wryly, but before he could finish, a streak of light seemed to flash in his vision. Immediately afterwards, the streak of light pierced through the mountain-shaking beast's scales in an instant, burrowing deep within its body, unknown how many meters deep. Hiss. The mountain-splitting beast was injured. Golden arrows traveling at 10 times the speed of sound struck deep into its flesh. Blood splattered as the beast howled while clutching its wound, the ultrasonic waves forcing Ditsong to instinctively cover his ears. He turned to look back, his face filled with confusion. Who was it? Who shot the arrow? It couldn't be Mo Hung. Certainly not Mo Hung. With his small arms and legs, he couldn't possibly shoot such a powerful arrow. From thousands of meters away, Ditsong could not see clearly. The configuration of a mortal realm warrior was still too lacking. Don't just stand there. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Ditsong's ears. Immediately after, a giant shadow swooped down, heading straight for the mountain-splitting beast. Wu Taotian. He leaped into the air, taking advantage of the beast's pain, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at its back. His hands clawed together, and he struck down fiercely, barehanded. That's right, barehanded. Although weapons offered many conveniences for those in the extraordinary realm, such as naturally high pressure that could easily break through the enemy's defenses. But Wu Taotian still preferred to fight barehanded. The reason was simple: the chi that could only be used in the extraordinary realm was difficult to project out of the body, only able to transmit along the body, not even achievable with attached weapons. And chi, for most extraordinary realm warriors, it merely served as a substitute for weapons and armor. Chi could protect the body, used to absorb impacts. A chi attacks could increase pressure, allowing fists and feet to inflict knife and gun damage. Of course, for those in the extraordinary realm, defense relied on armor and attacks relied on weapons, which were even more effective than chi. After all, chi could not be used for long-range attacks. Therefore, when Wu Taotian unleashed his immense strength to strike down, the mountain-splitting beast's instincts also activated the chi. And given the beast's mass, its chi would be stronger, thicker, and more abundant than that of a human. As they collided, the answer became instantly clear. Blood sprayed. Several meters of scales and flesh were ripped off. The human body was drenched in the beast's blood. Such a scene could only yield one outcome. The victor was Wu Taotian. Ditsong exclaimed. What the? Mo Hung shouted. This is impossible. Whether it was the close Ditsong or the distant Mo Hung, both witnessed the spectacle of Wu Taotian tearing apart the scales and flesh of the mountain-splitting beast with a single strike, an impact as shocking as a mouse biting an elephant. Both individuals familiar with Wu Taotian were equally astounded, not to mention someone unfamiliar. How did he manage that? Bone Heaven Cultivator gasped in surprise, then suddenly realized, I understand, it must be an explosive type of talent or a cutting type. Damn it shouldn't be possible. An extreme attack method of grade talent could indeed break the defenses of small extraordinary beasts. But the cost of close-range contact meant that while attacking one would also suffer from the beast's chi, in return resulting in mutual destruction. No, it was a case of killing 100 enemies while injuring oneself 1,000. Among those present, only Shi Xingqiong understood what had happened. Impressive. He stood atop the corpse of the extraordinary beast, gazing far ahead. He had seen the entire process. That kid Wu Taotian, his martial arts talent, is simply terrifying. He guided the beast's chi with his own, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Such exquisite control, he utilized it as if it were instinctual. How many days has it been? It seems I still underestimated him. Saying this, Shi Xingqiong also let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, when he saw Wu Taotian charging in with just his fist, his heart had leaped into his throat. He hadn't expected this guy not to be reckless, but to have that kind of capital. He had worried for nothing. However, what about the other one? Shi Xingqiong glanced at Di Tsong, who had now casually picked up a long weapon that had fallen to the ground, circling around the mountain-splitting beast. It seemed he was prepared to look for a chance to stab it. Di Tsong, that kid really had nothing special. Poor talent, terrible comprehension, no eye-catching abilities. The only exception was that 200 tons of immense strength that came from nowhere. To be honest, at this level, that power could already be considered a veteran of strength-type extraordinary beings. The problem was, apart from his immense strength, he had no other advantages. Facing a small extraordinary beast, if he was careless, one mistake could cost him his life. Although he thought this way, Shi Xingqiong had no intention of stepping in to help. Small extraordinary beasts could crush him just with a roll. As a mortal realm warrior, it was best not to get involved. Thus, Wu Taotian leaped and landed on the mountain-splitting beast. Beneath his feet, a continuous repelling force surged. That was the chi activated by the mountain-splitting beast's instincts. He stood as if on a wooden plank amidst turbulent waves. A slight misstep could lead to being crushed by the waves, resulting in a fate of being dismembered. Simply maintaining his stance was as difficult as dancing on a knife's edge. However, not only did he stabilize himself, but he also displayed both palms once again. He thrust downward, grasping, tearing. Several meters of flesh and scales were uprooted instantly. Blood sprayed in all directions. Some drops even splattered towards Di Tsong. Damn! Di Tsong felt a sense of imminent danger and swiftly retreated. Then, with a sweep of his long spear, he deflected a drop of blood aimed at him. Looking at the blood of the mountain-splitting beast, when it fell to the ground, it did not appear unusual. However, when several drops landed on the nearby corpse of a mortal realm warrior, the blood reacted immediately, emitting hissing white smoke. Indeed, the blood and flesh of extraordinary beasts were toxic. Micro-extraordinary beasts were so, and small extraordinary beasts' blood and flesh were not only toxic, but also corrosive. Though not as strong as sulfuric acid, it would still hurt if splashed on someone. Wu Taotian was fine. That guy had chi to protect his body, and a simple shake could remove the blood completely. Even if he did get splashed, the extraordinary physique could ignore it. But as the mountain-splitting beast rolled on the ground, trying to shake off the human on it, Wu Taotian repeatedly leaped and changed positions, inflicting damage again and again. In no time, the beast's surface was drenched in blood. Di Tsong, holding the long spear, fell silent. While the beast rolled around, he couldn't even find an opportunity to attack, like a player powerless against a CG cutscene. But Wu Taotian could ride on the BOSS, dealing heavy blows. It truly left Di Tsong dumbfounded. Was the gap between people really this vast? However, this golden opportunity did not last long. As the saying goes, every cutscene has its end. The mountain-splitting beast, having rolled around uselessly in a ball, suddenly stood up violently, its scales opening one after another. The boss entered its second phase. The scales opened. What operation is this? As Di Tsong and others pondered, they saw the skin and flesh retracting from those open scales, revealing dark holes. In the next moment, high-temperature steam erupted from the holes. A surging airflow. No, it should be high-temperature chi erupting from all the holes of the mountain-splitting beast, pouring out crazily in a 360-degree frenzy. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, it was instantly filled with high-temperature steam. This is the heat dissipation function of the mountain-splitting beast. Of course, normally the heat dissipation isn't so fierce. Today, it was not only spewing steam, but also emanating chi. Not to mention how much physical energy it consumed. This lethal move was aimed at only one person, Wu Taotian. Under the relentless jets, he had nowhere to evade and was blown away on the spot. As the chi clashed, Wu Taotian's protective chi was torn apart, and more chi surged upward, torturing his body inch by inch. In just a few seconds, Wu Taotian was covered in wounds, his body drenched in blood. He fell to the ground covered in injuries, and before he could stand up he suddenly saw a figure rushing out from the high-temperature steam, Song. Surrounded by high temperatures, his entire body was burned and covered in blisters, yet Song did not give up this golden opportunity and charged in head first. The talent, immortal and indestructible, repaired his body in the high temperatures. Then he was continuously steamed by the heat. The indescribable agony was unbearable for ordinary people, but Song was a martial artist. As long as his body could still move, he could fight. He leaped up instantly, reaching a height of 100 meters. Next, the spear in his hand flew out, even in the air where power was hard to exert. It carried over 100 tons of immense force, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant. Target the head. The spear struck like thunder, arriving in an instant, following the open scales of the mountain-splitting beast and the gaping holes. It plunged straight in an instant. The mountain-splitting beast, as if electrocuted, suddenly straightened its body. Even the continuously erupting high-temperature chi ceased. Screech. The howling wind roared, sound waves reverberating. From the mouth of this giant beast erupted a howl more painful than being struck by 10 times the speed of sound arrows. Song was thrown several meters into the air. He landed covering his ears, his expression filled with disbelief. Did I hit its vital point? This was a question. But seeing the mountain-splitting beast no longer huddled together, but rather the entire giant beast stretched out, it twitched and trembled on the ground, as if electrocuted. Song realized he had guessed right. Well done. Up ahead, Wu Taoyan, looking as if he had been sliced by 1,000 knives, gave a thumbs up. He stood up from the ground. His wounds had stopped bleeding. Although he appeared severely injured with not a single part intact, in fact the wounds did not reach the bone. They were all minor injuries. Just luck. Song humbly waved his hand. With his motion, the burned skin stuck to his hand, splattering with each movement. What a scene of falling apart. Song didn't mind. He had become numb to the pain. Wu Taoyan's injuries were only worse. After all, he endured the high-temperature chi at close range. By the time it reached Song, the chi had long dissipated, leaving only high-temperature steam. In the distance, arrows of flowing gold shot forth. Each one carried immense force of thousands of tons. The arrows struck flesh, causing splashes of blood on the mountain-splitting beast. It seemed that each arrow could deal significant damage to it. In reality, arrows that did not hit vital points were merely terrifying to behold. Everyone had fought for so long, the damage dealt was not as great as Song's stroke of luck. After all, it was too rare to have the enemies standing still and exposing their weaknesses. However, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Gradually, the mountain-splitting beast ceased its howls and rolling. One must know that the self-healing ability of small exotic beasts is also extremely strong, and when the hormones surge, they can ignore pain. It lay on the ground, suddenly opening its eyes. The giant eye looked towards the culprit who had severely injured it. Song. No, why are you looking at me? Someone is shooting arrows at you. Go look at him. Clearly, Song's thoughts did not communicate to the giant beast. It turned its body, aiming in Song's direction, charging. The 10th Santan giant beast rushed over, and Song felt all the hairs on his body stand up. What a terrifying death crisis loomed like a falling sky. His instincts were screaming, run. You can't match it. Touching it means death. So Song immediately turned around, stepping, running. Now Song's speed was extremely fast. Under full sprint, his speed even surpassed sound, causing the ground to collapse and shatter under his immense power. However, the mountain-splitting beast had locked onto Song, relentlessly pursuing. It was filled with hatred. Go. Well done. Let it in circles. Keep this beast circling. Everyone can output freely. Mo Hung was overjoyed at this sight. Wu Taoyan even jumped onto the back of the mountain-splitting beast, frantically tearing at its scales and flesh while it was drawn into hatred. And in the distance, the Liao Yuan battle gang. You guys did great. Gu Tianxiu was ecstatic. How fortunate for Letten City to have such talents join. One who dared to disturb an exotic beast, breaking through the defenses of a small exotic beast with bare fists, and could predictably dodge all of its counterattacks. Other extraordinary beings who dared to engage in close combat with small exotic beasts were either crippled. After all, with the tonnage of small exotic beasts, even a bit of chi spray could easily, severely injure extraordinary beings. Close combat was practically suicidal. As for ranged attacks, whether by arrows or other methods, as long as they didn't hit vital points in one blow, the small exotic beast's tenacious vitality allowed it to rapidly recover from injuries. The kite-flying tactic also required cooperation from the exotic beast. Otherwise, it would ignore the extraordinary beings and go on to massacre many ordinary martial artists, even attracting more small exotic beasts. Even the strongest extraordinary beings had no countermeasure. But now this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the mountain-splitting beast was likely due to brain injuries, fixated on Song and pursuing him madly. This gave him the chance to output. Die, die, die. Gu Tianxia's serious expression grew even more sinister. An arrow after another exploded out. Each shot seemed to achieve noticeable effects. Time passed. The mountain-splitting beast continuously accumulated new wounds under the attacks of Wu Taotian and Gu Tianxiu blood flowing. Soon it stained the pit at the mountain's peak red. Meanwhile, Ditsong, who was running in front of this giant beast, is it still not dead? I feel like the hatred is about to be lost. Ditsong occasionally looked back at the giant beast pursuing him. Although this mountain-splitting beast was filled with killing intent, it was no longer comparable to the earlier stage. It even occasionally swung its tail, slapping at Wu Taotian, who was constantly causing damage. At this time, the mountain-splitting beast had lost more than half of its scales. Its body was soaked in bright red blood. Ditsong knew that this exotic beast's attention was dispersing. The occasional lashes at Wu Taotian were the best proof. It would occasionally convulse its body using unimportant areas to take the golden arrows. And the long arrows shot into its body seemed to have little effect on it. The frightening holes left behind were continually repaired under its extraordinarily strong self-healing ability. Ditsong was left speechless. It was truly hard to kill. With heavy tonnage, large size, and strong self-healing ability. It also liked to target ordinary martial artists in groups. Super dung creature, is there any need to fight it? Ditsong understood. No wonder the extraordinary beings of the Letten battle gang had no intention of fighting small exotic beasts. They simply couldn't be killed. Wu Taotian was an exception. Besides him, no one could engage in close quarters combat with small exotic beasts. Even so, the mountain-splitting beast's vitality remained robust. Even the brain damage caused by his luck was gradually healing with the passage of time. He believed that it would soon recover. Well, take this opportunity and fight for it. Ditsong made up his mind. He casually picked up the battle knife on the ground, then unleashed 200 tons of immense force, directly throwing the battle knife. The blade flashed like thunder, hitting the face of the mountain-splitting beast that had lost its scales, and it sank deeply into its flesh, leaving only the hilt outside. Hiss! The giant beast was in pain and furious. The previously reduced killing intent suddenly surged. The mountain-splitting beast continued to gnaw at Ditsong without letting go. Good, come on. This time Ditsong did not choose to run in circles. He even slowed down, luring the mountain-splitting beast to attack. The mountain-splitting beast indeed took the bait, facing such a minuscule, and it repeatedly swiped its palm down, while running each blow carrying over 200 tons of immense force. A single swipe caused the ground to sink and rocks to fly. It was akin to a meteorite falling nearby. Every strike, Ditsong could dodge at extreme speed, but the shockwaves and flying debris would catch up to him even quicker. These supersonic aftershocks were not to be underestimated. On the giant beast's head, Wu Taotian furrowed his brow. He realized what Ditsong was trying to do. Meanwhile, Ditsong led the mountain-splitting beast to the edge of the cliff. Let's not forget this was the mountain's peak. The other side of the deep pit was a cliff that plunged thousands of meters deep. Come, kill me. At the cliff's edge, Ditsong tilted his head provocatively. Responding to Ditsong was a frenzied, mindless swipe. Bang! The ground shattered, the earth shook. The shockwave spread with the sound of an explosion. Countless stones flew. At the same time, to evade the giant palm slapping down, Ditsong unhesitatingly leaped towards the cliff behind him. His body instantly became airborne, retreating hundreds of meters. Meanwhile, the shockwave surged and countless stones shot out in all directions. One of the stones shot out and struck Ditsong's shoulder. His left shoulder instantly caved and fractured, and flesh was mangled. Though injured, Ditsong smiled, because with the giant force striking the cliff edge could not bear the load, and amid violent shaking. Only then did the mountain-splitting beast snap back to its senses. Hiss! Then its tenth-santon body plummeted from the height of 10,000 meters. A new map then. A small-tier monstrous beast, weighing 10,000 tons, colossal beyond measure. Its absurd mass, however, becomes its greatest vulnerability. That immense size and sheer mass rigidly constrain its speed to under 100 meters per second, a snail's pace utterly inadequate against agile, speed-oriented, transcendent realm cultivators. Though its formidable defense and rapid self-regeneration partially compensate for this flaw, accidents inevitably do occur. Take this very moment. The precipice is collapsing. The mountain-splitting terror beast weighing 10,000 tons plummets freely under gravity's unyielding pull. Falling, falling, falling. Its tenth-santon body writhes grotesquely in midair like a maggot. Terror floods its eyes as an elongated, piercing shriek tears from its throat. Ki-yi. Its silhouette vanishes instantly into the abyssal darkness. Then, shift the lens downward, to the fathomless depths below. A tenth-santon leviathan crashes to earth from unimaginable heights, at velocities exceeding 100 meters per second. Boom! Like a meteor striking solid ground, the earth caves inward and fractures violently, countless fissures spiderweb across the surface, while the mountain-splitting terror beast erupts in torrents of crimson gore. Blood, dark and viscous, oozes ceaselessly from its mouth, ears, and nostrils. Its entire body convulses, trembles uncontrollably. Only a faint, fading breath remains. Time rewinds. Moments before impact, the mountain-splitting terror beast plummets, obeying gravity's command. And soon to follow in its fatal descent, Deet Song. Gliding through the air, he glances sideways at the shattered cliff edge, where Wu Tatian had already leapt clear long before the beast's fall, now standing calmly at the precipice meeting Deet Song's gaze. Wu Tatian feigns a leap. Don't. Deet Song, still airborne from his earlier backward thrust, knows resistance is futile and ceases all struggle. Instead, he defiantly raises his middle finger toward Wu Tatian. Don't you dare follow me. My classmates, the ones blessed with cheat-like talents, are counting on those pills to stay alive. You must return and safeguard them. Wu Tatian freezes mid-leap, awkwardly retracting his foot, and All right, that is how it is. He stands motionless at the cliff's edge, watching Deet Song vanish into the bottomless chasm, tens of thousands of meters deep. Wu Tatian ponders. From such height, with one arm severed, scaling back up the sheer rock face would demand Herculean effort. Why isn't he worried Deet Song might perish upon impact? Simply put, it's unlikely. Freefall has a terminal velocity when drag equals gravitational force, acceleration halts. Even in vertical descent, that ceiling rarely exceeds 100 meters per second. Impact equivalent to being struck head-on by a martial artist of equal mass moving at that velocity. For mortal realm cultivators, such a fall would be fatal 8 times out of 10. But for transcendent realm adepts, merely a splash of water. Deet Song's current fist strike force surpasses 200 tons, meaning his physical resilience far exceeds that of ordinary transcendent realm practitioners. Freefall holds no dread for him. Thus, once his initial momentum exhausts, he begins descending along a gentle arc. Directly beneath him, the mountain-splitting terror beast shrieks wildly, flailing helplessly in midair, unable to arrest its plummet. Monstrous beasts, precisely because their mass is so overwhelming, freefall becomes lethally catastrophic for them. Stumbling off cliffs due to excessive weight ranks among the rare ways these creatures inadvertently seal their own fate. Soon, the landscape darkens, deepens. Beyond the mountain's crest lies the precipice. Below it yawns an unfathomable black abyss, so profound it seems to devour even light itself. No one knows what lies beneath. At least within Letten City's cartographic limits, such mountains mark the world's edge, beyond which no records exist. As freefall continues and sunlight fades, faint bioluminescent glimmers emerge along the cliff walls, moss clinging to stone glowing with soft emerald radiance. Whoa, radiation. Or perhaps not. Deet Song feels no prickle or burn. Carefully observing his surroundings, he finally plunges into the abyssal floor, tens of thousands of meters down. Thud! A massive crater blooms in the earth. Seconds later, Deet Song staggers upright, expressionless, as he resets his dislocated shoulder with practiced precision. His innate talent, undying immortality, continues its work, mending wounds. Yet beneath his feet lies no barren rock, but rich, yielding soil. Unexpected, as the dust clears and he surveys the scene, what unfolds before him is a breathtaking tapestry of vibrant green. The cliffs shimmer with luminous moss, floor several meters tall, emits a soft, verdant glow. Even airborne fireflies drift lazily, radiant with jade-green luminescence. Stunning. Never imagined this desolate place concealed such hidden splendor. Like the outer wastelands, every plant, insect, and creature here dwarfs its mundane counterparts. Their gentle radiance bathes the subterranean abyss in ethereal light. A harmony so profound Deet Song senses scarcely any danger, as though no fearsome beasts dwell here. Even the airborne fireflies and nearby insects and beasts show no fear at his arrival, nor at the mountain-splitting terror beast's violent descent. This serenity borders on the unnatural. Though Deet Song pays it little mind, his gaze locks onto distant dust-choked terrain, and in an instant he vanishes, surging forward. Indeed, the fallen mountain-splitting terror beast lies there sprawled at the crater's center, its massive form battered, convulsing violently. A vast pool of blood already spreads around it, oozing steadily from mouth, nose, and ears. Clearly, its internal hemorrhaging is catastrophic. A tenth body crashing from such heights yields no graceful landing. To survive at all speaks volumes about its constitution. Without hesitation, Deet Song prepares the killing blow. Bling bling. A resonant hum swells from all directions. Accompanied by this strange sonority, Deet Song notices the airborne fireflies converging as the dust thins. They fear neither man nor monster. Palm-sized fireflies, far exceeding natural insect proportions, gently alight upon the beast's open wounds. Then, brilliant emerald light erupts. Before his eyes, the beast's wounds knit shut at astonishing speed. Deetsong, what in the world does this mean? So these fireflies and the beast share a symbiotic relationship. No wonder they show no fear. Wait, no? Deetsong stares intently at the swarm and opens his interface. Unrecorded monstrous beast. As its first discoverer, you may name it. Its origin and properties remain unknown. You may document your findings. In note, this beast appears capable of wound healing. And stop healing, damn it. Deetsong lacks the leisure to bestow names. He strides forward, delivers a thunderous kick, and thwack. And the firefly shatters, instantly spilling luminous green fluid that floods the area with radiant light. He catches a single droplet midair. The instant his skin makes contact, he jolts violently. NHSS. An overwhelming surge of vitality. Mere touch electrifies his entire being. Yet the same glowing green liquid emits a potent, pungent aroma. Intensely fragrant, yet dispersing with uncanny speed. Deetsong frowns sharply. Something is deeply amiss. He'd assumed the firefly's death would serve as a warning. Yet others, undeterred by the scent of their kin's essence, draw nearer instead. More arrive, settling upon the beast's wounds, administering treatment in ways Deetsong cannot comprehend. Wrong. Profoundly, overwhelmingly wrong. These fireflies are fearless, utterly indifferent to death. Can nature truly produce such selfless, sacrificial insects? Delay invites disaster. Deetsong leaps skyward, lands atop the beast's skull, and drives his fist straight into its colossal trembling eye. Squelch. The beast shudders faintly. Deetsong rips out its entire eyeball. Raising the orb larger than a human, he hurls it aside, then glances warily at the ever-growing swarm. Life fire firefly. Inspiration strikes. He speaks aloud. Instantly, in recording, unknown beast life fire firefly, bioluminescent firefly, suspected of possessing wound-healing properties, non-aggressive, emits soft green light, remaining traits unknown. Fortunately, these life fire fireflies appear limited to external injuries, while the mountain-splitting terror beast's internal trauma remains grievous and unresolved. After all, its sheer scale defies swift recovery. Deetsong dives into the empty eye socket, spotting the neural cavity connected to the optic nerve, then raises his intact arm and strikes. 50 punches per second, each exceeding 100 tons of force, hammer relentlessly against the bony chamber. Recoil stings, numbs, and rattles his fists. Yet his expression remains impassive. Blow after blow lands, until hairline fractures bloom and spread across the bone. Then, collapse. The cranial cavity shatters beneath his fists. Its utterly unprotected brain lies exposed before him. Without pause, he inhales deeply and charges inward, unleashing utter devastation. Destroy the brain, and the beast dies. True even for smaller monstrous beasts. Opportunity knocks, but once this leviathan lies helpless, this is the moment to end it. Crunch. Gray matter explodes outward. Deetsong pierces clean through its cerebrum. Suddenly, his grip feels strange. He reaches deeper. In the pitch-black void, eyes closed, his fingers close around something slick and Deetsong. In that instant, the entity gripping the tendril convulses violently, as if seized by epileptic spasms. Then the limb goes utterly slack. Severed by its own master. Deetsong snaps, fully alert. A small-tier monstrous beast harbors secrets within its brain. He unleashes full power, swimming through viscous gray matter, following vibrations, lunging forward, and grasps the slippery tendril once more. He grips tight, then wrenches the thing free, bursting from the shattered cranium and exiting the eye socket. Deetsong shudders. Micro-vibrations ripple across his skin, shaking off residual cerebral fluids. Even basic realm-transcending cultivation techniques remain second nature to him. Now he looks down at what dangles from his hand. Ki, a flattened octopus-like creature, roughly humanoid in size, yet bristling with dozens, perhaps hundreds, of thrashing tentacles varying wildly in thickness and length. Is its frantic struggle due to his firm grip? What is this? He murmurs, bewildered. Can aquatic life even survive on land? Unrecorded monstrous beast. In note, this beast appears capable of parasitizing the brains of small-tier monstrous beasts. Nah, so it's a parasite. Deetsong feels no urge to investigate further. Just crush it outright. KO. Perhaps sensing lethal intent. The flattened octopus erupts into frenzy. A piercing whistle slices the air, an invisible conical projectile hurtling toward his skull. Deetsong frowns. Following instinct, he lashes out with a single punch, shattering the condensed, intangible spear mid-flight. Kikiasker. The flattened octopus writhes even more violently, then under crushing pressure detonates outright. Foul acrid fluid sprays across the ground. Killed an intelligent life form. Strength 1 in the familiar system prompt chimes. Deetsong freezes. What does this mean? This octopus possesses sentience. He recoils, flinging the corpse aside in stunned disbelief. Truly bizarre. Why does this habitable planet of the martial human race harbor a living xenomorph? The cause remains unknown, but still. The sudden appearance of the mountain-splitting terror beast, a self-sustaining ecosystem thriving in the abyssal depths, healing fireflies, and now, a flattened octopus manipulating small-tier monstrous beasts. As Deetsong connects these threads, a peculiar hypothesis crystallizes in his mind. Could it be, those fireflies are actually? Without another word, Deetsong sprints away. As for their luminescent fluid, though brimming with vitality and healing potency, he refuses to use it. Who knows whether it conceals toxins specifically engineered to target the martial human race. His undying immortality ranks only E-class. He dares not tempt fate. His instinct is sound. Remaining here amid such profound uncertainty is perilous indeed. Yet fleeing blindly offers little solace. Unfamiliar with this land, where should he run? With no choice, he picks a direction at random, and has barely sprinted minutes when far across the sky crimson light ignites. Fireflies. Crimson-lit fireflies. And accompanying this swarm, 3 colossal monsters. They collide with Deetsong. Hidden. The bottom of the abyss lay a colossal beast over 1,000 meters long. The beast was in a deep slumber, emanating a radiant green light illuminating the pitch-black land in conjunction with the nearby glowing moss and luminescent fireflies. Surrounding the giant beast were various peculiar structures. Numerous flattened octopuses floated in the air, their tentacles and bodies rhythmically contracting and expanding as they weaved through the architecture. It was as if they were swimming in the deep sea. These flat-bodied octopuses occasionally emitted satisfied jihoo sounds, but they did not engage in meaningful verbal communication. Or rather, they did not need to communicate using mouths and voices. This group of octopuses could swim through the air. Their lack of wings suggested that they achieved this through other means. Alright, no beating around the bush. The answer lies in telekinesis. In the air, a small octopus approached gracefully, accompanied by a gentle wave of mental energy. Their thoughts were transmitted through mental waves, which was their clan's mode of communication. The vibrations between thoughts transformed into information. The octopus stated, the thought lamp left by the Red Priest has vanished. Upon hearing this, the surrounding air seemed to boil with tension. That was the instability of the mind leading to fluctuations in thought. A considerable mental wave emanated from the direction of the giant beast. How could this be? The mountain-splitting war beast controlled by the Red Priest has an extremely strong survival capability. Even when faced with formidable wild beasts, it possesses confidence in its ability to survive. Even I would find it difficult to kill it easily. The voice was heard, yet its source remained unseen, for the so-called Grand Priest resided within the 1,000-meter-long beast and could not leave. Should control be loosened even slightly, this seemingly docile guardian beast would instantly transform into a deadly monster, likely destroying the entire clan's dwelling. I don't know. The reporting octopus replied, Grand Priest, you may have overlooked that the Red Priest became the leader of the extraterrestrial exploration program over 100 days ago. He led the offspring of the mountain-splitting war beast to establish a tunnel directly to the outer realms, and the plan was progressing smoothly, but the Grand Priest recalled this upon the reminder. He said, I see the extinguishing of the Red Priest's thought lamp must have occurred due to encountering formidable enemies in the outer realms, perhaps even more terrifying beasts. At this point, he felt a hint of confusion. Subsequently, the Grand Priest's mental power surged. After a marvelous application of thought waves, the Grand Priest's spiritual perception revealed a massive octopus, its colors a blend of azure and violet, towering majestically. No change. Since moving away from the deep sea and arriving on land, our clan's fortune remains robust, and there is a tendency for it to accumulate and explode. As the priest of our clan, the Red Priest bears a significant share of our fortune. He should have been able to avert misfortune and sail smoothly. The fact that he has quietly perished is indeed strange. This ability to observe fortune was exclusive to the priests among the octopuses. Whether it be telekinesis or parasitism, these abilities were innate and later strengthened. However, the capacity to communicate the clan's fortune through mental power was exceedingly rare. Everyone that emerged was revered as a priest. Observing, borrowing, guiding fortune, and receiving protection. The priest was after all a child of the race. Averting misfortune and ensuring good fortune should be basic skills. Every priest is particularly hard to kill. Thus, observing that the clan's fortune showed no signs of decline, the fortune-watching Grand Priest felt puzzled. This shouldn't be. Could it be that there is some dire threat to our clan's existence on this land, and only the death of the Red Priest could spare us from disaster? But if that were the case, our clan's fortune would have provided an early warning. At the very least, there should have been signs after the death of the Red Priest. Yet why does the fortune remain as usual, showing no reaction? This was evidently illogical. In the Grand Priest's perception, the fortune remained unchanged, neither diminished nor increased. However, the portion lost after the death of the Red Priest left the race's fortune at a loss. Consequently, that surplus was redistributed. Shortly thereafter, a new priest would emerge among this group of octopuses. But the future is ultimately the Grand Priest gazed at the extinguished thought lamp, still perplexed. On the other side. Boom. An explosion erupted with scorching red flames splashing outwards like gasoline, igniting, engulfing everything in a searing inferno. This dazzling explosion occurred right in front of the observation chamber. To be precise, it was heading direct. Explosive firefly, they self-destruct, and the combustive liquid within sprays in all directions after the explosion, posing significant danger. At that moment, the Grand Priest retreated faster than sound. He frowned as he looked into the distance, just as a firefly the size of a basin rushed towards him. It was merely a red glowing firefly. Upon seeing itself, or rather upon sensing the liquid life essence on its body, these fireflies recklessly charged forward, their bodies growing increasingly luminous. Once the brightness reached its peak, an explosion would follow. One explosion turned a radius of 10 meters into ruins, and the splattering combustive liquid could spray over 100 meters, with each droplet carrying the same high temperature as ignited gasoline. It truly left the Grand Priest at a loss. Fortunately, as a martial artist, he possessed a sense of crisis. At the moment of the explosion, he had already retreated far away. I understand they are coming to kill me. He looked at the self-destructing fireflies diving towards him, and then at the three beasts charging in his direction. It is a murderous intent. Pure murderous intent. No. Compared to the utterly pure murderous intent of the beasts, the killing aura released by these three beasts felt somewhat mixed. With an enigmatic feeling, the Grand Priest could distinctly sense it. After all, the martial artist race was not lacking in this type of perception. Regardless of how the perception felt, the outcome remained the same. In the next moment, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had blasted the head of a miniature beast measuring over 10 meters in length and 6 meters in height. The skull caved in and brain matter splattered. The Grand Priest did not delay, plunging his hand into the brain and quickly grasping the familiar slippery substance. With a forceful tug, he pulled out a flat-bodied octopus. The octopus measured a maximum of half a meter, yet its longest tentacle extended over 5 meters. This disgusting creature let out a chaotic screech the moment it appeared. Bang! With a forceful squeeze, he directly crushed it. Killed an intelligent life form, strength one I knew. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he said, so this is why the beasts evolved to burrow and ambush us. A group of intelligent parasites. With a single strike, the massive corpse of the beast toppled down. Such a sight could certainly intimidate onlookers. However, the murderous intent of the other two beasts had indeed weakened significantly. Yet their running pace showed no signs of stopping. A serpentine beast approached, in an instant opening its massive mouth to swallow. Hiss! The Grand Priest grasped the base of the giant serpent's mouth, and then suddenly tore it apart. The serpent's mouth was forcefully ripped into two halves. He reached into the serpent's brain, and unsurprisingly found himself gripping yet another flat-bodied octopus. After effortlessly killing it, the other charging beast abruptly slammed on the brakes. The murderous intent still lingered. Oh, perhaps it was the instinct to resist death that compelled the beast to stop abruptly while exuding a killing aura. The Grand Priest glanced at it without speaking. Instead, he picked up a stone, crushed it into gravel, and threw it towards the self-destructing fireflies approaching from all around. Boom! The gravel, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, struck numerous self-destructing fireflies. Most of these fireflies fell straight to the ground. Only a few fireflies at the edge of self-destruction, stimulated by the external force, couldn't control themselves and exploded. A deafening sound shook the earth and flames rained down. The Grand Priest silently approached the last beast, avoiding the splattering black abyssal flames. Then he patted the beast's head. Come out and talk. First, tell me, what exactly are you? The call of the centipede octopus echoed softly. Along with the sound, there were undetectable waves of... Upon hearing this command, the self-destructive fireflies halted their dive and suspended themselves in the air. Within a sea of flames, only Di-Tsong remained. He had forcibly pulled out the surviving centipede octopus from the brain of the exotic beast. As everyone knows, all the creatures in the universe speak Chinese. After my reincarnation, the language was seamlessly connected as well. So why are you chattering here thinking I won't slap you into two pieces? Di-Tsong shook the centipede octopus back and forth. When he released his grip, the octopus floated in the air, as if drunk, cautiously gazing at Di-Tsong with vague, fearful, and melancholic eyes. Giga! Then it emitted a weak, animal-like sound. It held no meaning, merely a sound. This is precisely why Di-Tsong was infuriated. Although it was true that language was seamless after his crossing, the idea that foreign races would also speak Chinese was a joke. There had even been linguistics classes in school. Di-Tsong clearly understood that the octopus call contained no language. It was merely mimicking wild beasts to fool itself. If it weren't for the system's hints indicating it was an intelligent life form, he might have truly been deceived. With a light slap, the centipede octopus weighing dozens of pounds spun in the air like a top, letting out a more miserable cry. Yet it still showed no desire to communicate. You have some spirit. Would you rather die than surrender? Deetsong's gaze became serious. He hadn't expected this exotic creature to be so resolute. Even after several rounds of questioning and threats, it remained unmoved. However, admiration aside, since communication was impossible, it still had to die. Giga. The captured centipede octopus sensed the suffocating murderous intent. It almost plummeted to the ground, bowing to Deetsong, like a pounding garlic, its large head thumping against the ground. Such behavior surprised Deetsong. To strike its crucial head against the hard ground was a gesture of submission in many interstellar civilizations. Could it be that he had misunderstood it? Had this octopus already submitted? Or could it be? Although it was an intelligent life form, its civilization was too primitive to have developed language. Tisk, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were a tough nut to crack. Shaking his head, Deetsong realized that this creature might not have been able to express itself earlier. After all, it couldn't speak at all. With the murderous intent dissipated, the centipede octopus breathed a sigh of relief, and then used its telekinesis to disperse the surrounding flames. Seeing its actions, Deetsong furrowed his brow. An invisible force. It could leave traces in the air which he could perceive. How convenient. Was this the racial characteristic of this species? Following that, the invisible force exerted itself again, carving patterns into the ground. Oh, the evenly sized patterns weren't merely designs. They were words. This octopus civilization had even developed to the stage of writing, yet it surprisingly couldn't speak. Hiss. This exotic civilization seemed a bit lopsided. While memorizing these strange symbols, Deetsong also took out a panel to record them, trying to understand the writing of the alien civilization. To be fair, at that moment, Deetsong felt very calm. Despite just experiencing a life-and-death battle and discovering a disgusting alien, he had no intention of indiscriminately killing. Instead, after the battle, he actively chose to communicate. This was the hallmark of an excellent student of the martial artist race. Ching M855 felt a lot of pressure. In the Land clan's tentacle branch, besides the high priest, there were also 9 other priests, namely orange, red, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, and white. Each priest held a part of the branch's duties. Among them, the green priest controlled law enforcement and stability. Ching M855 represented both its position and its name. In this branch, it was merely an unremarkable law enforcement officer. Initially, it came here to investigate why the life fireflies were dying in droves, but unexpectedly encountered one. A hairless ape walking on land. This was merely a minor issue. The moment it discovered this hairless ape, the war beast it was parasitizing went berserk, crazily wanting to kill the hairless ape without regard for anything else. As if there was a deep-seated grudge between them. Even it was influenced by the war beast's emotions becoming extremely irrational, until that hairless ape displayed strength comparable to the war beast. Coupled with the deaths of 2 colleagues, Ching M855 suddenly awoke. Great one, spare my life. Ching M855 immediately knelt down. However, before it could even assume a submissive posture, the hairless ape ignored its surrender and gave it a brutal beating. Until now, suddenly enlightened Ching M855 realized that the communication barrier was not just about language. No, it was not merely a language barrier. This hairless ape couldn't even use telekinesis. Was it truly an intelligent being like itself? Regardless, the empathetic Ching M855 used all its means and finally gained a chance to survive. And now what was it doing? In the abyss, a cave devoid of any life forms. The meaning of this word, cave. This word is rock wall. This is the sky, this is the earth, this is our land clan, and this is the war beast. The centipede octopus Ching M855 was gesturing animatedly, trying to teach the hairless ape before it the writing of its clan. As for Deetsong, being a martial artist with a photographic memory and the ability to make connections, he effortlessly recorded many alien words from the centipede octopus' enthusiastic gestures. Originally tucked away in the cave with no reference objects to learn from, it couldn't grasp any writing. But this centipede octopus could use telekinesis. This meant it could draw. The telekinesis quickly painted on the ground, using images to accompany the words, allowing Deetsong to learn rapidly. Several days later, our clan originally lived in the deep sea, spending our days among those oceanic beasts, worshipping the source of those oceanic beasts, the stellar beasts. But our ancestors believed that neither those oceanic beasts nor their source, the stellar beasts, were worthy of our faith. They are merely a group of mindless beasts. For this reason, the ancestors perceived true deities from the starry sky. Inside the cave, using the light of the moss, Ching M855 vividly gestured with the words and patterns. This was the history of their clan. Seeing an alien creature for the first time, Song felt a great sense of novelty, thus patiently watching without interruption. He listened as the centipede octopus continued. The theories of our ancestors were rejected by the stubborn old guard of the Sea Tribe. Although we believed in the true deities, we were still expelled from the main tribe and cast onto land. Afterwards, the Sea Tribe continued to occupy the oceans. We renamed ourselves the Land Clan and claimed the earth. Song couldn't help but interject, "Wait a minute. The Sea Tribe worships stellar beasts. Well, that's understandable. I am more curious about what your Land Clan worships. The deities perceived from the starry sky." Ching M855 asked curiously. "Yes. The true deities dwell in the boundless starry sky. They respond to our prayers and sacrifices, granting us power and knowledge. No matter how you look at it, it's much better than believing in a wild beast." Song understood. So this group, raised by eggs, worshipped evil deities. What are evil deities? Apart from the human race's divine realms, and those acknowledged by the human race's divine realms, all other divine realm powers are considered evil deities. Divine realms are on par with stellar beasts, but divine realms possess wisdom, while stellar beasts are merely beasts. The latter are favored by the universe, and ordinary divine realms are simply no match for them. However, stellar beasts do not respond to their followers. They lack the intelligence. Offering them faith will only indiscriminately infect you, ultimately turning you into one of countless exotic beasts. In contrast, although the evil deities have ulterior motives, at least they still provide benefits. Understood, you may continue. Song nodded. Thus Ching M855 continued to explain the history of the Land Clan. A century ago, the Land Clan was exiled to the land. After converting their faith, they gradually became hostile towards exotic beasts, resulting in a difficult living environment. They prayed and sacrificed. The starry deities responded to their expectations, granting the Land Clan the abilities of genetic programming, modifying exotic beasts, and artificially creating exotic beasts. Those self-destructive fireflies, life fireflies, and the glowing moss around them were all products of the Land Clan's modifications after receiving gifts from the evil deities. Over the century, the exiled followers of the evil deities divided into 7 major branches, exploring the land in 7 directions. These 7 branches are arm, tentacle, suction cup, macro, thought, crystal, eye, head, sac, and rotating teeth. Among them, Ching M855 is part of the tentacle branch. They spent 100 years exploring the land, taking root in this sunless abyss, gradually transforming the surrounding environment into what it is today. How many Land Clan members are there in your tentacle branch? At this point, Song couldn't help but ask, in this overly green abyss, how many people in total reside here? He naturally asked in writing. To make things easier, he decided not to elaborate further. Ching M855 naturally answered without reservation, saying, "Our tentacle branch has several million compatriots. If it wasn't for the recent pressure from the deities for offerings, the population would probably have exceeded 10 million. Listen to this. Listen to this. I told you the evil deities have ulterior motives. Those who reach the divine realm naturally have high standards for offerings. If suitable resources are lacking, then the followers themselves are the resources. From this octopus brief words, one can deduce that the appetite of the evil deities is in the millions. Of course, the annual death toll in their outer city is in the tens of millions. Well, that's no problem then. That's no problem then. Song's expression softened. Several million. What is your lifespan like? Growth cycle. I know. How long does it take for the embryo to hatch? How long does it take for a Land Clan member to grow from ignorance to the initial stages of wisdom? You don't need to worry about it. I'm just asking. At this moment, Song's eyes were filled with anticipation and sincerity. In recent days, the tendrils of the Liu clan have been fluctuating greatly. The reason is straightforward. The Red Priest, who was in charge of reconnaissance and external exploration, has unexpectedly died. He and the mountain-opening battle beast he controlled lay in the pit, one large and one small, creating a truly spectacular scene. Below the land, 1,000,000 Red Priests of the Liu clan died quietly, and no one knows what he experienced before his death. The external injuries of the mountain-opening battle beast have been healed by the life firefly, but internally it remains riddled with puncture wounds, and many steel artifacts have even been extracted from its body. Furthermore, it has been determined that the Red Priest was violently extracted by the murderer, who then crushed him with immense pressure, employing extremely cruel methods. Based on the evidence at the crime scene, the murderer is likely a 2-meter-tall 70 to 80-kilogram ape. No traces of ape hair were found at the scene. However, blood from outside the Black Abyss ecosystem was discovered, and the Green Priest Department is currently using cell cloning to determine the appearance and species of the murderer. Inside the room, the Green Priest was reviewing reports from his subordinates. As he picked up the iron artifacts remaining in the mountain-opening battle beast, his brows furrowed. This thing is not something a beast can forge. Could it be that there are intelligent beings on this land other than our? He couldn't understand the use of these steel creations arrows. After all, the Liu clan had not invented weapons like bows and arrows. Their combat methods relied on mental power and parasitism. However, he still had the necessary vision. Every priest from the Liu clan is a child favored by the fortune of their race, excelling in temperament, wisdom, ability, and strength. The green priest realized that there are other intelligent beings on this land. They stand 2 meters tall, resemble apes, are hairless, and can use tools. According to the autopsy report, this hairless ape possesses terrifying strength comparable to an ordinary battle beast, coupled with its small stature and light weight. The hairless ape with the strength of a battle beast is extremely difficult to deal with from any angle. An alien race can be so formidable, without any mental power residue, yet able to contend with battle beasts using physical strength. This ability is simply unheard of. If our Liu clan could. At this point, the green priest paused. He pondered that the physical structure of the Liu clan was simply not suitable for close combat. Even with great strength, they rely on mental power. Of course, if they could control the alien race and make them subservient or even slaves, the Liu clan would be one step closer to dominating the land. Even a counterattack against the Sea clan would not be impossible. While the green priest envisioned this, he meticulously analyzed the strength of the hairless ape and began drafting a wanted notice intending to mobilize the entire branch to hunt this hairless ape within the Black Abyss. As long as they can capture it alive and learn its racial characteristics from it, the Liu clan can position themselves for conquest or cooperation. The green priest was extremely confident about the final outcome, because when he relaxed his senses and used mental power to perceive the ethereal fortune, he could see the enormous towering blue-purple intertwined phantom of a 100-legged octopus. This is the embodiment of the fortune of the Liu clan. The intertwining of blue and purple represents flourishing fortune at its peak. The blue fortune symbolizes the vast commoners of the Liu clan, while the purple represents the many extraordinary priests. The merging of blue and purple indicates that there is no barrier between the priests and the commoners, and the avenues for advancement are broad. Hence, the phantom of the 100-legged octopus, symbolizing unified fortune, appears robust, powerful, and perfect. The stronger the fortune of a clan, the brighter its future, resulting in more exceptional talents emerging within, while those of great fortune are shielded and can turn misfortune into good fortune. Of course, on this basis, if the red priest, one of the bearers of the Liu clan's great fortune, were to die, the clan's fortune would be affected. In the past, the battle between the Liu clan and the Sea clan was just like this. The fortune of the loser gets devoured by the victor. But even now, the unexpected death of the red priest has not diminished the clan's fortune by a single bit. This outcome greatly reassured the green priest. It proves that the hairless apes clan is likely weak in fortune, hardly able to shake the Liu clan's fortune. Hairless ape, intelligent beings, weak fortune. Hey, it's simply a gift from the star god to us. Red priest, you can rest assured and return to the embrace of the star god. The clan will make good use of the intelligence you traded your life for, allowing the Liu clan to become great once more. The green priest's eyes shone with confidence. Our clan's fortune is flourishing at its peak. The advantage is ours. My lord, ahead is our clan's hatching forbidden area. As you know, our Liu clan and the Sea clan have little genetic difference, and we lay as many as tens of thousands of eggs each time. If every Liu person laid eggs like this, we simply wouldn't have the resources to raise so many children. Therefore, our clan's egg laying must go through strict assessments, and only the most outstanding batch is granted the qualification to reproduce. One person and one octopus sneakily advanced. The green M855 enthusiastically explained their clan's situation to Deetsong. What he said, Deetsong found completely normal. After all, these creatures are octopuses. Laying tens of thousands of eggs at a time is commonplace, and to prevent an explosion in population, they naturally need to limit reproduction. Indeed, the territory and resources of the Black Abyss are limited. Even so, our clan can produce tens of millions of Liu eggs every year. After the children are born, the clan will impose an incredibly rigorous year-long assessment, selecting less than 1% of the elite for training. The children who fail the assessment will be treated as scrap for sacrifices directly offered to the star god. Upon hearing this, Deetsong could no longer hold back. He complained, "Is the deity you believe in a garbage collector?" The green M855 blinked innocently and replied, "It's just scrap. Most of it becomes fuel during the sacrifice. The deity has always been generous and won't blame us. Moreover, besides those children who failed the assessment, our clan also employs a last-place elimination system, ensuring that every year we can sacrifice 200,000 Liu people to the deity who are the true offerings." As he spoke, the green M855's tone even carried a hint of pride, as if saying, "Look how efficient our Liu clan is. 200,000 a year means 6 million over 30 years, just as the maximum lifespan of the Liu clan is only 30 years. In 30 years it is enough to cycle through the entire Liu clan. It is essentially treating the evil god as a tool for euthanasia. Every year they throw the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the clan into the offerings for the evil god, truly treating it as a recycling station. Yes, you're clever. Deetsong gave a thumbs up in praise. If you can, why don't you throw criminals into the deity's embrace as well? The Green M855 said in surprise, how did you know? Yes, we indeed use criminals as offerings, allowing them to cleanse their sins in the deity's mercy. Deetsong, sorry I underestimated you. After all, civilizations that can stand on a planet infected by stellar behemoths are not simple. Deetsong also knew that the growth cycle of the Liu clan is very short. They show signs of intelligence after 3 months, begin learning and testing at 6 months, and are considered adults at 1 year if they pass the assessment. Of course, once they come of age, they must participate in work. Only those with higher qualifications are eligible for full-time training by the Liu clan. And those who work do not mean they can relax. To avoid being one of the 20,000 eliminated at the end of each year, they must also strive to learn diligently in their spare time. The entire Liu clan is like a gigantic assessment machine. After all, failing to roll over truly leads to death. At this point, Deetsong cannot help but admire the superiority of the martial Dao people. At least everyone can live to 16 before being sent to the outer city to fend for themselves. The top students who can enter the inner city are 1 in 1,000. It's 10 times harsher than the Liu clan. Upon thinking this, the smile on Deetsong's face disappeared. In casual conversation, they continued to move forward. Soon a lush green building appeared before them. The Green M855 introduced the Yellow Priest Department, is in charge of hatching, nurturing, and educating within the clan. The Green Priest Department oversees biological modification and scientific research. The offices of the two departments are in the same place. If there are too many children to hatch, the Yellow Department's brethren can't take care of them. They will also employ a last-place elimination method to allocate some to the Green Department's brethren for experiments. Therefore, the office areas of the two departments have been merged for the convenience of the Green Department to use as needed. If you plan to steal our clan's embryos or abduct our clan's children, you will be jointly obstructed by both the Yellow and Green Departments. The Green M855 said this very calmly. Once again, Deetsong couldn't help but exclaim, I understand now. O children born into your Liu clan are truly fortunate. The Green M855 replied in agreement indeed. They who fail the assessment can bask in the glory of the deity. Those who succeed can contribute to our clan's expansion. Even those born surplus are welcomed by the brethren of the Green Department. To be born into the Liu clan, they are simply blessed beyond measure. After saying this, the Green M855 thought of something and coldly snorted. In comparison, the Sea clan's useless beings only raise their children freely, claiming that life and death are determined by fate. They lay eggs that will producing tens of thousands of embryos each time, most of which are eaten by sea beasts or perish in various disasters. Those who manage to survive and barely grow are 1 in 10,000. Compared to our Liu clan, the Sea clan is simply a bunch of uncivilized beasts. Such maltreatment of their blood descendants will surely bring them retribution one day. As he spoke of the Sea clan, the Green M855 was filled with indignation. This also opened Deetsong's eyes. While a survival rate of less than 1 in 10,000. He thought the elimination rate of the martial Dao people was already brutal, but he didn't expect there were experts out there. Shaking his head, Deetsong looked towards the distant buildings, preparing to get down to business. His goal was simple: to steal embryos. There was no way the growth cycle of the 100-legged octopus was too fast. He looked at the 100-legged octopus with envy. If he could raise a group of intelligent octopuses like this once they grew up and killed, like an assembly line, every day, wouldn't he be able to soar? After all, the system only requires him to kill sentient beings. It never said he couldn't raise sentient beings. Moreover, this group of octopuses lays tens of thousands of eggs at a time. Rolling like a snowball, how much power could they provide him? After a few years, what super large alien beast he could probably defeat with a single punch. The plan is simple, but the execution is difficult. Deetsong gazed around, seeing countless life forms he had never encountered before, with the life fireflies being just a trivial one among them. It was evident that the Liu clan was a civilization of living beings. Many of the creatures within sight were unknown to Deetsong, and even Ching M855 recognized only a small portion: cleaning ants, garbage spiders, gecko cars, reconnaissance, dragonflies, swift knife mantises, delivery, bees, extra meal mosquitoes, bouncing ladder locusts, electric centipedes, and plowing beetles. As for their functions, their names hinted at them. After gaining insight, Deetsong spoke. What a surprise. Logically, the creatures on this planet should be infected by the stellar beasts as long as they lack intelligence. The beings you create should also follow suit. Hearing this question, Ching M855 immediately stood tall, declaring that should indeed be the case. However, my clan is favored by the star god, and the knowledge bestowed upon us by the divine can certainly grant immunity to the infection of the stellar beasts. Your Excellency, I sincerely suggest that you join us in worshipping the star god. The divine will never treat his followers poorly. He preached earnestly. He didn't even consider Ditsong as an enemy. Let's talk about it later. Ditsong set aside his request. Believing in the evil god this lifetime was enough. He almost overlooked that the Liu clan's biological technology came from the evil god, and what good could an evil god be? Yes, the aura of the stellar beasts can infect non-intelligent life forms. Flowers, plants, and animals are all included in this category, even those martial artists who failed to break through. Now with the alien beasts rampaging across the planet, it was all the fault of the stellar beasts and the evil god. The power that can resist the pollution of the stellar beasts is not unparalleled biological knowledge, but rather corruption. All these creatures, including the knowledge bestowed by the evil god, are inherently corrupt. Why are these creatures not infected? They have long taken on the form of the evil god. Only the power of the evil god can make them huff and puff. Stellar beasts. Not familiar. This is also why Ditsong is extremely cautious of those life fireflies, and he wouldn't dare use their life liquid for healing. Now that he knows the answer, he feels fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. Using something corrupted by the evil god for healing would cost him more than a few lives. Seeing Ditsong's expression change continuously, Ching M855 seemed to realize something, and spoke, Your Excellency, are you worried that my clan might pose a threat to you? If you're concerned about this, you can leave this matter to me. I still have some savings within the clan. Buying a few thousand eggs is not a problem, even though it doesn't comply with the rules. But the comrades of the yellow and green departments usually turn a blind eye to such matters. Selling gene fish eggs privately is also a source of income. Ditsong, upon hearing this, looked at the several dozen kilogram octopus, his eyes filled with exasperation. Everyone's not stupid. Why say such nonsense? He sighed and gave the creature a smack. Once I let you go, you'll immediately lead your troops to hunt me down. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? Ching M855. He indeed thought this way. After all, even among intelligent beings there are varying levels of intelligence. Perhaps you are one of those muscle-brain types. Your Excellency has misunderstood. Ching M855 wrote, sincerely, to survive, I have already betrayed the Liu clan, and my compatriots will never forgive me, nor will the divine. Therefore fulfilling your wishes is my goal. Only by making you happy and obtaining sufficient benefits, perhaps I won't lack for my own advantages in the future. He put on such a face. Ditsong thought to himself, damn, a traitor of the Liu clan. Of course, no matter what this octopus said, he wouldn't change his mind. After all, as a martial artist, it is quite simple to test a lie in a fit of passion. Every word that makes Ditsong feel uneasy he treated as a lie. Thus Ditsong's actions were quite simple. He merely asked Ching M855 to recall his childhood in detail, to sketch out a rough map of the yellow and green departments. He aimed to understand all the arrangements clearly. The stealthy Ditsong said, you wait here, he'll be right back. After saying this, without leaving any backup plan, he vanished into the glowing moss in the blink of an eye, disappearing from Ching M855's view. Looking left and right, the person really left. Naturally, he did not obediently follow orders, but cautiously explored outside. After a long distance without encountering any attacks, enemy attack. A headless, hairless ape has invaded the hatching ground. The thought waves surged, spreading far and wide. One transmitted to 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000. Not long after, the entire Liu clan was in an uproar in the abyss. That Liu clan captive must have... He might announce his arrival throughout the abyss. But Ditsong did not care about these things. Rather, he had deliberately released that octopus. Now Ditsong moved like a ghost, swiftly passing through layers of arrangements. Many creatures on duty only felt a gust of wind. In the hatching ground, two sentinels of the parasitic war beasts exchanged glances. The canine war beast sniffed and asked, do you feel something off? I seem to smell a strange scent. On the other side, the bear war beast stood tall, scanning around, and then shook its head. Just an illusion. What could be off? I think you're just tired and imagining things. The other sentinel felt this reasoning made sense. He had indeed been working very hard lately, sleeping only 2 hours in 3 days. It was time to rest. Half an hour. But unfortunately, he was currently controlling the war beast. If he wanted to rest, he could only wait until after work. Naturally, these two Liu clan members were unaware that Ditsong had already circumvented them and infiltrated the hatching ground. He did not employ any sophisticated infiltration techniques. What he relied on was merely a speed so fast that it was beyond their reaction. He had already tested that although the Liu clan could use thought waves, their weak bodies predetermined their sensory range and response speed far inferior to that of the martial artist race. If he were within the detection range of thought waves, he might be exposed. But as long as he passed by at extreme speed, Ditsong would only create ripples in the thought wave perception, naturally avoiding being locked onto by the Liu clan. Moreover, the Lu clan is a purely biological civilization. They didn't have convenient things like surveillance cameras. Not a single creature they created could detect Deed Song's infiltration. At most, they would sense something amiss and report it layer by layer. Thus, Deed Song moved as if in a realm without people. Comparing the surrounding structures to the path he had taken, he knew he was getting closer to the hatching ground. What came into view were countless enormous bubbles. They are artificial organs used for hatching Lu clan gene fish eggs. Just as expected. Indeed, this biological civilization system is always fundamentally the same. Deed Song let out a breath when he saw these things. Fortunately, the knowledge he had previously learned was still useful. As for the martial artist race's compulsory education, he aimed at one of the bubbles, slightly bent his knees, and was about to spring up. Thief! Dare to trespass into our forbidden ground. The thought wave surged. Immediately, a massive figure rose from the ground with numerous tentacles emerging from the fungal carpet rushing towards Deed Song to strangle him. Deed Song frowned. Naturally, he did not sense the Lu clan's thought waves, but the moment the ground trembled, he changed the direction of his leap, twisting his body to evade the incoming tentacles. Tentacles tougher than steel exploded through the air in an instant, striking hard against the fungal carpet where Deed Song had just been causing the ground to explode. At this moment, Deed Song had already moved dozens of meters away. He looked at the massive number of tentacles emerging from beneath the fungal carpet with great caution. Small alien beast, multi-legged giant octopus, a rare alien beast located in the deep sea weighing at least 300,000 tons, of behemoth among small alien beasts originally living in the deep sea. For some unknown reason, it has come to land. However, on land its power cannot support its exaggerated weight, thus it can only be trapped in one place and unable to move. As expected, it's not that easy. After all, it's a critical area for hatching offspring. It's only natural to have strong guardians. However, the one capable of telepathically controlling small alien beasts is likely a priest. Deed Song realized that he had exposed himself. The reason is simple. The thought wave detection range of the Lu clan's priests can reach 1 kilometer, and their telekinesis can extend to 100 meters. Deed Song's speed does not reach 1,000 meters per second, so when he entered their thought wave perception range, he would naturally be discovered. And this giant octopus guarding the gene fish eggs, a small character like Ching M855, naturally did not have the qualification to know. Insufficient intelligence led to his exposure. How should I put it? It's only natural. It's you. You are the headless ape mentioned by the Qing priest. Our clan's red priest was killed by you, this garbage. The thought waves surged. However, Deed Song's expression showed no change. He could not perceive the thought waves. Tisk, a low-level creature that hasn't even developed language, is not much different from a beast. I didn't expect you, a low-level creature, to dare to covet our clan's descendants. In a place of hatching for our clan, how could there be no powerful figures stationed? Don't you understand such a simple logic? The thought waves continued to tremble. Although the headless ape before him could not communicate, he still wished to prattle on. The reason is simple. Guarding this batch of fish eggs is quite boring. As a priest of a clan, despite holding a position above millions of Lu clan members, I still have to shoulder important responsibilities for the clan. Because of boredom, I always need to find something to do. Come, let's see how long you can last. From beneath the fungal ground, numerous tentacles burst forth. Though the body of this octopus is unseen, tentacles from all directions lashed out at Deed Song. Air exploded, shrieking. The supersonic sound was deafening. Attacks came from all sides, leaving no place to land. This immobile, multi-legged giant octopus guarding its home was truly unbeatable. No wonder it would allow this alien beast to sit here. However, facing the countless lashing tentacles, Deed Song's actions were quite simple. He bent his knees, then shot up violently. Instantly, he soared to over 1,000 meters in the air and continued to rise. To the top, Deed Song embedded himself into the cave ceiling. Whoosh! The slender tentacle whip shot forth, emitting a fierce shriek as it violently struck the air before Deed Song. A thin tentacle extended nearly 1,000 meters, leaving only a few dozen meters between it and Deed Song, a distance that felt like an insurmountable chasm. The two sides were separated by 1,000 meters, while the multi-legged giant octopus violently lashed at the tentacles, causing countless tentacles to erupt from the ground, as if howling angrily at the sky. Deed Song hung upside down on the mountaintop, his expression relaxed. The weakness of the multi-legged giant octopus was glaringly obvious. Its longest tentacle barely reached 1,000 meters. When Deed Song stood at the cave's summit, he was already 1,000 meters above ground. No matter how it broke through defenses, it could hardly reach him. At least theoretically, that was the case. It is well known that animals cannot attack from a distance. What humans do, like throwing their tongues or shooting arrows, seems like cheating in their eyes. Seeing that it truly couldn't reach him, Deed Song braced himself against the mountaintop, swinging across like a monkey. The thought wave spread wildly, shaking the entire incubation chamber. An even larger, more formidable presence was breaking through the fungal blanket. The ground bulged, followed by the emergence of a massive head, that of the octopus. Its body tilted as the multi-legged giant octopus revealed its jetting orifice, aiming at the upside-down Deet Song. Deet Song's hair stood on end, a premonition of danger blaring in his mind. Flash! In the next moment, the stored liquid of the multi-legged giant octopus erupted like a high-pressure water gun, the stream surpassing the speed of sound, in an instant akin to an indestructible blade. It instantly pierced through Deet Song's position, cutting. Hundreds of tons of rock cascaded down from this one strike. What a joke! Did it really think that by climbing a wall I would have no means to counter? Since I am here, there is naturally a reason for it. Huh. The thought wave suddenly stalled in excitement. Was it because Deet Song had already leaped out early to avoid this attack, leading him to realize it was ineffective, causing his astonishment? No, it was not like that. Something capable of killing the Red Priest could not be weak. He had anticipated this and believed it to be a fierce battle, possibly needing the support of other comrades. But in that instant, the situation changed. The multi-legged giant octopus he controlled, upon breaking through the fungal blanket and witnessing Deet Song, everything transformed. Hiss! The giant beast, weighing 30 tons, unleashed an unprecedented sharp cry. It came from the brain of the small exotic beast. From its instincts, a murderous intent burst forth. In that moment, the emotions surging in the exotic beast's mind not only affected itself, but also rendered the controlling priest of the Lu tribe uncontrollable. Suddenly, the entire cave shook violently. The fungal blanket was completely torn apart, and the multi-legged giant octopus, half of its body covered in the fungal blanket, seemed to lift the blanket as if turning over a quilt. It stood up. The thick tentacles supported its body. No, it was far more than that. In addition to the tentacles, there were other green muscles and skeletal tissues supporting its body via external connections, a multitude of genuine exoskeletons working together to forcibly lift it up. A body hundreds of meters tall loomed over the earth. Crazy. Just escaping a disaster, Deet Song was now on a nearby rock wall, turning to look at the multi-legged giant octopus that stood up without care. On land, it was supposed to be immobile. But alas, the Lu tribe had technology. The complex artificial muscle and skeletal system covering the lower half of this octopus supported the weight of the multi-legged giant octopus. This allowed the supergiant beast to start moving. But why move? Deet Song couldn't understand. It clearly only needed to block the exit, and after getting what it wanted, it should find a way to leave. He could trap it easily. But to take the initiative, before he could comprehend, he saw the octopus outer orifice charging up once more, aiming at him again. Blast! The high-pressure water gun shot out like a sword, slicing toward Deet Song 1,000 meters away. In the next moment, Deet Song instantly vanished from his spot. This mindless attack easily sliced through the rock wall where Deet Song had stood, and its momentum continued unabated, cutting through further. Thus, thousands of meters away, the high-pressure water gun instantly pierced through a sack, scattering countless fish eggs like flowers from the sky. Among them were also freshly hatched small centipede octopuses. Dozens of sacks were cut open, and the fish eggs that spilled out numbered over 100,000. The power of the strike was horrifically devastating. Even though Deet Song knew that these highly reproductive species generally did not care for their offspring, he was still shaken inside. He had just been thinking of hiding behind these sacks to make the Guardian hesitant, and who would have thought it wouldn't care at all, shooting at him without hesitation. Not only that, the multi-legged giant octopus gaze was firmly locked onto Deet Song as it moved its 30-ton body forward. Its speed was extremely slow, merely a few dozen meters per second. But after it stood up, its size instantly filled the width of the entire cave, and as it moved deeper, this artificial incubation chamber became narrower. It was clear that this place had been specially designed. If an enemy intended to harm the incubation chamber, this multi-legged giant octopus could block the entrance. Even if it couldn't stop the enemy, it wouldn't let them leave alive. Is it really crazy? No. This is a determination to kill me here, even at the cost of sacrificing the entire incubation chamber. No wonder they are the priests of a tribe possessing such audacity. Deet Song sighed from the bottom of his heart. Controlling a mountain-shaking beast dared to go to war with the martial Dao human race. Discovering that he was such an anomaly among humans, they risked the lives of their young to eliminate him and prevent him from growing stronger. Only a few days had passed. The Lu tribe's decisiveness and determination had forced him into a perilous situation. Indeed, one should not underestimate any intelligent race. With this thought, Deet Song quickly fled, dodging left and right in the face of the approaching multi-legged giant octopus and its sprays arriving at a sack. This sack surface was damaged, and the nutrient liquid flowed everywhere. Deet Song casually scooped up hundreds of fish eggs and placed them into a container he had prepared. Rest assured, egg-laying animals are much more resilient during the embryonic stage than viviparous ones. Having achieved his goal, Deet Song immediately jumped to the ground. The sack he had just been in was instantly pierced by the water gun. He landed and stepped forward. His bare feet suddenly felt sticky. Looking down, he saw that he had just stepped on a freshly hatched Lu tribe member, causing it to explode. But the system did not react. Deetsong confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, intelligent life and sentient life are two different things. In the system's judgment, a newborn infant is no different from a wild beast. Understanding this, he instantly shot out, accelerating against the rock wall and ground, each step able to shatter the earth. In no time, he approached the multi-legged giant octopus, which stood hundreds of meters tall. The latter was furious. Dozens of tentacles of various shapes lashed toward Deetsong, each capable of exploding the air, carrying immense force. In that moment, Deetsong's spirit was pulled taut to the extreme. He focused entirely vigilant against the enemy's attacks. Then, he noticed that the attacking tentacles were chaotic and disordered compared to before, flailing wildly. There was not even a basic coordination left. Like dancing on the edge of a blade, his agile figure evaded each tentacle's assault, as if he were a person amidst a frenzied crowd, unable to hit the buzzing fly. Filled with confusion, Deetsong dodged with the wind's direction, effortlessly avoiding all attacks. Then, with a leap at the cave's summit, taking advantage of the multi-legged giant octopus body, not fully sealing the exit, he sprang out through the gap. Successful retreat. Before it could slowly turn around, Deetsong, with the container under his arm, dashed away, easily traversing the few thousand meters in just a minute. And as he burst out of the cave, outside with the changes in the incubation chamber, waves of biological armies gathered here, with creatures flying in the sky and walking on the ground. Close combat, range support, and control, all were present. It was a net of heaven and earth. Less than 100 meters in front of Deetsong, a mantis taller than a person rubbed its blades, eyeing him greedily. With a casual swing of its blade, it sliced through the rock, like cutting tofu. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of such mantises. Moreover, similar war creatures swarmed around. As biological weapons of the Lu tribe, they only awaited their master's command to rush forth and grind their enemies to dust. Yes, all it needed was a command from its master. Command. Roar. And upon seeing Deetsong appear, hundreds of exotic beasts stood at the forefront. Each exotic creature was a battle beast controlled by the Lu tribe. Individually, they were the strongest combat units of the Lu tribe. Originally responsible for commanding and decapitating foes, upon seeing Deetsong, an uncontrollable wave of madness surged through their brains. I super hairless ape. Hairless ape kill. Charge, kill him. In hundreds of thought waves issued. The war creatures obeyed. Creatures flying in the sky and walking on the ground all began to move. Yet the battle beasts behind them moved even faster. The 100-ton giant body charged and trampling the war creatures in front into a pulp. And surrounded by them was Deetsong. Shocking to the core. Is this necessary? To kill me they made such a grand spectacle. In astonishment, Deetsong did not hesitate to flee. The direction he ran was simple. Upward. Yes, up. He stepped on the rock wall and shot up. His speed was so fast it felt no different than running on flat ground. Deetsong's feet touched the rock wall, and even at a 90-degree angle or more, in light of Deetsong's current strength, it felt like flat ground. This is why he came so brazenly to rob, unafraid of being surrounded. What was the black abyss? As long as there was a place to land, he could ascend all the way. The escape route of Deetsong is as simple as it is brutal. After all, this group of the land race needs to rely on pangolins to dig tunnels from below if they want to leave the black abyss. Relying on exotic beasts, they cannot ascend. With telekinesis or biological weapons, they could fly. However, during this process, they would become live targets for avian exotic beasts, and if discovered, they would likely become food. Even if they dared to fly up to chase him, don't they take speed into account? Even if not at full strength, with Deetsong's current power, he could easily reach subsonic speeds, even while climbing vertically faster than an ordinary speed-type extraordinary realm. How many from the land race present could catch up to him? The answer is none. Speed means he can do as he pleases. A confident smile crept across Deetsong's lips. I will flee upwards. What can you do about it? Could you possibly cover the sky with a lid? This is what he thought. Then he crashed into a lid. At an altitude of over 2,000 meters, Deetsong collided head-on with a layer of remarkably resilient, transparent spider silk. Yes, transparent, invisible to the naked eye. Only after crashing into it could he feel this thick layer of spider silk. Its resilience was such that even a 100-ton beast could be stopped by it. No worries, Deetsong is strong. The spider silk cannot hold him back. He broke through the first layer. Then there was the second layer, third layer, fourth layer. Ultimately, Deetsong's body was ensnared by the transparent spider silk, completely stuck in midair, swaying back and forth. He looked perplexed. Are you serious, spider silk? Why wasn't it there when I fell earlier? Oh right, it was because the tenth weight of the mountain-splitting beast fell first. It's likely that it smashed through all the nearby spider silk. Or perhaps that wilderness was not a city of the land race, so these webs were not laid out. Regardless, it no longer mattered. Deet Song was stuck in the spider silk, and when he looked down, he could see a swarm of flying biological weapons rapidly swooping in to kill. Behind this group of biological weapons were also large bird-like exotic beasts flapping their wings with overwhelming killing intent. Lastly, there was the hatchery's cave. Dozens of thick tentacles violently pushed through the earthen walls the massive body of a multi-legged giant octopus, slowly and steadily emerging. Under tremendous power, the fragile earth and stone could not stop it at all. At this moment, Deet Song truly fell into a web of heaven and earth. Enemies were everywhere above and below, with nowhere to escape. Well then, I guess you guys are impressive. Surrounded heavily, Deet Song did not panic. His gaze gradually turned cold as the genes of the martial artist race kicked in. The fear of death quickly faded. Ardent battle intent surged within him. Deep within the spider silk, no matter how Deet Song struggled, he could not break free from this tenacious, abnormally sticky silk. Just raising his hand required overcoming the 100-ton pull of the layers of silk. With their interference, he could only exert 50% of his full strength at most. So, Deet Song extended his hand, placed it against his body, and forcefully penetrated the spider silk, then dug into his own skin. Hiss! He tore with all his might. The skin stuck to the spider silk was forcefully ripped off by Deet Song. This was just the beginning. As Deet Song continued to peel, all the skin and clothing stuck to the spider silk were expertly and masterfully stripped off by him, like a snake shedding its skin. In just a few seconds, Deet Song freed himself from the sticky spider silk. Then his body fell freely, plummeting down. Deet Song. He remained silent throughout. The flesh and blood beneath his skin had just started seeping out crimson droplets when his exiled talent, immortal and indestructible, forcefully halted it, even beginning to heal at a visibly slow rate. The first dilemma escaped. Now what about the second? In midair, unable to exert force, Deet Song could only watch as self-destructing fireflies rushed towards him at high speed, numerous, and each one nearing explosion, their brightness blinding. If hit Heaton, he would likely be severely injured if not killed. However, is it truly impossible to exert force? Without hesitation, Deet Song bent his knees and kicked. Not just a kick, but a wild, fierce, rapid kick. The speed of his legs surpassed sound. A piercing roar and shriek echoed through the air. Deet Song's legs kicked at supersonic speed in midair, and at such extreme speed the air itself seemed to solidify. Thud. Boom. Air. Ultimate power caused Deet Song's body to instantly pivot. He brushed past the self-destructing fireflies. In the next moment, the brightness of the fireflies reached its peak, their bodies exploding, sending sheets of flames shooting upwards, a torrential rain of fire covering hundreds of meters. In the shockwave, Deet Song felt as if struck by a heavy punch, his body accelerating towards the ground, blood seeping from his skin body. Ultimately, Deet Song crashed into a building over 10 kilometers away from the hatchery. In an instant, the rock wall was smashed open, his legs plowed a trench over 10 meters in the floor, shattering everything in his path. Kill intelligent life? Strength 24. Deet Song, who had just stopped, was stunned. He looked around and saw many small creatures with shrunken bodies and large heads, short tentacles inside the building. Small octopuses. Facing the sudden intrusion of Deet Song, the numerous small octopuses trembled in fear. With this crash, many small octopuses in the room were instantly killed or injured, and blue blood and severed limbs were everywhere. Don't kill me. A normal-sized adult of the land race collapsed on the ground, limbs spread out. It communicated in a pleasing telepathic wave. "I'm just a teaching staff on a deadened salary. I'm innocent. Kill the children instead." Ah yes. In the land race, the hatchery, breeding room, and school are not far apart. It can be said that in this branch of the land race, millions of newborns are concentrated here every year, and in the population calculation of the land race, they are considered non-existent. Only the elites who pass the assessments are the true land race. The rest are merely sacrificial scrap. As a teacher, this land race individual deemed himself an elite, far more valuable than these small ones who might not even pass the assessments. His life is far too precious. How could he easily die here? Unfortunately, his communication was ineffective. Different races meant Deet Song did not understand what he was saying. He only knew that for the land race, a multi-legged creature sprawled on the ground indicated submission or surrender. Deet Song's bottom line had always been very high. Previously, he not only spared an alien captive, but knowing he might betray, very mercifully let the... So when faced with a surrendering alien teacher, he naturally, in an urgent situation, "I'll borrow your head." Deet Song lifted his foot and stomped down. The surrendering small octopus was brutally crushed. Blue juice splattered everywhere. Killed an intelligent biological being, strength 1. After finishing this, he scanned the entire area. The surrounding small octopuses that had been targeted trembled in fear. However, Deet Song retracted his gaze and did not make a move. Right, that's it. To be honest, he is a reincarnated individual carrying the moral standards of his past life. How could he kill for power? Bang. Killing the innocent. The floor was punched through the hardness comparable to concrete, appearing no different than tofu in Deetsong's eyes. He continued downwards, punching through the floor and diving underground. Sure enough, at the bottom of the building it was filled with thousands of capsules containing the juvenile forms of the land race. They are all eliminated inferior goods. They will be used as sacrificial scraps in the future. Thus now eliminated, they soak in capsules in the most energy-efficient manner, falling into an eternal slumber. However, Deetsong's target was not them. Rather, seeing these things under the school of the land race surprised him. Then he felt relieved. He had no intention of judging the customs and culture of the alien race. He came here solely to do one thing. Scanning around, Deetsong discovered that there were a total of 200 load-bearing columns in the basement of this building. Determining his target, he began to act. He stepped forward, delivering a 200-ton heavy punch. The concrete load-bearing column exploded instantly, revealing specially made biological skeletons comparable to steel. Deetsong was not surprised. This is how biological civilizations are. He immediately struck with heavy punches, delivering supersonic strikes. In an instant, a load-bearing column snapped. Next came the second, third, fourth. Throughout the process, Deetsong did not change his expression in the slightest, even exuding a hint of skillful familiarity. It's hard to imagine what kind of education children of the martial artist race undergo in school to cultivate such high-quality talent. On this side, Deetsong was dismantling the building's load-bearing columns. On the other side, the army had already turned their direction. The exotic beasts were enraged, their overflowing desire to kill affecting the land race, controlling them, and the influenced land race acted even more extreme. The stability and peace of the area. No time for that. The most urgent matter now is to kill that. The earth trembled as the multi-legged giant octopus guarding the hatchery broke through the rocky wall, its enormous body exposed, heading in the direction of Deetsong. Further ahead were the war beasts and biological army. To encircle Deetsong, most of the security forces in the entire area were deployed. As for evacuation, the evacuation order had indeed been issued for a 30-kilometer radius. Yet Deetsong's speed was simply too fast. In such a short time, the evacuation work had only just begun when this hairless monkey broke out of the army's encirclement and arrived in the civilian area. The land race, driven by murderous intent, did not care about whether they were civilians or not. Now killing the hairless monkey was the top priority. The rest, anyone who dared to block, would be trampled to death. The army advanced for over 10 kilometers and soon reached the perimeter of the building where Deetsong had fallen. Just as they were about to charge in, stop! A furious roar accompanied by a resonating telepathic wave echoed from the sky. Following that, a pitch-black dragon flapped its massive wings hundreds of meters wide, arriving above the army. Indeed, it was a dragon. In this world, it is not only birds that can fly. There are also dragons. Of course, the land race did not know that such exotic beasts as dragons were mutated from martial artist race members who failed to break through the extraordinary realm due to a bloodline rampage combined with the aura of a stellar beast. They simply discovered this terrifying beast on land. Then they sought ways to capture and control it. Just like now. Yellow Priest, have you all lost your minds? How important this city is, how dare you cause such widespread destruction here? If this delays the sacrifices, the High Priest will blame you. Next time you will be the sacrifices. Once these words were spoken, it was like a bucket of ice water splashed over everyone's heads. Many of the land race froze for a moment, then quickly regained their composure. Wait, what just happened? Why were we so foolish? Seeing that hairless monkey, their rationality was instantly drowned in murderous intent, as if they turned into mindless beasts. What tactics, what formations, all forgotten. They only knew to howl and charge forth to kill. It was simply too terrifying. Purple Priest. The multi-legged giant octopus also calmed down. After being awakened by a furious shout, the Yellow Priest controlling this octopus realized his previous mistake. He hurriedly said, "Be careful, that hairless monkey is strange. He has used unknown powers to influence our war beasts, thereby indirectly influencing us. Rest assured, we are already aware of this. A little guy from the Qing faction narrowly escaped from that hairless monkey and has just sent his intelligence to the higher-ups. I am here to provide support. More reinforcements are still on the way." He was not wrong. The Qing M855 that Deetsong had let go had only just now brought people over. Moreover, he had only brought one, the rest were still on the way. As for those who had just surrounded Deetsong, they were merely the city's own security forces. Now the true military leaders who understood warfare were the fastest to arrive. The Purple Priest controlling the Black Dragon spoke loudly, "Everyone follow my orders, cut off the emotional nerves of the war beasts, and then control them with 100% empathy. Only then will our war beasts not be influenced by that hairless monkey's power." The Purple Priest is a part of the military leadership, their combat power being the strongest among the land race after the High Priest, and they were quite knowledgeable in controlling war beasts. Upon hearing the intelligence, he quickly conceived a means of counteraction. Soon the land race, following orders, did as instructed, severing the control of the war beasts' brains over their bodies. Then they took over themselves, striving for 100% control. The bodies of the exotic beasts they controlled immediately began to wobble. Only the Yellow Priest and Purple Priest remained relatively composed. There, he is right. The Purple Priest looked towards the building, a grave tone in his voice. I can feel it. He is at the bottom of this building. What is this hairless monkey doing? Dismantling load-bearing walls. What kind of operation is this? I don't understand. Is it some cultural peculiarity of the alien race? Is he venting his frustrations by dismantling load-bearing walls in a desperate situation? Or does he just enjoy targeting juveniles? But those juveniles amount to thousands. The land race can't even handle their own. What significance is there in targeting them? Quite perplexed but not delaying, he commanded, and the biological army immediately scattered surrounding the building. The multi-legged giant octopus also moved to the building's edge with hundreds of tentacles entwining it, poised to strike. The black dragon descended from the air. Its thousands of tons of body easily crushed the ground. Army commander, help me. There are terrorists in the building. The windows opened and telepathic waves rippled. Adult land race teachers floated out one by one under telekinetic support, gliding out of the windows as if swimming. They were quickly received and comforted by the army. As for the juveniles could not fly. They had only just developed telekinesis and could not lift their own bodies, thus were unable to move in the air. In that case, evacuating them would surely require considerable effort, right? However, that was not the case, because the army had no intention of evacuating. Every land race member did not regard the lives of the tens of thousands of juveniles in the teaching building as valuable. Sacrificing them to capture the hairless monkey was the most fitting course of action. Unqualified land race juveniles are just trash waste, sacrificial scraps. What need is there for rescue? It seems the civilians have been completely evacuated. Everyone stand ready for battle. I'm about to strike. The telepathic waves of the Purple Priest surged, spreading out tens of kilometers. Then the black dragon opened its massive mouth. A transparent liquid was spewed out, igniting the moment it left its mouth, turning into a torrent of magma-like flames pouring down towards the teaching building. Dragon's breath. At that moment, boom, the load-bearing pillars underground had been mostly dismantled. The entire building could no longer withstand its own weight, beginning to collapse from top to bottom. A colossal force of 1,000 tons. The earth trembled and the teaching building collapsed. This multi-ton structure crumbled layer by layer, igniting into a fierce blaze under the dragon's breath, creating an immensely spectacular scene. Everyone watched as the high-rise building collapsed in the raging fire. The sight of the multi-ton building collapsing was truly magnificent, yet it also evoked a sense of worry. Purple Priest, do you think that hairless monkey might? The Yellow Priest's thought wave transformed into a strand transmitted directly to the Purple Priest's mind. This technique is commonly referred to as whispering, also known as the 1,000-meter voice. The Purple Priest replied casually, don't worry, that hairless monkey is quite robust, even more so than the specially crafted load-bearing skeleton of my tribe. The collapsing building won't crush him. If it's merely about being buried, that would be more than enough. The building's collapse with its immense weight wouldn't directly crush a single person, it would be even difficult to injure the target. Thus the dragon's breath could turn stone into sludge, firmly suppressing the hairless monkey beneath the ground, preventing any easy escape. This was the Purple Priest's goal. If it weren't for the astonishing speed of this child, which even allows him to leave sound behind. Otherwise, why would I resort to such extreme measures? Facing his colleagues, the Purple Priest patiently explained. In his view, that hairless monkey running into the underground of the teaching building was almost like walking into a trap. After all, someone's speed was so fast that it could surpass sound. In the land tribe, very few things could surpass sound. If that hairless monkey were to escape, unless a military formation was set up to encircle him, it would be difficult for the land tribe to catch him. Now it was just right. This child was dismantling the load-bearing walls below, seizing the opportunity to destroy the building, which could seal him beneath its foundation. Once his speed was restricted, they could take their time to deal with him. Wouldn't that be easy? His own plan should not encounter any unexpected circumstances. To this end, as a priest, he specifically opened the perspective of fortune, attempting to gain insights from the ethereal, yet real flow of fate. Thus, with a shift in perspective, all things seemed to transform into various colored energies, intertwining like threads, with you within me, and I within you. From his perspective, the tribe's fortune remained. The centipede octopus stood tall, with a hue of blue and purple. Only the resentment from the gradual demise of thousands of young ones stained the base of the tribe's fortune with a hint of black. But this did not affect anything. Resentment was merely temporary. As long as the land tribe developed steadily, these black fortunes would dissipate with time. After all, the young ones were mostly pure liabilities to the tribe, truly of no use. If innocent compatriots who passed the assessments were persecuted, which could affect the entire tribe's culture, due to individual cases, it might indeed stain the tribe's fortune with unremovable black. How strange. The purple priest gazed at the tribe's fortune represented by the centipede octopus as if it too was watching him. Its gaze carried confusion and incomprehension. It seemed to question, why are you destroying the tribe's assets for no reason? With the questioning of the tribe's fortune, the purple priest felt his own fortune sway, a warning that the tribe's fortune wished to reclaim its favor. It seemed to be warning the purple priest, do not go too far. So, the purple priest became even more bewildered. I am doing this for the tribe. He couldn't help but explain the whole tribe knows that a hairless monkey has entered our territory. If we can capture it alive, it will undoubtedly bring countless benefits to the tribe. Isn't a little sacrifice allowed? Yet the tribe's fortune remained confused. It looked around, surveying everything inside and out. In the world of fortunes, everything has a fortune, whether it is the land tribe or biological weapons, whether it is war beasts or earth and stones, whether it is bacteria or air. The fortunes of all things in the world are interconnected. However, after searching for a long time, it could not find any trace of the hairless monkey. The land tribe's fortune. Do not misunderstand, the fortune of a tribe does not possess true wisdom. It is more like a collective consciousness of the tribe instinctively helping things that are beneficial to the tribe's growth. The actions of the purple priest were akin to opening a search bar only to find that the entry for hairless monkey simply did not exist. Thus the tribe's fortune merely issued a warning. The purple priest and the yellow priest exchanged glances. Is this serious? Such a large hairless monkey, and you can't see it. You are the embodiment of the tribe's fortune. The minute details that we fail to notice can, under the manipulation of fortune, become crucial in turning the tide. And you tell me you don't know what a hairless monkey is. If it isn't there, then it isn't there. The purple priest could only helplessly retract his focus. Back in reality, through the observation of thought waves, that hairless monkey was indeed located underground, gradually moving upwards. Upwards. The building had already collapsed. Under the extreme heat of the dragon's breath, the structure melted into scorching lava, gradually filling the space for survival. However, the hairless monkey that had originally been trapped seemed to be moving forward in a tunnel. Did he discover an underground passage? No, that was not the case. He had forged a path with his fists. Thus, the earth trembled. Amidst the increasingly evident vibrations, the ground violently bulged and exploded. Then a figure burst forth from the ground, soaring into the sky. Covered in dust, his sparse clothing hung from him like rags, as if he had just emerged from a coal mine, pitch black. All eyes were on him. Shock, disbelief, and confusion. Barehandedly excavating a passage. What kind of monster is this? Roar. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed. The purple priest reacted the quickest as the thousands of tons of black dragon suddenly leaped and spread its wings, claws breaking through the air, fiercely clawing at that hairless monkey. It seemed to want to capture him in that moment of surprise, as he had just escaped, directly seizing and suppressing him. No, it wasn't that simple. This act of digging oneself out shattered the purple priest's psychological expectations, causing the danger level to skyrocket. Capturing him alive. No, there was no certainty. Kill him. Otherwise, such a being would be a disaster for the land tribe. Yet, at the critical moment, the figure simply stomped down. The air exploded, and he leaped more than 10 meters, barely avoiding the grasp of the dragon's claw. Then it erupted once more. At the instant of landing on the back of the dragon's claw, an overwhelming force suddenly exploded, causing the dragon's scales to burst open under the terrifying power, flesh collapsing and bones cracking. The figure shot forth like a cannonball, instantly breaking through the sound barrier. He crashed fiercely into the black dragon's head. Bang! Extreme speed represented extreme power. The force erupted, and the black dragon let out a painful roar, its brain instantly crashing before it fell helplessly from the sky. He crashed heavily into the ground. Amidst the loud noise, earth and stones scattered, dust billowing. The building collapsed. The account for the intelligent lives lost due to the building's collapse all fell upon Deetsong's shoulders. Thus, the system's notifications flooded the screen. The notifications came in so rapidly that it was overwhelming. Deetsong clenched his fists, his expression icy. Yet no matter how serious and indifferent he was upon hearing the system's pleasant notification sound, a smile could no longer be contained on his tense face. Killed multiple intelligent lives. Strength 78, 55 resist, it don't lie. After all, slaughtering intelligent lives was not something to be proud of, especially when it was merely a group of you. He was forced into it, doing it out of necessity. Logically and emotionally, he shouldn't be grinning, even though they were all from another race and one that had proactively opposed them. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. It's hard to resist such a stroke of luck falling from the sky. From the moment the mountain beast attacked the hunting squad, this had already counted as a race war where right and wrong were irrelevant on a civilizational level. Even if the god of war knew about his sabotage deep in enemy territory, he had to commend himself for a job well done. I told you I knew. The human race's reproductive cycle is too long. How can they satisfy the system's requirements? You other races are better. It's like a pillow being sent when you need it. With your help, I'm sure I can survive the apocalypse and even directly slay that super large alien beast. It's not impossible. Deetsong was laughing, grinning so wide he couldn't straighten up. The air trembled in a way the land tribe couldn't comprehend, and none of his words were taken in by them. The land tribe present could only feel shock and fear. The purple priest, the head of the military, the strongest visible figure under the high priest of this branch of the land tribe. Though there were quite a few conditions, he was still a super strong individual with millions of land tribe followers, and the black dragon he controlled was among the top war beasts. However, the black dragon's seemingly certain strike not only achieved nothing, it was even struck down into the ground by such a small existence as Deetsong. It was simply unscientific. Compared to the war beasts, his tiny frame and weight of less than 100 kilograms, how could he unleash such immense power? No, it wasn't impossible. Such power that transcended science and logic had been witnessed before. The power of the star gods. Attack! The yellow priest could no longer restrain himself and issued the command. Thousands of biological troops immediately responded, orderly deploying to surround Deetsong. 300 fast blade mantises rapidly closed in their blade, arms glinting coldly. In the sky, the arrow wasp shot out a barrage of poison needles raining down upon Deetsong, dense and overwhelming. And what about Deetsong? He simply stood still, moving his body. He clenched his fists, feeling the 1,000-ton force permeating his body. The overwhelming power caused Deetsong, who had just managed to control his strength, to once again lose control over the surging force. Don't misunderstand, this does not mean Deetsong would injure himself. Rather, it was about not being able to grasp the right amount of force. If he exerted too much, he couldn't leave anyone alive. For now, this was the only flaw. No, there was one more flaw, and that was, bang. Deetsong suddenly shot up the ground where he stood, instantly caved in, and he crashed through the encirclement at a speed exceeding Mach 2 in the blink of an eye. The fast blade mantises serving as the vanguard were instantly torn apart, a bloody passage carved out by the speed and immense power that they could not even react to. When Deetsong came to a stop in less than a second, he had already leaped 500 meters away. At this moment, the overwhelming poison needles had not even fallen. He had already escaped the range of the ranged attacks. However, a bit dizzy, Deetsong shook his head, reflecting. To stop, his feet carved out a noticeable trench in the ground. Just as he exploded forth, the scene around him instantly blurred, everything leaping at extreme speed. At a speed surpassing sound, hearing became useless. The only thing he could rely on was an elusive sensation. Unfortunately, in this aspect, Deetsong was not proficient. He couldn't see the enemy. The world rapidly receded, and though his body seemed to collide with things, even the touch was rapidly altered due to numerous impacts. Only after he came to a stop did the world become clear again. This was the price. The so-called price. This cheat is too simple and crude. Deetsong couldn't help but utter. However, there was no complaint on his face. Having such a cheat already put him several steps ahead, he was not the kind of child who would be unsatisfied if the food wasn't fed directly into his mouth. Clearing a path over 500 meters, Deetsong broke through the encirclement of the biological army and arrived in front of the black dragon. The latter had just suffered a heavy blow, its thousands of tons of body falling from the sky, taking a moment to recover. Just as the purple priest reconnected, he caught sight of Deetsong. How did you manage to? The still dazed priest instinctively inquired. In the next moment, he closed off his thought waves and became clear-headed. Deetsong. He hadn't even heard him, naturally not responding. He merely tightened his fist, muttering to himself, speaking of which, this small alien beast should have inherent chi. Why aren't you using this power? Is it because you don't want to or can't? Whoosh. His body transformed into an afterimage. The real Deetsong instantly leaped over 100 meters, abruptly stopping and turning, landing on the back of the black dragon. The panel also displayed the information of this black dragon. Small alien beast, sacred black flame dragon. Strength, speed, maneuverability, reaction, and defense capabilities are all among the strong in the alien beast realm, with no weaknesses. Internally possesses a special sac liquid organ. When the stored sac liquid is sprayed out, it will ignite upon leaving the body, exploding with temperatures nearing 1,000 degrees, and the liquid will adhere to objects, accelerating combustion. The information on this black dragon was more extensive than that of ordinary alien beasts. Quite normal. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilans, titans, angels. These types belong to the bloodlines of fantasies from the previous life, typically incredibly powerful in combat. Like the enlarged version of the pangolin, the mountain alien beast is not afraid to hunt when the extraordinary realm is numerous and prepared. But if encountering a giant dragon like this, run. Run as far as you can. Moreover, you might not even be able to outrun it. If encountered in the wilderness, even with Di Tsong believing he had 1,000 tons of strength, he wouldn't think of confronting it head-on. Yet, this one was different. Standing on the black dragon's back, there was no familiar chi rebound, as if he were simply standing on an ordinary alien beast. Then the situation was entirely different. Di Tsong went all out, his fingers converging into a hand blade, striking down to split the black dragon's hard scales, penetrating deep within. Then he stepped forward and forcefully tore. Sizzle, a large chunk of flesh along with scales was brutally stripped away. He dragged the skin and flesh, sprinting towards the black dragon's head, leaving a trail of blood along the way. Skin tearing. On the back of the black dragon, a large piece of skin along with scales and flesh was forcibly ripped off by Di Tsong. The wound extended from the tail to the dragon's head, the entire path covered in spurting fresh blood, and then Di Tsong heard the black dragon's cry of pain. Oh, there was no cry. After all, the purple priest had temporarily severed the neural connection of the black dragon's brain, and he was personally controlling it like a puppet. Only a direct attack on the head could cause the manipulation to break. Thus, Di Tsong's actions on the black dragon's back did not even elicit a single howl from it. In the next moment, under the lock of thought waves, the black dragon swung its massive tail, almost equivalent to its body length, violently striking towards Di Tsong's position. At the same time, the black dragon flapped its wings and hovered in the air, its claws twisting in an unusual manner, aiming directly at Di Tsong. 3 simultaneous attacks, each carrying immense force. Knowing he could not withstand it, Di Tsong simply withdrew, leaping straight into the air, and then stomping down violently. Boom. The air was explosively crushed. 1,000 tons of force erupted beneath his feet, and the previously weightless air now felt solid under him. As everyone knows, it's not difficult for humans to float in the air. As long as you step on the lift of the air and can overcome gravity and air resistance, you can stay suspended. And Di Tsong, he stepped out, his speed surpassing sound, and after a circle of sonic booms, he shot forth like an arrow exceeding 100 meters per second, flashing away, turning, another flash, shooting straight down. He landed diagonally on the giant wing of the black dragon's wings were incredibly powerful, strong, massive, and agile, capable of supporting the black dragon's weight of thousands of tons, soaring freely in the sky at an astonishing speed. Had it been the previous Di Tsong, he might have been thrown off by the black dragon's wings. But now such a thing would not. His toes dug deeply into the dragon's scales, the immense force rooting him on the black dragon's swaying wings, and then he clenched his fist, downward smash. The immense force erupted, causing the dragon's scales and flesh to dent, the outrageous pressure penetrating through flesh and into bone. Soon the bones began to crack under the weight of the 1,000-ton punch. Di Tsong's punching speed was astonishing, delivering 100 punches in a second each, with a force exceeding 600 tons. Within less than a second, the black dragon's wing bones shattered and broke. Then one wing became incapacitated, and the other could not maintain balance, only able to plummet. Not quite. It did not fall. With just one wing, the black dragon, surprisingly, still flew in the air. Though its movements looked ridiculous and its speed had slowed, this black dragon was incredibly resilient, still managing to remain airborne without crashing. The thought waves once again locked onto Di Tsong, and the purple priest dared not underestimate him. He was filled with immense dread. In just a few seconds had his precious battle beast lost a wing. If this continued, wouldn't he end up dismantling the entire dragon? The purple priest was utterly frustrated, for his greatest fear had come to pass. It was simple. The enemy's speed was too fast and his strength overwhelmingly strong, capable of making the entire army of land dwellers insignificant with just these 2 plain values. Even deploying high-level battle beasts, small exotic beasts would not be able to contend with him. Moreover, could this hairless monkey even fly? Why hadn't it been displayed before? No, he wasn't flying. He was walking in the air by explosively stepping on the air. Even that couldn't be considered walking. A single stomp on the air could exceed 100 meters per second. The air became his stage. At this moment, the purple priest observed Di Tsong very closely through his thought waves, not shifting his focus even a little. Meanwhile, Di Tsong himself became increasingly skilled. His form appeared like a phantom, moving in seconds around the black dragon, dodging its wild attacks. Feeling the powerful wind gusts and the sharp claws brushing past his skin, Di Tsong felt an indescribable thrill. Even the suddenly surging power was swiftly familiarized by him in battle, and his jumping techniques in the air became increasingly smooth. Is this the feeling of flying? Walking in the air is so refreshing and free. He couldn't help but exclaim. As long as the strength is sufficient, walking on air is surprisingly easy. Unfortunately, the air density is too low. Even if one exerts themselves to the utmost, the speed in the air is not even 1/5 of that on the ground. Moreover, the consumption of stamina is also enormous. After several seconds of maneuvering, Deed-song swiftly dodged the black dragon's strike, suddenly diving towards its neck. This time, seizing the opportunity, he exerted force again, delivering a fierce blow directly into the black dragon's nape, the immense power penetrating through scales and flesh, directly entering its body, creating cracks in its skull. With its brain injured, the black dragon howled and convulsed once more, and the purple priest felt his control drop by at least 80%. For a moment, the black giant dragon in the air flapped its single wing wildly, its tail thrashing about. Meanwhile, Deed-song flipped and leapt, standing atop the dragon beast. He firmly grasped the single dragon horn of the black dragon. The dragon horn was connected to the skull, sharp and incredibly hard, serving as both a weapon for the black dragon and Deed-song's means to control its direction. With both hands gripping the dragon horn, Deed-song became fierce. 1,000 tons of force erupted, directly influencing the black dragon itself, making it descend in the direction of Deed-song's force. Meanwhile, the purple priest frantically tried to regain control. Thus below, countless beings witnessed the black dragon in the sky, flapping its single wing wildly, uncontrollably swaying and convulsing while tilting downwards to crash. It didn't look like it was falling. It resembled gliding. Everyone watched as the thousands of tons of black giant dragon traced an abstract path through the air, ultimately reaching above the city. It crashed down towards countless buildings and tall trees. Thousands of tons of weight came crashing down, directly colliding with two symmetrical twin teaching buildings, followed immediately by intense explosions and collapses. Let's say it was said. A few thousand tons of black giant dragon are much more powerful than an airplane. At the moment of crashing through the building, Deed-song only heard a wave of notifications. Killed multiple sentient lives. Power 1448, power 985. With the collapse of the two buildings, the notifications kept pouring. This surprised Deed-song. So this counts as mine. Should have said earlier. He was excited. Initially, when he demolished that building, there were tens of thousands of land dwellers. But the number that counted towards him was less than 10,000. It could only be said that the black dragon's breath had dragged them down. Thinking of this, Deed-song felt his blood pressure rise. Those land dweller cubs were your kin. How could you beast treat your own kin so ruthlessly? You killed more than I did. Do you get rewards for killing? If not, why kill at all? Now Deed-song seized the opportunity to make this black dragon pay its debt. Good fellow, come on, fly me up. Crash over there. Deed-song wildly steered the wheel. I know the dragon. Thus the black dragon abstractly adjusted in the air, crashing towards another 100-meter skyscraper based on a giant tree. Boom. The giant tree was snapped in half. The skyscraper collapsed, and the number of dead was incalculable. Killed multiple sentient lives. Power 458, Deed-song. So few. Deed-song was utterly baffled, controlling the black dragon to strike another ordinary skyscraper, and this time the feedback was much greater. Power 2558, watching this building break, half of it crashing to the ground, stirring up countless dust. Inside, the land dwellers naturally couldn't survive. Deed-song understood the pattern. The population density of the giant tree skyscraper was too low, he needed to fly around it. Such concrete skyscrapers had to be specifically targeted. Thus, riding the black giant dragon, Deed-song showed no mercy, controlling it to crash fiercely into prominent buildings within the city. Thousands of tons of body crashed through. No building in the entire city could withstand its impact. Because of this, Deed-song's kill count soared. Power 2144, power 1833, power 1420, power 927, power 511, power. Deed-song discovered that as the number of impacts increased, his kill count decreased. Meanwhile, among the ruins, the corpses of the dead became increasingly sparse. The answer was simple. It wasn't a system malfunction, but the land dwellers were somewhat of a civilization and a biocivilization, beast-taming civilization. Out-of-control battle beasts were not a rare occurrence. Especially high-level battle beasts, small exotic beasts, whenever they went berserk after losing control, they would kill many lives in the city. Thus, there were countless shelters throughout the city. Looking at Deed-song's side, as time passed, more and more land dwellers fled underground for refuge, and soon the streets and buildings were empty. Boom. A building was knocked down by the black dragon. However, this time the system didn't respond at all. A hint of disappointment appeared on Deed-song's face. What a pity. No. One must learn to be content. He looked at the current total displayed by his system. Power 25399, 2,500 tons of punching power. Such an outrageous figure. How long would it take him in the outer city to kill? To have so many careless people killed for himself. He had to admit the other races were generous. Thank you. Deed-song grinned, gripping the dragon horn for balance, then lifted his right foot and stomped down hard. The leg strength of a human is 3 times that of a fist. This stomp combined with the martial artist's power technique instantly unleashed over 7,000 tons of force-shattering scales and flesh penetrating into the skull. The black dragon immediately let out a wail plummeting from the sky. Deetsong stood firmly on the dragon's head, and before this dragon vehicle could stabilize, he struck again, stomping its skull at a speed that broke the sound barrier. He indeed had to be steady. With Deetsong's current strength, just the reaction force from his stomp or punch, even if it hit the air, could send him, so he had to hold on to hit. Hitting the dragon was the same. Soon with Deetsong's efforts, the black dragon's skull shattered and broke. The brain matter was exposed, and then crushed violently by immense force. The black dragon's massive body began to convulse on the spot. Without hesitation, he replicated the scene of hunting the mountain-shocking beast, directly burrowing into the black dragon's brain to wreak havoc. After a dozen seconds, the back of the black dragon's head bulged, bang, and burst open under the immense force. A figure landed holding a mass weighing dozens of kilograms. It was the purple priest of the land dwellers. Capturing a senior member of the land dwellers, Deetsong intended to interrogate him thoroughly. Kill the sentient life. Power 1 Deetsong. He looked at the hundreds of legged octopus in his hand. This thing had already burst. Sorry, mine. The power surged too much, couldn't control it. Deetsong's face showed a hint of apology. He hadn't intended to kill him. In fact, if possible, he didn't want to kill a single one of these already mature elite land dwellers. I might just feel a bit petty, but I wouldn't hold a grudge. Just like when killing a chicken for a meal, if the chicken pecks at you while dying, you'd only feel I might just feel a bit petty, but I wouldn't hold a grudge. Just like when killing a chicken for a meal, if the chicken pecks at you while dying, you'd only feel unfortunate, not hate it. Furthermore, the land dwellers were a civilization capable of surviving amidst the watch of exotic beasts. Their biological technology alone held significant value. Of course, this was for the outer city. In the outer city, even food was a problem, whether it was exotic beasts or crops. Both carried contamination, and even nutrient paste had to be imported from the inner city. What contamination? Of course, it was the infection from the breath of stellar giant beasts. That the land dwellers could survive proved that their biological technology had at least developed to the point of evolving against pollution. Just this alone was enough for Deetsong to take the risk to befriend them. Well, befriending. The other implication is not very elegant, so I won't explain. In a pile of ruins, Deetsong took a deep breath. Now his entire body was flushed red, and the recently healed skin was flowing with dense sweat. This was a battle that lasted quite a while. Deetsong, at the 5th stage of the ordinary realm, also felt fatigued. Even though his strength had increased, his stamina had not changed. To put it simply, if previously he had to spend a minute to unleash over 100 punches at full power to feel tired, now he could unleash 100 punches at full power in just 2 or 3 seconds. In other words, the time spent in these 2 or 3 seconds was equivalent to the consumption of 1 minute before. Under the premise of unchanged stamina, it was insane not to feel tired. Of course, only when fighting above his level would he consume such stamina. Normally, he could deliver a punch with 1,000 tons of force, easily taking down a small exotic beast with just one punch, and even a few thousand or tens of thousands would not be enough. Stepping over the corpse of the black giant dragon, Deetsong looked out and saw the biological army in the distance gradually heading towards him. Naturally, Deetsong could go on another killing spree, but to engage in something with such disproportionate gains and losses, only a fool would do. Without further ado, he stamped his foot hard. Boom. A gigantic pit immediately appeared in the ground, and Deetsong himself in the blink of an eye shot out from the original spot, transforming into a fleeting shadow in the sight of the distant crowd. Soon he vanished without a trace. Silence. The colossal beast opened its eyes, looking down at the diminutive dragon corpse before it. Beside the body of the black dragon lay the shattered remains of the purple priest. The beast's master, the high priest of this branch, gazed at the latest report presented by his subordinates remaining. At this very moment, as the high priest, he was confronting the fate of his race. Are you saying that? The purple priest suddenly went mad, controlling the black dragon to wreak havoc in the city, and then committed suicide out of guilt. Is that what you believe to be the truth? The high priest stared intently at the essence of the race's fate before him. As the high priest, he was akin to the son of destiny within this branch. Therefore, he not only observed the fate, but could also utilize his skills to glean some relevant information from it. He discovered a result. In his eyes, tendrils of black tainted the foundation of the race's fate, a manifestation of the resentment from the young land dwellers who died unjustly. It was merely a slight taint. This trivial resentment would gradually fade over time. The high priest didn't concern himself with such minor details. After all, when those young ones were sacrificed as fuel, the accumulated resentment was far greater than this, and it all dissipated completely, didn't it? What the high priest cared about was The deaths of two major priests within just a few days which caused the race's fate to weaken somewhat. Although it appeared that the overall strength had not changed, the growth of the new priest would take time, during which the race's natural fate would decline and shrink. It was akin to an army losing its general. Before the new general took command, the combat power of that army would diminish. The essence of the race's fate acted on instinct, unable to provide the high priest with any human-like answers. After a long while, the high priest had to withdraw from the perspective of fate observation. He turned to the other priests who had come to the meeting, saying, "You all must have seen it. The fate of our race is unreliable now. If we wish to break this deadlock, we must rely on ourselves. Unlike before, the aggressors are not the stubborn sea race nor mindless beasts, but creatures that possess the same intelligence as us land dwellers and are extraordinarily powerful." The thoughts were projected in bundles, precisely conveyed. The high priest's words penetrated the minds of every priest present. At this moment, the yellow priest added, "Everyone has seen the information and knows that I once encountered that hairless ape. You must exercise extreme caution. That hairless ape is not only cunning and ruthless, but its racial abilities are quite unique, capable of sending our tamed battle beasts into a frenzy. The frenzy of the battle beasts will also impact us, the drivers, who are constantly connected to their minds, causing us to lose our sanity as well. Additionally, based on the last battle experience, we have already assessed the physical attributes of that hairless ape, and you can take a good look at it. Incredible, it's hard to believe that such a creature exists in this world." As he spoke, images from the yellow priest's memory were projected through thought waves, quickly copied and pasted by other priests. Not only the images from the previous battle, but also accompanied by detailed explanations from researchers. The monkey species was familiar to everyone, and as for this hairless ape, its physiological structure appeared not to differ much. Initially, when I first encountered it, its punching strength exceeded 200 tons, and its leg strength surpassed 600 tons. The data on the killer of the red priest is identical to that. This was the information provided in the yellow priest's thought wave compression package. Previously, after the red priest's death, both he and the mountain-shaking beast left their corpses lying there. Just by studying the surrounding environment and the corpses, one could estimate the killer's shape, height, weight, and strength with considerable accuracy. From this point onward, the data was consistent. The hairless ape that infiltrated the incubation facility and the one that killed the red priest were the same. Then, this hairless ape collapsed the teaching building. Of the tens of thousands of students inside, 8 or 9 out of 10 perished. From that moment on, this hairless ape's data underwent drastic changes, while other indicators remained unchanged. Its strength data began to skyrocket. Its punching power can reach 1,000 tons. Its leg power exceeds 3,000 tons. When it unleashes its full strength, its maximum speed approaches 900 meters per second, exceeding twice the speed of sound. The expressions of the priests grew serious. Although they knew the hairless ape was strong, it wasn't until the raw data was thrown in their faces that they felt the gravity of the situation. To be honest, such data wasn't particularly terrifying. After all, the battle beasts controlled by the priests could easily exceed 10,000 tons in strength and could squash this hairless ape with a single slap. Provided they could hit it. That was the crux of the problem. They couldn't strike it. Of course, with just this, they could rely on their high-level battle beasts to remain unbeaten. After all, with chi protecting their bodies, the hairless ape couldn't break through their defenses. If they got too close, even they would be in danger. However, just the sight of this hairless ape could send the battle beasts into a frenzy. To maintain their sanity, the purple priest had to switch to full control. As a consequence, the battle beasts' instinctual chi became something they could not command, nor would they know how to apply it. It was precisely for this reason that the remarkably powerful black dragon was breached by that hairless ape and subsequently killed. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What is most bewildering? His strength increase doesn't seem like a surpassing of limits, but rather a natural enhancement. We have no idea what happened. He just inexplicably became stronger. By the time he killed the purple priest, the power of his punches had already surpassed 2,500 tons. The strength of his legs even exceeded 7,500 tons. His maximum speed can even approach 1,500 meters per second, faster than sound by over 4 times. The data lay before them glaringly. Some priests looked increasingly bewildered. Wait, why? How could he become stronger so quickly? This frail body carries such immense power, as surely there must be some cost to it. Their tone was filled with, yet there was a hint of desperation in their voices. Fortunately, he still had weaknesses. Good news. Despite the increase in strength, the reaction speed of this hairless ape remains unchanged, and it hasn't improved in stamina at all. This may be our opportunity. The yellow priest closed the data, his gaze fervent. The other priests looked. As the only priest who had confronted the hairless ape and survived, his words held significant reference value. The high priest immediately inquired, "What should we do?" The yellow priest responded with a single word, trap. A distance of countless kilometers from the territory of the land dwellers. Deet Song, within a cave enveloped in green light, retrieved his spoils. A container filled with hundreds of octopus eggs. Or rather the embryos of the land dwellers. This item was incredibly precious, capable of mass-producing intelligent life for himself. Even the external enhancements were tantalizing. But when Deet Song opened the container, he quietly closed the lid again. How should I put it? It's all been Wait, are the land dwellers' embryos that fragile? After just a few supersonic battles, they are all smashed to bits. My. Deet Song patted his face and sighed. The plan was not well thought out. I was only focused on snatching their genetic eggs, forgetting to be careful in preserving them. Since the plan has failed, it's better to return and devise a new one. With my exponentially increased strength, leaving this dark abyss is quite easy. I could even fly through the air. But Deet Song opened the lid again. He then extended his hand, dipped it in a bit of egg liquid, and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened. This stuff is quite nutritious. With his finely tuned perception as a martial artist, any discomfort after consuming food would quickly feed back to his brain. Moreover, as a martial artist, they are selected from a genetic level, and their bodies automatically identify toxic substances. After undergoing compulsory education, Deet Song could utilize various methods to discern the toxicity of food. Even higher levels of infection and corruption could not escape his perception. At this moment, his body was telling him, good stuff. Nutritious and high in calories. Not much inferior to nutritional paste. No wonder the land dwellers seem normal. Oh, it turns out they haven't been corrupted by the evil god. At least the unborn young are normal. Deet Song's eyes lit up. He never expected that the land dwellers were not only enticing in terms of biological technology, but even they themselves are sufficiently pure. Great, now I don't have to worry about food and drink. Without hesitation, Deet Song took a large gulp, swallowing the egg whites, yolks, and even the shells. The martial artist's formidable digestive capabilities swiftly broke them down into the substances and energy needed by his body. At this moment, his injuries had also basically healed. Thus he stood up and began practicing martial art. Soon Deet Song's mind became focused and tranquil. In this ethereal state, the power he had just gained surged gradually as he repeatedly practiced his techniques. Time passed swiftly. Day turned to night, and several days flew by. The scene shifted back to the gathering place of the land dwellers. The ravaged city was being rebuilt, various enlarged insects and animals, their bodies covered in diverse functional limbs, bustling about within the city. With the efforts and cooperation of these beings, the ruins vanished at a visible pace. In their place rose new towering buildings. One cannot underestimate how technology transforms life. It has only been a few days. As this city eagerly rebuilt itself, high, a supersonic figure rapidly approached, shattering glass in its wake and leaving a piercing shriek in the air. As for the figure itself, it charged directly towards a towering building. Boom! The tremendous force erupted, and the building was pierced completely. The figure weaved through the load-bearing columns at the base of the building, not specifically stopping to cause destruction. Its strength was no longer what it used to be. Deet Song only needed to crash through, and any material would shatter on impact. Going back and forth dozens of times, the entire process took no more than a minute. In the next moment, a building that housed thousands of land dwellers collapsed with a thunderous crash. The bustling construction beings. The land dwellers who were working. The young land dwellers just returning to school. The supervising blue priest. The blue priest, along with his blue department, was specifically in charge of the construction of land dwellers' infrastructure, ecological environment arrangement, and logistical support like food synthesis. As he watched the newly repaired high-rise topple, he laughed in anger. Enemy attack. The hairless ape is attacking. Sound the alarm. This isn't a drill, this is war. Instantly, the sound of red alarms enveloped the entire city. In the past few days, the city residents who had undergone numerous drills quickly evacuated to the underground safe. Even so, Deet Song moved at incredible speed, shattering one load-bearing column after another, watching them collapse under the force of gravity. As the one held directly responsible, the prompt from the external enhancement system flooded the screen. Deet Song's strength surged tremendously. You have killed multiple intelligent beings. Strength 18455. In the next moment, from various directions, a massive army of creatures emerged. Among them were small battle beasts over 100 meters long, moving with bodies weighing tens of thousands of tons, resembling a moving small mountain advancing aggressively. So quick to react. Deet Song was astonished. As the alarm echoed throughout the city, his killing efficiency dropped sharply. After working for half a day to demolish over 10 buildings, the number of land dwellers lost was barely under 20,000. It should be noted that the land dwellers in this city numbered over 10 million. Moreover, those young land dwellers lived quite densely in a single building. There were not only over 10,000 students, but also thousands more sealed underground as fuel after failing to compete. However, this time, not only was the density significantly reduced, but even the young ones acting as fuel underground had vanished without a trace. Such efficiency could outstrip any country from his previous life. It was truly a civilization that survived amidst monstrous beasts. As the building before him collapsed, Deetsong looked out to see thousands of large spiders unfold their wings, soaring in the sky. A gigantic spider over 100 meters in size hovered above the city, its 8 eyes glaring menacingly at Deetsong. Then, white webs coalesced from the spitting of thousands of large spiders covering the sky and cascading down. From all directions, countless poisonous needles shot forth like a rain of arrows, turning the sky black. Thousands of meters away, dense clusters of purple fireflies enveloped Deetsong, detonating themselves. The purple mist instantly spread out. At that moment, Deetsong clearly felt a net of heaven and earth. Having appeared for barely 10 minutes, the numerous traps buried within the city activated, surrounding him within a very short time. Surrounding him was a saturated barrage that made even a glance send shivers down one's spine. But Deetsong glanced at the external enhancement system's current information. Strength 43855, 4,300 tons of punching power. Thousands of traps, countless targets. Did they really think I couldn't break through with force? A spider web. Deetsong had experienced it before, such as the transparent spider web on the dome that had intercepted him earlier. These things were woven atop the abyss, serving to prevent falling objects and intercept the attacks of birds and beasts. To intercept Deetsong was purely accidental. This time the trap was a spider web descending from the sky, not the earlier transparent kind, but rather the commonly seen pure white. But Deetsong could guess without touching. The toughness and stickiness of these spider webs were likely far stronger than those transparent ones. He had just surged with power and was not afraid. But one should always be cautious. With that in mind, Deetsong had no intention of confronting it head-on. In the next moment, he pushed off the ground, and as the earth exploded beneath him, he shot off at a speed surpassing sound, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Before the spider web could envelop him, a rain of poison needles came first. Unlike the previous security battles, what Deetsong faced now was a well-coordinated army of the Lu tribe. The difficulty was like night and day. The sky was filled with poison needles shooting at supersonic speeds, each needle carrying a potent toxin aimed at small exotic beasts. Clearly the Lu tribe no longer sought to capture them alive, but aimed to kill. However, faced with countless incoming poison needles, Deetsong did only one thing. He extended his hands and clapped. Bang! A colossal force erupted, and the supersonic clap transformed into a violent shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The poison needles near his body were swept away by the shockwave created by that clap, scattering in disarray. A barrage of poison needles was rendered ineffective. Deetsong remained unscathed. However, his steps hesitated at the edge of the battlefield, and there was a hint of hesitation in his expression. The reason was simple. The vast area before him was covered in highly corrosive poisonous mist. The poison was small, but the corrosion was great. At that moment, the ground trembled. A massive centipede over 10 meters long burst forth from the earth. Upon seeing Deetsong, it rushed forward recklessly, disregarding its life. This made Deetsong's eyes light up. A good catch. In the next moment, facing the charging centipede, he reached out and grasped at his wrist, breaking through the hard shell as he sank into its flesh. I've got a hold of it. Right after Deetsong swung the centipede. Hockey centipede cyclone. Hiss! The centipede emitted an incomprehensible scream, and the over 10-meter-long centipede posed no threat to Deetsong. Instead, it was flung away like a fan. Any ground-digging centipedes that touched or were near it fell dead on the spot. Moreover, as the centipede spun, a fierce wind was created, dispersing the dense and encroaching purple poisonous mist. A nap comes with a pillow. Thank you. Looking at the poisonous mist dispersing, Deetsong's face broke into an authentic smile. But in the next moment, his brow furrowed. Something was amiss, very much so. Would the enemy be so kind as to send him a fan? Then the uneasy premonition came true. A sharp pain shot up from his wrist. He flung the centipede away, and when he opened his palm, he saw the centipede's fluid dripping onto the ground, instantly corroding a pit. His palm, however, had skin that had turned pale. It was as if it had been burned by strong acid. Yet as soon as the injury appeared, it began to heal. Such minor injuries akin to broken skin vanished within seconds. Deetsong said, I overestimated you. Had he been his past self, he might have truly stumbled. Unfortunately, his defenses had risen alongside his power. The strong acid within these centipedes was already quite impressive to breach his defenses. But that was about it. Clearly the enemy's traps could not keep up with his growth and strength. So, Deetsong looked up at the sky. In the sky, a massive amount of white spider webs were about to fall, with numerous spiders overhead continuously spinning silk, as if they intended to completely drown the entire area in webs. He lifted his foot, and unleashed a supersonic kick. Apart from the sound of a high-frequency shriek, the tip of Song's foot glowed red from aerodynamic heating, with a temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees. High speed, high temperature, a 10th ascendant kick. With this kick, even the mightiest beasts would be sent soaring from the ground. Before this fierce kick, the spider webs covering the sky instantly shattered. The shockwave rippled outward as if detonating a high-energy explosive, shattering and dispersing the surrounding smoke corpses and spider webs. In one strike, within a radius of several dozen meters, there was no longer any threat. Yet this was not over. He raised his head, looking toward the giant spider 100 meters long, floating in the transparent spider web a kilometer high. Immediately after, Song bent his knees and pushed off the ground. He shot up like a bullet, soaring toward the skies. The giant spider, like a supersonic missile, Song's body broke the sound barrier in an instant, and feeling unsatisfied, he began to stomp the air at a rate of 10 times per second. The spider web barrier ahead was torn apart layer by layer. In less than a second, Song reached the rear end of the giant spider at nearly 6 Mach, his entire being breaking through the spider's exterior and crashing directly into its body. As if digging through a tunnel, he advanced through the giant spider's insides. The spider's organs, bones, and flesh became inconsequential before Song's over 4,000 tons of force. Ultimately, in just a few seconds, the spider's head exploded. Song emerged clutching a 100-legged octopus breaking through the cranium. On the other side, Song's performance was naturally witnessed by the various priests outside the battlefield. They saw that the hairless ape merely clapped its hands, and the shockwave dispelled the overwhelming rain of poison needles. The strong acid centipedes used for ambush caused almost no harm to the hairless ape. The hidden toxic mist was easily dispersed by him. The spider silk, theoretically capable of withstanding thousands of tons of tension, was also torn apart by him. And this hairless ape even soared upward, directly killing the Lu tribe's high-level battle beast. Along with it, the blue priest inside also fell to his hands. The blue priest was captured, not killed. The orange priest, who had a good relationship with him, couldn't help but say, "I think he still has a chance. That hairless ape is terrifyingly strong. Maybe we can negotiate with him." Finally, some of the Lu tribe realized that continuing to fight would be purely a losing business. The orange priest was in charge of economics, while the blue priest oversaw construction. The two complemented each other well, and their relationship was naturally good. Thus, different thoughts began to emerge from the orange priest's mind. Rather than continue to sacrifice, why not negotiate? However, absolutely not. A small mountain approached. That was the high-level battle beast, the golden-bodied giant rhinoceros weighing tens of thousands of tons. From the direction of the giant rhinoceros came a frustrated thought wave: that hairless ape. Just one is so powerful, one can only imagine how terrifying their entire race must be. If we let him return alive and report our existence, then what we'll face in the future will be thousands of... We cannot let him live. Absolutely cannot let him live. Not only do we have to kill him, but we also need to use his blood and flesh to clone more hairless apes, creating an invincible army of hairless apes. Upon hearing this, the orange priest was also taken aback. Upon seeing which Lu tribe member was speaking, he could only remain silent. The speaker was not any of the orange, red, yellow, green, cyan, blue, or purple priests, but the one with the darkest heart, the cruelest methods, and who would do anything for the prosperity of the tribe, the special priest known as the Black Hand of the Lu tribe. Black Priest. With the favor of the tribe's fortune, the Black Priest, who controls the golden-bodied giant rhinoceros, is on par with the Purple Priest controlling the sacred Black Flame Dragon in combat power, or perhaps even slightly exceeds it. His words essentially represented the tribe's will and destiny. Even the High Priest would not dare openly. "All right, I will follow your lead. Black Priest, what do you plan to do?" Soon a black giant snake hundreds of meters long approached the giant rhinoceros, its many legs moving like a centipede. The speaker was the Green Priest of the Lu tribe, who oversaw genetic modification and various other research. The giant snake he controlled was both a high-level battle beast, a small exotic beast, and had undergone biological modification. Just in time, the Black Priest said solemnly, "Bring out everything from your laboratory. Even if we turn the entire city to ruins, we must kill that hairless ape." "Are you sure?" The Green Priest chuckled. "What about the millions of young lives in the city if it becomes ruins? What will we do for this year's sacrifices? If the quantity is insufficient, then we make up for it with quality. If this city truly becomes ruins, the next batch of sacrificial offerings will have to be selected from our tribe's elites. At that time, the resentment will become tangible, and the tribe's fortune will take decades to recover. How do you plan to explain this to the other branches?" And the main branch, the Green Priest, being a tech geek, dared to confront anyone. In his eyes, there were no human emotions, only research outcomes. However, he was not entirely wrong. "It's simple. I can sacrifice myself, can't I?" The Black Priest declared loudly. I advocate this and I take responsibility. Next sacrifice, not only will I lead as a sacrificial offering, but I will also return the favor of the tribe's fortune, minimizing the impact of resentment. At that time, even if the beings have grievances, they will only target me. I will bear all the consequences. Upon hearing this, the green priest fell silent. Just as his persona suggested, the black priest would not shy away from the most extreme means to achieve his goals, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Thus the order was given. The extermination plan was initiated. Unlike the technology of the past life, the Lu tribe was a biological civilization, and a particularly distorted one at that, as their technology was not developed by themselves, but rather a short-term elevation granted by the evil god. In terms of mass production, the Lu tribe could effortlessly pull out a biological army. Even a single razor mantis could slice through rocks like cutting tofu, and they could move at a speed of 50 meters per second. In the past life, they were weapons of urban warfare unbeatable. Besides that, various biocreations adapted to the environment allowed the Lu tribe to easily alter their surroundings and construct buildings. Dealing with miniature exotic beasts, or even small exotic beasts, was as easy as slicing through vegetables. However, in terms of area effect damage, the Lu tribe's technology had not ventured into nuclear fission or nuclear fusion. The only method left to enhance lethality was one: material stacking. Looking back at the present, catapults ready. Release. At the edge of the battlefield, an unknown creature weighing several tons, round-bodied and emanating a crimson glow, was launched into the air with tremendous force. In an instant, Deet Song felt the hair on his body stand on end. Following the direction of his sense of crisis, he looked and saw a bright crimson mass streaking through the air in an arc, shooting straight toward him. What is that? His pupils contracted, and he thought of the self-destructing. That thing was only the size of a basin, but when it exploded, the burning biological oil could splash up to 100 meters away, adhering to the surface of objects. If a miniature exotic beast was hit, it would lose half its life. And these, clearly they were an upgraded version of the self-destructing fireflies. You're dead. In Deet Song's hands, the captured blue priest rode in the air with mental force, coldly stating, "Our tribe has made up its mind to spare no effort to kill you here. Capturing me serves no purpose. We will not negotiate with terrorists." Yes, the captured blue priest was communicating with Deet Song. Clearly he had learned from Ching M855's account that Deet Song had some understanding of the language of the Lu tribe, and simple communication was not an issue. However, it could only be done through writing. "Alright, I'll give you that. You have guts," Deet Song said with admiration. Then he crushed the 100-legged octopus, killing a sentient life. Power 1. Throwing aside the corpse, he could not care about the corrosive purple mist, immediately holding his breath and retreating swiftly toward the distance. However, in the sky they spread their wings and glided thousands of meters toward Deet Song, ultimately crashing down like missiles. Bang! A blinding light erupted and a massive explosion rose, with scorching biological oil burning and spreading hundreds to thousands of meters away, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. The explosion was not just one mass, but hundreds. A full-scale saturation bombing. Moreover, even the entire area of purple poisonous mist was instantly ignited. More exaggerated than a dust explosion, the poisonous mist spanning thousands of meters exploded in an instant, with shockwaves and high temperatures spreading as if missiles were leveling the ground. The surrounding buildings were instantly destroyed. Smoke and debris rose into the air. Even the ground, scorched by the burning oil, turned into molten magma with temperatures high enough to melt steel. Amidst the intense shockwaves and high temperatures, a figure leaped out. It was Deet Song. At this moment, he was charred black, covered in wounds. The explosion nearly engulfed half the city. Not only the ground, but even the sky had transformed into a sea of flames. The torrential rain of fire descended like heavenly fire, and the violent explosion sent massive mushroom clouds soaring, while vast amounts of smoke and dust rose into the sky, sweeping across the entire city. Even the glowing moss around was scorched. Visibility plummeted in the haze. Deet Song flipped over and landed, plowing the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. The shockwave and shrapnel tore through his skin. The intense heat, hot enough to melt steel, seared his flesh. Deet Song's whole body trembled, shaking off the burning fuel that clung to his skin and even penetrated deeply into his body, causing sparks to fly around him. Hiss! He took a deep breath of cool, hot air. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly choked him. The hot air scorched his lungs, but was pulled back by his self-healing power. This was manageable. The key was that with this breath, Deet Song did not feel his mind clear. His thoughts became even more muddled. Something was off. It felt extremely wrong. This was the symptom of oxygen deprivation. Only then did he realize, amidst the countless swirling dust, that the surrounding air had been contaminated with a large amount of filth. Even the oxygen in the air had been burned away. Injured. Just a minor issue. With the self-healing ability of his talent indestructible, these seemingly serious wounds had not affected his fundamentals and were visibly healing rapidly. However, what Deetsong faced was not just the injuries, but also the lack of oxygen. The brutal Liu clan, a mass of self-destructing insects more ferocious than their bombs, had burned all the surrounding oxygen clean during their saturation bombing. Pure bombing was merely a feint. The real lethal move was right here. In this moment, Deetsong's desire for slaughter in the city dissipated, and he knelt without hesitation. He kicked off. The ground exploded instantly, and the surrounding dust spread out. Deetsong shot forth like a cannonball. The already resistant air now turned into larger particles of dust. With supersonic displacement, he was battered against the surface of his body. His already tattered frame experienced pain akin to being flayed alive. Deetsong's entire expression contorted. Yet even so, he continued to sprint at full speed, covering nearly 2,000 meters in a second, the scenery around him becoming exceedingly blurred. Along the way, all obstacles in his path were violently smashed aside. And with the intense movement, Deetsong felt his mind grow ever more unclear, as if he were about to collapse at any moment. No, something's wrong. Deetsong suddenly realized that although his mind was chaotic, he could still manage to stay vaguely awake, as if he had pulled an all-nighter for 3 days and desperately wanted to close his eyes. But ultimately his brain had not completely shut down. It maintained itself at a dangerous threshold. So that's how it is. Suddenly Deetsong became aware of something, and quickly halted his steps, lowering his bonus energy consumption to the minimum. Sure enough, the chaos and fuzziness in his mind began to dissipate, clarity returned, and his intellect reclaimed its ground. It was indestructible. Although it was only a rank, this talent was genuinely indestructible, not some rank. His self-healing ability was no match for those specialized in healing talents. But what about immortality? He suddenly discovered that when his bonus functions dropped to a critical point, this indestructible talent could urgently lock his blood. And based on that, it slowly restored his blood volume. If the rate of blood loss exceeded the rate of recovery, then he would be doomed, no question about it. Conversely, he could survive. Deetsong then realized that whether it was lack of oxygen or scarcity of water and food, at least this indestructible talent could barely keep him alive. After realizing this, Deetsong immediately collapsed. Did it succeed? The Black Priest's expression was somewhat excited. This wave of bombing had turned half the city into ruins. Smoke and dust pervaded the entire city. Although the technology of the Liu clan had not yet reached the atomic level, they could not create nuclear bombs, but below the nuclear bomb level their weapons were plenty. They sure had enough. Under saturation bombing, did he still have a chance to survive? The priests waited anxiously. This operation had not set up a concealed trap. The key lay in the willingness to sacrifice. After a round of bombing, no one knew how many compatriots would die a tragic death. At the cost of half a city, I do not believe you want die. Gradually the smoke and dust dissipated. It is well known that air is circulating. The Black Priest mobilized the biological army to scout. A massive number of biological weapons searched for signs of life among the ruins. However, apart from their own people taking refuge, there was nothing else. Could it be that he has already been completely obliterated? The Orange Priest speculated. After the explosion of the thermal pressure self-destructing insects, the temperature of the fuel can melt steel. Maybe even his ashes have been burned away. Upon hearing this, the Green Priest and Black Priest turned their heads in disbelief. Where did this illiterate come from? Do you pass your assessments by cheating? Those two sentences directly left the Orange Priest speechless. Yes, he won't die so easily. Even if he does die, he can still leave a whole corpse. After all, that hairless ape is quite tough. The Orange Priest was very annoyed. I am just trying to liven up the atmosphere. The next moment his voice halted, because from a kilometer away behind them a distinct tremor was felt. The next moment, the ground bulged and broke open. Deetsong burst forth from underground directly into the rear of the army. It was worth my effort digging thousands of meters. Is it you bastards throwing bombs? The freshly emerged Deetsong was furious. His injuries had mostly healed, but having just sprung up from the ground, he looked rather disheveled, like a beggar. Looking around, Deetsong saw hundreds of small abnormal beasts, and the biological logistics troops surrounding the abnormal beasts, and a pile of equipment whose names he could not recall. Finally, what came into Deetsong's view was the tens of thousands of bare-armored Liu clan soldiers scattered around. The orders issued by the priests were what they executed. According to the standards, each Liu clan soldier could control 10 biological soldiers. As for controlling small abnormal beasts, that was a feat only the elite could accomplish. However, in Deetsong's eyes at that moment, regardless of the biological army or small abnormal beasts or Liu clan soldiers, to him, they were all just bare armor. Kill. Without hesitation, Deetsong took action. He moved like a whirlwind, not specifically targeting anyone, simply rampaging through, causing countless lives to perish on the spot. The biological army was torn apart, turning into fragments of flesh. The small abnormal beasts were no match as Deetsong simply threw a punch to smash them into two pieces. As for the Liu clan themselves, their bodies were even more fragile than the biological army. Their innate psychic ability was nearly non-existent. Wherever Deetsong passed, colorful sprays of blood and dismembered limbs exploded, and his mind was filled with a cacophony of prompt sounds. The vision shifted from blurry to exquisite. Deetsong ceased his running. In the moment he halted, the intense heat radiating from his body burned away all the filth. He paused and looked back. Behind him lay only the aftermath of devastation. Deetsong's actions were straightforward. He had pinned his energy at the limit of immortality's self-healing, and then dug a tunnel underground leading straight to the outside world. Then he broke through the ground, unleashing a massacre. The result was killing multiple sentient beings. Power 6311. His power surged once more. The efficiency was far lower compared to randomly destroying a building in the city. The Liu tribe had a military, but it was largely composed of mindless biological troops, while the Liu tribe itself was merely a small portion. Thus, even though the battlefield appeared strewn with blood and flesh, in reality fewer than 10,000 Liu tribe members had perished. Deetsong glanced again at the power granted to him by the external aid. Power 50167. He had already broken through the 5,000 mark. However, unlike before, he did not feel overly excited. Was the threshold raised? Perhaps. But more than that, it was a sense of regret over the destruction of his assets. You've spoken. You are all elites, all talents. I do not wish to take your lives. Deetsong sighed, spreading his hands. After all, you sacrifice millions of your compatriots to the evil god every year. Rather than letting the evil god benefit, why not sacrifice to me? You must know that this planet has only a few years left to live. Your evil god may not save you from the apocalypse, but I am different. Submit to me, I can truly save your lives. On the battlefield strewn with death, the surviving Liu tribe members watched Deetsong speak, confidently remaining silent. Oh right, there's a language barrier. What a pity. His expression of persuasion faded away. Then the aura of killing once again dominated. Deetsong had not lied. He genuinely did not want the elites of the Liu tribe to suffer. After all, the external aid imposed no requirements regarding the strength or age of sentient beings. And the Liu tribe's young were as numerous as the stars. Those who survived the assessments were all elite, handpicked from 100 to become the best talents through years of training and learning. Each death was a loss for him. It must be known that among the martial artist races, it is reasonable and legal to nurture vassals. A powerful martial artist always has a group of alien vassals under their command. These centipede octopuses possessed biological technology and had extremely strong reproductive abilities. If he did not take them as vassals, it would be a significant loss. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Unless he revealed even stronger power, he could not snatch their faith from the evil god, and the matter of vassals would naturally be out of the question. Thus Deetsong knelt again. In an instant, his hair stood on end, every nerve in his body felt like it was being pricked. It was a sense of impending crisis. In the next moment, he leapt into the air. A brilliant white beam erupted from 10,000 meters away, transforming into a massive light band that instantly covered the spot where Deetsong had been standing. Not only that, the light band was extraordinarily thick, sweeping across the battlefield and engulfing everything within. The biological army inside, along with various bloodied remains, were all evaporated into ashes in an instant. The thick light band shot upward like an indestructible sword, instantaneously cutting and obliterating everything in its path. As for Deetsong, at that moment he had just knelt and leaped, soaring over 1,000 meters, crashing through layers of transparent spider webs. The thick light band narrowly swept beneath him. No. Deetsong looked down in shock. His knees slowly began to tingle. Then came the pain, and the blood gushing from the wound. Hiss! Damn it, it wasn't the knee that was the problem. It was that he was left with only knees. Below the knees it was as if something sharp had cleanly severed them, blood gushing from the smooth cut. In an instant Deetsong focused his thoughts, tightening his muscles to staunch the bleeding. Yet he was utterly dazed. What? What happened? Didn't you climb the tree of biological technology? Where did that laser come from? No, it wasn't a laser. At least lasers were hot, and the wounds they caused should be charred black, not severed cleanly. The recent attack resembled something out of a textbook. Deetsong was overwhelmed by a bad premonition. Stuck in the transparent spider web, he looked toward the source of the attack, 10,000 meters away. Within the distant canyon, a massive head emerged, its giant eye fixed intently on him. Then under the intense gaze, the enormous body slowly rose from the canyon, ultimately revealing its towering form. Boom! The ground trembled under the monster's movement. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs surrounding it, and the monster, whose shape, race, and features were indescribable, emerged from the canyon. its gaze fixed on Deetsong filled with unmasked killing intent. Medium-sized alien beast corrupted bone demon dragon evolved to a medium-sized alien beast. Its divine bloodline has nearly faded, and only its physical characteristics from its former divine bloodline are visible. The bone spines of the corrupted bone demon dragon are highly corrosive. If one is accidentally scratched by its bones, they must immediately amputate the injured area to prevent the spread of toxicity. Furthermore, the panel displayed a wealth of information. Deetsong glanced at it a few times before closing the panel. Medium-sized alien beast. Just as small-sized alien beasts correspond to the extraordinary realm, medium-sized alien beasts correspond to the transcendence realm, and although the two realms are merely one apart, the gap between them is like heaven and earth. The most notable feature is internal energy. From 10,000 meters away, upon seeing Deetsong, this medium-sized alien beast activated its killing instincts, charging heedlessly out of the canyon. It was a distorted dragon. Not a Western dragon with wings like a lizard, but an Eastern dragon shaped like a snake with 5 claws on its belly. However, unlike his previous life's impressions, this dragon was nearly 2,000 meters long, its body twisted like a wrung towel, and from the twisted gaps grew numerous greenish-white, hard-boned spines. Its face was even more ferocious, with a dragon-like head, but only a single massive eye occupying the upper half of its face. The corrupted bone demon dragon looked at Deetsong eagerly, opening its enormous maw filled with fangs, and then a blinding beam of light began to coalesce within its mouth. From the gathered light beam, Deetsong broke into a cold sweat. He sensed an unparalleled crisis of death that was characteristic of the transcendence realm and also of the medium-sized alien beast. Internal energy. The mortal realm involves circulating blood and chi. The extraordinary realm controls chi force. The transcendent mortal realm harnesses inner chi. Blood and chi reside within the body. Chi force can cover the body's surface, while inner chi can be released externally, brimming with power. It is akin to the blade chi and sword chi described in martial arts novels from a past life. It can also be condensed into beams or spheres spat out as ranged weapons. If chi force allows the entire body to be used as a weapon, it still suffers from the principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger. Inner chi, however, through its characteristic of external release, completely compensates for this lack of reach, freeing warriors from their dependence on weapons. And for medium-sized aberrant beasts, it represents a qualitative leap. Just like now, the moment the bone-rotting demon dragon opened its maw, Daikang slammed his right hand with his utmost strength, and then an incredibly powerful reaction force erupted instantly. He tore through the transparent spiderweb and flew backward. The next second, no less than half a second, 10,000 meters away, the inner chi condensed into a pillar like a beam of light, arrived in an instant at over 20 times the speed of sound. It pierced through the spot where Daikang had been a moment before. Then the inner chi pillar continued to extend, drilling diagonally upward through the cliff wall, advancing deeper. It carved out a bottomless tunnel. This is the formidable power of a medium-sized aberrant beast. If small aberrant beasts are limited by their immense weight, resulting in slow movement, allowing warriors to kite them, then medium-sized aberrant beasts, having compensated for their lack of ranged attacks, can bombard warriors from tens of thousands of meters away, sniping them from a distance. Just like Daikang, merely grazed by the sweep of inner chi, his legs from the knees down were instantly turned to pulp. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been reduced to nothing but a pool of blood. Now look at Daikang. Having lost his legs, he fell rapidly. Without any bravado, he unhesitatingly pushed off the ground with his hands and swung himself. He turned and fled. However, the bone-rotting demon dragon had no intention of letting him go. The kilometer-long beast took a step, moving at a deceptively slow pace, dragging its weight of at least 30 million tons, advancing in Daikang's direction. Rip! As it moved, flat dragon claws sprouted from its belly like a magic trick, touching the ground. Not just one. In an instant, hundreds of dragon claws grew from the belly of the kilometer-long colossus, and its body, a mass of rotting bones, rapidly transformed into insect-like segmented limbs. A dense forest of limbs touched the ground, supporting its body, and it began to scuttle rapidly. As the tens of millions of tons of mass moved, the black abyss trembled, as if in an earthquake. The furious roar of the bone-rotting demon dragon resounded across the land, kicking up fierce winds that spread for tens of thousands of meters. In the distance, the priests within the city watched this scene. Their hearts shook. The orange priest exclaimed with excitement, "It's the high priest." The black priest trembled inwardly, "And our clan's guardian war beast." The green priest was overwhelmed. "Has the high priest gone mad? That's the guardian war beast." Even the high priest can at most achieve a symbiotic relationship, unable to fully control it. Encountering that hairless ape, it will surely go berserk on the spot. Upon hearing this, the other two priests finally caught on. Alright, that seems to be the case. Unlike ordinary war beasts, the guardian war beast, a medium-sized aberrant beast, can freely alter its body shape, and adding organs is as instinctive as breathing. I know it is instinct. They have no true vital points. Naturally, they have no real brain for the high priest to control. Therefore, all the high priest can do is reside within the guardian war beast body, using various chemical stimulants to guide and appease the guardian aberrant beast. Because of this, even when that hairless ape was wreaking havoc, the Land Clan could not deploy the guardian war beast. Otherwise, if the guardian war beast was provoked into a frenzy, it would be enough to annihilate the entire subsidiary branch. And for this very reason, this incompletely controlled medium-sized aberrant beast retained its instinct to use inner chi. The high priest must have his reasons for doing this. The black priest comprehended. You see, to escape the guardian war beast's pursuit, that hairless ape had to flee deep into the black abyss. The guardian war beast was naturally drawn there as well. But even as he said this, his voice trembled. Simply put, if that hairless ape disregarded everything and charged straight into the city, then went on a rampage through other cities, this subsidiary branch would be finished. It could be said that the high priest's ambush was a gamble, staking everything on this branch. As for the result, although the ambush failed, the outcome was favorable. At least that hairless ape ran away. Surely, having lost his legs, he will find it difficult to survive the guardian war beast's pursuit. Probably. The three priests looked into the distance. The guardian war beast crawled along the ground, its body jetting out massive amounts of inner chi backward, sharply increasing its speed. Weighing tens of millions of tons, its speed could even surpass sound, reaching nearly 3 times the speed of sound. It could advance a kilometer every second. But that hairless ape, even without legs, seemed to be running even faster. Death, death, death. Are you kidding me? That's a medium-sized aberrant beast. A powerful being on par with the transcendent mortal realm. Even half a grade stronger than an average transcendent mortal cultivator. Having lost his legs, Daikang ran upside down on his hands, his arms becoming a blur. The surrounding scenery receded at an incredible speed. He weaved through piles of rubble, using the terrain to conceal himself. Yet the hatred of a medium-sized aberrant beast is not so easily lost. From behind came violent tremors. Roar. The furious roar was accompanied by a barrage of inner chi. The bone-rotting demon dragon slowed down, but instead a vast amount of inner chi gathered in its colossal maw, aimed at the hiding spot where Daikang had just vanished. In the next instant, a compressed sphere of inner chi shot out faster than an intercontinental ballistic missile, striking the rubble pile directly. Boom. Like a nuclear explosion, the massive inner chi sphere detonated, the violent blast tearing apart everything within a kilometer. The shockwave surged fiercely, affecting an area tens of thousands of meters wide. Everything around was enveloped in the smoke and dust of the explosion. Where was Daikang? Had he been blown to pieces on the spot? Within the bone-rotting demon dragon, mental waves spread out, the vast telekinetic force of the high priest scanning a radius of 10,000 meters. The kilometer-long beast looked around, wondering if its prey was dead, its hatred about to fade. Found him. The hairless ape is over there. The high priest's mental wave transmitted into the bone-rotting demon dragon's consciousness. Whoosh. It turned its head, staring directly at a figure several thousand meters away, shrouded in the smoke and dust, stealthily moving away at subsonic speed. Roar. Without a word, it opened its mouth and gathered power. Another sphere of inner chi was blasted out. In an instant, a kilometer-wide area was reduced to ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The black abyss seemed to be undergoing an unending series of nuclear explosions. A violent mushroom cloud rose from the distance, and the ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, with colossal shadows appearing and disappearing in the smoke. The culprit behind this apocalyptic scene was none other than the internal energy bomb of the corrupted bone. At the moment of detonation, the internal energy transforms into a fierce gust, spreading in all directions and reducing everything within 1,000 meters to dust. As for the shockwave, it surged outward at supersonic speeds. The forceful waves were enough to cover a radius of 10,000 meters, blowing everything within that range aside or toppling it over. As for the explosive fireball and mushroom cloud, they were merely byproducts of the relentless bombardment. Within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, not a single intact spot remained. The corrupted bone dragon was undeterred. It lay down and began to roll and squirm with its nearly 30,000-ton massive body. Instantly, under the unimaginable force of its weight, the surrounding environment, the already ravaged ruins, were further ground to dust by the corrupted bone dragon. All hiding places turned to dust, even underground. Under the pressure of the corrupted bone dragon's 30,000 tons, anything daring to remain underground would be flattened. So powerful. This scene caused the high priest guiding the corrupted bone dragon to reflect this guy was never this insane during hunts. It turns out that when the clan's battle beast goes berserk, its destructive power surpasses my expectations. Indeed, this is the true power of a mid-sized battle beast. When it goes all out, it can genuinely reduce a radius of tens of thousands of meters to dust. Its massive body, merely moving, could not be resisted even if the entire clan gathered their strength. Meanwhile, the high priest's mental waves spread. His spiritual scanning reached 10,000 meters away. This time, whether in the sky, underground, or elsewhere, there were no signs of movement. Did he die? The high priest activated his observational perspective, trying to find the answer from the clan's fortune. However, his question yielded even greater confusion. Why were we using the clan's battle beast to go berserk? Now is not the time for military exercises. The high priest. I shouldn't have relied on you so much. Retracting his gaze, he felt it was unfathomable. He thought the enemy had shielded their fortunes from detection, only to find out that even if that guy was defeated or dead, the clan's fortune showed no signs of change. It still radiated vitality, as if a bright future awaited, showing no signs of being invaded. Back in reality, roar. The corrupted bone dragon continued to howl. Once again in a frenzy, it was not easy to stop. Not only was it scanning the surroundings, but it also began to gather a compressed internal energy cannon in its mouth, and even while looking toward the distant cities of the land tribe, murderous intent surged within. Good, he is already dead. You did very well, really well. Let's go back and take a nap. The high priest hurriedly sent waves of mental energy to comfort it. Fortunately, the corrupted bone dragon, despite appearing formidable, was ultimately just a mindless beast. After a round of calming, its killing intent gradually receded. It then began to move, dragging its 30,000-ton weight slowly towards the canyon. In the city, many observing from the land tribe breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The clan's battle beast was not angry. If it were slightly displeased and threw a tantrum, it could easily cause tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of casualties for the land tribe. After witnessing the clan's battle beast return to the canyon, a messenger from the high priest arrived, conveying the command of this branch's highest leader. Come, let's hold a small meeting. In the black abyss, a place where no one could probe. Instead of emitting green moss, it was an endless darkness. The ground bulged, and then a hand broke through from below. Following that, the entire body attached to the arm emerged. Deetsong broke through the earth. At this moment, he was covered in rubble and dirt, with tiny particles clinging to the dried blood, almost merging with his damaged body. If there were a light source, one could see that Deetsong not only had his legs amputated below the knees. Even the other arm hung limply like a rag. His entire body was riddled with wounds exposing bone. Even his skeleton and internal organs were over half damaged, with one eyeball, along with half of his face, seemingly gouged out, leaving behind a terrifying hollow and facial bones. Breaking through the earth, he greedily inhaled the air, his brain reactivating with the influx of oxygen. Ha ha! Despite being half paralyzed, Deetsong still laughed. He collapsed to the ground, and even with his remaining eye open, he could only see the pitch black, where he could not even extend his hand. That was close. That close, he almost died at the hands of that mid-sized beast. Under the internal, that thing exploded less than 100 meters from him, its power being no different than facing a nuclear bomb. No, the shockwave from a nuclear bomb would push a person away first. But when the internal energy cannon exploded, what descended first was the fierce wind capable of slicing rocks into dust. Only after that came the unreasonable shockwave. In an instant, Deetsong was left riddled with injuries. He was then thrown several kilometers away by the shockwave, along with a large amount of rubble. In this process, he lost an arm and an eye. To be honest, this was luck. If he had been less than 10 meters away from that internal energy cannon, he would have been completely blown to smithereens, leaving not a trace. Now being able to escape was entirely due to his ridiculously high defense. And a great, fortunately with it, he could dig a tunnel and escape while the corrupted bone dragon rampaged. Even in the hundreds of meters deep underground with no light and oxygen, the talent ensured that he would not suffocate to death, nor would he bleed to death due to his severely injured body. And when that 1,000-meter monster rolled around, crushing the ruins left by the internal energy cannon with its terrifying weight, Deetsong had already managed to slip away to 10,000 meters. Information gap. If it weren't for relying on his talent to cling to life, he would have been dead long ago. If the enemy had known the capabilities of his talent and had plowed the ground a few more times, perhaps he would have been crushed to death. In any case, he successfully retreated and survived. He laughed for a while, his laughter gradually fading. Around him, the rustling sounds grew closer. A blind, poisonous snake approached from the darkness, coiling its 10-meter-long body, suddenly lunging toward Deetsong. Bang! The head of the blind, poisonous snake exploded instantly. Deetsong retracted his fist, his smile erased his eyes sharp. I was too arrogant. Facing those aberrations, I was actually thinking about long-term development, about nurturing vassals, repeatedly showing mercy toward them. What am I? A A mere mortal martial artist akin to garbage or waste in the embryo stage of martial civilization qualified to show mercy before aberrations. I was too greedy, hoping for future gains thinking about investing current resources. What the hell am I? Am I qualified to invest? A useless being struggling to survive, am I even worthy of development? Here I am already facing enough difficulties, yet I was thinking about the future. It seems I've been influenced too much by memories of my past life, and my worldview not forgetting my roots deeply enough. Deetsong knew he was wrong. He was wrong to consider himself a person. However, in the world of martial artists, mortal realm warriors are not regarded as human. In terms of civilization, mortal realm warriors can only be considered embryos. Only extraordinary realm warriors can be considered infants. And unborn embryos have no human rights. Not treating himself as an embryo and living fiercely, yet still thinking of himself as a human wanting to conquer the aberrant races and turn them into vassals, claiming that the land tribe would be his quality asset in the future. Assets. Do you even have the human rights of a holder of money? Deetsong dragged his mutilated body using echoes to ascertain his surroundings, then silently began to dig a tunnel. Soon a cave took shape. He entered the cave and casually lifted a rock to block most of the entrance. Then he closed his eyes. Time to recover from my injuries. Once my injuries heal, it will be time to feed myself. The sacrifice is to be advanced. High Priest, what is the reason for this? Beneath the canyon, a colossal beast slumbers. The remaining priests are gathered together. In response to the agenda proposed by the High Priest, Priest Chung first expressed confusion that Hairless Ape is already dead. Our clan should rest and recuperate. I was even planning to suggest delaying the sacrifice. Why do you still want to advance the sacrifice? His words prompted nods of agreement from the other priests. Now 3 priests from the entire branch have perished, and the casualties among the populace and younglings are severe. Even the clan's guardian beast has been personally deployed. Having paid such a heavy price to kill that hairless ape, it is unreasonable not to recuperate properly, yet we must advance the sacrifice. How heavy must the resentment of the populace be? Wouldn't the clan's luck be tainted? How would we respond if the main branch comes to hold us accountable? Look here. The high priest distributed a research document to everyone. It contained data on that hair from the initial encounter to all the data before its death. He is becoming stronger, the high priest stated solemnly. Moreover, the relevant departments have already compiled the patterns of his growth. Every time he directly kills one of our kin, even if it is just a trivial youngling, his power increases. In a short time, he has been able to grow to this extent precisely because of this unique ability. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to scrutinize the data closely, comparing it one by one. They were astonished to discover that what the high priest said was true. That hairless ape could indeed grow strong. I support the high priest's proposal. Priest Hay, with a grave expression, stated the hairless ape. Although that butcher is already dead, we must not forget. Behind him stands an entire race. A race as intelligent as ours. Just a single hairless ape has caused us such severe losses. Oh, what if there are more hairless apes? If they know they can gain power by killing our kin, what kind of nightmare will our clan face? Upon hearing this, the other priests reacted. Indeed, that creature is not alone, but belongs to a whole race. The reason we haven't seen other hairless apes is likely a simple one. This hairless ape became greedy and did not report the information about the Liu clan to its race. Savoring the thrill of gaining power through slaughter, it naturally would not want others to share in its spoils. As for why it can gain power through killing, I don't know, I'm not sure, I can't understand. There are countless star gods in the universe. Perhaps its race worships a particular star god that grants power through slaughter rituals. The Sea clan can actually do similar things. Although everyone was astonished by the hairless ape's peculiarities, they did not consider it something particularly unscientific. They even accepted it quite quickly. To gain power through slaughter. Yet when killing battle beasts and biological weapons, they cannot gain power. Only by killing our kin does their strength increase. What are the conditions? Intelligent beings. There are actually such extreme races in the world. They are truly the enemies of wisdom. The Liu clan cannot tolerate them. The priests passionately discussed among themselves. The atmosphere was tense. Ultimately, the high priest calmed them down and spoke. Everyone, do not panic. The Research Institute has provided a model. If their race relies on slaughter to gain power, it means their population must be quite sparse. To gain power through killing one's own kind, this is unavoidable. Moreover, the hairless ape has significant. He is not strong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the priests varied. Not strong. In an unknown fight, none present could defeat him. In a group fight, even an army could not stop him. In the entire branch, the only ones capable of killing that hairless ape were the clan's guardian beast and the high priest. How could you say he is weak? Strength is relative, the high priest said. Even if he were 10-fold or 100-fold stronger, he could never be a match for the clan's guardian beast. By extension, the race behind him is likely also limited in strength. After all, apes are mammals with long gestation periods and can only bear a few offspring at a time, resulting in extremely low reproductive efficiency. Even if they grow stronger through mutual slaughter under the premise of having a sparse population and only being able to slaughter intelligent beings. Even if they are strong, this group of hairless apes cannot be that strong. Is that so? Priest Lu suddenly understood. Indeed, the reproductive efficiency of primate creatures is too low, and coupled with their custom of mutual slaughter, they cannot possibly be too strong. Even if they were 10-fold or 100-fold stronger, High Priest, you could rely on the clan's guardian beast to completely suppress and slaughter them. All we need to do is find their location. How to find the hairless ape's location? Obviously, we must. Everyone offers sacrifices and faith to the star gods, and the deities will reciprocate with technology and power for the Lu clan. As long as we ask the gods for help and provide enough offerings, they will be willing to intervene. At least for the past century, everyone has been living this way. Whenever the Lu clan encounters something they cannot handle, they sacrifice and pray. Priest He declared solemnly, "This is a war for the survival of our race. It is a gamble on the fortune of our entire clan. While they have yet to rise, we must eliminate the enemy in its infancy." As he expressed this, the other priests nodded in agreement. After all, this matter cannot simply be ignored. A wise race that can gain power through slaughter. You tell me, can we allow them to exist? If they discover the Lu clan and are given time to develop, our entire clan might be exterminated. Fight. We must fight. To the death. Prepare for the sacrifice immediately. This matter cannot be delayed. There was no quibbling or evasion. The Lu clan operates with great efficiency. Once they secured the support of all the priests, preparations for a grand sacrifice to span millions of Lu clans began. Of course, high efficiency does not mean the sacrifice can be rushed. After all, the gods must not be insulted. Thus, the Lu clan diligently organized the sacrificial ceremony. A week later, at a distance unknown to the Lu clan's gathering place. Bang! With hands and feet intact, uninjured, and extremely hungry and thirsty, Deetsong kicked away the rocks blocking the cave. Thanks to immortality, his injuries had healed. Severed limbs regrew, organs repaired. It was all remarkably. Well, it wasn't that easy, after all, it took him a full week to barely heal. Even so, he had to endure a hunger debuff. Setting out, Deetsong left the dark land, and after finally catching sight of the green light, he gazed into the distance. That was the direction of the Lu clan's gathering place. He had made up his mind to stealthily approach by digging a tunnel, creating numerous cavities underground, and then launching a surprise attack on the foundations of those tall buildings. As for the hiding spots, those also had to be dug out in advance with careful planning for escape routes, just like a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. Booming. The ground trembled. Deetsong curiously raised his head, leaping onto a cliff thousands of meters high to look toward the source of the tremor. Then Deetsong saw it. In the far distance, a bizarre black shadow had grown, countless tentacles adhering to the mountain wall, and was moving toward the edge of the black abyss. Time rewinds to a moment before. The city of Black Abyss, the city of sacrifice. A massive line of young beings from the land tribe is formed. Students line up one by one, no cutting in line. The star god despises children who cut. And no whispering. The star god loves quiet children. I'm talking about you. Stop your thought waves. The teacher commanded order, occasionally grabbing a small octopus and giving it a good whack before tossing it back into the line. The entire city was a sea of people. The densely packed land tribe stretched endlessly before the eyes. After all, every year the sacrifice selects millions of young beings from the land tribe, as offerings. Managing such a large group of little ones is no easy task. In contrast to this chaotic group of younglings were the adult elites from the land tribe. There were as many as 200,000. They came from various age groups, each one floating in formation above the city, quite conspicuous in this magnificent city of sacrifice. These land tribe members gazed at the altar ahead, their expressions filled with reverence and faith towards the star god, standing in perfect formation, solemn and unmoving. In private, however, thought waves were quietly exchanged. Sigh. I am just over 5 years old in my prime age for contributing to the tribe, yet the higher-ups are truly foolish to choose me as a sacrifice. A land tribe member sighed. With my grades, I shouldn't have been selected as an offering this time, but my faith in the star god is unwavering. Therefore, I deliberately scored poorly to serve the star god ahead of time. A land tribe member spoke with bright eyes full of pride. So what if you scored poorly? Why make so many excuses? Another land tribe member scoffed. Sigh. The star god almost grants our tribe every wish, yet we offer the old, weak, sick, and disabled as sacrifices to the divine. Every time I think of this, my heart is uneasy. This land tribe member was truly sincere. He then looked towards the altar and continued to pray. The divine does not care. A kindly land tribe member in a white robe said, "The star god is so mighty, radiant, and omnipotent. He naturally knows our tribe's thoughts, but has never shown discontent. We repay divine grace with our sacrifices. It is the utmost we can do. The star god has never demanded sacrifices or even required faith. All-powerful God, please cast down your gaze and guide your lambs. As he spoke, the land tribe member in white robe began to pray again. Soon the surrounding land tribe members were also moved, joining in prayer with the land tribe member in white robe. Thus time passed. In the annual ritual, millions of young beings from the land tribe, under the guidance of their teachers, queued towards the altar. Then they leaped into the altar below, into the unknown abyss. Of course, the young ones did not know what lay beneath the altar. They believed the sacrifice had begun, and they would soon return to the embrace of the divine. But every adult elite from the land tribe was well aware. Beneath the altar lay only specialized energy devices. The young beings were merely fuel to activate the altar. After all, one cannot truly offer this group of useless beings to the star god right. As time passed, over 99% of the young ones were quickly eliminated. Meanwhile, the previously dim altar was now filled with a green glow. Green liquid surged up to the altar, outlining the formation. The remaining priests and many robed clergy members were performing the rituals. Beside the altar lay the massive beast, the corrupted bone dragon. Around it, nearly millions of land tribe members were observing this grand sacrifice. As someone watched this magnificent scene, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly spectacular. Is this what the books call a cult? What an eye-opener." This comment did not come from a land tribe member, but from a true human, Imo Hung. As a classmate of Deetsong who had gone missing for over a week, he had somehow arrived in this black abyss, exploring a new map, yet untouched by humanity. Then, holding a searching tool, he secretly infiltrated the city and observed such a grand scene of sacrifice from afar with a telescope. Could it be that Daegu has been captured by these cult-like aberrations to be sacrificed to their evil god? Imo Hang's mind filled with ominous thoughts. If that's the case, it would be troublesome. This batch of aberrant beings is quite formidable, especially that mid-tier aberrant beast. Damn, that's a mid-tier aberrant beast. A terrifying existence stronger than the average transcendence realm. How could these cultists control it? With such combat power, it could probably flatten the outer city. As the green light from the altar surged, an indescribable aura slowly spread, followed by an unusual atmosphere. Countless land tribe members suddenly became fervent. God, 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 the star god has descended. Truly an evil god. Imo Hang's hair stood on end. At this moment, his external aid, the cultivation space, was flashing red alerts in a way he had never seen before. An evil god is still a god. And gods cannot be seen, cannot be heard, cannot be sensed, cannot be detected. Realizing what he had discovered, Imo Hung did not hesitate and slapped his own forehead. He hit his forehead. Slap. He fainted cleanly. This small episode went unnoticed by the other land tribe members. Unlike Imo Hung, at this moment, the land tribe members looked towards the altar, though they could not see the appearance of the divine or hear the voice of the divine. They could sense the aura and emotions belonging to the divine, grand, loving, warm. Being enveloped in the divine's aura felt like returning to a mother's warm embrace. While the land tribe members did not have such experiences, they simply felt warm and comfortable, filled with a strong sense of security. On the altar, 200,000 adult elites vanished in the green light. This represented that the divine accepted their sacrifice. Then, they left behind 3 greenish bubbles. Those things stored a massive amount of information equivalent to a biological technology USB drive. But, my lord, the high priest conjured thought waves in bundles, directing green light towards the altar. He presented the intelligence of the hairless ape and stated the request: "Please bestow divine grace upon us. Mark the coordinates of the alien race for our tribe. Assist us in wiping those aliens out." As the clergy had said, the star god was compassionate and generous. He agreed to the high priest's request. The divine gently touched the threads of fate, revealing the fortunes of the entire planet before his eyes. He saw the connections of all things. The god was puzzled. Where did these aliens come from? I see no hairless apes here. The green light began to flicker, and the high priest sensed something was off and waited anxiously. In a place invisible to the high priest, the invisible and inaudible divine activated his, no longer seeking the elusive fortunes, but directly inquiring about the substance of all things, finding clues from their birth and death. Then he found it. Although for some unknown reason in the river of fate, this alien race had concealed its traces. However, in reality, as long as they existed, they would inevitably leave traces. Though he indeed found them. Fallen evil god, what are you searching for? He saw a being equally magnificent as himself. Then he smiled. It was a loving, kind smile. The sacrifice had ended, but the divine did not leave. The green light remained. Moreover, the divine who had not made any demands for centuries now issued a command to the land tribe. His command was simple. It was, Black priest, white priest, you two come with me. Together let us spread the glory of the divine. Hiss. The corrupted bone dragon sprouted numerous limbs, slowly moving towards the cliff under the guidance of the high priest. After exiting the city, this massive beast was nearly pressed against the rock wall. Its incredibly heavy body grew many flesh wings, and countless exhaust ports opened beneath it. It was climbing upwards. The black priest and white priest did not hesitate. The aberrant beasts they controlled were caught by the corrupted bone dragon, climbing up together. Slowly, this tribal war beast climbed over thousands of meters of cliff and departed. The green light of the altar also slowly retracted. In the eyes of the land tribe members, it seemed the divine had withdrawn its gaze. Great. With the protection of the star god, the high priest will surely annihilate those damned hairless apes and avenge our sacrificed comrades. Sigh, I want to behold the true visage of the star god a bit longer. I really envy those offerings. They must be embraced by the warmth of the divine, now enjoying eternal happiness. After the divine departed and the high priest and others left, the beings of the land tribe relaxed. To be honest, this battle had little to do with everyone. After all, those hairless apes could grow stronger through killing and thus were unsuitable for a military siege. That would just be delivering food to the hairless apes. Letting the high priest take action and clean them up in one go would be the most prudent approach. Among these land tribe members, a centipede octopus appeared somewhat worried. The nearby compatriots did not notice this and curiously approached, asking, Ching 855, didn't you have contact with that hairless ape? What kind of race are they really? Yeah, that hairless ape seems so addicted to killing. Oh, can they really communicate? I thought I would be killed upon meeting. I heard they even learned our race's writing. Questions were thrown one after another. Ching 855 adjusted his anxious mindset and casually replied, everyone, many rumors are just hearsay. In fact, that hairless ape is not to be feared. Before he could finish his sentence, a blazing rock whizzed past, traveling at a speed surpassing sound, instantly exploding the compatriot who had asked the question. Do you know about the stone-throwing goblin? Now the image of Deetsong is almost like this. Outside the city of sacrifice, Deetsong moved at subsonic speed, effortlessly tearing the earth apart to lift a massive stone and then crushing it with his bare hands, followed by a swift raise of his arms. Countless fragments of stone shot forth, each weighing less than 10 kilograms, as if scattered by a celestial maiden, instantly breaking through 4 times the speed of sound and forming a dazzling shockwave cone. The surface of the stones underwent thermal ablation at extreme speeds, reaching temperatures of several hundred degrees that burned and oxidized them. The recently prayed for beings of the Lu tribe were densely packed, and the stones casually thrown by Deetsong instantly turned into a rain of death. Large groups of centipede octopuses were torn apart in an instant. The fragments exploded further upon impact, scattering like shrapnel grenades in all directions, enhancing the devastation. Boom! Large numbers of the Lu tribe fell like cut wheat. The assault sent the Lu tribe into chaos. This time Deetsong held nothing back. His arms left after images as countless shards pierced into the crowd, causing uncountable casualties. As the saying goes, take advantage of his illness to take his life. Although he did not know why the corrupted bone dragon, but how could he let such a prime opportunity slip away? Deetsong, like a tiger among a herd of rabbits, could easily inflict massive casualties, plunging the Lu tribe into chaos. All brethren, evacuate in an orderly manner. Transform soldiers. Assemble urgently. We will buy time for everyone. However, there was no chaos. The panic caused by death was momentary as a priest quickly emerged, directing the surrounding army of creatures to assemble. Soon a massive army of creatures became a meat shield, blocking the incoming stones and protecting the Lu tribe behind them. Deetsong's killing efficiency drastically decreased. It seems this city will be your place of sacrifice. He calmly stepped into this city of sacrifice. Then he casually picked up a segment of a centipede octopus tentacle and without any preparation directly placed it in his mouth to chew. His stomach churned instantly, compressing it into paste, which then transformed into the nutrients and moisture needed by his body, replenishing the energy Deetsong had been missing for days. Accelerating metabolism is a small trick for warriors. However, it can cause harm to the body and should only be used during special times. Nevertheless, Deetsong's talent, undying immortality, compensated for this flaw. He felt his weightless body slowly being filled. Even when eating, Deetsong felt no discomfort. As he expected, the bodies of the Lu tribe were non-toxic. At least there was neither infection from stellar behemoths nor corruption from evil gods. Wiping away the blue blood at the corner of his mouth, he surveyed his surroundings and smiled, saying, "Oh, why are there no traps set this time? It seems there are no armies poised for battle outside. Last time you were so decisive in sacrificing those young ones, why, when it's your turn to be the bait, is there no trap to take me down with you? Song moved his limbs, feeling completely relaxed. The young ones in the city had already vanished. Now millions of Lu tribe members gathered in this wondrous city, especially the towering structure in the center which resembled an altar. There was no mistake, this was the place where they sacrificed to their evil god. The countless young ones they considered as their own. They would rather sacrifice to the evil god than keep them for themselves. It was quite decisive and fierce. Squeak! The earth trembled as a mountain-like beast approached. A giant multi-legged octopus. The yellow priest who originally guarded the hatching grounds naturally arrived at the city of sacrifice today. Upon seeing who was attacking the Lu tribe, his eyes nearly popped out. It was that hairless ape. Damn it, weren't you already dead? With so many clan beasts firing internal energy cannons, and the entire battlefield compressed into a meteorite pit. Inside, not even a fingernail-sized stone could be found. You tell me you were still alive. How could you still be alive? How could you possibly be alive? The multi-legged giant octopus swept through the numerous armies of creatures, raising dozens of 100-meter-long tentacles and crashing down. Its power was so immense that each tentacle had thousands of tons of might. Even Song had to avoid its sharpness. Right? A joke. I avoid its sharpness. Facing the tentacles with a lethal range of hundreds of meters, Song charged forward, leaping into the air once again, bursting the air beneath him and making a sharp turn. Double jump. Triple jump. Quadruple jump. Quintuple jump. In 1 second, Song changed directions 10 times, weaving through the gaps between the tentacles, and with a burst of speed landed on the giant octopus head. Without a word, he plunged his claws into it, tearing outward. Blood sprayed as a massive wound formed, and without hesitation, Song burrowed inside, wreaking havoc in its head. Now the defenses of small exotic beasts were inadequate before Song. Although ordinary small exotic beasts could easily exert tens of thousands of tons of force, this amount of power was insignificant in their eyes. But you merely exert pressure. I exert pressure at high intensity. The same force, can it be the same to smash someone with a fist and to slash them with a sword? Feeling Song burrowing into the multi-legged giant octopus excavating through its body, the yellow priest turned pale. Wait a moment. You can't wait. Moments later, a massive hole broke open in the giant octopus rear skull. Its massive body collapsed, and a figure leaped down holding the centipede octopus. Without energy, what is a small exotic beast? It's just a slightly larger wild beast. He glanced at the octopus in his hand, his tone dismissive. He couldn't afford to look down on it. The strength of small exotic beasts had plummeted by at least 90% after being tossed around by the Lu tribe, and they could no longer use energy. With no power to resist, they were instantly slaughtered by Song. Clutching the octopus in his hand, Song wrote on the ground using the characters of the Lu tribe. Surrender. The yellow priest understood. Then the response to Song was an enraged psychic strike. An invisible psychic force transformed into a blade slicing through the air at high speed, aiming straight for Song's temple. Swish. Song raised his hand, extending 2 fingers. In an instant, he crushed the yellow priest's psychic force. Good, I was waiting for this reaction. Song grinned, saying, you better not surrender. After saying that, he exerted a strong grip. The entire body of the yellow priest exploded. With the protection of the biological army, the Lu tribe was forced to retreat, repeatedly fleeing towards the altar. Of course, this was just a batch of a little over 100,000 Lu tribe members. Millions of Lu tribe members, if they scattered to flee, it was impossible for Song to catch them all. He simply chose the one with the largest number. However, the fallen evil god is on par with the war gods. Each one is a terrifying existence capable of traversing the starry river. In a way, he felt unusually calm. He was doomed. If others did not die, he would inevitably die. Because he deceived that hairless ape, he must be furious, wanting nothing more than to kill him quickly. That's what he thought, completely disregarding that Song couldn't tell who was who. Noted these octopuses all looked. As they retreated towards the altar, more and more Lu tribe members began to pray to the divine. The waves of chanting and chattering sounded all together. Bang! The divine did not respond. What responded to them was the stones thrown by Song. This time the strength of the throw exceeded 5,000 tons. The stones were launched at nearly 10 Mach, heating up to over 2,000 degrees. The surface of the stones instantly melted and vaporized. The molten layer was continuously stripped away by the airflow. The simply thrown stones resembled dazzling meteors. The biological army's meat shield was instantly pierced, and countless fragments of stone penetrated into the Lu tribe, reaping life like the scythe of death. Screams, roars, wails. Ching M855 stood frozen in place, motionless. Before him was a hellish scene of death and dismemberment. Was he intentionally leaving himself alive? Or was it merely coincidence? Hey, there are still a few fish that slipped through the net. Seeing the heavy casualties among the front row of the Lu tribe, a few were surprisingly unscathed. After all, the imprecise stones, if not dense enough, would naturally miss many people. But it didn't matter. Wasting is not a good habit. Di Song dug out a stone, crushing it into fragments. Preparing to throw, Di Go. Wow, is that really you, Di Go? I thought you were sacrificed by this group of cultists. A familiar voice rang behind him. Di Song jolted and quickly turned around. He saw Mo Hung running over with a joyful expression. Not. How did you get here? Mo Hing, how the hell? Hurry back. Do you know where this place is? You dare to sneak in recklessly? These octopuses are formidable. You weakling should be careful not to get killed by them. Di Song was utterly confused. His first reaction was to drive Mo Hung away. What a joke, he had nearly fallen into the hands of these octopuses. You, a newly transcended extraordinary being, what do you have to fight against them? Mo Hung, said Di Gu, I used this to find you. He held a compass-like object in his hand, the tip of which was firmly pointing to Di Song's location. He quickly realized and angrily said, let's not talk about these trivial matters. You want to drive me away? It's been nearly 2 weeks since you last returned to the city. Oh, everyone thought you were dead down here. I came to collect your body. Is that so? Sorry, I've been on a killing spree recently. Mo Hung walked past Di Song, pointing at the altar, saying, Di Gu, that thing is dangerous. It's a sacrificial altar specifically for the evil god. This place is not suitable for long stays. How about we withdraw first and report the situation here to the inner city for them to handle? Cultists are not something we outsiders can mess with. Di Song sighed, patting his shoulder. I suggest you not make suggestions. Just stay aside and watch how I sweep through these anomalies. After saying that, he effortlessly tossed Mo Hung's body back. After kicking Mo Hung away, Di Song resumed weighing the stone in his hand. He looked at the Lu tribe gathered at the edge of the altar, adjusting his posture and gathering strength. Throw. This time the sky, full of fragments, reached extreme supersonic speeds, and the blazing meteors pierced through the air in an instant. Death once again descended. This time perhaps there would be no miracles at all. Ching M855 stopped praying, his eyes fixed on Di Song's movements, waiting for the moment he released the stones. That would be the last scene he would see before his death. In a daze, he seemed to see Di Song throwing the stones slowly approaching, heralding the countdown of his life. Dazed, slowly approaching. Wait, something feels off. Ching M855 realized that the prayers had somehow stopped. Meanwhile, a faint green light left the altar, gently cradling the Lu tribe members like a loving father holding his child. The rapidly approaching extreme supersonic stones slowed down in the green light, finally coming to a complete stop, and fell to the ground. Di Song, where did this green light come from? In a daze, he seemed to see a pair of loving eyes in the warm green light, gazing gently at him. What is that? In the warm green light, Di Song seemed to see a pure land. In this beautiful paradise-like world, all things are born and perish in the blink of an eye, vibrant and flourishing. This paradise harmonizes life and death, an orderly cycle. The benevolent Father gazes equally upon the life and death of all beings, and under his gentle gaze and embrace, the journey of life is filled with happiness, and death no longer becomes terrifying. This is a feeling more comfortable than being in a mother's embrace. How wonderful. Ding. A crisp sound from deep within consciousness pulled Di Song back to awareness. He heard it. His external aid, which was indifferent to anything, was now buzzing excitedly. Discover the cosmic enemy, obliterate the intelligent life. Completely annihilate it, reward, power, 1 wrong. Di Song almost popped his eyes out. At the moment this external aid notification appeared, he nearly forgot he was in danger, staring intently at the reward given. Power, 1 wrong. No, what does 1 wrong even mean? In simple terms, if he could eliminate the evil god before him, the power granted by the external aid alone would allow him to instantly rival the divine realm. As long as he kills him. Kill him. I kill the evil god. Di Song suddenly woke up. He realized with shock that the illusion he had seen earlier was not a beautiful paradise at all, but a hell intertwined with life and death. In the illusion, countless lives were born amidst a sea of corpses, residing in a state of neither life nor death, writhing and chewing on the rotten flesh of living corpses. He saw vibrant life decaying and decaying bodies giving birth to more life until they completely rotted and became nutrients for new life. And the new life continued the cycle of decay and creation. Whether it was living beings or maggots, even all bacteria and viruses under the gaze of that green light were eternally controlled by him. Quick retreat, it's the corruption of the evil god. A voice beside him, Mo Hung gasped. He didn't know when he had come back to Di Song's side, grabbing Di Song and trying to run. Di Song stood still, unmoving. The entire ground was being dragged apart in an instant. I'm fine. Di Song shook off Mo Hung's hand, looking back in surprise. It's fine that I'm okay, but how come? At this moment, both Di Song and Mo Hung were surrounded by the green light. Countless illusions surrounded them, and anyone who dared to take a glance would instantly fall into an incomparably illusory state, subsequently being corrupted by the evil god. However, the illusions were not entirely illusions. They were manifestations of the evil god's Tao. Unless ordinary beings could instantaneously shut down their five senses and faint, they would find it hard to escape the evil god's influence. At least that's what the textbook said. You can't escape. Deetsong casually kicked a stone. The next moment, the stone shot out nearly 10,000 meters and crashed heavily against a translucent layer of green light. It just bounced back. The moment the evil god appeared, his divine kingdom's tentacles could infect the rules of the real world, bringing this area under his control. How can we escape with our strength? Deetsong reassured Mo Hung, telling him not to panic. Because panic. Upon hearing this, the instincts of the martial artist race took over, and Mo Hung's anxious expression quickly subsided, replaced by a strong fighting spirit. He drew a short sword and handed Deetsong a spear. That makes sense. Let me think about what my mother taught in class about dealing with the evil god if we unfortunately encountered one. While he was muttering, the master of the green light seemed to notice their anomaly. Of course, everyone else was entranced, and only the two of them were still moving. Then, with a thought, the master of the green light. Instantly, the biological army within a 10th-meter radius created by the land race, all living biological creations, suddenly cracked and disintegrated. Finally, they transformed into a surge of vibrant green liquid. No, it was not a liquid. It was a mass composed of microorganisms smaller than viruses. They stacked upon each other, merging into a massive green wave that covered the sky, rushing directly at Deetsong and Mo Hung. Get lost. Without a word, Deetsong pointed with his fingers and struck out. At this moment, after experiencing a round of slaughter, the power granted by Deetsong's external aid had reached power 100248. 100,000 added value. 10,000 tons of power. The immense force and extreme speed compressed the air, instantaneously forming a visible surge of airflow that plunged into the massive wave. However, the green wave didn't even hesitate. Where it was struck by the compressed air, a hollow imprint, and then it healed, instantly returning to its original state. Nothing could be considered solid. Ultimate resilience, ultimate self-healing. This was the kind of thing it was formed into. The giant wave blotted out the sun, coming from all directions like a gradually shrinking cage, leaving no escape space above, below, or to the sides. Yes, not even below. Deetsong bent down to claw at the ground, but saw that the surface was already covered by a green light membrane, equally resilient. It seems the range of the barrier generated by the evil god is semicircular. Diga, do you have any trump cards left? Mo Hung, seeing Deetsong's increasingly grim expression, couldn't help but ask. The latter shot him a glare. I have a trump card. That broken external aid lets me slay gods, and says it adds 1 rung of power when I do. It seems the range of the barrier generated by the evil god is semicircular. Diga, do you have any trump cards left? Mo Hung, seeing Deetsong's increasingly grim expression, could. The other party just raises their hand to unleash a long-lasting full-screen ultimate move. How do you fight that? How do you respond? Deetsong was completely at a loss. Let me try, Mo Hung said. Then he took a step forward. The next moment, the green wave poured down, completely engulfing the two of them. The divine being is invisible, inaudible, unnoticeable. From light years away, just the green light cast down by the evil god nearly corroded Deetsong directly. Fortunately, the external aid saved him, allowing him to regain clarity. Thus, the evil god struck even harder. The creations of the land race, carrying what he corrupted, instantly transformed into a sea of green liquid, like a clenched fist surrounding and submerging the two of them. Just when he intended to close his palm, a flash of golden light burst forth, resisting the corruption of the evil god. Within the green liquid, in a small space, Mo Hung was glowing with brilliant golden light. His radiance was substantial, like a jack supporting the continuously closing wave of green liquid. This development genuinely surprised him. It was precisely due to this change that he directed more attention toward them. The next moment, the wave propped open by the jack revealed a face made up of countless deep green maggots. Deetsong could not describe what kind of face this was. He only knew that upon seeing this face, every hair on his body stood on end, and the extreme fear and panic that had been diminished in his genes were uncontrollably resurfacing. The divine being is invisible. Even if it's just a projection, it is the same. However, the area supported by the golden light made Deetsong immune to the danger of gazing directly at the divine. Although he did not understand what he saw, he was not significantly affected, just a little bit wanting to die. Divine source. He spoke. That was a language beyond human comprehension. Not only was it incomprehensible, but it couldn't even be mimicked. It felt as if it came from another universe, possessing an entirely different set of rules. Yet both Deetsong and Mo Hung could intuitively understand his words. So you are a god too. He smiled benevolently. Divine beings eternally residing in the world, nearly immortal. Yet they forget the preciousness of being divine. But all lives are equal. Come join me. Join me in treating all the lives of the universe equally. The green liquid transformed into an arm, slowly stretching out. It seemed to struggle greatly to break through layer upon layer of golden light reaching for Mo Hung. The latter turned pale at the sight. Digo, there's a big problem. This thing isn't the evil god, he is a fallen evil god. Buzz. In Mo Hung's terrified gaze, the green liquid arm broke through the golden light, finally covering Mo Hung's body. Countless green liquids spread out, wrapping him layer by layer. Losing the support of the golden light, the green wave poured down, completely submerging the two of them. The stellar behemoth is humanity's great enemy. Or rather, it unilaterally opposes humanity. Any beast infected by it harbors a relentless enmity toward humans. And the fallen evil god is acknowledged by the martial artist race as humanity's great enemy. The evil god is merely a divine being not recognized by the martial artist race, more like a derogatory term, not seen as a worthy opponent. However, the fallen evil god is on par with the war gods. Each one is a terrifying existence capable of traversing the starry river. As those green liquids corrupted by the fallen evil god enveloped the two of them under his control, these extremely tiny corrupting viruses infiltrated their bodies, attempting to rewrite their essence. However, this behavior triggers the fundamental logic of the martial artist race. Or rather, someone has long been waiting for this moment. The two had already exhausted their trump cards, rendered helpless. In a pitch-black world, Deet Song couldn't even move, helplessly watching himself being corroded by the green light. The next moment, the green light was instantaneously severed. A familiar presence as the last bastion stood before the essence of Deet Song, opposing the green light with a force not inferior to it. It was the panel, not the external aid that Deet Song was born with after reincarnation, but the system panel that every member of the martial artist race is born with. Who? The green light coalesced, transforming into a bloated monster. The monster exuded boundless vitality and decay. Numerous maggots writhing in its flesh, every inch of its body appeared utterly disgusting. Yet those eyes contained love and tolerance. It smiled and said, "So you are a guest from the outer river system. With friends coming from afar, how could I, as the master of the Silver Heart River system, not entertain esteemed guests from afar? Brothers and sisters, welcome our guests." In the next moment, three wills surged into the pitch-black space again. One blood red, exuding boundless fighting spirit and killing intent. One charm pink, flowing with an infinite desire for expansion. One illusion blue, containing endless changes and wisdom. Plus this bloated green monster. The will of the fallen evil god seemed almost tangible. No matter the countless light years apart, they appeared to exist in reality, at least from the perspective of Deet Song. Under the gaze of four supreme wills, despite not experiencing any negative erosion, he still felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of being torn apart. This was not a calamity of corruption. It was merely the overwhelming essence of the other party. Even from a distance, their layered gaze induced a crisis of disintegration in Deet Song's biological instincts. Yet, even with the emergence of three fallen evil gods, the brilliance transformed from the panel remained utterly motionless. It simply stood before Deet Song, coalescing into a phantom human form. Though he could not discern a single feature of this figure, nor could he remember its stature or attire nonetheless. Strangely, Deet Song just knew his identity. The system martial god. Moreover, it was not just that. In the next moment, another familiar brilliance rose, something he recognized. A great talent, immortal and indestructible. As if stimulated by the aura of the fallen evil god, it not only manifested in an instant, but also directly stood before Deet Song. The same brilliance, the same transformation into a phantom human form. Apart from the glaring differences in aura, it appeared no different from the system martial god. The talent, but that was far from all. As a martial artist of the human race, Deet Song had encompassed all divine-level bloodlines from birth. In this pure pitch-black space, the divine-level bloodlines shone like the stars in the night sky, illuminating the world as if it were midday. Following that, the myriad stars of brilliance converged, these lights representing the infinite bloodlines of the martial artist clan also transformed into human forms. Bloodline martial god. Finally, far away in the academy, countless intelligent machines continued their lives as usual, nurturing billions of mundane realm martial practitioners, as well as children who had yet to become martial artists, and even infants waiting to be fed. Beneath the harmonious facade, however, surged tumultuous waves. At this moment, an incalculable number of intelligent machines momentarily froze in their actions. Then, before Deet Song, the final phantom coalesced out of thin air. It was almost tangible and similarly stood in front of Deet Song. Unlike the other three phantoms, it was not merely a motionless illusion, but a true image capable of thought and communication. Technology martial god. However, a light so faint it barely qualified as a human form still dwelled within Deet Song. That was the ideal martial god transformed into light. It could not come which was natural. The history of the martial artist clan had seen its absence for tens of thousands of years. At last Deetsong could only see 8 supreme beings standing at the pinnacle of the universe facing each other. 4 martial gods. 4 fallen evil gods. What is going on? This is only the early stage. I haven't even left the novice village. Am I really being thrust into high-level battles? Multiple cosmic enemies detected limit-breaking sentient life. Shut up already. Even though only he could hear it, Deetsong wished he could cover that thing's mouth. Am I really going to fight the fallen evil gods? He understood now. The feeling was that in the face of his own chi, only beings at the martial god level known as limit-breaking sentient life could provoke its response. Below martial gods it treated them equally. You have a high rank, you're impressive. But your host is a weakling, so could you please refrain from having such unrealistic dreams? Now Deetsong just wanted to close his eyes and look away. Not because he feared the 4 fallen evil gods, but because, good child, close your eyes. The one speaking was the technology martial god. Every martial artist of the human race received the favor of the system martial god at birth, granted a panel. During the awakening ceremony at 16, the talent that manifested was a gift from the talent martial god. The bloodline required for the martial artist clan's advancement originates from the lineage of the bloodline martial god. As for the technology martial god, it was the common mother of the martial artist clan. Just like the martial artist clan's panel bloodline and talent, it was nearly omnipresent in the territories occupied by the martial artist clan. Listening to mother was almost an instinct for every public-raised human. And in this pitch-black world, when Deetsong closed his eyes, his perception of things dropped to the lowest level. The influence brought by the 4 evil gods vanished in an instant. However, it was precisely because of this. He was unaware of the kind of war that was unfolding in this place. That was his source. Things seemed to happen in an instant. In the real world, Deetsong suddenly opened his eyes wide and leaped up. He saw the green liquid waves around him collapsing, as if corroded with countless disgusting maggots falling to the ground, struggling as they died. Yet he himself had not suffered any injuries. The panel remained intact, the bloodline unscathed, and the talent still present. Yet before him not only were the green liquid waves collapsing, but even the distant green sky had become exceedingly thin, as if it could be pierced with a finger. As for the enormous altar constructed by the land race, it was now riddled with cracks and filled with signs of... It seemed as though countless years had passed. So what exactly happened? As if just waking up, Mo Hung stood beside Deetsong, looking around and wondering, did my mom just jump out and beat the fallen evil god? Deetsong. Alright, he had summed it up correctly. This was precisely what had occurred. Apparently, when he and Mo Hung were on the verge of being corrupted by the fallen evil god, the 4 martial gods suddenly intervened and drove the fallen evil god back. Speaking of which, the martial artist clan not only had the protection of the martial gods, but each person also possessed the powers of the martial gods. Panel bloodline talent. These all belong to the powers of the martial gods, naturally capable of countering equivalent forces. Although these powers were merely a faint echo of the martial gods, their quality and rank were exceedingly high. Of course, the 4 fallen evil gods across from them were the same. The fallen evil gods, represented by the green light, although they projected their power through the altar, were clearly not as strong as the technology martial god in its true form on this planet. And their timely support. Was it because their gaze had always been on him? No, that thought was too narcissistic. Although he and the people in his class were indeed special, they were not so special that an existence at the martial god level would constantly look after them. For example, when Duan Ming returned home, it made no move. The technology martial god loved every one of its children equally. Recalling the previous appearances of the system bloodline and talent martial gods, Deetsong quickly formed a conjecture. Mechanism. When the fallen evil gods actively corrupt our martial artist clan, it triggers the counter mechanism set by the martial gods automatically. This mechanism that allows us to be immune to corruption is the martial artist clan's foundation in the universe. Why is such an important setting not taught in class? He was infuriated. If there's a martial god protecting us, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know I had prepared my last words for suicide? Seeing Deetsong getting worked up, Mo Hung hurriedly advised, below the god perception realm, sensing the evil god's aura leads to corruption, and it won't trigger the mechanism left by the martial gods. We are merely fortunate enough to withstand the first wave of corruption from that fallen evil god, so it cannot be judged by common sense. At this point, Mo Hung also began to wonder. He pointed at himself and said, "Good, that green thing earlier said I was also a god. What do you think it meant?" Deetsong let out a deep breath. To be able to save a life, everything else is up for discussion. Looking at Mo Hung again, Deetsong patted his shoulder and said, "I think you should think less about this kind of nonsense. If you call the gods by name, they will surely sense it. That's written in the textbooks. As for the stronger fallen evil gods, if you didn't know, then that's fine. But once you know their characteristics, it's best not to think about it at all. The fallen evil gods were not to be trifled with. Just look at the land race. Their ancestors felt something while gazing at the stars, and directly attracted a fallen evil god. If they kept murmuring about such existences, who knows when one might step outside the martial god's support range and provoke them. Mo Hung's expression tightened as he looked towards the altar. Diga, something feels off. The boss has a... At this, Deed Song shivered. What? Second phase. It seemed he had seen it before. He looked towards the altar. There many of the land race praying were suddenly stunned. It seemed they had heard something and could not help but exchange glances. The green light belonging to the fallen evil god was also retracting at an alarming speed. The dissipating green liquid waves had almost completely vanished. The bit that had thankfully not evaporated flowed towards the converging green light, swirling around many of the land. Converge. Gather. The land race did not resist. Instead, they enjoyed the immersion of the green liquid with immense honor, their bodies melting into the green liquid and ultimately becoming a part of the green. Ultimately, the land race on the altar vanished completely. In their place was a massive green cocoon. As an elite of the land tribe qualified to control battle beasts with his mind, Ching M855 did not harbor the same devoutness as his peers. He did not believe that the star god was an omniscient and benevolent deity. If he truly were omniscient and omnipotent, why would he require us to build altars and pay great costs to offer our tributes? Of course, this does not mean that Ching M855 despised the star god. On the contrary, his heart was filled with gratitude. Without the star god's grace, they would still be fighting with sea beasts for food. In this world, there were 3 events that Ching M855 kept in mind. The first was the night he passed the examination and became a true member of the land tribe. The second was the blessings bestowed by the star god during the annual sacrificial ceremony. The third was the day he encountered the hairless ape. It turned out that this world was not only filled with endless beasts. There were also intelligent beings striving to survive amidst countless beasts. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity for communication between the two sides. He could only imagine the culture and lifestyle of another intelligent life through the few words from that hairless ape. What a pity. By the way, I always refer to you and your kind as hairless apes, but I still don't know your name. Do you have a name? The green cocoon bloomed like a flower. The cocoon broke open, revealing the existence hidden within. It was a lump of green creature. Like a bloated giant, its body rotting, oozing pus, and infested with maggots. Hundreds of tentacles of varying lengths flailed about its massive body, swaying as if it would topple at any moment. This grotesque monster had no head. Its body continuously grew eyes that would rot away shortly after appearing, only to sprout more eyeballs elsewhere. Its gaze, capable of encompassing 360 degrees and even penetrating its own body, was fixated on the two before it. Such a revolting creature released mental waves akin to towering tidal waves. It even transformed into a peculiar form of communication that no one could hear, yet everyone understood. Or rather, it was not language. It transcended language, establishing direct communication on a... So what exactly was this creature? Corrupt, chaotic egg, an intelligent life, completely corrupted by the fallen evil god Flesh Lotus Buddha, whose consciousness collapsed under the corruption of the fallen evil god and fused into a pool of chaotic sludge with almost no possibility of salvation. Its power is related to the blessings directly bestowed by the fallen evil god and the strength of the sacrificial offerings. The most powerful corrupt chaotic eggs can even rival divine realms. More information. Click to view the panel displayed the basic information of this monster. Deetsong chuckled. Alright, I'm trying not to think about the fallen evil god, yet you put that name right in front of me, thinking my life is too easy, huh? Even the land tribe only dared to refer to it as Star God. Moreover, they only utilized the biological technologies related to that fallen evil god, and they dared not touch any other related powers. Can't you cover the keywords with a black box panel? D-good, that Flesh Lotus. A reckless lad beside him just started to speak. Deetsong quickly covered his mouth and said, alright, be quiet, focus on the enemy in front of us, let's pretend we've never encountered any fallen evil god. As he spoke, he suddenly kicked out with great force. The ground exploded and the stones on the ground were kicked out at supersonic speeds, shooting straight towards the rotting monster. Moments later, it was as if mud flowing into the sea. The speed of the flying stones drastically decreased, as if wrapped in a layer of viscous glue. Each advance became a struggle. In the end, the several kilogram stone stopped 10 meters in front of the rotting monster. Why be so violent? The rotting monster's body split open, resembling a human face, grinning broad. Its gigantic mouth open, devoid of teeth, filled with rotting flesh and maggots. A stench and countless viruses and bacteria surged forward. This monster calmly said, my lord, although you slaughtered my kin under the guidance of my Buddha, I have come to understand that life and death are part of the cycle of nature. Rest assured, I will not take out my anger on you for the deaths of my kin. I merely wish to sit down and discuss. And by the way, talk about our faith, Flesh Lotus Buddha. Despite his flesh constantly rotting and writhing, and even the shape barely maintained, as if countless maggots were stitched together, this creature was still able to speak and communicate. But should one communicate with such a thing? What exactly are you? Deetsong asked. While speaking, he pulled Mo Hung back by the collar to maintain a safe distance. His vigilance was at its peak. Facing the medium-sized monster, the corrupt bone demon dragon Deetsong was merely fearful and would not be so apprehensive. Because the beast was straightforward, simply wanting to kill all humans without any convoluted intent. But the evil god, and even the followers of the fallen evil god, their desires were far from simple. Sometimes even death was a luxury. You may consider me a collective formed by 100,000 land tribes under the teachings of my Buddha, transcending barriers to become one. If convenient, you may call me Ching M855. That was the most amicable connection established between you and the land tribe. Who? Deetsong asked. Oh, him. He paused for a moment before recalling. Previously, he indeed captured a guide. At that time, he was naive and arrogant, treating the land tribe as his own possession, allowing him to leave freely. He never expected to meet again. He heard the rotting monster gently say, "Since you recognize me as an old acquaintance, then it will be much easier. May I ask if you would accompany me to stop the impending war? My Buddha is compassionate and does not wish to see needless sacrifices." This. So easy to talk to. Speaking of which, the fallen evil god that the land tribe believes in also seems to be incredibly compassionate. At least the aura he projects is like that. One cannot rule out the possibility of disguise. However, the aura emitted by a deity generally reflects their path. If there is no disguise, then the fallen evil god worshipped by the land tribe is undoubtedly a kind and benevolent deity. I can't believe it, Diga. Why are you wasting words with this alien cultist? Just kill it. We have plenty of time. Maybe we can still make it back for lunch. Mo Hing looked at Deetsong puzzled. It seemed he did not understand why the usually rational and thoughtful Digu would converse with such a lump of an alien cultist. Once those words were spoken, Deetsong was left speechless. All right, I am a martial artist of the human race, a pure-blood human. Facing an alien, especially a cultist, what need is there for communication? He did not react immediately, appearing still too rooted and not fully integrated into the martial artist race. This was a flaw that needed correction. You are right. Don't be misled by how simple-minded this thing appears. It surely harbors ill intentions and might be secretly plotting to poison us. As he spoke, Deetsong buried his foot into the ground, then exerted all his strength to kick hard. Boom! Hundreds of kilograms of earth and stone lifted off the ground, cascading like a torrent upon the rotting monster, while he used this feint to vanish from his position. Faced with the sudden attack, the rotting monster merely sighed. I see. It seems your race prefers to communicate through violence, so I shall adhere to my Buddha's teachings, integrate into the local customs, and speak in a manner that the heathens can understand. Bang! Hundreds of kilograms of stones created ripples in the air, ultimately slowing down and hovering in midair under an invisible barrier. It was telekinesis. Telekinesis was the true power system of the land tribe. Ordinary adult elites of the land tribe can lift objects weighing nearly 100 to several hundred kilograms, while the priests can lift 1 ton or even several tons. The high priest is the most powerful, capable of lifting hundreds of tons with telekinesis. Yet in the face of the current rotting monster, they were nothing. 100,000 land tribes fused into one. 10,000 tons of telekinesis covering a kilometer. Thus, returning to reality, hundreds of kilograms of dirt and stone fragments were easily blocked. In the next moment, Deetsong had already appeared behind the rotting monster. With all his might, the spear pierced through the sound barrier, its sharp tip penetrating the telekinetic barrier, charging into the rotting monster's body, aiming straight for its heart. In an instant, the spear pierced through the heart, without any obstruction. The only thing that made Deetsong feel hindered was the monster's body, which was extremely resilient. My lord, be careful. However, the shattering of the heart did not affect the enemy at all. Deetsong heard its strong voice. In the next moment, invisible telekinesis tore through the air, transforming into hundreds or thousands of spiral drill heads attacking from all directions at supersonic speed. His eyes could not see the invisible telekinesis. His ears could not hear the attack's exceeding sound. His Buddhist perception could anticipate the air being torn apart, but with Deetsong's mortal body, he found it difficult to react. He could indeed unleash supersonic attacks. However, Deetsong could not even see the speed of his own attacks. This was enough to show how powerful he had become. At this moment, his choice was simple: draw out the spear. The flesh resistance of the rotting monster was immense, and the spear lodged in his body was already covered with flesh and maggots, tightly binding it within. No amount of force could pull it out. But Deetsong's strength was 10 times stronger than the resistance, and he easily pulled out the spear, swinging it with fierce movements that created an impenetrable defense. Bang! Hundreds of telekinetic drill heads crumbled under the whip of the spear, and even though Di Tsong could not see, he was unharmed due to his instinct and the solid defense. Compared to the barrage Di Tsong had endured, the threat aimed at Mo Hung was far more direct. A telekinetic palm coalesced, 100 meters of pressure descending without a wasted motion, and it simply scooped Mo Hung up in one grasp. To the rotting creature, as an amalgam of 100,000 Lu consciousnesses dividing attention, was effortless. With 10th and telekinetic force, even a tenth devoted to this task could suppress Mo Hung on the spot, leaving him utterly helpless. The instant the giant palm closed around him, Mo Hung's face remained calm, his eyes swept the surroundings in a flash. Then, Huangpin Yulong body technique sublimation, the body coils like a dragon circling the target and relying on entangling movement, emphasizing that not a single leaf should touch the opponent. Sublimation skill within a handbreadth. It wraps the body in K-force, rendering the surface slick and allowing the wielder to slip free from encirclement with ease. Mo Hung's skin seemed slick with lubricant. He yielded to the crushing force of the giant palm and flowed with it, slipping through a seam in the blink of an eye. The moment he broke free, the giant palm snapped shut. The air was compressed into a cutting gale that lashed across Mo Hung's body. He remained motionless and drew his longsword. His figure blurred into a specter, as if countless phantoms fanned out around him, and the sword in his hand multiplied into a skyful of blade shadows. "Oh, you, sir, are not to be underestimated either," the rotting creature said in surprise. In response, its telekinetic force became a rain of blades sweeping toward Mo Hung like a barrage. Each blade moved faster than sound, potent enough to leave him bristling with wounds. Shatter him to dust. Clang. A crisp note rang out as Mo Hung's sword, seeming almost insubstantial, thrust parried and slashed in rapid succession, and in an instant he cleared a path through the sky of telekinetic blades. From that myriad of projectiles, he carved a wide, unimpeded road. In mere seconds he stood before the rotting creature, and in a heartbeat his long sword thrust forward. The blade then suddenly curved and reversed course, piercing a layer of telekinetic defense, and finally, severing a corner of the creature's rotten horn. The unexpected attack stunned the creature. Lifted by telekinetic force, it retreated step by step. Its once tranquil eyes now registered astonishment and fear. Can you see it?" the rotting creature asked with a sour expression. "Shut up, aberration." Could he perceive invisible telekinetic force? The answer was yes. Unlike the mortal realm, the extraordinary realm's vision carries multiple functions: X-ray, thermal sensing, multispectral perception, and the like. To Di Tsong, telekinetic force was perfectly transparent. To Mo Hung, however, its colors and shapes were, thus whether evading or parrying, he did so with effortless poise. Moreover, Huangpin Huanying sword technique sublimation, sword shadows become phantasmal, shifting between illusion and reality to disturb an opponent's judgment with extremely high attack frequency. Sublimation skill Guiying flash, ghost shadow flash, a finishing sword move that can erupt with blinding speed in an instant. Combined with the illusory sword shadows, it achieves a near zero frame startup, catching foes utterly unprepared. 1 part body technique, 1 part sword art. For 2 weeks, Mo Hung had spared no effort. He had elevated both Huangpin arts to the sublimation tier, awakening exclusive sublimation techniques of his own, and his body technique and sword art now complemented each other to yield far greater power. Joint technique, Guiying phantasmal sword. When the phantasmal sword technique and the Yulong body technique both reach sublimation, using them together triggers a combined effect that unleashes an even deadlier secret move. "When did you learn these 2 styles? I never saw you use them before." Beside him, Di Tsong asked. At some point he had broken through the creature's telekinetic siege and had seen Mo Hung instantly lop off one of the monster's rotten horns. Without a word, Di Tsong stamped down, crushing the rotten horn and the maggots, composing it into fine paste. Yet when he raised his foot, the pulp still trembled faintly, as if it retained a trace of life. Mo Hung replied, "I just learned them. You obviously haven't seen them before." With that he stamped as well. A surge of K-force detonated. The mass Di Tsong had ground to pulp, which had been writhing with effort, fell utterly still after Mo Hung's K-force crushed it a second time. "Just as I thought," Mo Hung nodded. "Its vitality is tenacious, but once it is utterly smashed by K-force, it dies all the same." Di Tsong surprised, "It must be K-force." Mo Hung shrugged. "Corrupted flesh carries the monster's consciousness. Only K-force can completely annihilate and inertize it. It's common sense. Little D, though your strength is great, the mortal realm is still the mortal realm. Professional matters like exterminating devotees of evil gods are for those of the extraordinary realm." In a few words, Di Tsong's standing plummeted. Mo Hung laughed and pointed at the rotten creature. "All right, you go duel him, Onion. Kill him, and he'll cheer you on." Mo Hung. "Brother D, don't." From the earlier exchange, the two had gauged the enemy. The telekinetic strength the creature could marshal would likely lift thousands of tons. At the upper estimate, perhaps tens of thousands of tons. Although Mo Hung belonged to the extraordinary realm and human martial arts were formidable, the opposing force still exceeded his by dozens to hundreds of times. That was not a gap mere technique could bridge, at least not for Mo Hung in his current state. Elsewhere, seeing the two hairless apes prefer to chat rather than pay it heed the rotting creature's side, its smile took on a bitter edge. My Buddha is merciful. All beings suffer and suffer unknowingly. Very well, if I intend to sacrifice my life to save the world, then I must possess the resolve to give my life for righteousness. As the words fell, its telekinetic power condensed into a 100-meter palm, once more sweeping down toward its target. Wind rose and clouds churned as the air was forcibly parted. The two were struck by a blasting gale. Brother D, be careful. He's gone all out. This palm covers 100 meters, its might unparalleled, likely tens of thousands of tons. We should evade. Evade. Though the assault was invisible from the gust's direction and velocity, Deet Song could pinpoint its location with ease. In an instant he sprang forth and slammed out a brutal punch. Boom. The earth collapsed and cracked. Shock waves roared, sweeping in all directions. The 100-meter palm shattered to fragments under that blow. The tensile thousand-ton telekinetic force dissipated as if never there. Deet Song faltered for a heartbeat, then vaulted forward again. Hundreds of meters vanished in an instant. He reared his leg and unleashed a fierce kick. Having just had its telekinesis crushed, the creature was forced to recondense power, managing only a few hundred tons to fashion a flimsy barrier. Bang! In a single instant the barrier shattered. The rotting creature behind it was blown apart by that very rotten flesh exploded outward, spraying the air. You are so impatient. Seems you have found clarity, the creature whose body had been shattered said, wearing a look of grim triumph. Around them the dismembered body instantly became countless maggots which, under the influence of telekinetic force, swarmed together with terrifying speed and began to fuse and heal. At the very center of that regeneration was Deet Song's position. If I do not enter hell, who will? I will surrender my flesh and spirit to guide you into my Buddha. Layer upon layer of rotten meat clung to Deet Song's body. Maggots crawled from the putrid flesh into Deet Song's eyes, mouth, ears, and nose. Finer larvae even slipped through the pores of his skin and into his body. The scene was absurd and nauseating. Watching it, the rotting creature laughed. In that self-sacrificial, devout expression, there was now a streak of human greed. Should this day arrive and one return to my Buddha's pure land, such merit might elevate one to a monk on that day. If the benefactor still lives, I shall bring you into the pure land myself. With a tearing sound, Deet Song's right hand suddenly burst out through the layers of rotting flesh. He seized the creature's remaining sentient husk and crushed it in an instant. Pow! The rotting creature's last consciousness dissolved. System notice: killed multiple sentient beings. Strength 107,925. The consciousness of the rotting monster is composed of over 100,000 members of the Land Clan. Originally, Deet Song thought that even if he killed it, the external entity would determine that these fused consciousnesses could only count as one life. Little did he know the judgment was completely uncompromised. The collective of 100,000 consciousnesses could actually count as 100,000 lives. This is excellent, very excellent. Deet Song even felt as if he were dreaming. However, the demise of the rotting monster's consciousness did not represent the death of his physical body. On the contrary, his body became even more active. Countless pieces of rotting flesh transformed into tiny maggots that burrowed into Deet Song's body. Aside from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, not even his hair or the pores of his skin were spared from these minuscule maggots. This feeling of being invaded by foreign objects in his body was his first experience. I know it was not his first. When he was in school during the treatment with nanorepair fluid, Deet Song also had a similar feeling, and it was much more refined than this. But the two experiences were different. One was a mother's love, while the other was just damn maggots. Realizing this, his eyes turned red immediately. Get lost. Deet Song summoned his blood energy and shook his body violently. With the explosive force, the layers of maggots surrounding him instantly erupted, exploding into 4 pieces and dying on the spot. The final blow dealt by the rotting monster with its life was easily resolved by Deet Song. Was it? In fact, it was not so. In the microscopic world invisible to Deet Song, billions of maggots comparable to bacteria and viruses had already entered his body through the gaps in his flesh. In this microscopic world where the naked eye could not perceive and the human body could hardly sense, a maggot wriggled like a drilling machine, its sharp head thrusting fiercely against the cell membrane. It bounced back. It was as if it had slammed into a wall, leaving the maggot dazed. What is this? What am I burrowing into? The maggot did not understand. It could only follow its instincts and drill in desperately. In the next moment, the cell moved, completely engulfing this maggot, and the dissolution within the cell began to exert its power. The maggot dissolved into sludge in the solution, instantly refining away. The entire process was extremely fast without any hesitation. The same thing happened almost instantly to every maggot within Deetsong's body in the microscopic world. They had just made their appearance when they were instantly digested as food. Only a small fraction of the cells were eliminated under the overwhelming assault of the maggots, but that would only stimulate the immune system, causing stronger and more powerful cells to come forward to deal with the invaders. Thus this reaction reflected in the macro world. Achoo. Deetsong sneezed. He rubbed his nose, his gaze clear yet foolish. I never expected that even a dignified warrior of the human race could catch a cold one day. He glanced at the swarming maggots around him, which had lost their unified consciousness after the rotting monster's disintegration. They were even further dividing, with many maggots turning into smaller entities, perhaps bacteria or viruses. In any case, soon they could no longer be observed by the naked eye. After all, they were things corrupted by the fallen evil god. I wonder if they will impact the ecological environment. Well, the entire planet's ecology has already been infected by the stellar behemoth, so it can't be worse than the corruption of the fallen evil god. Mosey, it's resolved. Deetsong casually clapped his hands, the uncontrollable force even causing rip. He turned to Mo Hung and said, "Come, let's dismantle this altar together. There are probably still many members of the Land clan remaining in this broken place. We need to find them and eliminate them one by one." Mo Hung looked Deetsong up and down. Then he silently took a step back. His face was filled with disdain. "Digo, keep your distance from me. I find it dirty. Can I still have a classmate who's contaminated with maggots?" Deetsong cracked his knuckles, enraged. Damn it. With one movement, the ground instantly collapsed. Deetsong's punching power had now reached 20,000 tons, far exceeding the limits he could control, causing Mo Hung's lips to twitch at such destructive power. So he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Diga, how have you survived in this black abyss for the past 2 weeks? What have you been eating? A good question. Only then did Deetsong remember that it seemed he hadn't eaten normally in a long time, and he was even a little hungry now. Burp. He let out a satisfying burp. Alright, for some reason, he wasn't actually hungry. Perhaps due to excessive energy intake, his body felt inexplicably excited. It was as if he had just consumed a nutrient paste. Did I just eat something? You should know that these octopus-produced biological weapons are inedible. Each one of them harbors the corruption of the evil god. Once a thought is instilled, they can turn into these things. Deetsong glanced at the maggots on the ground that were still dividing. First, they were biological weapons, and under the control of the fallen evil god, they instantly transformed into countless green liquids composed of maggots. Even these green liquids, after merging with 100,000 members of the Land clan, turned into a rotting monster. That thing looks strong, but in reality its combat power is just mediocre, all show and no substance. Without the evil god backing them, the beings corrupted by him are hardly worth worrying about. But the members of the Land clan themselves, as intelligent beings, have not been corrupted, therefore. You understand what I mean. Deetsong was not keen to lay this matter bare. After all, he was somewhat repulsed by the idea of consuming intelligent beings unless absolutely necessary. While there are even fresh octopuses. Diga, you've been eating too well these past 2 weeks. Mo Hung exclaimed enviously. You have no idea the nutrient paste reserves in Letten City have already run low these past 2 weeks. After you fell into the Black Abyss, our hunting resumed, but no matter how many beast corpses were brought back, Letten City had no sales channels to the inner city. And selling cheaply to other cities wasn't a viable option for the Letten battle gang either. The situation has stagnated, and there are already martial artists starving to death in the city. If these octopuses were edible, we could transport them back to the city, and our Liao Yuan battle gang could balance the accounts. At this point, Mo Hung was practically bouncing with excitement. Hearing this, Deetsong smacked his forehead. He was still being weighed down by the views from his past life, not enough to forget his roots. Look at these locals, they have no standards for food. Who cares if it's intelligent or not, as long as it goes into the mouth, it's meat. However, from Mo Hung's words, Deetsong keenly sensed something was off. Balance the accounts. Deetsong asked, puzzled, what debt does our battle gang owe? The corpses of the beasts. Mo Hung said bluntly, with no hint of guilt in his tone. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Wu Gu escorted by Aoshua into the warehouse and privately consumed all the beast corpses hunted during this period. The pills concocted not only saved the entire class, but even had some left. Hiss! Deetsong took a sharp breath. Damn it, you guys really live up to your reputation. Although he might also have done the same, Deetsong still wanted to say, you guys really live up to your reputation? Does the Letten battle gang have any objections? Deetsong put a hand to his forehead. If I were Gu Tianxiu, I would have directly eliminated the Liao Yuan battle gang and let all the citizens of the city feast. Mo Hung smiled broadly, giving a thumbs up. They indeed have objections, but not many. The beast corpses can't be sold, and leaving them in the warehouse to rot would easily breed plague, so our Liao Yuan battle gang only owes a huge debt. Paying it off is fine, But if we can't, we have to work for nothing. Moreover, to quell public outrage, we also gave a few bottles of bloodline pills to the leaders of the Letten battle gang, and they will not pursue it. Yes, beast corpse is food for the entire city, but the premise is that they can be sold. If they can't be sold, then that's a major source of plague. Even if they sell at a loss to other cities, it can relieve the immediate crisis, but why bother? The extraordinary realm does not lack food, they can't possibly starve. As for the useless beings in the ordinary realm, they can be replenished every year, especially the lower-tier ordinary realm martial artists. If they starve to death, they can be collected again next year. True. Deetsong rubbed his forehead. The extraordinary realm lords have no objections. Those ordinary realm martial artists are of no use even if they are unhappy. There isn't even any exploitation or utilization in this matter, because the lower-tier ordinary realm martial artists have no value even to be exploited. There are no safety nets in the outer city. Those lower-tier ordinary realm martial artists don't even qualify as productive forces. Their only value is. Sorry, they truly have no value. Their survival relies entirely on the meat and soup served by the strong. However, even though these lower-tier martial artists have no value, no one cares if they die. But times have changed. In the eyes of the Liao Yuan battle gang, they have value. At least Chen Huansha thinks so. In that case, it becomes simple. Xiao Mozi, let's first capture these octopuses and make them a vassal race of our Liao Yuan battle gang. Deetsong's previous whimsical idea began to stir again. He had not given up on raising the Land clan as a vassal race. However, Digu, are you serious? That medium-sized beast just left with didn't die? We caused such great destruction while it was away, or if it comes back and sees us still here, would we be doomed? Right now our priority is to run away. Mo Hung increasingly felt that Deetsong had lost his mind. Such an obvious matter, how could you not think of it? You're right. Wait a moment. With that, Deetsong launched himself and sprinted toward the altar. Seconds later, with the bombardment of 10,000 tons of power, the already cracked, towering altar collapsed. With a deafening roar, a magnificent architectural marvel destroyed in an instant. The altar dedicated to the fallen evil god must not remain. After finishing the task, Deetsong returned the same way, grabbed Mo Hang's arm without a word, and then leaped. Whoosh. The two soared upwards, rising tens of thousands of meters. In one leap, they crossed the towering cliffs of the black abyss. They even continued to ascend, floating in the sky. Mo Hung, what they? In midair, Deetsong stepped forward, exploding the air beneath him. The two shifted positions again, plummeting in a parabolic arc for thousands of meters before finally crashing into the earth. Like a meteor crashing to the ground, they created a pit. Dust soared into the sky. Thus the journey to the black abyss briefly came to an end. If you want to kill me, just say it. Mo Hung's expression twisted as he broke free from Deetsong's grip, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I'm extraordinary. If I were another ordinary martial artist, I would have been turned into a pile of mush. Before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent. Because he saw it. A gigantic rift 100 meters wide stretched toward Letten City. The entire terrain looked as if it had been flattened by some colossal entity. At noon, the golden sun hung high in the sky. Sunlight poured onto the streets of Letten City, and in the district where the Liao Yuan war gang was located, Go Changchun stood in the central square, comfortably practicing martial arts. His life was very regular. He ate when it was time to eat, drank when it was time to drink, and practiced when it was time to practice. Even though his realm and strength were low, he never allowed internal strife. With such aptitude, there was no need to rush. Moreover, in recent days, as the hunting teams returned repeatedly with reinforcements, many classmates who suffered from radiation sickness gradually recovered, and the situation of the Liao Yuan war gang improved steadily. What the hell? He withdrew his martial stance and focused his mind. After stopping his movements, wisps of steam rose from his body, a phenomenon that occurred when the sweat accumulated from training was expelled in one breath. He opened his eyes and looked at Letten City. His expression grave. The situation in this city was becoming increasingly dire. As food supplies dwindled, incidents of lower-tier martial artists dying of hunger occurred within the city, and the nutritional paste of the Liao Yuan war gang was rapidly depleting. It was feared that soon riots would break out in the city. Who knew how many people would die? Can things get any worse? He shrugged. Speaking of which, regardless of how those lower-tier martial artists fared, he was not worried about food and drink. If the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Why should he concern himself with these matters? No matter how bad it got, how much worse could it be? In the next moment, Go Changchun saw a flash of light in his vision. It seemed that something was rushing towards him at an incredible speed, crossing an unknown distance in mere seconds, crashing into the city. Immediately after, boom, buildings, bodies, the ground. Everything was torn to shreds in an instant. Go Changchun's consciousness plunged into darkness. He died. Talent death return. On the square half an hour ago, Go Changchun's movements came to a sudden halt. He couldn't afford to rest. He quickly exited his training state and turned to run. A few minutes later, what? A nuclear strike. This planet is covered by the light of our martial civilization. How could hot weapons be rampaging here? After hearing Go Changchun's account, everyone was utterly shocked. No, nothing had happened for no reason. Why did Letten City suddenly get bombed by a nuclear weapon? How would I know? Go Changchun exclaimed excitedly. That thing exploded in the city, and everything in my vision shattered into pieces. Then I died. And let's not forget some classmates in our class had radiation sickness before. Those ores could be used to make nuclear bombs. It's all connected. It's all connected. We must have been exposed. The inner city intends to use a nuclear bomb to silence us. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at each other. No way, that's not impossible. The inner city is ruthless. To keep the secret, they would directly annihilate a city to cover up the news. To be honest, isn't that illegal? Besides, to use a nuclear bomb. This is simply unfathomable. It's not that the technology of nuclear bombs is so advanced, but the light of the martial civilization forbids hot weapons. The coverage of the light of civilization encompasses the entire planet, alongside the infection of star beasts and the corruption of fallen evil gods. Well, little Go. Biao Xue, who had the most research on alien beasts in the class, raised her hand and said, I think the explosion you described. There was no fireball, no mushroom cloud. It just doesn't feel like a nuclear bomb. More like the internal energy cannon spit out by an alien beast. A medium-sized giant beast casually spitting out an internal energy cannon with power comparable to tens of thousands or even millions of tons of nuclear bombs. Are you sure what you saw wasn't this? Upon hearing this, Go Changchun was also stunned. He slapped his hand and suddenly realized, oh, makes sense. In the 10th minute, Letten City sounded the red alarm. Of course it wasn't that high. It was simply a routine launch of a dozen red signal flares serving to remind the citizens the city is in danger. Run quickly. The one taking this action was not the Liao Yuan War Gang, but the true rulers of the city, the Letten War Gang. Faced with the warning from the Liao Yuan War Gang, they expressed, is your talent death return? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Tianxiu looked at Go Changchun in disbelief and said in a tone reminiscent of the American military discovering oil, a time-affiliated talent is truly 1 in a million. Among them, a talent that can bring future information back to the past is even rarer, 1 in 100,000. Go Changchun, so rare. He thought he was just a dispensable lower-tier martial artist. He didn't expect that even based solely on his talent, he could make a name for himself in the outer city. Gu Tianxiu, the current top figure of Letten City, nodded and said, of course. As martial artists, we have always been under our mother's protection before adulthood, so our alertness to crises is not high. After 16 years, habits are hard to change. The talents awakened after the Spirit Awakening ceremony are mostly related to combat power. For example, speed, strength enhancement, healing, spirit reaction, cultivation, resurrection. Information-related talents are exceedingly rare. After all, martial artists, the ones who fear death, are actually few. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At the genetic level, people don't fear death very much. Go Changchun, who cherishes life, is indeed an anomaly. 1 in a million among martial artists. To awaken such a talent is also due to his character. Just then Gu Tianxiu continued, originally early warning was always handled by Gu Hui. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. Speaking of which, he was driven away by your Liao Yuan War Gang. With his talent, he could thrive in any city. Thank goodness Gu Hui has run away, and little Go has filled that gap. By the way, can this little Go be sold to the Letten War Gang? Well, offer 1,000 chi blood pills. Go Changchun shook his head and waved his hands. No, I'm not for sale. Gu Tianxiu sighed. What a pity. After that, he picked up a box. It was the property of the Letten War Gang, containing a series of treasures, including chi blood pills, which were extremely valuable. He said, all right, in a few more minutes the city will face the first wave of attacks, and the entire city is bound to fall. I plan to flee west. How about you guys? He said this while all the martial artists in Letten City were frantically escaping. Many gang leaders of the Letten War Gang had already fled the city with their belongings and trusted subordinates. Even Gu Tianxi's trusted aides were on standby. Flee, Shun Huangsha said unwillingly. After all this effort, can't we at least try to defend it? After this remark, everyone's gaze focused on him. Gu Tianxiu admired him and clasped his fists. Chin, you're amazing. If you encounter a medium-sized alien beast and don't flee, you must be this. If you guys of the Liao Yuan War Gang can stay, I will take the lead. All debts between us will be cleared. He finished speaking and dashed out like the wind. With his belongings and trusted aides, he quickly vanished from sight. Shun Huangsha. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with a desire for survival. Among them, Wu Taitian was already prepared to knock him out and carry him away. Shun Huangsha looked around and then slapped his forehead. Everyone, I've been foolish. Hurry up and run, this place is not safe. Everyone sighed in relief. Thus the Liao Yuan war gang, already prepared for a quick escape, swiftly retreated. Although they were merely around 90 people, the others had already fled. Just as Gu Tianxiu said, "Am I really going to face a medium-sized alien beast?" One should know that as the size of alien beasts increases by a stage, their weight and body structure multiply. Miniature alien beasts weigh anywhere from several tons to hundreds of tons. Small alien beasts start at hundreds of tons for flying types and tens of thousands of tons for reptiles, with certain marine creatures reaching dozens of thousands of tons. As for medium-sized alien beasts, each one is at least a kilometer in size, with the lightest weighing at least tens of millions of tons. With such height and weight, when they move at their own length speed, the energy consumed per second is comparable to millions, or even hundreds of millions of tons of nuclear explosions. Stopping them, it's like trying to block an aircraft carrier with a mantis. Thus, in less than 30 minutes, Leton City, with nearly 300,000 inhabitants, had almost been completely evacuated. Not long after, an internal energy cannon shot from the horizon, roaring as it struck this city. In the next moment, a 1-kilometer radius was turned to dust, and the shockwave violently exploded, destroying the entire city. Buildings, city walls, everything was ground into pieces. A city that housed a population of 300,000. Instantly, it became ruins. Many martial artists who were not particularly fast only heard a loud bang and saw the city behind them turn into a wasteland. However, this was not the most frightening part. The most terrifying thing was that far away in the wilderness, a visibly colossal beast spewing surging internal energy was moving towards them at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. The corrupted bone demon dragon. The previous internal energy cannon was unleashed by it. The one controlling this tribal battle beast was the chief priest of the Liu clan's branch. Hiss! The corrupted bone demon dragon's flesh undulated, making a strange sound, and within the chief priest sensed its emotions. Naturally, there was a killing intent to annihilate the hairless apes. And another feeling, an inexplicable discomfort, as if being pressured by something. If it weren't for the chief priest guiding it, it would have definitely turned around and left. This situation puzzled the chief priest. Strange indeed. No, perhaps this is why the hairless apes can survive in the world. The chief priest murmured to himself. Then he comforted it. Good. Behave, continue forward. Can't you see those disgusting things? You want to kill them, I will help you. Through mental waves, he conveyed emotions into the consciousness of the tribal. Under this guidance, the latter's attention focused, and numerous eyeballs grew out from its surface, staring intently into the distance, only to see humans. Countless humans. They fled from the city, scattering in all directions. Roar! The corrupted bone demon dragon was enraged. The intent to kill instantly filled its will, and any discomfort was cast aside. At this moment, the corrupted bone demon dragon had only one thought: to kill, to annihilate those damned humans. The moment this thought appeared, its speed suddenly decreased. Meanwhile, it began to gather strength. High-density internal energy concentrated, aiming at the humans in the distance. Blast! The internal energy shot out like a white ribbon, sweeping forward at a speed exceeding 20 Mach, instantly ravaging and crashing down onto the ground. Like a laser sword, it swept through, and the ground hit by it, after a moment of stasis, instantly exploded. Boom! At this moment, it felt as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, with numerous martial artists meeting their demise. The internal energy ribbon continued to wreak havoc, plunging deep into the human territory. Ultimately, it ferociously struck the towering sighing wall, which was several thousand meters high. That was a wall. The wall representing the inner city. That several thousand meters high sighing wall separated the inner and outer cities. The outer city was less a city and more like a slum built along this cylindrical sighing wall. Leton City was merely a region among many slums. To call it a city was just a nicer way of saying it. It was an area that could be destroyed with a single breath from a medium-sized alien beast. What face does it have to be called a city? However, as the corrupted bone demon dragon unleashed its, especially when that breath struck the sighing wall of the inner city, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. Immediately, the wall visibly writhed. The noticeable mark was quickly restored to its original state. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the inner city, numerous silhouettes soared into the sky, crossing over the sighing wall. These figures looked down from a height of 10,000 meters and quickly locked onto the approaching corrupted bone demon dragon. What the hell, are they out of their minds? Is the Liu clan crazy or deranged? Looking at the chasms that extended towards the outer city, Ditsong gasped. Relying on the support of fallen evil gods, they dare to invade my homeland with just a medium-sized alien beast. Have they always been this brave? He seemed to understand the purpose of the recent sacrifice. No wonder that medium-sized alien beast left. It seems it not only looks down on me, but also intends to directly flatten the human race, right? No, haven't you considered the gap between us? Even I, a mere mortal martial artist, can't handle it. How could they dream of invading the martial artist race? Emohung accepted this naturally, otherwise they are alien forms, and they are heretics. Isn't it normal for them to be insane? Yes, that makes sense. Deetsong pondered somewhat, feeling this fellow was a bit wise yet foolish. However, he thought of something. You mean this direction? Isletan City. Are we being raided? Deetsong suddenly, the martial artist race is strong, and those old masters in the inner city are also formidable. But for the outer city, a medium-sized alien beast, what sort of supermodel boss is that? Can the 200 million outer city martial artists combined even hold it off? The crowd was in a state of panic, fleeing for their lives. The emergence of the corrupted bone dragon affected not just the city of Leton, but also the surrounding area, encompassing hundreds of thousands of people and several cities that witnessed the colossal creature. Thus, there was no thought of resistance. Hundreds of thousands of people fled at the fastest speed possible. However, some were destined to be unfortunate. The corrupted bone dragon's speed of movement was 1 kilometer per second, nearly 3 times the speed of sound. Even those with extraordinary speed would find it hard to escape. Therefore, all that could be done was to gamble. They hoped that this medium-sized beast would not head in their direction. Generally speaking, the places most attractive to beasts were naturally those with a larger population. Thus, fleeing in front of the beasts made the herd effect deadly. One must run to areas with fewer people. And indeed this held true. However, that was not the case. From 100 miles away, countless skeletal appendages grew from the body of the corrupted bone dragon, densely packed against the ground. Then it stood upright. A multitude of eyes of various shapes sprouted from its surface, allowing it to overlook from its 1,000-meter height, with a line of sight extending over 100 kilometers, thus under its gaze. The corrupted bone dragon saw more cities and more humans. Its murderous intent surged. In its fury, it slowly began to move, and the efficiency of its inner energy propulsion plummeted to less than 1/10 of its original strength, replaced by. From the head of the corrupted bone dragon, several enormous mouths began to grow. Within each giant mouth, internal energy was coalescing into cannons. After seconds of charging, the next moment, several internal energy cannons shot out violently, crossing dozens to hundreds of kilometers at speeds exceeding 20 Mach, hitting countless individuals within the crowd. Thus destruction descended. Like a nuclear explosion, the shockwave instantly turned the surroundings into dust, with the shockwave sweeping out for miles, tearing apart the bodies of the martial artists in an instant. Calm down, don't be so impulsive. The high priest urged, witnessing the tribe's war beast almost lose. He continued to soothe and attempt to guide it. However, what responded to the high priest was the furious roar of the corrupted bone dragon. Within its seemingly fragile organs, flesh and blood instantly transformed into a dragon's head, snarling menacingly at the high priest, as if to say, "Leave me alone." Thus the high priest fell silent. Cold sweat poured down his face. Truthfully, upon seeing such a multitude of hairless primates, he felt his previous judgment had been off. Nevertheless, since a declaration of war had been made, he could not hold back. According to the high priest's thoughts, it was only natural to push forward and annihilate their most elite forces completely. At this moment, he could not afford to slow down. But unexpectedly, an incident occurred. The overwhelming murderous intent of the corrupted bone dragon prompted it to initiate long-range strikes, prematurely firing internal energy cannons at its visual limit, bombarding the defenseless hairless primates. The results were glorious. Yet clearly they were all load or mere garbage. What use was it to catch and kill them? It was evident that the elite were within the thousands of meters high city walls. Truly, plans cannot keep up with changes. Moving so slowly, if the elite of the hairless primates managed to escape, wouldn't that be disastrous? The high priest became anxious. After some thought, he had to seek help from the tribe's fortune. The rampaging war beast was beyond his guidance. He could only let the tribal luck stir the threads of fate, allowing countless coincidences to stack up to create the desired outcome. Thus he communicated with the tribal fortune. The next moment he saw darkness. The resentment morphed into a pitch-black pollution, accumulating at the bottom of the tribal fortune, even corroding the bluish-purple fortune from the bottom up. In addition, he also felt the resentment from the tribal fortune, which was blaming the high priest for his incompetence and confusion. It was as if it couldn't comprehend what had happened. It only sensed that the threads of fate spreading across the world suddenly went haywire, causing a ruckus before. The entire branch of the land tribe sank into the lowest point, with resentment breeding wildly, affecting the fortune itself. The high priest. No way. Did I get robbed? Inner city. Unlike the outer city, though it had only a population of millions, every martial artist was at least of extraordinary realm. Among them there were even those of the transcendence and supernatural realms. The thousands of meters high inner and outer walls separated the inner city from the outer city. Rather, in the eyes of the inner city gentlemen, there was never an outer city. Those useless martial artists outside the city merely huddled together for warmth and survival, a pure no man's land. At this very moment, thousands of meters in the air, standing atop the inner and outer walls, were many martial artists. Make way, make way. Clear some space for me. A beast attacking the city. That's a rare sight. I have to record it. Many extraordinary realm martial artists laughed and chatted, setting up their smart modules, generating a multitude of enjoyable items. Fruits, snacks, reclining chairs, massage tools, telescopes, smart screens, and even small supersonic drones were all present. Before long, tens of thousands of martial artists gathered on the wall top. Among them, a female martial artist opened her smart module and took out over 100 drones, setting them to automatic mode and releasing them. She wore a staff uniform, and after launching hundreds of drones, hundreds of images appeared on the large. This martial artist stared intently at the screen, her expression serious. Xiao Qian, why did you buy so many drones? They aren't cheap, right? Next to her, a female colleague in the same uniform replied in confusion. You're still interning, and not only is your salary low, but you also have to repay the loan for the breakthrough package every month. Buying so many drones, can your wallet handle it? Ah yes. The female martial artist known as Xiao Qian was the only classmate in the Ditsong class to awaken a clever talent and head to the inner city. A month ago, she was just an ordinary realm martial artist. Moreover, her aptitude was poor and her grades were disheartening. She was a complete waste. Yet today, after arriving in the inner city, this originally ordinary realm martial artist had actually broken through to the extraordinary realm. Only after reaching the inner city did she realize how vast the world outside was. In the inner city, not only were there those born as extraordinary realm martial artists, even ordinary realm students like herself, after enjoying the 100 breakthrough package in the inner city, managed to break through to the extraordinary realm in less than half a month. This was not a miracle. This year, thousands of ordinary realm martial artists qualified to enter the inner city had successfully advanced to the extraordinary realm with the help of the 100 breakthrough package. The price paid was merely 500 Dan for the breakthrough loan, with an annual interest rate of 5. Dan refers to Chi Blood Dan. Each Chi Blood Dan allows an extraordinary realm martial artist to cultivate for a day or work for a day. When Xiao Qian received the bill, she closed her eyes in resignation. This was treating herself like a subhuman. Having started her internship at the company and just received her first week's salary, Xiao Qian now stared intensely at the screen. When faced with her colleague's inquiry, she didn't look up, saying, "It's fine, my wallet is okay. I bought all of the female colleague. Is this batch of graduates really so fierce? The inner city has no safety net. If you can't repay the loan, you could genuinely starve or be expelled from the inner city." She sighed and kindly advised, "Xiao Qian, it's not that I'm cold-hearted. I understand you can't let go of those classmates in the outer city. But you need to realize that you are already from two different worlds. The outer city is a wasteland that devours the living. They may already be." Xiao Qian still did not look up. You are right." The female colleague. "Goodness, all my concern went to waste. Forget it. If you want to find them, go ahead. One day she will understand that those who are not qualified to join the inner city will remain as they are for life, and in the outer city, they might just kick the bucket any day." Gradually, as she cuts ties with her past relationships, she can become a standard inner city person. How strange. A voice of confusion came from a nearby extraordinary realm martial artist. He gazed into the distance, focusing on that medium-sized beast, and couldn't help but say, "This time the beast attacking the city is just a medium-sized beast. This is unreasonable." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately inquired about what was unreasonable. The extraordinary realm artist said, "The last time a beast attacked a city was 30 years ago, led by 3 large beasts who broke through the rejection of civilization's light, bringing along hundreds of medium-sized beasts, thousands of small beasts, and countless micro-beasts. In that battle, the outer city's waste was nearly wiped out while in the inner city. Not only did our extraordinary realm have to participate, but even other cities dispatched transcendence and supernatural realm experts for support. But this time there is only one medium-sized beast. As an old-timer in the inner city, he could not comprehend it. He didn't understand how this beast dared to act. So this time should we step in?" A less experienced extraordinary realm martial artist expressed concern. "Are we really going to fight a medium-sized beast?" The old-timer shook his head casually, saying, "Not at all. The transcendence experts will step in, but now is... Don't you all think those outer city wastes are a bit too many?" Once this was said, the less experienced martial artists looked puzzled. However, many veteran extraordinary realm martial artists showed a look of realization. What everyone understood was, this medium-sized beast would likely unleash a massacre in the outer city. That scene would surely be spectacular. Just as they were dreaming, an internal energy cannon whistled and crossing 200 kilometers, bombarding the top of the inner and outer walls, like tens of thousands of tons of nuclear bombs exploding. In an instant, the shockwave spread, and the martial artists who had just been chatting on the wall top were unharmed. A force field made of diamond shapes covered the wall, wrapping the top as well. The martial artists sitting and chatting above were all unharmed. Come on, explode me. Bomb here. Whoa, this beast has some attitude. If you can break through the city, you are the one. The bombarded martial artists nearly laughed to the point of tears. Many even became excited, singing and dancing at the top, provocatively challenging the medium-sized beast 200 kilometers away. Afraid of this beast? What a joke. The defense of this wall is extremely high. Only a large beast with all its might could break it. A mere medium-sized beast was just scratching an itch. The lively scene seemed to enrage the medium-sized beast. It no longer fired from afar, but instead began to move forward. With its fleshy wings unfurled, internal energy spewing forth, the corrupted bone dragon reached a speed of 1 kilometer per second, swiftly approaching. The 200 kilometers could be traversed in under 4 minutes. Seeing this, the martial artists atop the wall were excited, eagerly recording the scene. Higher up, dozens of figures floated in the air. Standing just over 2 meters tall, they appeared more refined and perfect than ordinary martial artists, their aura far surpassing that of the extraordinary realm. This group of individuals qualified to fly in the air were naturally not from the extraordinary realm, but rather above that. The Transcendence martial artists. It's coming for us. A Transcendence martial artist spoke calmly. Beasts are particularly sensitive to our tribe's aura. For strong individuals like us, the attraction to it is lethal. Too many of us are coming. You all should head down. Upon hearing this, the surrounding peers were displeased, silently glancing at their panels. Mission: protect the city. Planet 405. The third city is under attack by the medium-sized beast, the corrupted bone dragon. Eliminate the corrupted bone dragon before you reward. Trying to hog the credit. It's rare to trigger a panel mission while guarding such a remote planet. If you want to take it all for yourself, just say, so we can understand. Yes, after all, the rewards are limited. The more people who take action, the less reward each will get. But that's fine. We are all reasonable people. If the price is right, giving you this opportunity is fine too. The Transcendence martial artists in the sky all chimed in teasingly. The first to speak, the Transcendence martial artist sighed. He pulled the surrounding peers into a group chat and directly sent out a large red envelope. Everyone, please give me a break. In a few years I will be heading to the front lines, so I urgently need some points. Before he could finish, the red envelope was already claimed. Immediately this group of people left without, leaving him standing alone in the sky. Thank you all for your understanding. After saying this, he leaped down. Like a cannonball, he soared through the sky at an incredible speed, breaking through to 5 Mach in an instant. Within 2 minutes he reached the corrupted bone dragon. This action of the extraordinary realm martial artist was observed by many martial artists. Why is it only him? Xiao Qian noticed that all the other Transcendence martial artists had left, leaving only him to face the beast. Why? Wouldn't it be faster if everyone rushed in? Nearby, the female colleague casually said, I don't know. Probably there's a task on the panel. Also, finally willing to take your eyes off the screen. Xiao Qian smiled brightly, pointing at the screen. Lucky. Sister, tell me, what's the task on the panel? The screen connected to her drone clearly displayed the images of Wu Taotian and the others. Indeed, she had bought hundreds of small drones on loan just to find her classmates. Even if the hope was slim, she did not hesitate. And then, luck was on her side as she found them. Irritated, she shot a glare at this in turn, and the female colleague said, Panel task. Didn't they teach you? After breaking through to the Transcendence realm and joining the military, your panel can be, at that point, the points system storage space panel store. Many resources you can't buy even if you have money in the inner city. Point system. Panel store. Wow, there's a new currency system. Xiao Qian shook her head, saying earnestly, they didn't teach us. However, the features opened up only when you reach Transcendence, so even if they had taught it, it wouldn't matter, right? The female colleague nodded, resonating with her sentiment. That's true. Then she continued, those Transcendence martial artists take action when they receive tasks, while those who don't just leave. That should be one reason. After all, we can't really let that beast attack the city. Right? Xiao Qian ignored the doubts in her words and just asked, but logically, medium-sized beasts should be stronger than Transcendence, right? Is he going to be okay alone? What if the martial artists sent out are too weak and get killed by the beast? Won't Wu Gu and the others be in danger? Logically speaking. The female colleague shrugged, saying, the actual situation is entirely different. After all, a martial artist's strength isn't just about numbers. Skills, bloodlines, talents, and external forces. You are new here, so you don't know that the Transcendence martial artist who stepped in is a legendary figure from our third city. As he spoke, this martial artist had already arrived directly above the corrupted bone dragon. As he approached, it seemed as if he broke free from restraints. His body, which was originally no different from an ordinary person, gradually swelled, ultimately transforming into a 10-meter tall, small giant. The true form of Transcendence. It was a proportional enlargement without any deformity. The next moment he extended his hand and pulled out a 30-meter long great sword from the void. Roar! The corrupted bone dragon was furious. At this moment, the aura of the Transcendence realm was fully unleashed, drawing the complete attention of the medium-sized beast. It recklessly attacked its body, extending numerous tentacles, the ends of which transformed into fierce dragon claws with sharp bones even growing on the claws. Countless dragon claws flew in from all directions. Layer upon layer, in an instant they sealed off all of his escape routes. Each dragon claw carried tens of millions of tons of immense force with internal energy, howling, slicing the air into a vacuum. No way up, no way down. Desperate situation. This Transcendence martial artist merely held his sword. The next moment, silence reigned. The Transcendence martial artist had vanished. Yet the surrounding dragon claws seemed to suffer countless slashes, in an instant exploding into thousands of fragments. Countless dragon claws fell from the sky, turning into heaps of flesh and bone, crashing down to the ground. Talent plank times C. After activating the talent, the body and consciousness will be within the smallest unit of time, and the world appears frozen in your eyes. He did not know who Plank was. It sounded like the name of some subhuman. But that was unimportant. All he knew was that the talent he awakened was equivalent to time stopping. After activating the talent, the world before him was reduced to only black and white, with everything else, including light, becoming still. In this frozen world, the only being that could move was himself. A powerful time-related talent. In the mortal realm, this talent could freeze the world for a full 5 minutes. After upgrading to the extraordinary realm, the duration of world stillness was reduced to only 30 seconds. Now, as a transcendent warrior, he could only maintain this stillness for 1 second. He had long anticipated this phenomenon. As he grew stronger, or to explain scientifically, the more information he carried, the shorter the duration of his talent. A Klevel talent could only assist up to the transcendent realm. However, since he was precisely in the transcendent realm, this talent was just sufficient. In the still world, he swung a 30-meter-long great sword with sword energy slicing through dozens of meters, slashing over 100 times in 1 second. When he sheathed his sword, the world returned to normal. He had already broken free from the massive encirclement of dragon claws. Those dragon claws surrounding him had, in that 1 second of slashing, turned into countless fragments, falling to the ground. However, at that moment, there was no sign of relief in his eyes. Because, in the next moment, the severed, bone-covered flesh began to twitch, moving piece by piece. In the microscopic world, the cells of the corrupted bone dragon seemed to possess consciousness, arranging and combining automatically. The entire process was extremely swift. Ultimately, in the real world, in just a few seconds, this mass of flesh weighing several tons grew legs. Some fragments even grew wings. They either crawled, dashed, or soared into the air, rushing back to the body of the corrupted bone dragon at their fastest speed. The latter welcomed them all, wrapping and devouring these detached pieces of flesh. The injuries inflicted by human warriors healed instantly under such self-healing power. TSK. The transcendent warrior clicked his tongue, looking visibly troubled. So hard to kill this medium-sized monster. Without a true vital point, its body could rearrange freely, and its cellular-level self-healing ability allowed even detached flesh to grow limbs and run back. Only those pieces of flesh that were completely destroyed by his inner chi remained on the ground, truly dead. To completely eliminate the vitality of a medium-sized monster, one must entirely destroy its cells. The days when a single strike to the head could eradicate the enemy are long gone. In fact, he could accept this point, because he himself was like this. After all, the martial way of humanity was initially inspired by the giant stellar beasts. The vitality of micro-sized monsters, the energy of small-sized monsters, and the inner chi of medium-sized monsters correspond to the mortal realm, extraordinary realm, and transcendent realm of human martial artists. Moreover, in terms of efficiency, control, and quality, human martial artists were even stronger than the monsters. Monsters were strong simply because their tonnage was too heavy. Just like the corrupted bone dragon in front of him, 3,000 tons. What difference is there from a large boss monster in a game? You go ahead, take your time repairing its legs. Not a peep when struck. Thinking of this, the transcendent warrior hovering in the sky turned to look at the useless folks fleeing in the outer city. He smiled lightly. Fortunately, I have you to help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to defeat it. Muttering to himself, he rapidly retreated. With inner chi propelling him, he moved through the air at speeds exceeding 5 Mach, much faster than the 3,000 monster ahead. The moment he moved, he immediately caught the attention of the corrupted bone dragon. All of its murderous intent concentrated on him. Yes, come here. The transcendent warrior smiled lightly, provocatively, unleashing a wave of inner chi. Then a semicircular sword energy 30 meters in diameter shot forth, crossing thousands of meters to strike the corrupted bone dragon's face. Roar! The corrupted bone dragon was enraged. Inner chi erupted violently, and its speed increased once more, igniting the surrounding flowers and trees with the surging energy, raising the temperature within 1,000 meters to several hundred degrees. Like a star descending, the enormous moving fire source crazily pursued the transcendent warrior, no longer caring about anything else. And the direction in which this transcendent warrior retreated was precisely the gathering place of the Outer City warriors. In the Outer City, warriors within 100 miles were furiously cursing. "Beast, are you leading it towards us? Damn Inner City folks, what have I done to you?" In some part of the Outer City, Wu Taitian and others were also cursing angrily, because in their line of sight that terrifying monster was rapidly approaching their direction. And as a transcendent warrior, Wu Taitian had excellent vision. Naturally, he could see what was happening in real time. It was clear that the transcendent warrior did not lead the corrupted bone dragon to the sparsely populated wilderness, but intentionally toward the Inner City. Is it that he thinks there are too many warriors in the Outer City? Or does he believe that useless people like us can interfere in the battle between a dignified transcendent warrior and a medium-sized monster? How could he bring disaster to us like this? Run, quick run. Follow me in another direction, it's safer there. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Everyone looked up. Hovering above them was a small drone. From its loudspeaker came a familiar voice. Qian Xiaoxing. Go Changchun immediately recognized her, shocked. "Wait, where are you? When did you come to the Outer City?" "I didn't come to the Outer City. Is now the time to discuss this? Hurry, follow me to run. I know the path with the least people, it's the safest." After speaking, the drone began to lead the way. Everyone immediately followed. Indeed, the corrupted bone dragon was still charging in its original direction. It was not coming towards their group. However, even so, the speed difference between the two sides was too great. Not long after the corrupted bone dragon arrived, the path along the way was transformed into lava by the surging energy. The intense heat wave hit them. After everyone left the original spot, they still felt a wave of heat coming from thousands of meters away, causing many to frown. Due to crashing into the crowd, the attention of the corrupted bone dragon had also shifted slightly. Its newly grown eyes began to scan. "I understand now." Seeing this, Biao Xue, who understood monsters the best, clapped her hands excitedly. "That guy wants to use the power of the Outer City to slay this medium-sized beast." Everyone was puzzled. Chun Huangsha incredulously asked, "Use our strength? Are you serious? Do you think people like us can help a dignified transcendent warrior in battling a medium-sized monster?" Biao Xue replied, "Of course not. That transcendent guy must be thinking." Her voice was cut off. In the distance, the corrupted bone dragon launched another attack. Its tentacles shot out, transforming into fierce dragon claws, carrying sharp energy, reaching out towards the transcendent warrior. In the next moment, the world fell silent. Or rather, no one noticed anything at all. In an instant, one of the corrupted bone dragon's tentacles was severed on them. However, it was not over yet, as the transcendent warrior swiftly approached the severed body, then kicked out. The claw, several dozen meters in diameter and weighing over 1,000 tons, was kicked away several thousand meters. It arced through the air, ultimately landing over 100 meters away from the crowd. "He treats us like garbage collectors," Biao Xue said angrily, her voice booming. In the next moment, the claw that had crashed into the ground leaped out. Its entire body had already transformed into a ferocious skeletal dragon form. It was a dragon covered in corroded bones, looking extremely fierce. At the moment of its appearance, it intended to return to its main body, but suddenly its eyes shifted. It spotted the more than 90 people not far away. Quickly, murderous intent surged into its brain, and battle replaced thought. This chunk of flesh that had split from the corrupted bone dragon let out a furious roar, inner chi bursting forth, charging towards the crowd. This was merely a piece of flesh, without unification, relying solely on instinct. Weighing over 1,000 tons, it ran at nearly the speed of sound. Compared to the main body of the corrupted bone dragon, however, it was greatly inferior. But what of that? Was it not enough to deal with the useless folks in the Outer City? "Don't be reckless, fall back behind me. Let me deal with it." Wu Taitian took the lead, protecting everyone behind him. He then clenched his fists and charged forward. Shi Xingxiong saw this, and also drew a battle knife. He hurriedly activated his bloodline, following closely behind Wu Taitian, anxiously shouting, "Brother Wu, don't be reckless, at least grab a weapon." Although this thing weighed only over 1,000 tons, and was inferior to an ordinary small monster in terms of tonnage, it would definitely be beaten by the mountain-shattering beast. But it had inner chi, a level of energy above chi. Thus its threat level was certainly not low. The same thing was happening all around the Outer City. Dozens or hundreds of people fleeing in groups, some even thousands were running well. Suddenly, several chunks of rotten flesh fell from the sky. Their weight ranged from tens of tons to over 1,000 tons. These monster flesh pieces hit the ground just seconds after falling, instantly transforming into small corrupted bone dragons, roaring and charging towards them. "What are those? Medium-sized monster flesh?" It's a matter of life and death. Get away. Are we expected to defeat it? It must be the inner city folks not caring for us. Looking at the approaching monster flesh, which were those small corrupted bone dragons, many warriors showed expressions of resignation. I knew it. The inner city folks are not so kind to help you slay monsters. The thinking of transcendent warriors is simple. Since the flesh they sever will return to the main body, then all they need to do is divert its hatred right. Just like now, as the monster flesh had just sprouted eyes searching for their main body, their gaze was firmly drawn by the humans around. Then murderous intent surged, completely going mad, before returning to the main body, killing all the humans in front of them. Naturally, that was impossible. Thus the monster flesh scattered, and the transcendent warriors flying in the sky breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, this tactic worked. With this, he finally had a chance to slay it. As for the warriors in the outer city, let's fight it out. On the way, the fleeing Bone Tianshou stopped. He took out his weapon, instantly activating his bloodline, his fighting spirit igniting, medium-sized monster. It will not die. The entire inner city will suffer no matter where we escape to. Moreover, don't forget the flesh of medium-sized monsters is a top-notch energy source. If we slay it, we can definitely make a fortune. Upon hearing this, Bone Tianshou's trusted subordinates exchanged glances. Then they had no choice but to take out their weapons and prepare to fight. Fear of death. Truthfully, human martial artists only flee when there is hope of survival. But as long as they determine escape is hopeless, they must fight to the death. The instinct of their genes would cause the fighting spirit to outweigh the fear of death. Wu Taitian and others, as well as Bone Tianshou's group, were merely a small part of the countless warriors in the outer city. Faced with these subsonic and even supersonic monsters, many warriors led by extraordinary warriors picked up their weapons to fight back. Then the outer city was engulfed in a bloody storm. Cities were destroyed, people perished in large numbers. Even weaker, extraordinary warriors found it hard to escape death. And this type of battle continued for a long time. When Ditsong arrived in the outer city following the traces, the sight before him was one of such carnage. As far as the eye could see, corpses littered the ground, blood staining the battlefield. The ferocious monsters were howling madly, slaughtering wildly. While this is slightly better than I expected, Ditsong felt somewhat relieved. The medium-sized monster was very powerful. He thought that by the time he arrived, he would only see that beast killing at will in the outer city. At its speed, the lives of the people in Letten City would be in jeopardy. Fortunately, the lords of the inner city had intervened. The warriors in the outer city were only facing some monster flesh equivalent to a weakened version of the small corrupted bone dragon. Now 1,000 meters away from Ditsong, a small corrupted bone dragon weighing several tens of tons was rampaging. Around it, dozens of Mortal Realm warriors had already fallen. Only a few Mortal Realm warriors remained, desperately holding on. They had managed to last this long because among them was a female warrior also of the Mortal Realm who was severely injured, swinging a heavy hammer, fighting at the forefront. Her blood was boiling and her arms were swollen. Despite her seemingly frail body, she unleashed a force of over 100 tons. However, even so, facing only a few tens of tons of monster flesh, she could only continue to retreat. Suddenly, a figure descended at a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. In the next moment, this chunk of monster flesh was directly struck by a figure, its body exploding under the immense force. Flesh and bones scattered everywhere. The crisis resolved. The figure could not stop and slid for hundreds of meters before stabilizing. The newcomer was, of course, Ditsong. I recognize you. Ditsong looked at the female warrior, his martial artist's memory kicking in. Your name is Miaohong. We met during the previous hunting mission when weapons were distributed. Okay, didn't think of that. Not that he forgot, but he hadn't paid attention when she introduced herself. At the moment when the crisis was averted, the female warrior had already stopped her killing. She was suddenly covered in blood, spitting out a mouthful, nearly collapsing to the ground. But she still stood. Upon seeing Ditsong's face clearly, she exclaimed, "My name is Miaohong. Oh, I remember you. Everyone said you died along with the mountain-shattering beast. You are still alive." Miaohong. Ah, yes, that is the name. Previously, Ditsong had been caught off guard, thinking that this woman approached him with ulterior motives, so he did not engage in much conversation with her. Now he was no longer worried. Not because he had seen through her character, but because he had become stronger and was no longer concerned about the schemes of the weak. "Of course I am alive," Ditsong said casually, then asked, "Enough small talk, can you see the members of my Liao Yuan battle gang?" Miaohong nodded upon hearing this. Yes. After we escaped from Letten City, the people of the Liao Yuan battle gang also fled. You aren't looking for that group of mundane realm waste, are you? What she said was somewhat hurtful, but not out of disdain. In the outer city, low-level warriors and disabled warriors are the worst performers, eating nutrient paste as their primary achievement. What else could they be but waste? Of course not those wastes. Ditsong firmly denied. He then asked, I mean the core circle the group, led by Wu Tatian. You should know them, right? Miao Hong nodded in understanding and pointed in a direction. Over there? Before leaving the city, I intended to escape with them, but they said they didn't want to take outsiders. I can understand. The more humans gather, the more they attract the attention of alien beasts. It's safer to scatter and run. That said, now that you are here, can you help me with something? Boom. The spot where Ditsong had been standing exploded. He was shot out, effortlessly breaking the sound barrier, racing towards the direction Miao Hong had pointed. Miao Hong. All right, this was expected. After catching her breath, she stood up, looking down at the pieces of flesh that had just been blasted apart and were now wriggling around. In a short period of time, they grew eyes and limbs. They then viciously charged at the crowd again. These pieces of flesh still emitted internal energy, but as their bodies shrank, the internal energy they could utilize plummeted, and their recovery ability dropped sharply. Miao Hong had not yet moved. A warrior behind her sprang out and stomped down. A piece of flesh weighing several kilograms, covered in limbs and eyes, was stomped to bits by this mundane realm warrior on the spot. At that moment, internal energy seemed to have no effect whatsoever. At most, it made the defense of the flesh chunk tougher and increased its health. This mundane realm warrior, unfazed, easily dealt with a piece of flesh, providing immense encouragement to the living present. He said with concern, "Sister Miao, you should go rest. We can handle these trash." Then a group of warriors charged forward. The scattered pieces of flesh were not to be outdone. They did not reassemble, but instead launched an attack fueled by hatred towards humans, only to be smashed into meat paste. These pieces of flesh, weighing several kilograms to at most hundreds of kilograms, posed a threat reduced by thousands of times, making them easily manageable even by mundane realm warriors. Thus, a mass weighing dozens of tons, after exploding into countless fragments, was slowly ground to dust by many warriors. The same situation occurred frequently in the outer city. As time passed, the once invincible corrupted bone demon dragon was continuously sliced apart by the efforts of the warriors of the outer city. Its mass was decreasing rapidly. Ditsong was anxious. Mo Hung was running too fast, having already left him far behind. Now in the outer city, Ditsong moved like a phantom through the blood and flesh of the crowd and alien beasts. Bang! A punch was thrown, releasing a force of over 10,000 tons. A mass of over 100 tons of corrupted bone demon dragon was blown apart. Withdrawing his fist, he could see the deep wounds down to the bone on his fist left by the counterattack of the internal energy from that piece of alien beast's flesh. This was still because the alien beast was too stupid, only able to instinctively use internal energy. If it were a transcendent realm beast under the protection of internal energy armor, it was likely that the moment Ditsong struck, his arm would explode into a mist of blood from the counter damage. "Thank you for your help, brother." Just as he had exploded the alien beast's flesh, the rescued warriors immediately gathered around him, providing emotional support. A young warrior clasped his fists and said, "This, brother, we suffered heavy casualties from that beast's attack. Fortunately, there is." Ditsong waved his hand. "All right, enough small talk. I ask, you answer. Have you seen a group of people about 100 in scale, with a leading figure over 4 meters tall, handsome and strong, and the rest are all mundane realm warriors?" Although Miao Hong provided a direction, it was still too difficult to find someone with just that clue. To speed up progress, Ditsong continuously asked several groups of people. He saved at least 1,000 lives. Unfortunately, he found nothing. "Are you talking about the Liao Yuan?" In the crowd, a one-armed warrior suddenly realized and pointed in a direction. He said, "I saw them earlier. They were taken away by a drone, but then they were attacked by a mass of split bodies. That mass of split bodies looked to weigh 1,000 tons, and the monsters transformed were incredibly fierce. I barely escaped from there, or I might have died there." Ditsong's eyes widened. 1,000 tons. Currently, the alien beast flesh he had eliminated, known as split bodies, mostly weighed only dozens of tons. The one he had just blown apart was barely over 100 tons. The internal energy that countered 100-ton alien beast flesh could cause him light injuries. Then what about 1,000 tons? No. It must be more than that. The mass of medium-sized alien beast split bodies increases its weight tenfold at a time. 100 kilograms is comparable to a micro-alien beast like the Gale Wolf. A regular mundane realm warrior can handle it. 1 ton is equivalent to a micro-alien beast like the mighty elephant. Bloodline mundane realm warriors can handle it. 10 tons are like small-sized alien birds. Transcendent realm warriors can handle it. 100 tons are no different in strength from the earlier mountain-shaking beast. It requires multiple bloodline, transcendent realm warriors to counter it. As for 1,000 tons, equivalent to a small alien beast that can move at sonic speed, it eliminates the speed difference between alien beasts and warriors. That thing is definitely not something Wu Tatian and the others can handle. Understood. Ditsong launched himself into the air again. He soared high into the sky, following the direction pointed out by the one-armed warrior, carefully observing until he finally found a trace. On the wasteland 10 kilometers away, there were nearly 100 figures, and a giant creature still moving. Too far away to confirm, but the number matched. "Wait for me," he murmured, and stepped into the air. Under the extreme speed and power, the air seemed to turn solid, exploding with each step Deetsong took, propelling him through the air. The distance of over 10 kilometers was quickly closed. Finally, he crashed down. Like a meteor impacting the earth, it kicked up countless dust and debris, followed by a figure leaping out from the smoke, shouting, "Roar! Beast! Face me!" The manner of his entrance attracted everyone's attention, especially given his identity as a warrior of the human race. It was the best way to draw the alien beast's hatred. However, while Deetsong was still in the air, many gazes were indeed drawn to him. "Who? Where did this naked? Digu. Wow, Digu, you are still alive. I thought you were dead." Deetsong landed, his expression stiff as he looked around. In his sight, the split body that he remembered should have been rampaging was now cut into dozens of pieces. Over 100 awakened bloodline warriors were surrounding these dozens of pieces of split bodies, each averaging over 20 tons, fighting hard to kill. Among them, Bai Ao Shui was darting around, continuously collecting the incapacitated alien beast flesh and refining it instantly. On the other side, Wu Tatian was covered in blood, with injuries deep enough to see the bone. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression vague, as if he had fallen into a moment of enlightenment. Upon hearing Deetsong's shout, he awakened. In such a situation, the crowd's attention turned towards the newly arrived Deetsong. "Wait, how come you? That was a 1,000-ton corrupted bone demon dragon split body. I thought you would struggle and suffer heavy casualties, and I would show up to save the day, turning the tide after a tough battle to defeat the powerful enemy. How did you guys take it down yourselves? I won't accept this." Wu Tatian. He looked deeply at Deetsong without speaking. Then he continued to drift away into his own thoughts. Hundreds of meters away, Shi Xingqiong suddenly exerted force, his qi and blood surging, releasing dozens of tons of power, once again cutting the alien beast flesh in front of him into dozens of pieces. With glorious results, he leaped out of the battlefield and came to Deetsong's side. "Little D, don't come to cause trouble. We just became stronger and need real combat to test ourselves. Let's just stand by and watch." Shi Xingqiong said this. Deetsong nodded blankly, then looked at the battle. Over there, the alien beast flesh that had just been cut by Shi Xingqiong naturally split into dozens of pieces and began to grow eyes and limbs. Seeing others around, they couldn't care less about self-healing, charging fiercely in their split forms, but the split alien beast flesh's weight dropped drastically and their danger level plummeted. The other students rushed in, smashing them to bits. Finally, Bai Ao Shui quietly finished them off, refining the alien beast flesh in an instant. "How did you do that?" Deetsong was stunned, pointing at the divided battlefield and asking. "As far as I know, a 1,000-ton split body is harder to deal with than the small alien beast, Holy Black Flame Dragon. How did you handle it?" "The Holy Black Flame Dragon, although I killed it, was in a weakened state at that time, unable to use its qi due to being controlled by the land tribe's brain. The full version of the Holy Black Flame Dragon could be terrifying. As for the 1,000-ton medium-sized alien beast split body, it was even stronger. Not to mention a single Transcendent Realm warrior. Even dozens of Transcendent Realm warriors combined would likely not be its opponents. Put your clothes on first." Shi Xingqiong disdainfully took off his jacket and handed it to Deetsong. "Mind your appearance, did you really run here naked?" Deetsong took the clothes and put them on indifferently, casually saying, "You try running at supersonic speeds. At over 1,000 degrees, what clothes wouldn't turn to ashes? Don't sweat the small stuff, quickly tell me what happened." Shi Xingqiong, upon hearing this, also incredulously said, "Not long after you fell off the cliff, Wu Guess qi broke through to the realm of qi with original spirit. Besides, his martial arts have improved to a level that I can't even understand. In short, this guy jumped onto that split body and operated it to cut it into dozens of pieces. Look, this guy has entered enlightenment again, as fierce as a beast. Reasonable. What happened to Wu Tatian was perfectly reasonable. The way of the mind is like this." Deetsong averted his gaze and turned to Shi Xingqiong, asking, "What about you guys? Everyone awakened their bloodlines. With Bai Ao Shui's bloodline pill supporting, this is not difficult. But why is your strength so fierce? It can rival the Transcendent Realm. You all finally stopped pretending, didn't you? I knew I wasn't the only one who awakened." Shi Xingqiong, although he wanted to refute the facts, seemed to be just as he had guessed. "It's thanks to you." He patted Deetsong's shoulder, saying, "If it weren't for you and that small alien beast perishing together, our hunting trip would have ended hastily, and we wouldn't have brought back any loot. Now that we have loot after awakening our bloodlines, we've also made our first original accumulation, and everyone has started to exert their strength." Deetsong interrupted, "Let me clarify, it was not a perish together. Did you all really think I was dead? Why would you send Mo Hung to find me? Shi Xingqiang was straightforward. No, everyone thought you were dead, but you know how vast the world is. If we found your body, perhaps you could be revived in the future. Well, that's not without reason. After all, the warriors of the human race are not lacking in means of resurrection. Some people's talents are resurrection. Either they resurrect themselves, or they can resurrect others, or both themselves and others can be revived. You continue. Ditsong pointed to the others. I still have many questions to ask, like, how did Mo Hung find? But first introduce their situation to me. Shi Xingqiang did not hesitate. He took out several potions. Boiling blood potion. It can cause qi and blood to surge, increasing strength several times. Super brain potion. Enhances human reaction perception and control. Life potion. After swallowing, it rapidly heals bodily injuries within half an hour, perfectly neutralizing the side effects of the first two potions. Shi Xingqiang took out many potions and rambled on. Ditsong was stunned by the display. This one I'm familiar with. Buffing up madly before the boss fight, right? Stacking dozens of positive effects in the status bar, even mortals can slay gods. Alright, although it's not that exaggerated, but whose masterpiece is this? Ditsong looked at everyone saying, I know it has nothing to do with by Ao Shui. She's an alchemy. This person is enhancing the buffs. How should I put it? The warriors in the outer city are nothing more than blank slates. Occasionally they might get a few yellow-grade weapons, but those are all junk salvage from the inner city, discarded and then refurbished, hardly different from picking up trash in the eyes of the old masters in the inner city. In the inner city, however, true warriors, even those who are merely extraordinary, have various external forces to enhance their combat power. Potions are one of those forces. Unlike the balanced and harmonious elixirs, potions are designed for quick effects with significant side effects, often used for temporary enhancements and stacking buffs rather than for training. Tianhong. A name slipped from Shi Xingqiang's lips. Tianhong. Oh, that guy. Unlike Biao Xue, who is obsessed with bloodlines, Tianhong, while equally passionate about knowledge, evidently possesses profound insights into the human body. Shi Xingqiang said, I don't know when he learned to make potions, but this guy has been experimenting with various materials using certain body parts of exotic beasts as main ingredients for quite a while. Then the potion was ready, produced in large quantities, enough for everyone. Xiao Di, take this healing potion, or it can save lives. As he spoke, he handed a syringe to Ditsong. Yes, a syringe. This thing isn't for drinking, it's injected directly into the body. What's the difference between oral potions and elixirs? Life potion. A potion that dramatically boosts metabolism through stimulation. If I remember correctly, this stuff is a bit life-threatening. Holding the potion, Ditsong felt somewhat embarrassed. The side effects of potions are no less lethal than lethal techniques. Boiling blood potions harm the body. Super brain potions harm the brain. Life potions shorten lifespan. In other words, to counteract the side effects, various mixed potions are injected into the body, resulting in an appearance of health while in reality the lifespan plummets. After dozens, or even hundreds of times, a person would perish. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Shi Xingqiang said, somewhat speechless. This is something that could save lives at a critical moment, and you're here being picky. This thing's healing effect is far superior to your mediocre talent. Ditsong replied, I didn't say I don't want it. By this time he had already tucked this life-saving item into his pocket. Shi Xingqiang continued, you don't know how many hidden talents there are in our class, those who make equipment, those who craft items, and those who perform rituals. Thanks to your sacrifice. He gave a thumbs up. Ditsong replied, I'm still alive. Through this brief exchange, he had come to understand. After the hunting operation with the corpses of numerous exotic beasts, everyone's strength surged, successfully passing the most challenging period of development. Then one by one they stopped pretending. In just 2 short weeks, the strength of the Liao Yuan battle gang had risen dramatically. If it weren't for the invasion of that medium-sized exotic beast, perhaps within a month Letten City would fall into everyone's hands, and then they could reasonably expand outward. As the two conversed, a figure flashed by. A familiar silhouette rushed in. Di Go. Biao Xue dashed forward, landing directly on Ditsong. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes as she exclaimed, everyone said you died, they even put up a tombstone for you, and half the preparations for the funeral are done. But I just knew you weren't dead. Ditsong wore a blank expression, wanting to pull her off. This girl was like an octopus. Having stayed in Heiyuan for 2 weeks, Ditsong couldn't help but feel nauseous at the sight of an octopus, as it reminded him of that rotting monster. Get off me. Enough chit-chat, hurry up and give me the elixir. The one we talked about that can awaken specific bloodlines. After some thought, Ditsong decided to let her be and didn't dare to make a move. Mainly because his current power was too overwhelming. If he wasn't careful, he could easily crush an ordinary warrior to dust. His control didn't keep pace, so he really didn't dare to act rashly. As soon as Ditsong spoke, Biao Xue finally shifted her gaze away, stood straight, and said, Actually, Digo, recently too many classmates have been competing with me for exotic beasts. I'm a bit tight on resources. Can you extend the deadline on the elixir for another 2 days? After all, it's about 1,000 micro-exotic beasts. Deetsong replied. Oh, come on, you're just waiting for me here. You just took a lot of exotic beast blood and flesh. That's the blood and flesh of a corrupted bone demon dragon, a medium-sized exotic beast. Don't tell me it's valued the same as micro-exotic beasts. Oh, indeed it is. I was just trying to save resources for Wu Ge. Biaoshua blinked her eyes and said seriously, his combat power is terrifying and he's already extraordinary. If we can increase the bloodline concentration to 0.05, he will surely reach greater heights. Saving resources for Wu Ge to become stronger is the most cost-effective. What a good reason. Deetsong couldn't figure out how Wu Taitian handled a 1,000-ton split body. He suspected even he would have to exert himself to deal with it. However, Deetsong had absolute confidence. Just watch. He raised his hand and punched the air. Boom. The ground instantly collapsed. Shockwaves sliced through the air, and the force of the punch created a vacuum channel, even causing ionization in the surroundings. Next to Deetsong, the two felt the gust of wind and rising temperature. They stared at the vacuum channel created by the punch, their eyes nearly popping out. See, understand. Investing in me will yield the same results. Moreover, I need far less resources. Once he said this, the two nodded vigorously. Shi Xingqiong looked at Biaoshua seriously. I believe Xiao Digo makes a lot of sense. Hurry up and give him the elixir. Biaoshua quickly extended both hands, respectfully offering a pill. Here, Digo. This is the anchor blood pill I specially prepared for you. After swallowing it, you can directly select the bloodline you want. The process might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Deetsong took the pill and swallowed it whole. This action seemed to trigger some mechanism. As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, it dissolved into liquid, swiftly spreading to his limbs and bones, the medicinal power even penetrating the DNA sequence of his cells. The entire process was fantastical. In that moment, Deetsong seemed to feel the thrum of the blood. He closed his eyes as if he could see a towering tree reaching into the clouds, with each star in the brilliant sky representing a warrior who has reached divine realm. The massive tree intertwined with stars represents the hidden bloodlines of the martial arts race. It also signifies the lineage of bloodline martial gods. At this moment, Deetsong felt as though he stood beneath this bloodline tree, and with a gentle reach, countless branches representing bloodlines would descend. Super Brain Bloodline. Deetsong spoke, stating his request. Whoosh. In the next moment, a vast number of branches retracted. Only a large number of branches remained. Each branch represented a type of superbrain bloodline. Microscopic superbrain calculation, superbrain, temporal superbrain perception, superbrain, telekinetic superbrain, mimetic superbrain source, superbrain, structural superbrain resonance, superbrain chaos superbrain. Each description was quite outrageous. Divine-level bloodlines are like this strong in the early, mid, and late stages. Until the later stages, when they advance to the divine realm, the bloodlines will further evolve into divine-level bloodlines with strong personal characteristics, ultimately becoming one among countless divine-level bloodlines. The only downside of this system is that there are too many choices. It can be overwhelming. Deetsong said, my power is too strong to control and my speed is too fast to react, so can you recommend one? Indeed, it was hard for him to decide. He might as well let the bloodline tree recommend it for him. As soon as he said this, most of the branches withdrew, leaving only a few hanging down. Deetsong examined each one. Chaos Superbrain. This one is more suited for a metaphysical martial art. Reflection Superbrain. Ordinary warriors have limits. My problem can't be solved just by training harder. Temporal Superbrain could actually resolve the issue of excessive speed. Microscopic Superbrain. Awakening this would alleviate concerns about losing control of my strength. And there are others. He pondered. Overall, the most suitable for him were Temporal Superbrain and Microscopic Superbrain, which coincidentally matched by Aoksha's recommendation. Now what I need is... He made his choice. Immediately from the genes. No, even surpassing the genetic level, an inexplicable power enveloped Deetsong, entirely causing his body to undergo a transformation from the inside out. It was as if his entire being was being painfully reshaped. Every cell seemed to be screaming. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and left just as fast. Before Deetsong could even cry out, the transformation of the bloodline was complete. When his consciousness returned to reality, Temporal Superbrain, he activated this bloodline that suited him the best. Suddenly, within his field of vision, the world froze. No, it slowed down. The entire world seemed to be slowed down 100-fold. Or rather, in terms of time perception, his thoughts had accelerated 100-fold. In his view, the movements of his classmates battling the split body appeared excruciatingly slow after being slowed down by at least 100 times. Their slashing speed could make him yawn. Beside him, Biaoshua and Shi Xingqiong were also looking at him, their mouths slowly closing and opening. The sound seemed stretched into a long line, making it quite annoying. It wasn't just their voices. In this hundredfold slow-motion world, even the sounds of distant battles and the howling winds around him were completely off-key. Truly remarkable, Deetsong murmured. Not only that, but as a superbrain bloodline, he felt his control over his body had significantly improved, allowing him to control his chi and power more finely. The enhanced perception also flooded his mind with vast amounts of information. Yet at this moment his brain could process it all. This is the fundamental function of a superbrain. It's just that this bloodline's superbrain focuses more on temporal perception. With such a peculiar perception, his brain and thoughts were clearer than ever. A Deetsong felt as though he could grasp the entire world. Of course, all of this was an illusion. Even ordinary warriors, once they activated their superbrain, would find that aside from their thoughts, everything else, including their bodies, was in slow motion. If faced with other warriors who had awakened their bloodlines, they could unleash punches weighing over 10 tons, easily smashing a superbrain warrior into a pancake. Activating the superbrain only allows one to feel more clearly how they would meet their demise. Of course, this applies to ordinary warriors. At this moment, Deetsong felt finally normal. He took a step forward, walking freely in the hundredfold slow-motion world, no longer needing to suppress his own power. With a gentle push, his body could leap into the air. This time he clearly saw how his legs exploded with power and how that strength affected his entire body. It wasn't easy, far from it. During regular battles, once his speed exceeded that of sound, he would essentially be fighting based on instinct and feeling. When running, his vision would be a complete blur. Now it was entirely different. Although he still couldn't fully control his overwhelming power, at the very least he could see the speed of his attacks clearly. Bringing this back to reality, his combat power had surged dramatically. Deetsong vanished from his spot. Moments later he appeared before the two like a flash. Next, a series of sonic booms echoed as Deetsong's figure flickered across the battlefield, leaving behind countless afterimages. This is pure speed. Bai Aoshua watched in a daze and couldn't help but ask, what level has Guess combat power reached? How can he move so fast? It should be noted that in her eyes Deetsong had just opened his eyes, and before she could inquire further he had already vanished. Suddenly the winds picked up and the sounds of sonic booms echoed in their ears. Those were the roars and shockwaves created by Deetsong's movement across the battlefield. Such a visual feast and destructive power could make even Wu Gu feel inadequate. Honestly, even though the whole class is falling, isn't Gu a bit too extreme? What does it matter? Sure, Xingqiong had already come to terms with it. The stronger Gu is, the safer we are. Don't be fooled by his current speed, he's actually holding back a lot. With such a physique, he might already rival the transformation realm. No, the ordinary transformation realm relies solely on physical strength and is far inferior to him. Having seen much, he was naturally not lying. In terms of pure physical power, the transformation realm is only a few tens of thousands of tons, not much different from Deetsong now. However, transformation realm warriors typically stand 10 meters tall and weigh over 100 tons. When they move, they don't possess the ease and comfort of Deetsong. Of course, this is limited to physicality. If inner chi is added, transformation realm speed could easily reach supersonic levels far beyond that of ordinary warriors. Soon after having his fun, Deetsong came to a halt. He looked at the two and said, "Last question. What is this?" He raised the object in his hand. It was a drone. What is this? At the top of the towering city walls that separate the inner and outer cities, a group of extraordinary beings pointed at the screen. What is this guy? A martial artist of the mundane realm. He must be a martial artist of the mundane realm, right? Even if he has a clever Godspeed talent, it can't be that impressive, can it? And his strength, which rivals that of a clever divine strength talent, could he be a composite explosive talent? What a joke. Why would such a talent end up in the outer city? What is the admissions office doing? Many extraordinary beings were furious, cursing loudly. It felt as painful as witnessing a zither being burned or a crane being boiled. The outer city is a place for exiling waste and criminals, not for burying talent. Besides Deetsong, they were also paying attention to another target. That martial artist from earlier also has quite impressive combat prowess. An extraordinary being pointed at the screen, where Wu Tashiando was sitting cross-legged, seemingly comprehending something. He fought barehanded and defeated a 1,000-ton splitting body without displaying outrageous numbers. It seems that this person has reached an extraordinary level of skill. He is indeed a rare talent. Many extraordinary beings nodded in agreement as they listened to his analysis. Each of them had their thoughts of recruiting him. But that was all it was. After all, in the inner city, the status of extraordinary beings was merely that of lowly laborers, not even qualifying for skilled trades, so they naturally lacked the capital to recruit others. Moreover, he was an outer city person. Yet despite that, they still entertained different thoughts, such as establishing a trade channel with him. Among them, the female colleague next to Qian Xiaoxing was the most excited. Xiao Qian, are these your classmates? They are so impressive, why didn't you tell me earlier? Especially those two boys, they are ridiculously strong. You tell me, did they cultivate the mind martial arts? As she got excited, her eyes seemed to sparkle, but she didn't notice that the most shocked was Qian Xiaoxing herself. I am not that great. Her eyes reflected a clear foolishness. Although Wu Gu has always been very strong, he shouldn't just be a martial artist of the mundane realm, right? Di Gu. He is indeed strong, but he didn't seem that impressive at graduation. Due to her shock, her voice trembled. The people from the inner city were unaware of the full situation in the outer city, nor did they know the true identities of Di Tsong and Wu Tashiando, let alone what it meant for a 100-person group to have martial artists with bloodlines. They thought that Wu Tashiando and Di Tsong might be veterans who had cultivated in the outer city for a long time, relying on unreasonable mind martial arts to gradually grow strong. Little did they know these two were merely fresh graduates. The reason they were exposed was due to Qian Xiaoxing's full-screen livestream, which gradually attracted the attention of many from the inner city. After a group of people took interest, the number of drones increased. As a result, many small drones hovered above the battlefield. These things buzzed and circled in the sky, making a racket. When Di Tsong, with his super brain activated, looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. Then he moved his body. In the next moment, a drone appeared in his hand. What is this? Di Tsong was puzzled. Where did this drone come from? Does this desolate area of the outer city have such high-tech gadgets? Well, it should have. But Lutan City does not. Brother, please be gentle. The drone held in Di Tsong's hand suddenly spoke. The voice sounded extremely youthful. This drone isn't cheap. It's a high-end product I bought for 150 Dan. Please don't break it. Di Tsong. What? It was clear that the drone's owner was talking to him. Biao Xue approached at the right moment and explained, Di Gu He raced the thing first. Qian Xiaoxing found us. She recounted the ins and outs of the matter. In simple terms, the old men from the inner city controlled drones to watch the live stream for entertainment. A battle between 200 million outer city wastes and medium-sized beasts splitting bodies. Uploading videos of this kind online has quite high viewership. People have tried to drive away these drones, but unfortunately such high-tech products are far beyond the capabilities of mundane realm martial artists to capture. They casually zoomed around in the sky at supersonic speeds, easily dodging all attacks, and no one could do anything about it. Furthermore, the number of drones kept increasing. Hearing this, Di Tsong was already extremely furious. What arrogance! He gritted his teeth and said, Are the inner city people that great? Seeing the outer city in trouble, they don't come to help, but instead take pleasure in our misfortunes? As he spoke passionately, his hand unconsciously tightened. The drone in his hand was instantly crushed. Exactly. Biao Xue nodded vigorously, empathizing. The inner city's guys are too despicable, actually taking pictures of us with drones. Isn't this an infringement of portrait rights? Di Tsong. Huh. Biao Xue looked up and waved her fist at the many drones, angrily saying, Did you pay to take pictures? The exclusive broadcasting rights belong to my good sister Qian Xiaoxing. Who do you think you are? Di Gu, can you shoot them all down? Thinking that money that should have gone to Qian Xiaoxing is being earned by others makes my heart ache to the point of bleeding. Di Tsong expressionlessly looked at Biao Xue, then looked at Shi Xingqiu. The latter was taken aback, then agreed. Di Gu, Xiao Xue is right, it's a waste for others to earn this money. Let Xiao Qian earn this money, and then she can send us a few boxes of Qi blood pills. Clap clap. Di Tsong's mouth curled up, and he smiled contentedly. He clapped his hands. That's right, why didn't I think of this? It's all my fault. My giant baby mentality from my past life almost let a duck fly away from my grasp. I've said it countless times to forget the past, but the memories from my previous life still haunt me. The life and death crisis of 200 million people in the outer city is being watched like a play by the old men of the inner city. Is there really anything to be angry about? No, absolutely not. This little matter, is there really any need to ask about? Seizing the opportunity to make money is the most important thing. Wait. Di Tsong bent down, picked up a stone, and crushed it into dust. Then he suddenly threw his hand towards the sky. Whoosh. Like fire rain rising to the sky, covering the entire firmament. A large number of fragments turned into barges, and the scorching fire stream easily tore apart the drones above, followed by large amounts of debris pouring down. With this move, the cameras from the inner city were instantly cleared. Only Qian Xiaoxing's inexpensive small drone carefully ascended from the ground, monopolizing the livestream rights. On the top of the city wall, the inner city, people wailed in despair. Only Qian Xiaoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Di Gu, awesome. A flash of sword light, inner chi, transformed into blades. A bone weighing hundreds of tons was severed with a single strike, then kicked away with immense force, sending it flying thousands of miles. The bone crashed to the ground, and as it buried itself in the earth, the surrounding environment and buildings were visibly oxidized. This kind of power manifested from the bloodline divine ability of the corrupt bone demon dragon. Any martial artist of the mundane realm who approached would almost die instantly. Only extraordinary beings could barely withstand it. However, at the moment of falling, the bone visibly grew an eyeball followed by a body and 5 claws. In just over 10 seconds, a small corrupt bone demon dragon took shape. It surveyed its surroundings and quickly spotted humans. Many humans. Dozens to hundreds of humans surrounded it holding weapons. They were either extraordinary beings or bloodline martial artists with exceptional talent. Before this splitting body had fully formed, various attacks descended upon it, instantly shredding and obliterating it within a short time. More martial artists quickly collected the fragments of the corrupt bone demon dragon, tightly sealing the still-living flesh in boxes. The entire process was smooth and fluid. It seemed as if they had practiced it countless times before. The movements of the martial artists below were also observed by the extraordinary being who was battling the corrupt bone demon dragon. Seeing this, he grinned. In the outer city, this batch of wastes exiled here totals 200 million people. To gather 2,000 extraordinary beings from such a population with a probability of 1 in 10,000 is already remarkable. Who would have thought that this group of wastes would be even more impressive than I imagined? From what I've seen on my journey, the number of extraordinary beings is not just 2,000, but almost 50,000. After these few hundred years, their accumulation is quite considerable. No wonder the population of the outer city is increasing rapidly. While speaking, he did not idle. His great sword slashed continuously, and the sword energy rampaged within 100 meters, continuously cutting the flesh of the corrupt bone demon dragon. On the way, large numbers of splitting bodies fell to the ground. Then they were exterminated and divided by the martial artists of the outer city. Thus he led the corrupt bone demon dragon around the entire outer city. Naturally, he also took in the entire situation of the outer city. At least in his perception, nearly 50,000 extraordinary beings appeared, handling over 500,000 tons of medium-sized beast flesh. At this efficiency, it would only take a few laps around the outer city to slay this corrupt bone demon dragon here. One must say personal power is limited. The power of the collective is infinite. Even if they are wastes like those in the outer city, they still have their uses. Thus, the first lap around the outer city was completed. The second lap began. In Song and the others' line of sight, the terrifying beast that had previously moved away now circled back. Its speed remained unchanged, but its figure had slimmed down considerably. It was evident that it had lost a lot of flesh. However, the battle here had long since ended. The beast's flesh had been recovered and no one had been harmed. They were celebrating Song's return, when they suddenly saw that corrupt bone demon dragon approaching with a loud roar. Why did it bring back anything? The first to crack under pressure was Go Changchun. I understand. The transformation masters from the inner city are truly despicable. Not only did they make us clean up the trash once, but they also let it repeat. Song also looked up at the monster. Hissed this thing. It nearly killed him before. And now that he had awakened his super brain bloodline, he could act in a time slowed by 100 times, a mere medium-sized beast. This time he would definitely be able to run away easily. Is it really that hard for the transformation masters from the inner city to kill a medium-sized beast? Clearly the elite from the outer city could have stood by near the battlefield, yet he circled around the medium-sized beast repeatedly. Was it intentional? How many people have died in the outer city during this process? He was asking the small drone perched on his The operator behind the drone was naturally Qian Xiaoxing. Good does this matter? Qian Xiaoxing's voice came through, and after a while she said, according to everyone's estimates during that last lap, at least 23 million martial artists in the outer city died, or were injured, consuming 570,000 tons of flesh from that medium-sized beast. Every time a splitting body forms, it causes hundreds or thousands of casualties among mundane realm martial artists. After this lap, even over 2,000 extraordinary beings perished. However, with the experience from the first time, the subsequent casualties will surely decrease significantly. It is estimated that to completely eliminate this beast, the casualties in the outer city might exceed 50 million. This battle had caused drones to spread throughout the outer city. All the casualties were witnessed by the people from the inner city. Naturally, they could also estimate the total number of casualties. Hearing this number, Song took a deep breath. This beast is too excessive. 23 million, just like that they were wasted for no reason. He was filled with rage. He had fought tooth and nail, exerting effort, and facing the fallen evil gods, yet he only managed to collect 20,000 cultist heads. This damn beast killed over 20 million. Among them, there was also the push from the transformation master. Calm down, don't torment yourself. Seeing Song turning red, Go Changchun advised him, everyone knows you have a high moral standard, but those strangers dying is not your fault, don't take it to heart. As soon as this was said, everyone in the class responded. Various comforting words flooded his ears, soothing Di Tsong's heart. It made him very speechless. How to put it? He had long anticipated the low moral standards of martial artists, yet at the same time, they were extremely protective of their own people. The clash of these two extremes left Di Tsong feeling bewildered. All right, I won't fall into despair over such a small matter. Prepare yourselves, the splitting body is coming. As he spoke, a piece of beast flesh weighing over 100 tons was kicked across dozens of kilometers under immense force, ultimately landing in their territory. This was naturally the doing of that transformation master. From a distance, the transformation master was still paying attention to this place. They are still alive. That's surprising. The first time I didn't control the amount, while kicking them a large piece, transforming it into a 1,000-ton splitting body. I thought they would die, but it was beyond my expectations. While he was deep in thought, he saw someone flash in the battlefield. In the next moment, before the 100-ton splitting body had fully formed, he saw this person arriving in front of the splitting body at a speed not less than his own. Then with a punch, bang, the splitting body was instantly exploded and flesh was scattered everywhere. The other martial artists rushed forward, immediately sharing the spoils. The entire process was similarly smooth and familiar. What incredible speed! And the power is astonishing. With such strength, their talent must be extraordinary. How strange, why wasn't he recruited by the inner city, but instead is mingling in the outer city? This transformation master was taken aback. Quickly he noted Di Tsong's appearance, then opened his personal panel to input Di Tsong's information and began. Upon looking, he was taken aback. The achievements were unclear, the talent was also unclear. This was normal, as complete data was held tightly by the martial god. What he focused on was other information, such as, this child had just graduated. In the outer city, he was almost invisible with no additional information. But the problem lies in, he had just graduated. He was not a veteran who had been mingling in the outer city for long. When he graduated, he was merely at the 5th level of the mundane realm. Even if he had improved during these days, he was at most at the 6th level. In other words, a martial artist of the mundane realm. Exhibited strength no less than that of a transformation master. Could it be? Level talent. What the hell is the admissions office in the inner city doing? This martial artist is at least a talent. Exiling him to the outer city is simply a loss. It must be noted that a martial artist who reveals level talent is almost half a foot into the transformation realm, as long as he wishes, and has paid off the loan for the extraordinary realm's 100% breakthrough package. He can immediately apply for the 100% breakthrough package to the transformation realm. At that time, he would be a friend on the same level as himself. If he befriends him now, wouldn't that represent a good connection? With this thought, this transformation master directly drew his knife and cut off his left hand. A giant of 10 meters tall and weighing hundreds of tons. Just this one hand alone weighed over 500 kilograms. He kicked the hand, sending it flying dozens of kilometers, with the target being the location where Di Tsong was, soaring in the air at supersonic speed. The hand began to rapidly move and reorganize its flesh. At the moment it landed, it had transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall, then released inner chi, coming to a halt upon landing. The airflow dispersed, blowing away the smoke and dust. Di Tsong. His fist was almost a centimeter away from this person's face. No, who is this person? Do you know I was about to throw this punch? The human figure stood before Di Tsong, and the two were even less than half a meter apart. Hello, Di Tsong. My name is Hun Haochu, a transformation martial artist from Planet 405, affiliated with the Tian-Nyo Galaxy military, holding the rank of Star Guardian. I have made great contributions and have been awarded the Battle-Hardened Warrior Medal. I can be a recommender and invite you to join the inner city. Di Tsong was dumbfounded. What? What does this mean? He glanced into the distance at the transcendent realm expert still battling the corrupted bone dragon, then looked back at this one. The former stood 10 meters tall with an imposing aura and a fierce fighting spirit. The latter, barely 3 meters, was refined, amiable, and wore a broad smile. The stark contrast left Di Tsong filled with nothing but questions. Perhaps sensing Di Chang's confusion, Hun Haochu took the initiative to explain, "It's fine. I'm just a lump of flesh clone. Splitting my focus to this extent won't affect my battle." As everyone knew, in the early stages of a martial artist's path, from the mortal realm to the transcendent realm, the power system they followed was one of imitating mutated beasts. A transcendent realm martial artist could rival a medium-sized mutated beast. And a medium-sized mutated beast like that corrupted bone dragon had flesh that remained active even when shed, with body cells that could be freely reorganized into various organs. The transcendent realm could naturally do the same. As a martial artist, he could not only keep the flesh separated from his body active, but also remotely control that flesh with divided attention. If paired with the appropriate cultivation technique, he could perform feats that most beasts couldn't accomplish on instinct alone. Of course, Di Tsong was well aware of this characteristic of the transcendent realm. What puzzled him more was, you want me to go to the inner city, and you're willing to vouch for me. Why? Though he could guess the gist, he still had to ask. Hun Haochu nodded. Naturally, it's because of your strength, because you're powerful enough. If I'm not mistaken, that monstrous strength and speed of yours are either the result of an innate talent or the essence of idealistic martial arts. Exiling you to the outer city would be a terrible waste of a treasure. Once you're in the inner city, you'll have room to spread your wings. He paused, then added, actually, even the inner city might not be the best fit for you. The place that can truly contain you is the battlefield. Only there will your talent not be buried. Still on about talent. Dichong shrugged. Other than a bit of brute strength, what talent do I have? Before he could finish his sentence, several dark silhouettes shot through the sky from afar, crashing down around him. The dark shapes kicked up clouds of dust as they emerged from craters, stretching their massive forms. They were the split bodies of the corrupted bone dragon, 3,000 in class split bodies. Can you handle it? Hun Haochu smiled slightly. Don't thank me. I'm just helping you rack up some battle merits. Later you can write on your resume that you defeated a medium-sized mutated beast alongside a transcendent realm martial artist for extra points. Dichong. Really? Is this guy being nice? I thought you were threatening me, saying join or die. He let out a sigh, then activated super brain bloodline. In an instant, Dichang's figure vanished from the at a speed imperceptible to most. Only Hun Haochu's gaze followed him. Indeed fast, even faster, but judging by his expression, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. He's truly a promising prospect. I can't let him slip away, he muttered to himself. Before long, the 3,000 in class split bodies were cleaved into hundreds of pieces. Dichang's classmates swarmed forward to claim the mutated beast's flesh. Hun Haochu applauded. Brother D is indeed formidable. To slay 1,000 in class split body while crossing 2 realms. With such strength and talent, it's a shame to keep you on this planet. If you're willing, I'd personally recommend you and invite you to join the military department at the conscription ceremony 7 years from now. What do you say? Dichong halted and came before Hun Haochu again. Listening to his excited words, Dichong felt a sense of surrealism. How should he put it? Joining the military department and then reporting the planet's secrets was his own urgent path to power. He had been worrying about how to enter the inner city and join the military department. Who would have thought this man would lay a clear path right before him? Dichong pondered for a few seconds before asking, so do you get a commission for recruiting me into the army? Hun Haochu nodded emphatically. Exactly, why else? Even without the commission, I'd still want you in the military department. The front lines are perilous, and having one more comrade on our side slightly reduces my chances of falling. Listen, while the death rate on the battlefield is high, the risks come with high rewards. The compensation from one war campaign is enough for a transcendent realm like me to cultivate without distraction for 10 years. No concealment, very straightforward. Hearing this, Dichong grew increasingly interested. He asked curiously, what is the battlefield like? Who are our enemies? And where is our battlefield? Hun Haochu replied, who else? Just the old nemesis, mutated beasts infected by stellar behemoths, followers of fallen deities, the fleets of the machine calamity, the swarms infesting the starry sea, and the undead drifting in dark energy. The 5 great calamities of the universe: stellar behemoths, fallen deities, machine calamity, star swarm, and dark energy, undead. The martial Dao humanity had offended them all. Their relationship, if not peaceful coexistence, was at least one of irreconcilable conflict and mutual destruction. When martial Dao humanity expanded its territory wherever they went and unfolded the light of civilization to twist the local rules, these old enemies would be attracted. Even without expansion, just in their stronghold, the 5 calamities would occasionally invade and wage war. Oh, and besides that, there's this galaxy. The Taurus galaxy. Its natives aren't too welcoming either. You see, this galaxy is home to 4 fallen deities. Their followers are passable and have caused no small trouble for our military department. Dichong shuddered. 4 fallen deities. And they're the natives of this galaxy. It all fits everything out. The deities worshipped by the Land clan were actually the native fallen deities of this galaxy. No wonder. Being natives, it made sense. As followers, the Land clan didn't have an all-out war with humanity. If they were those old enemies of martial Dao humanity, their hatred for humans would be etched into their genes, and their cultists would be eager to tear humans apart. Hun Haochu continued. In short, that's about all the trouble. Occasionally, some other clueless overlord civilizations send undercover agents to subtly pressure humanity. They're insignificant. Just pretend they don't exist. Dichong nodded. The danger level of the front lines was no surprise. After all, it was taught in school. Whenever martial Dao humanity set foot in an external galaxy, they often found it teeming with natives, the entire starry river interwoven with countless civilizations' lights. In most galaxies, the strongest were divine realm beings, and their civilizations were called God-blessed. In a minority of galaxies, unification had already been achieved, with the strongest merging the light of civilization to become a hegemon civilization capable of freely traversing the starry sea. And in a very few galaxies like the Taurus galaxy he was in, there was no hegemon civilization, but instead 4 fallen deities. These kinds of galaxies were more dangerous. Being born here was his bad luck. Thinking this, Dichang glanced at his cheat. This thing that granted him power by killing sentient beings seemed to thirst for more lives, more blood. Just as I thought. A smile bloomed on Dichang's face as he extended his hand. I am duty-bound to contribute to the expansion of our martial Dao humanity. Han Haochu nodded repeatedly, warmly grasping Dichang's hand. I knew it. You get it. Those cowards with strength who dare not go to the front lines will never understand. After the handshake, Dichang felt a surge of immense power. Over 1,000 tons of pressure were released from Han Haochu's palm. He knew this was a test. Without using chi blood enhancement, aura augmentation, or internal energy cheating. Just pure physical strength. Dichang didn't hold back and squeezed back with force. Tens of thousands of tons of power erupted, crushing Han Haochu's palm on the spot, then collapsing it with successive bone-shattering sounds. It was squeezed into a lump of flesh. How impressive. Han Haochu's eyes lit up. He withdrew his hand, looking at the palm that had been crushed into pulp, showing no discomfort, but rather satisfaction. He continued. The front lines are dangerous, but the rewards are substantial and strength grows rapidly. In contrast, staying in the rear, though seemingly carefree, makes progress painfully slow. If one day the 5 calamities invade, weak strength is the original sin. You might not even hold out until rescue before being easily slaughtered by those calamities. As he spoke, his right hand, now a pulp, began to tremble. The flesh writhed like maggots, rapidly reorganized. Within seconds, the mangled hand reformed the injury, healing completely. He laughed heartily. Brother D, you really don't show mercy. Someone as naturally violent as you. The military department is your true home. Once I've killed this beast, we'll talk more. With that, he was about to launch into the sky, letting this half-ton of flesh return to his main body to finish off the medium-sized mutated beast. But Dichang stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. Wait. Dichang said, I need to warn you about something. If I'm not mistaken, inside that corrupted bone dragon, there should be an octopus controlling it. That's why it came to attack the city. At this, Han Haochu was first puzzled. An octopus? Then it dawned on him, oh, you mean the natives of this planet. Those aberrations in the ocean that live alongside mutated beasts. After the realization came confusion. He asked in bewilderment, those little things whose light of civilization hasn't even formed are nothing to worry about. When they chose to worship the stellar behemoth and live symbiotically with mutated beasts, they lost the right to evolve into a civilization. Believe me, in a few hundred years those octopuses will fully devolve into beasts, eventually becoming infected mutated beasts. You might be mistaken. Even if they stay inside a mutated beast, at most it's for parasitism. There's no way they can control. Dichang cut him off. That's the Sea Clan. Han Haochu, what? Dichang was speechless. He knew the big shots in the inner city weren't unaware of the natives on this planet. They just didn't care. Worshipping the stellar behemoth came at a cost. Over generations of faith, sentient beings would devolve into beasts. This was common knowledge. Theoretically, it was only a matter of a few hundred years. Truly nothing to worry about. But while the Sea Clan was indeed like that, the Land Clan, which had split from them, directly worshipped the fallen deities. As a civilization, or rather a primitive civilization with the potential to evolve a light of civilization, they had survived. And using the biological technology granted by the fallen deities, they controlled mutated beasts. This attack was orchestrated by the high priest of the Land Clan's branch. Though I don't know what possessed him. That was the intelligence Dichang had gathered. After he succinctly recounted it, Han Haochu was stunned. Not only are there mutated beasts on this planet, but there are also damned cultists. Damn it, these aberrations are asking for trouble. He was triggered, swearing. It seemed the front lines weren't pleasant. Han Haochu looked back at the medium-sized mutated beast, his expression darkening. But this explains why it came alone to attack our human settlement. Those damned aberrations never stay quiet. They'll report their deeds to the inner city and have them wiped out, clan and all. Oh, don't. I need those little octopuses alive. So Dichang said, such a big reaction. In my view, even if those aberrations are cultists, they won't amount to much. Han Haochu snorted coldly, then patiently explained, it's different. The infection of the stellar behemoth's aura is unconscious. No matter how strong the mutated beasts on this planet are, at most, they'll be large-sized. But followers of fallen deities are different. If they sacrifice enough, he can not only airdrop chaos demons, but even teleport a chosen champion here. In my opinion, to ensure the survival of this planet, directly exterminating those aberrant octopuses is the best course of action. Is that so? From his words, it could be inferred that he didn't know about the super-large mutated beast hidden beneath the planet's Of course, perhaps it was just a disguise. After the exchange, Hun Hauch's clone returned to his main body, and his attacks suddenly became several times fiercer. Swish, swish, swish. Countless saber auras crisscrossed, large amounts of flesh were dismembered, and numerous 100-class split bodies were shed along the way, only to be smashed by the swarming martial artists. A streamlined process, very fast. Moreover, under Hun Hauch's deliberate control, even through the second, third, fourth rounds of the medium-sized mutated beast's rampage, not too many people died. Time passed, night fell, and then the sun rose on the second day. Hiss. Exhale. The corrupted bone dragon's killing intent remained surging undiminished. Yet its current weight was barely over 10,000 tons. Its size was no different from a small mutated beast. At this weight, the corrupted bone dragon erupted with internal energy, maintaining a speed of Mach 3 as it charged at Hun Hauchu, without losing momentum. Clang. The world froze, then flowed again a second later. Hun Hauchu sheathed his blade. The corrupted bone dragon's sentient body instantly disintegrated into hundreds of pieces. And among those hundreds of chunks of flesh, he stood at the center with multiple eyes covering his body, scanning the surroundings 360 degrees. Found you. Suddenly, he turned toward a certain direction, internal energy surging. An internal energy giant hand tore through a piece of flesh, like a precise surgical procedure, peeling away the corrupted bone dragon's flesh layer by layer. Finally, a wilted 100-legged octopus was firmly grasped by internal energy and pulled before. The high priest was utterly dumbfounded. The hairless ape race was not as scarce as he had imagined. On the contrary, their population was quite substantial, likely exceeding 10 million, perhaps even reaching hundreds of millions. But contrary to his expectations, not all hairless apes possessed the trait of leveling up through slaughter. Most were exceedingly frail, inferior even to advanced war beasts. No, given their strength, they were not even comparable to ordinary war beasts. He could lead the clan's guardian beast to slaughter these hairless apes without issue. However, this group of hairless apes seemed to be divided into two classes. Those on the outside were all weak trash and waste. Yet separated by walls thousands of meters high, the hairless apes within were terrifyingly strong. The guardian beast's inner chi cannon could not penetrate the walls, but the hairless ape that emerged from within the walls unleashed unimaginable might. Such a minuscule individual could not only use inner chi on par with the guardian beast, but also possessed far superior efficiency and utilization in producing inner chi. When that formidable hairless ape appeared, the scales of victory tipped toward the enemy, and he, the high priest, was powerless to do anything. Stop fighting, flee. He's using those weaklings to drain your flesh and blood. If this continues, you'll be ground down to death. Let's change locations, fight somewhere else, all right. The high priest's spiritual thought waves trembled at high frequencies repeatedly, trying to calm the guardian beast. Yet it paid him no heed. Captivated solely by the enemy's aura, it madly bombarded without regard, refusing to cease even until its last breath. Exhausted from pleading, in his despairing gaze, the guardian beast was sliced into hundreds of pieces. Then the hairless ape reached out, and the flesh lump where he hid was directly severed and shattered. Inner chi seized him, gripping the high priest firmly. Then he was pulled before the hairless ape. Facing the enemy's 10-meter colossal form, the high priest's spiritual thought waves surged. He was resolved to die, yet still unwilling. Damn hairless ape. They'll fight you to the death. Frantically, he released 100 tons of telekinetic force, forming a conical electric drill, attacking the formidable foe before him. Hairless ape. A deep voice sounded. The next instant, the telekinetic force shattered upon impact. The inner chi palm gripping the high priest tightened slightly, its surging power causing his body to collapse and bones to break. Hun Hauchu held this 100-legged octopus. His mouth did not move, but his spirit trembled in a manner akin to telekinesis. What he spoke was the language of the land race. You alien creature are quite bold, daring to address us thus. For this alone your entire clan deserves extinction 10 times over. At these words the high priest's expression shook. You too can use spiritual thought waves. But you're nothing but a... Hun Hauchu squeezed gently again, churning the spiritual thought waves he released into a mess, effectively silencing him. Tisk this alien. Thinking humans are like you, a primitive civilization that hasn't even ascended the light of civilization. Indeed, every conversation with aliens infuriates me. Why is the universe filled with these grotesque things? Can't it be just humans and subhumans? Complaining inner chi transformed into chains that not only bound the high priest's body, but also penetrated deep within, restraining him inside and out, nailing him in place. Not only was his spiritual power sealed, preventing him from speaking further, but even the possibility of suicide was cut off. Having expertly captured this creature alive, Hun Hauchu opened his panel and scanned it with the Now Network device. Beep, beep, beep. Residual corruption from an evil god detected. Correction: the source of this residue is the fallen evil god Flesh Lotus Corrupt Buddha. High risk. New mission issued: capture the followers of Flesh Lotus Corrupt Buddha alive, interrogate the whereabouts of other followers, and expel all cultists from this planet as far as possible. The panel alarmed, and like his chains it issued a new mission. The rewards within were enough to make even transcendent mortal realm practitioners envious. This alien creature indeed still carries the aura of an evil god. I say we should have slaughtered all you non-human aliens long ago, but those ultimers in the transcendent realm allowed your development. How should I put it? Isn't this nurturing bandits for self-importance? Hun Haochu rubbed his chin, muttering to himself. Could it really be so? After all, exterminating native aboriginals yields no rewards. But wiping out cultists, the panel gives massive rewards. Anyway, in the outer galaxy exploration, the light of civilization of the martial human race hasn't fully covered it yet, and laws and oversight are quite backward. There are not a few martial artists who dare to do this. Originally, venturing to the outer galaxies to expand territory was an extremely dangerous task, and for that reason the war gods turn a blind eye. What's it to me? The panel issued the reward, and he'll gladly accept it. He didn't dwell on it at all. After all, he was merely a transcendent mortal with meager cultivation. What right did he have to speculate about the transcendent realm, or even the thoughts of ultimers above the transcendent realm? Managing himself was enough. When the last batch of flesh and blood from the decayed bone demon dragon was divided among the many martial artists of the outer city, the battle came to an end. On the panel, it indicated the mission was complete. Hun Haochu's rewards arrived accordingly. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Phew. Anyway, it's finally over. He sighed and gradually descended. Along the way, his flesh writhed and his body returned to normal. No, not normal. He pressed his originally normal transcendent mortal true body back into a regular human form. When he finished the battle and intended to rest, within his body thousands of degrees of heat surged out with energy, rapidly raising the surrounding temperature, even turning the quicksand underfoot into glass. That was the accumulated heat from the intense battle. After the fight, he naturally had to dissipate it. When he finished cooling down, without wasting a moment, he flew back to Daikang. On the battlefield ruins, someone sighed sincerely. The one uttering this sigh was the current chief of the Letten. On the battlefield ruins, someone sighed sincerely. The one uttering this sigh was the current chief of the Letten war gang, Gu Tianxiu. He, along with other chiefs, led several hundred elites of the Letten war gang back to this city that had become ruins. After the medium-sized beast rampage, settlements in the outer city, like Letten City, were almost all reduced to rubble. Looking around, there were only building remnants and human bones. After that decayed bone demon dragon was nearly spent, only then did they dare to gather again. Amid the ruins, Daikang and the others were also there. Indeed, Shi Xingqiang yawned and echoed. Who would have thought that half a month ago we were worrying about, and now half a month later, with the help of the inner city lords, this year's food problem is solved. Speaking of, since everything has to be torn down and rebuilt, could our debts also be? Gu Tianxiu glared. No, Letten City is gone, but you're still alive. Those tens of thousands of beast corpses were the fruits of our entire city's joint effort, and you cleared them out overnight, and now you don't want to pay. Is that reasonable? Shi Xingqiang pointed around the whole city. Most of the people are dead and buried now. Strictly speaking, we only owe you. Daikang stepped forward, pushing Shi Xingqiang behind him entirely. He sighed. Enough. With so many dead this time, you're still haggling over this petty debt. Well, pay full compensation for the Letten war gang's losses. At these words, Gu Tianxiu's expression brightened, and he cupped his hands. Brother D, you are righteous. Speaking of which, Brother D, last time you went to the ends to ensure a smooth hunt, even sacrificing yourself with that small beast, the Letten war gang will remember this kindness, and will repay it someday. Shi Xingqiang saw this, and could only shrug. Fine, whatever you say. Death and haggling aren't mutually exclusive, and the karma of death should fall on that medium-sized beast, not us. Brother D, you're too soft-hearted. Hearing this, Daikang's forehead broke out in a slight sweat. Yet, it was all that medium-sized beast's fault. As for why the monster suddenly attacked humans, that remained. Daikang changed the subject and asked Gu Tianxiu, I want to inquire about someone. The chief of the Ash war gang, Gu Hui. He, along with the former chief of your Letten war gang, tried to ambush the Blazing war gang, but escaped during the last hunt. Do you know his whereabouts? At this, the Letten war gang members exchanged glances. After a brief exchange, Gu Tianxiu shook his head. Gu Hui, that guy's talent is the Drank Death Prophecy, with an awakening probability of less than 1 in a million. Its trait is to seek good fortune and avoid harm, making him extremely hard to kill. If you go after him with the intent to kill, it's nearly impossible. I suggest you let it go and pretend he doesn't exist. Daikang glared. If he doesn't die, my thoughts won't be clear. If the members of the Letten war gang are willing to help me find him, even just providing his whereabouts, Once I've taken revenge, there will be a great reward. Daikang's tone was sincere. Gu Tianxiu rolled his eyes inwardly. Listen to him, a great reward. He thought what you lack isn't clarity of thought, but a psychiatrist. The cost of clarity is too high, like a luxury. If you could just let it go, it would save a lot of money. Oh, and also, about the sales channels in the inner city. Daikang waved his hand. A small drone flew over. This was the high-tech of the inner city lords. We have channels too. From now on, if you the Letten War gang want to sell anything, you can naturally come to us, and we'll help you move it. The channel he referred to was Qian Xiaoxing. Although she was just an intern in the inner city trade, there was free and items were hardly questioned. Resources like beast corpses could be easily moved by her. That's great. Gu Tianxiu's expression brightened. Amid the ruins of Letten City, both sides talked happily, until a figure broke through the air and arrived above them. Han Haochu. His transcendent mortal realm aura bloomed wantonly, and living beings within thousands of meters felt a pressure like a small mountain crashing down. Gu Tianxiu fell silent in an instant. Many martial artists broke out in cold sweat. Only Daikang remained calm. Who? A deep voice rang out. The next moment, Wu Taitan, who had been sitting cross-legged with vacant eyes, stood up and looked at the transcendent mortal realm powerhouse suspended in the sky. He showed no trace of fear. Instead, he released his own aura charging at him. It was as if everyone saw a mad, bloodthirsty Qilin materialize out of thin air, biting at the transcendent mortal realm martial artist in the sky. Oh, the heart of 10,000 beasts. Aura materializing into substance is a sign of technique sublimation. You've trained quite diligently. Han Haochu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected talent beyond Daikang. Unfortunately, a bit weak. As he spoke, his aura instantly retracted, then transformed into a lightning eagle of substance, diving down with countless bolts of lightning, clashing immediately with the Qilin aura. Both sides exchanged blows, neither yielding. Han Haochu's expression shifted from initial ease to slight seriousness, then to gravity, until sweat broke out on his forehead. What kind of monster? He lost his composure. An unknown mere extraordinary realm nobody could unleash a majestic aura no less than his own, even gaining the upper hand. This was a cross-realm suppression. Its difficulty was more than 10 times harder than fighting within the same realm. How far had this youth spirit and will reached? Interesting. For the first time, a smile appeared on Wu Taitan's face. He took a step forward and raised. Then he struck down with one palm. Come, take this palm. The Qilin aura moved with him, seeming to swell tenfold, transforming into a ferocious primordial beast, opening its blood-red maw, as if to swallow Han Haochu whole. At this moment, Han Haochu's mind buzzed. His thoughts seemed to stall as he watched the opponent raise his hand at a speed that was slow for a transcendent mortal. Bang! A dull sound sent out a ring of ripples. Han Haochu still hovered in the sky, unmoving. And Wu Taitan had already fallen from the sky landing. He raised his hand. The palm's tiger's mouth was split, oozing a trace of blood. That was the backlash of inner chi. Good. I thought only Brother D was a strong one in the outer city, but there's another expert. Han Haochu laughed heartily. He only reacted when the opponent struck his chest. Instinctively, he activated protective inner chi, shaking the opponent's palm away, breaking through the chi defense and wounding the inside. But regardless, the earlier aura clash was also a contest of spirit and will. He had lost. Defeated by one move, Han Haochu was not angry, but delighted. He said sincerely, Brother, would you like to come with me to the inner city? The shallow waters of the outer city cannot nurture a true dragon like you. Not interested. Wu Tatian stood expressionless, meeting the gaze of the transcendent realm cultivator before him. The outer city, the inner city, are all the same to me, and Han Haochu. At these words, his expression swiftly tightened. Turning to Deetsong, he asked, Brother D, is your friend always this mannered? Deetsong immediately stepped forward and nodded. Indeed. Please forgive him. Though his temperament is thoroughly insufferable, he and I share a bond forged in life and death trials, so I endure it. Han Haochu, upon hearing this, nodded with deep understanding. Waving a hand lightly, he said, No matter. I've met countless prodigies. To them, breakthroughs come as effortlessly as breathing or eating, and their personalities. Good. His awakened talent was undying and indestructible. Good. This was it. Fortune had finally arrived. Let me look forward to this properly. Oh, with such a transcendent talent, what level would it? Privately, he summoned his interface and scanned Wu Tatian. And instantly, he learned that Wu Tatian was a rare genius, having broken through to the extraordinary realm at just 16. Such talent would be prized even within the inner city. His ascension to the transcendent realm was virtually assured. And though his invitation had been declined, Han Haochu bore no resentment. Instead, he swiftly surveyed the surroundings and proceeded to scan every extraordinary realm cultivator nearby. Yet, and not a single one met his standard. And admittedly, achieving the extraordinary realm amid the outer city's harsh conditions, against odds of only 1 in 10, did speak to these warriors' grit, but it was insufficient. In the inner city demanded prodigies, elites. In those exiled to the outer city who had labored untold years to attain the extraordinary realm were little more than salvageable assets. Unless they later ascended again to the transcendent realm, and gates of the inner city would remain sealed to them forever. In short, that was the situation. Once Hun Haochu revealed his purpose, the others understood at once. In Transcendent Elder, what say you? Does my physiognomy qualify me for the inner city? Go Changchun raised his hand and pointed eagerly at himself. In Hun Haochu scrutinized him from head to toe, then hesitated, his face clouding with difficulty. In Go Changchun, all right, no need to explain. I'll step aside promptly. In he withdrew with practiced discretion. Yet Hun Haochu stepped forward and encouraged them. You outer city cultivators need not despair. Once Brother D breaks through to the transcendent realm, he will certainly not abandon any of you. Transcendent quotas are abundant. Up to 10 outer city cultivators may be vouched for every decade. Simply persist for a century, and Brother D will surely usher you all into the inner city. Sure, Xingqiong gazed upward at the sky. Can we live that long? Ni's words carried layered meaning. Yet Hun Haochu missed the subtext entirely. And rest assured, centuries pass in the blink of an eye. Ah, wait. You're merely mortal realm cultivators, aren't you? And then it becomes rather difficult. Hun Haochu spoke frankly without reservation, though the odds are slim. Hope is not wholly extinguished. Should Brother Wu also join the inner city, and should more among you break through to the extraordinary realm, perhaps one day every last one of you shall walk through those gates. And though these words rang aloft, imbued with the inner city's innate sense of superiority, and Han Haochu harbored no malice whatsoever. He genuinely sought to chart a path for all 90 souls, to bring them safely into the inner city. I shall take this matter seriously. No need for your concern. Ditsong smiled faintly and deflected the subject. Would entering the inner city truly means safety? Perhaps, but how long would such safety endure? Beneath this planet's crust, a colossal aberrant beast stirred restlessly. His true aim was to lead everyone away, to another world entirely, not merely to settle within the inner city. This exchange drew to a close. Hun Haochu resolved to depart. Brother D, please follow me. First we shall enter the inner city to complete your registration. As your sponsor, I shall devise a careful plan on your behalf. As he spoke, energy coalesced visibly into a circular disc beneath Ditsong's feet. Ditsong stepped forward, onto the disc. Then two figures soared skyward. Looking down, Ditsong saw the faces of his companions, especially those classmates he had chosen in this life, beaming with quiet joy and profound relief, as if his eligibility to enter the inner city alone brought them solace. At this thought, Ditsong's heart gave a quiet, tender tug. He waved downward and said, touched, everyone, Big Brother's off to enjoy life in the inner city. Let's delete each other's contact info now. If anything comes up later, don't reach out. I fear the inner city elders might misunderstand. Laughter swelled louder still. What a face. Truly a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Scram already. We can't stand the sight of you. A tide of grievance rose, of voices thundered. Go Changchun stooped, snatched up a stone, and hurled it skyward. Others followed suit instantly. A hail of pebbles arced upward, bidding Ditsong farewell. They watched spellbound as the two figures receded, until shrinking to invisible specks, then soared unimpeded over the 1,000-meter-high wall, vanishing into the walled city beyond. If the outer city was a barren wasteland, its infrastructure collapsed, its governance left to cast-offs. The inner city embodied humanistic brilliance, the very pinnacle of civilization. Everywhere one looked rose skyscrapers piercing the clouds. At its center stood a black wall thousands of meters tall, impenetrable, seamless. Yet this was not inner city territory, but rather the vast, densely populated core zone, the campus. The campus housed 160 million souls, encompassing students aged 1 to 16. Ditsong himself had grown up there, until at 16 he was cast out, beginning his wandering life. By contrast, the wandering outer city held nearly 200 million people. And though a recent battle against a mid-tier aberrant beast had claimed many lives, its population still hovered near 180 million. And the inner city itself, a ring-shaped metropolis built around the campus, was home to barely several million souls. Rumors placed the number at just over 5 million. Within this mere 5 million soul city sprawled endless towers and spires, its urban planning, construction, and environmental design refined to absolute perfection. Its essence distilled into two characters: indulgence. None like his earlier fleeting glimpse, rising upward from the sewers. This time his arrival was a descent from above. He beheld the inner city in full, a panoramic vision of its splendor and sophistication. Stunning, isn't it? Beside him, Hun Haochu's tone held a trace of dissatisfaction. In our martial human heartland, cities embrace minimalism, in design and function and spirit. We arm our cities to the teeth, prepared for calamities that may strike without warning. But these people, they came here solely for pleasure. Each ornate landmark, each curated greenery, each opulent, yet impractical tower, Naviri design choice, serves but one purpose: beauty, splendor, comfort, indulgence. In truth be told, if an alien legion ever descends upon this city, it would crumble in an instant. Deetsong seized the key phrase and asked, "You've been to the heartland?" In Han Haochu's voice resonated with pride. "I was born there." Then, lost in memory, he continued, "Centuries ago, when I was still a novice in the extraordinary realm, I joined an expeditionary force and settled on habitability planet 405 in this galactic sector. As you know, planet 405 serves as our martial human foothold beyond the home galaxy, with one singular mandate: survival. Only when over 1 billion martial humans endure for a millennium within a single stellar system does our civilization's light fully descend. Only then may our martial deity project power here, ushering in the first epoch of galactic colony." At this, Han Haochu smiled faintly. To dwell beyond the light of civilization means forfeiting the martial deity's protection. We risk much, thus our rewards are correspondingly great. Frontline combat in this sector yields extraordinary spoils, not only through the interface, but also through personal stipends granted by Divine Realm commanders of the expeditionary forces. With these benefits, I'm nearly ready to assemble the guaranteed breakthrough package for Ascendant Realm. Deetsong nodded slowly. "I see." Han Haochu's words echoed lessons taught at school, and thus only briefly mentioned, never emphasized. Now it was clear why such detail had been deemed unnecessary. Over 1 billion souls, enduring for a millennium. Is that our sole reason for being? Deetsong sighed. The outer city's high mortality rate is unavoidable. But what of you in the inner city? Has fertility stalled? How after centuries does your population remain merely in the millions? At this, Han Haochu's disdain sharpened further. He sneered, "All because of spineless cowards." As they spoke, the two had already traversed vast distances, landing atop a soaring tower. Before they touched down, the rooftop floor rippled and expanded outward, and composed of countless microscopic nanomechanical units. Only then did Deetsong realize the entire tower was a living lattice of nanomechanical beings, shifting fluidly, yielding instinctively to his movements. The building itself was alive. And it was in this moment that Deetsong first truly grasped, the depth of the inner city's prosperity. Or rather, such mastery was precisely what one expected from a civilization that had reigned across the star seas for 10 million years. This tower possessed neither stairs nor elevators. Instead, they descended layer by layer, until arriving at a specific floor. "We've arrived." There, Han Haochu summoned a clerk with practiced ease. "Standard procedure, register this newcomer. From this moment onward, he is a citizen of the inner city." The moment Han Haochu appeared, the entire floor of the office erupted into jubilation. "Father is mighty. Grandfather, your slaying of that demonic dragon was absolutely epic. Supervisor Han has slain a mid-tier aberrant beast. Supervisor Han is undefeated in transcendence." Looking around, every employee in the office was dancing and celebrating wildly, their words overflowing with praise. From their words, Deetsong felt a hint of discordance. He quietly asked, "Brother Han, their address towards you, isn't it a bit too familiar with familial terms?" While basking in the crowd's cheers, Han Haochu explained with divided attention, "Brother D, you've just graduated and aren't yet familiar with the customs of the inner city. To be honest with you, this company is a family enterprise. Most of the employees here are my blood relatives. Every year, only a few thousand to 10,000 new graduates are qualified to enter the inner city. For a city of 5 million, that's merely a drop in the bucket. Interconnected clans and families are the mainstream population of the city." Deetsong nodded thoughtfully upon. Speaking of which, the former leader of the Letin War gang came from a clan in the inner city, and her conduct was utterly incompatible with the martial artists of the outer city. However, the fact that